Hello, everybody. Good morning, New Orleans. Here we are, the pre-show for NAIC Day 2. Oh, pretty good, actually. Pretty good. I didn't know we were going to get an applause for that. All right, well, let's start with a little bit of an applause then. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit of a clap like something kind of cool just happened. Like, oh, okay, that was neat. Yeah, a little bit of a golf clap. Not bad. Oh, something actually pretty interesting. A Pokemon you really wanted to see. Wait, your favorite player is on stage right now. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, they just won NAIC! Pretty good.
Love that energy to start this off.
It's a good way to start. This is a pre-show, so it doesn't matter, and we're gonna nerd out about all of our games here for a little bit. I'm gonna be talking about Unite. Hi, I'm Jake, Content Cowboy, all the things, yeehaw. Martine here from GO, Sierra from VGC, formerly VGC, currently champions, and Ethan from TCG. We're gonna talk a little bit about some of the big moments from day one, some things that stood out. Sierra, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, we always start off with the best, right?
I agree.
Let's go. But for NAIC, we are starting our first international with Pokemon Champions. The game is still so new, so fresh, but it's such a big tournament. It has been so nice to see what trainers coming to the forefront of this new game, of this new meta. And it's really fun to see. It's a new game, but we're seeing a lot of old talent really step up. Our two undefeated players currently going into today, two former world champions in Wolf Glick and Kosek, which is so exciting. And I cannot wait to see who is going to be our Pokemon Champions champion of the weekend, and if it will be a former world champion for a Pokemon Champions champion.
And that game again is Pokemon Champions?
Pokemon Champions, yeah.
Okay, just making sure it's Pokemon Champions. I know you have to say that 50 times throughout this pre-show, and you got halfway there already.
We're close,
I think
we're
it's
close.
Pretty good. For Unite, we have an amazing competition. This is the final stretch. So one final Worlds invite. We know every single team that will be at our World Championships except for one, and there are so many great teams still in the hunt right now. I think what's most exciting are we have great teams that have already qualified for Worlds here, and we have so many teams unqualified that are beating them. So all of these grassroots teams, teams that didn't get to play in our league, teams that don't get to show up to a ton of these tournaments are here. They are showing out, and it's really exciting. It's anybody's game right now, which I think is very cool. Let's talk a little bit about GO.
Well, the cool thing that we have, Spraggles, is that for every international championship this season, we have a limited meta. And for NAIC, the theme seems to be flexible movesets. Anything can just hit anything. Normally you have Pokemon typings and you just want to align everything well. Not this time. So what you see today, yesterday, and tomorrow, you're going to see so much skill and Pokemon that are involved. Grumpig, Galarian Weezing. I don't know if you see those in your games at all, but we have them. We have all of these Pokemon that kind of look like farm animals. You have Miltank as well. Yeah, we have these being meta in our games, so we have that going for us.
I do love that. First off, every time I hear about GO, as someone who plays it very casually, I love hearing the meta is like Grumpig and Shadow Poliwag and things like that. I always love hearing about a GO meta, and I also love that it's very farm animal based right now for NAIC. I think that's pretty great. Tell me about TCG. Does anyone play Dragapult currently?
There's a couple of people in the room, maybe more than 3,000. Not that many, you know, but 35% of the room showing up with Dragapult EX as, you know, to be expected. It is the most dominant deck in the format, and it has been since the rotation happened a few months back. It's play Dragapult or beat Dragapult, and the latter is a lot more difficult. You've got Phantom Dive, which spreads damage. Players playing Crushing Hammer to try and gain that extra energy advantage against their opponents. And the weakness, well, Dragapult is not weak to anything in the Pokemon TCG. That's the specialty that Dragon-type Pokemon currently have. All of those things combined, a lot for these trainers to overcome, but there are a few decks out in the field that do have the potential to take it down. I've seen a little bit of Crustle action. We have two of our 9-0 players are playing Crustle, a deck that fares pretty well into Dragapult, but can struggle against some of the other off-meta decks. So that sort of matchup battle, so to say, what decks you get paired against will be very important for these trainers in the second phase of competition.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the hardest things, right, is trying to figure out exactly what you're going to run when the competition is so huge. You know, there are going to be thousands of players. You could run into a ton of Dragapults, but if you aim to counter it and don't run into them, you could have a rough run in the tournament, right?
Absolutely. You know, a lot of Pokemon, you know, you've got to play great, but we always say to have a deep run, you have to have good variance on your side. You have to hit the right matchups. Your deck has to function the way it does in practice and in testing. If it doesn't, you're going to find yourself like a lot of our players so close to that finish line.
Now, we want to talk a little bit about some impactful moments from day one. Maybe a cool thing that stood out. All of our games, I know, have a ton of amazing moments, especially in these early stages where you get to see a lot of diverse competition. But I want to hear a big moment from each game. Sierra, Champions is the name of the game?
Yeah, we're looking for a Pokemon Champions champion. Make sure to get it right over there. But talking about impactful moment from yesterday, we'll talk about a champion that is popping off in Champions. There's 2 world champions I got to focus on, but I want to talk about Wolf's Blick match in particular because he's coming off a 2nd place at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Did it with a crazy Pokemon. He swapped it up, and we get to see a couple of very different picks on his team. The Toxapex and the Mamoswine. Toxapex put in a lot of work in the first couple of games, but then we got to see a statement in this game number 3. The Hydreigon with the Draco Meteor, Oko's this Garchomp, then you get a double KO. It was such a crazy set between the 2 of them going up against Alex Underhill, but a dominant game 3 to secure this win and keep on his winning ways. It was awesome. And yeah, Toxapex, we don't really get to see the most of that. And for anyone who's not familiar with VGC, what it does is be super annoying. You're getting a little bit of that passive damage over time. Toxapex is so bulky and difficult to kind of take down, and just Toxics all over the board, just slowly KO all the Pokemon. It's a strategy that we don't necessarily see within Pokemon Champions, and I love that back-to-back tournaments for this world champion that we've gotten to see very unorthodox picks, but how skillfully he can pilot them and take them to the top. And with only a couple of more wins that he needs to secure a top in stop cut, I cannot wait to see how he's going to play today to try and secure that.
Yeah, obviously, I think a lot of people have their eyes on Wolfie all the time. You know, such an exciting player, and clearly the truth. You know, there are some people who might question the biggest Pokemon YouTuber and a former world champion, and he shows up and wins time and time again with a unique strategy time and time again. It's really impressive to watch.
It is so skillful too, because we've seen, especially we have a very limited meta as well at this point with Pokemon Champions, but to be able to kind of dig deep within this meta, find picks that nobody else is really using and be able to pilot them to the top just shows such mastery of a meta that is still like a game that's just so new, right? And I cannot wait to see how he fares going into May.
I want to talk a little bit about Unite now. We had some pretty exciting moments in day one. Again, in our group stages, there's always such diverse competition, a lot of strategies being thrown at these teams that you wouldn't expect. One of the wildest things that we have seen on the Unite stage, we have 3 Charizards in our game. Charizard, X, Y, and regular old base model Charizard. And one team here, Dream Max Aftermath, picked up all 3 in a single game. It was absolute chaos in the best way. Pretty hilarious to watch as each one of them has a seismic slam that they could use over and over and over again in some of these big fights. So Charizard would take you up into the air, and then Charizard would take you up into the air, and then another Charizard would take you right up into the air. It was brutal, it was hilarious, and it gave them the game win here. Pretty amazing. They are moving on to day 2. They are undefeated in their groups, and they have a shot at that final World Championship spot heading to Worlds in San Francisco. It's great to watch. I love it when a team does something unique, kind of crazy, and at the same time, it really, really works. It's just one of my favorite things to watch. Tell me a little bit about Go.
Yeah, in Pokemon Go, I picked a moment here that is kind of representative for what I talked about, the skillful that you see here in this tournament. And this trainer, Golf Professor in particular, is his username. he is making a play called a sacrificial catch in this moment here. It's where you're like waiting, is he going to do it, yes or no? And he does. So basically in Pokemon GO, you're tapping your screen until you have the energy for a charge deck, which you see the trainer on the left launch here. But the trainer on the right soaks it on the Pokemon with almost no health, that otherwise would have dealt devastating damage. And this is just such a beautiful moment for this trainer, who actually didn't even have accommodation booked for day 2 because he didn't expect to get far. And I saw him make a call yesterday. He was like, hey, I need another night here, by the way. Is that possible? Yeah, very cool to see trainers all over the world come here and get far in this tournament using the plays that they need to do rather than just having your fire-type Pokemon on a grass-type Pokemon here.
That, by the way, is a story I hear time and time again at these events. I do think possibly a hack to making it to day 2 or Championship Sunday. Book your flight as if you're gonna lose on day 1. And then you're gonna win and you have to reschedule. And then book it as if there's no way you're going to Sunday. Then you win again and you have to move it again. I really do think it's the play.
Wasn't that like last year's EUIC where the 2 grand finalists for VGC didn't have their flights booked either?
Let's not talk about that. Let's not push this as the strategy, all right?
It's like a good luck charm.
No. Book your flights as if you're gonna win. Believe in yourselves, gamers.
I was gonna say, that's not champion mentality right there. You gotta assume you're going all the way to Sunday to go play some Pokemon.
That's true. I think that's a good strategy. Tell me about TCG. What happened?
Well, to no one's surprise, we have to continue to talk about Dragapult because it truly is that serious. But there's plenty of ways to go about playing Dragapult. One variant that has popped up has been this Blaziken EX version. Its ability allows you to attach energy cards from your discard pile to your Pokemon, accelerating more into play and flooding the board. And we see on this turn a pop-off, rare candy allowing you to skip the stages of evolution, pivoting with that air balloon, and phantom diving early in the game. The earlier you can power up these powerful attacks, the more pressure you can put on your opponent's board, especially against a deck that requires a little bit more setup. Phantom dive combined with the consistency of your cloak, and then later in the game, setting up cool plays with Monkey Dory out of nowhere. This card has shaped the format completely in terms of how you can spread damage, how you can make these huge swing turns, and setting up a checkmate scenario, pushing up this one prize Pokemon, not getting greedy, not taking a prize card, but ensuring that next turn the game would be closed out, led to an epic situation, and for all good measure, had to flip for confusion, and it was a Tails, knocked out his own Pokemon. Jackson was able to advance to win this game, and another interesting moment here was a bit of improvisation from our world champion in 2024, Pheasantipity, not the EX, the baby Pokemon. It's got an ability where every turn you attack it, you have to flip a coin, and if heads, you prevent that damage done to the Pokemon. Threw a bunch of energies, tried to make a comeback, slowly but surely kept flipping heads to buy time. And this Cynthia's Garchomp, it wanted to go out with a bang, swinging for 260 damage on the last coin flip and flipped tails to hit through the Pheasantipity in a game that was so back and forth. Fernando, almost a 10-1 underdog in that spot, found the line, tried to attack with that Pokemon, and if that coin flip went wrong, could have squeaked the victory out. It's those 50-50 moments sometimes in Pokemon that can make or break your tournament.
How many did they hit in a row?
Well, there was a lot. There was 2 or 3 in a row, and then they flipped tails once, and this deck plays a lot of ways to heal your Pokemon. So then you'd heal it back to 0, and then they try to hit it again, and then flip heads a couple more times. And it does have an attack on it, does 30 damage for each energy card. So while you're buying time and blocking the damage, you start to slowly attach those energy cards, and who knows, that Pheasantipity becomes a very cruel threat quickly.
Sounds pretty amazing. I know everyone at home is waiting for us to talk about what you get just for watching our games, and we do have some cool treats for you. Sierra, the game is Champions?
Pokemon Champions, yeah, and if you want to be a Pokemon champion of Pokemon Champions, well, you gotta have champion-worthy Pokemon. Maybe it's not the Charizard we see out in the field, but what beats fire? Water, surely, right? So you can go ahead and redeem to get a Blastoise in-game. Mega Blastoise, the amount of damage you can do, especially with the full HP Water Spout, is amazing. You can Shell Smash to get those healthy little boosts to try and push on forward. And of course, Cherish Ball is the coolest Pokeball in the game. I do not make the rules. Make sure you get this while you can.
Amazing. Let's take a look at what you get just for watching over on the Pokemon UNITE channel. You get yourself a little sticker to let everybody know that you are watching live, and a platinum boost emblem of none other than Blastoise. A little bit of a theme going on, it looks like. You get a Blastoise, we get a Blastoise. Everybody gets a Blastoise just for watching, so make sure you head on over to the Pokemon UNITE Twitch to check that out. How's Go doing?
For Pokemon GO, you don't get a Blastoise. You get a Seeking instead, inspired by the victory of Batman at EUIC. It already has the Legacy Charge Deck Ice Wind, so you don't need to use an Elite Charge Gem for that. The Elite Charge Gem you get from watching here 30 minutes as well on the Pokemon GO stream, alongside some Rare Candy XL for like your mythical Pokemon. So make sure that you don't miss out on this. I already did this yesterday to make sure, because I really need these things.
I gotta say, I always love when the drops are linked to something really cool that happened at an event. We see that kind of time and time again with these games. I think that's really unique and very cool. Let's talk about TCG.
We've got 3 different rewards for tuning into the stream this weekend for the trading card game, each depending on how long you watch the stream over on Pokemon TCG Live. We've got 4 booster packs if you tune in for 30 minutes, those special illustration rare cards for 45, and then a nice little leather jacket. So no Blastoise theme. You see a little bit of the deck box going on. We've got a little bit going there, but you know, I'm really looking forward to using that leather jacket in game.
Amazing. We are going to be starting our show here very soon. Make sure you are watching all of our broadcasts, of course. Make sure you're coming back here for Championship Sunday. It's going to be very exciting. The last international competition of the season before Worlds. I am very hyped about it. Are all you guys ready here in New Orleans to start this thing? I am as well, but I believe I actually have 30 seconds before I can start it. Is that right? Is it about 25 seconds? All right, we have 25 seconds. Let's be completely silent for, can you imagine?
How many Pokemon can you name in 20 seconds?
Okay.
Blastoise?
Blastoise. We got Blastoise.
Okay.
Mega Blastoise?
Blastoise, Mega Blastoise. Blastoise.
How many Charizards were in that one Unite match?
Blastoise. Blastoise. And we're done. Let's get our show started.
Good morning, trainers, and welcome to Day 2 of the Pokemon North America International Championships.
We saw some incredible battles on this stage and out on the floor yesterday. The field has narrowed, and the trainers that still remain have another day of intense matches ahead of them.
Yeah, we can't wait to showcase some of those battles right here on our main stage, but also on our feature match tables as well.
Now, the question on everyone's mind is, who is gonna make it to Championship Sunday?
In Pokemon UNITE, DreamHack Esports, Deep Cross Gaming, and Fulcrum have yet to earn their World Champions invite, and they might be able to do so in this event.
In Pokemon GO, this season's LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, EUIC champion, Padoman, reigning World Champion, Beelzeboy, reigning NAIC champion, It's Axton, all made it to top cut from the winner's side of the bracket.
Wow, and in the Pokemon TCG, Dragapult has dominated the meta, as we thought, but a few players like Rule Ready, Carter Malnaik, and Cooper Call are using Crustle to try to stop it in its tracks. And with James Kowalski sitting near the top of the leaderboard with his Lily's Clefairy deck.
And in Pokemon Champions, previous world champions Wolf Click and Kotsukide are coming into day number 2 undefeated at 9-0. But reigning NAIC champion Federico Camporesi is still very much in it at 8-1.
Now, with that, competitors, it is time to lock in for your next wave of battles here in day 2.
And for those in the audience here and at home, time to grab a snack, get comfy, and cheer on your favorite trainers.
All right, NAIC, one last question for all of you. Are you ready?
Let's get this party started. Over to you, casters.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. We're back in the Big Easy, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of NAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC sweep after a tense 4-game set against Revelation.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
It's Axon battled tirelessly through the loser's bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals and winning his second NAIC title.
Praise for It's Axon. He is your 2025 North America International Champion!
After coming up short in the past finals, Isaiah Bradner pulled it all together to claim his first NAIC trophy in the Masters division.
Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
And Federico Camporesi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match against teammate Marco Silva.
Federico Camporesi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Let the games begin indeed. Phase 2 underway here at NAIC, where only one player will advance on one side to the bracket while they'll meet their opponent. All of that decided in Championship Sunday. My name's Ethan Heggie. Emily Foreman is with me, and we could not be more excited to see who our 2 finalists will be today.
And while with the excitement, Ethan, this tournament is also the last tournament of the season, which does determine the top 135 Masters from North America that will be representing the region at the World Championship in about 2 months' time in San Francisco.
But in order to get there, Emily, they're going to have to earn those championship points being awarded this weekend for competing and, more importantly, placing in this event, breaking down all the way to points for our top 64 competitors, even top 512, really mattering to try and get yourself
over the finish line. 135 players from US and Canada in the Masters division. Same for Europe, but Latin America, Oceania, as well as Middle East, and some players from outside of our TPCI region getting invites to this World Championships.
It is so beyond exciting, and it's very intense to watch some of these last tournaments. Now, granted, if you win one of a regional or a special championships, you get to book yourself a ticket to San Francisco no matter what here, but it's about how many kind of spots it ticks down, right, through these rankings. And these internationals, Ethan, provide the most amount of points you could really get in a season.
Not only points, these players are battling it out for those prizes as well. $25,000 up top for that first place finish. Even walking away with $2,000 in cold hard cash, not too bad at all.
Definitely. I mean, at that point, right, it's not only just the money that is great, but it's also putting yourself in a great position to get some of those travel stipends as well for the upcoming season, with LAIC now actually already starting to be talked about here and there for that priority registration. But we don't leave the juniors and seniors hanging either. They get a nice little chunk of cash too for doing super well.
Speaking of those travel awards being awarded for players finishing in the top echelon, we can take a look at the travel awards and see how those break out for our competitors. Of course, there are advantages to being in the top 4. You get the full award, not just the stipend. For within the region, players earning $2,000 towards their flights, hotels, and expenses that do come for attending these, and out of region, a little bit more cash to help supplement the cost of travel.
I think it really, Ethan, gives a lot of these top players incentive to keep competing outside of just locking in the amount of championship points needed to get the invite, but instead pushing it a little bit further, right? Travel can be very expensive, especially if you're going all the way down to LATAM from somewhere like Europe, for example. So I really like how we do at least provide something else to go alongside that World Championship ticket.
It's all building up here, Emily. Championship Sunday on the horizon. Day number 2 just about to begin. We played 8 rounds of Swiss for Phase 1 yesterday. The first round of Swiss Phase 2 as well. We are now looking at our Day 2 Swiss action. Here are some players to keep an eye on. A few of them at 9-0. See who can emerge and become part of our top cut.
I mean, you look at this graphic, and it is regional champions that we've seen from all of our regions, right? Yoshiyuki and Liam and Jackson, but you know, also those players who have amazing runs at international tournaments like Natalie Miller in the bottom right corner. But still, Ethan, you look at this list and it is players from all over the world, and that's what makes these international tournaments so fun to watch.
Of course, these tournaments are fun to watch, not just for the players, but the decks as well. Let's take a look at the meta breakdown for Phase 2, and oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you thought 35% was bad. It's almost sickening, Emily. 50%, just under that, of the field today is Dragapult EX. That means you have essentially a coin flip if your opponent's going to flip over their active for it to be a Dreepy. Something like a Duskull. It's just Dragapult's world. We're living in it.
I just coughed quite literally, very smallly, at the 48% of Dragapults. Now, granted, if the column could go higher, I'm sure it can, but does have to stay within that white border here. But let's look at least to the right here, Ethan. It's going to be the story of the day, and it's going to be this Crustal here, with 2 players still undefeated with the deck, and plenty of them undefeated right below that 9-0 record. Why do you think players are still just so gung-ho on this deck when Slowking and Alakazam are right around it?
You can navigate those matchups. They are difficult, but if you can build the deck in the correct way, use the mist energy, capitalize on shutting off some effects, then you can probably pull yourself back in, and having a great Dragapult matchup, always a solid caveat for this deck. We are getting into things here. Of course, the Twitch rewards going on over on twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG. If you are tuning in on YouTube and want to get these rewards, you could go ahead and switch over to get yourself some booster packs for 30 minutes of watch time. 45 will earn you some of those illustration rares, and Love those cosmetics. 60 minutes to get yourself that Blastoise coin, deck box sleeves, and that jacket as well.
It's the 3rd anniversary of Pokemon TCG Live as well. I know for many players, this is the best way to test online. Players I know spend hours on this every single day and trying to make their way up to Arceus League, that Masters League, and even go further beyond it at that point.
Well, we are way further beyond the TCG Live ladder. We're in day 2 Swiss. Phase number 2 happening right now, and action is ready to happen as we speak. Let's throw it down to the stage and see our 2 players. We have Juho Kallama up against Christian LaBella.
Yeah, both of these players have tons of accomplishments underneath the belt. And that is the thing, Ethan, when you go to these internationals, it's not just regional champions here, but you also have international champions as well. I think Christian LaBella always a name for at least North America that has been strong and consistent, especially with him winning Milwaukee last season with that Raging Bolt. But he has been very stubborn on this end Zoroark for the past season. But still, I mean, he has finished top 8 at EUIC this season. Definitely wants to take it all the way back. Still though, I mean, looking at Juho's accomplishments as well, it's this LAIC championship from a couple seasons ago with that Maridon EX and the Flappy engine, that Dynamotor from way back when. He's known to be a little innovative here. Let's see if he can do it with Team Rocket.
Deck not on very many people's radar going into this event. That Lily's Clefairy EX, an important card at dealing with Dragapult, won't be too important in this matchup. It's really going to be reliant on that Team Rocket Spidops being a grass-type Pokemon. Great in this matchup. We'll take a look at the prize cards. 1 copy of Badoo in the prizes for Christian could always matter to slow the game down for a deck that's very reliant off Team Rocket's Transceiver earlier on in the game. But besides that, it looks like we're going to have a pretty good match between both of these competitors.
It's so interesting to see the amount of players that have chosen to not fear grass and just bring dark-type decks, and Zoroark is one of the primary victims to falling a wayside to something like a Teal Mask Ogerpon. And Ethan, I mean, with 4 Team Rocket Spidops being played in Juho's deck, this one's going to be interesting for Christian to really kind of get around.
Kicking things off, Swiss round number 10. Juho and Christian. This will be Juho starting things off. Checking the hand will be the Team Rocket's Transceiver, and you've always got to remember that Proton's so powerful going first. If the hand will allow it, immediately brought to the top of the deck.
Now, I think
on turn 1.
It's so interesting, Ethan, because you look at Juho's deck list, right? And yesterday when we saw Team Rocket's Honchkrow, it's really 4 of these Rocket supporters through and through and ways to find it. But from the way that I'm looking at Juho's list right now, only playing 2 Proton here. So really putting it up to risk for finding that either the Proton itself that turn 1 or the Team Rocket's Transceiver. Juho with this wild list of Team Rocket.
Will be the Team Rocket's Proton played for the turn, allowing Juho to search out 3 basic Pokemon that are Team Rockets, and immediately understands the importance of Spidops. The whole Spider squad is here, and they're ready to start charging up and rushing these Pokemon down over on Christian's side.
Now, the thing is, Christian does have a much more standard End Zoroark list compared to some of the other End Zoroarks that we did see yesterday, with that Ends Darmanitan as a possibility here. So I'm going to hope to see that Juho is going to eventually pivot towards finding that Team Rocket's Articuno with that Repelling Veil to at least protect some of these Tarantulas.
So we'll see Proton put these Pokemon onto the bench. Full squad of them coming down. Are there energy attachments for Juho to start powering these Pokemon up? Is the Team Rocket's energy will be put onto the benched Pokemon. Now, it only provides Psychic and Darkness type energy. There is a colorless in that attack cost, and his hand has a lot of item cards. Cyrano for the following turn to grab out some of these evolution Pokemon. As it stands here for Christian, we'll be able to line things up for a solid turn 2. This first turn really just about getting these support Pokemon like Enzarua into play.
And the big thing here, Ethan, is that, like you had mentioned, Cyrano for the next turn. But what is Christian going to be able to do on this one? does have the Pokepads to at least get things set up with a bench going a little bit wide here, but there's no shuffle supporter like a Lily's Determination in the hand to really refresh on what's going on. So the problem is, while yes, Christian does have the opportunity to set up the board for next turn, the question is what comes after. We'll actually have to rely on some of those trade abilities that Zoroark has to really try and get something going.
Gotta pass a threshold when it comes to set up this, and Zoroark deck is no stranger to having to answer that question. So the first Pokepad played and it immediately grabs that Darmanitan, or Darumaka, excuse me, hoping to get Darmanitan into play soon. There's an Ultra Ball in the hand. Additionally, wonder if possibly considering grabbing Meowth EX based off how this hand looks, and it will be exactly that, playing down the Meowth. Lily's Determination, not wanting to take a slow approach with Serrano, instead shuffling the hand back in, drawing 8 cards, and seeing what can come from these additional 8 cards drawn.
It goes back to the point I was originally making. While yes, Cyrano gives you at least the consistency to go on ahead and grab your end Zoroark, the rest of Christian's hand was really up to chance with trade. So instead, benching this Meowth EX, using that last-ditch catch, and finding a way to at least refresh the hand. I'm sure Christian would rather work with 8 cards here. I think just like how we were looking on Juho's side for that energy attachment, I think that'll be pretty big here because Christian, while yes, this is a great board, at least for this turn, Ethan, we got to see what we're going with next.
Will be the 8 cards drawn. Looking for that energy, as you mentioned. Buddy Poffin, never a bad sight to see in the opening hand, but there's no energy card. Does find the Ents PP up, which can always allow a Zoroark to get powered up from out of nowhere. Buddy Poffin being played. Immediately looking for that third Zorua, and bench management, a big key piece in this matchup, now that cards like Professor Turo's Scenario can no longer be included in this deck.
That's the big thing here too with the Meowth EX heading to the bench here. That is a great 2-prizer for Juho to really start targeting down here. But for a refreshed hand with 8 cards in it, I actually think Christian probably prefers the hand he threw away before because there's no direct line to a Zoroark there, at least right now in Christian's hand. But back on over to Juho, gets right into the Spidops, Ethan, and then Lily's Determination, I mean, has already a way of potentially taking a knockout this turn. But the question is, do you really want to right now?
You have to think about the probability of End Zoroark attacking you on the following turn. Are there more Pokemon to get into play? Once you get that first Spidops powered up, that first Grass Energy into play, charging up just allows you to string through attacks so easily. Attach Retreat to the active, move the Spidops up, use that charging up ability, and all of a sudden, Rocket's Rush will start to put on pressure. And that is the key piece for Juho, it feels. Attack early, take prize cards, and have to force Christian to have the answers.
It's a callback to Juho's winning LAIC deck from a couple of years ago of let's just go a little bit faster. But Juho's list is very interesting, and it's standardly in a Team Rockets deck. You would expect to see Team Rockets Factory, Ethan. Juho's playing this Prism Tower here, so it allows for a couple of cards to be drawn here, but I can't imagine that Christian's actually going to be too against it if Juho puts that down, because once again, and Zoroark loves throwing cards into the discard and keep drawing in. Will Juho attack this turn? Really considering, I mean, at least getting another Spidops here, but still, I mean, the Ends Darumaka, like you had mentioned, Ethan, threatening an attack next turn.
Susceptible for potentially a power-up attack. Losing that reversal energy so impactful, meaning you're unable to do these big 2-prize swings with that Pokemon. Team Rocket's Rocket Rush will take the knockout. Zorua falls. Darumaka comes to the active spot, and this is a big turn for Christian to see if he can find a way to take a KO on this turn.
Has Pheasantipity in hand as well as this Pecharunt EX here too. And my goodness, there it is. I mean, that gets you every support Pokemon you ever could have asked for, right? Has also the Ends Castle as well for the free retreat, but still this Pecharunt EX with its subjugating chains allows for Ends Zoroark to get poisoned, and not only that, but do some more damage with that Binding Mochi tool card as well. So Christian, not only a fresh 8, but 3 more off of Pheasantipity as well, and you can only just hope that Christian does find this Ends Zoroark to see even 2 more cards.
Big question now with this bench being locked. The only Ends Pokemon that the Zoroark can copy is the Ends Darmanitan. You can do 90 damage to 2 Pokemon, but it would force you to discard all of those energies attached. There's no basic energy in the discard pile for Backdraft to copy. So see what this looks like, and wow, no, and Zoroark flipped the script to draw 3 cards, and still this hand, so many cards, but just no outs to Zoroark. With this Darmanitan in the active spot, there's almost no options for Christian in terms of attacking on this turn.
And the thing is, you don't want to leave this En's Darmanitan into the active here, but you don't technically want to use En's Castle to retreat into a Meowth EX, because that's a free prize, or free 2 prizes there for Juho. Just going to send up the Pheasantipity here. At least it's not weak to grass, it is weak to fighting here. Let's see if Juho's going to take advantage of what honestly feels like a great opportunity for him to go further.
Contemplating that Ultra Ball on the previous turn, it's still in the hand. Can now choose to play that to put some more Pokemon into play. This Rocket's Rush attack capping out at 180 damage, and Juho has chosen to play that Maximum Belt as the A-Spec, boosting damage done to your opponent's Pokemon EX by 50. Especially with the weakness on Zoroark, this would be an excellent turn to be able to use that card to take a KO on Pheasantipity.
And using the Team Rockets transceiver here, Ethan, to probably find that Team Rockets Petrol, the one of in this list as well. We're so not used to seeing Team Rockets list not playing 4 copies, but also could be going more aggressive, Ethan. Choosing to take the Team Rockets Giovanni, I'm anticipating seeing more of an aggressive line into some of these energies because, I mean, let's face it, Ethan, and Zoroark is not home for Christian.
Ultra Ball in the hand, discarding the Articuno, finding a 4th Pokemon, and it will be that Mimikyu, Team Rocket's Mimikyu. Big advantage having free retreat, always a great pivoting option with combined on the Giovanni Team Rocket supporter card.
It does also help that Mimikyu's attack Gemstone Mimicry does copy an attack from the opponent's Terra Pokemon, and you combine it with, I think, a card in most players' lists this weekend, Lily's Clefairy EX. You're actually hitting for weakness with it.
Mimikyu hits the board. Supporter yet to be played for Juho. It will be the Team Rockets Giovanni switching both active Pokemon from the bench to the active position. En's Darmanitan coming up and just immediately targeting down this attacking threat. 5 Pokemon in play. Rocket's Rush takes the KO, and Christian unable to find an attack response. Juho takes yet another prize card, and how will Christian respond when a Zoroark attacking will almost certainly go down the following turn?
And this is the big thing with this Meowth being on the bench, Ethan, is that, believe it or not, I mean, Christian is only playing a 1-1 line of this Darumaka and Darmanitan here, but the prize trades now are going to be strongly in Juho's favor. I mean, there's no way as of right now for Christian to get more than 1 knockout per turn here, but granted, Zoroark finally coming into the fray here, but still, Christian has a lot of time to make up.
Ends PP up, Zoroark fully powered up. Ultra Ball for Zekrom gives this Zoroark an attacker to copy. At minimum, Spite Ops aiming to be KO'd on this turn. Special red card in hand, cannot play that just yet. Considering yet another Ultra Ball to put Zoroark number 2 into play. Monkey Dory ends PP up, discarded, and the Lily's Determination will allow Christian to continue to sift through this deck.
How many more cards could you want, though? I mean, this Lily's Determination betrayed Christian last turn, finding him no Zoroarks here, but still, I mean, there was a knockout taken from Juho here, so Christian will at least be able to draw some more cards, use some trades here. But the thing is, Ethan, I'm looking at Christian's list and not playing anything along the lines of an En's Reshiram, so we'll have to fully commit to using Rampaging Thunder. So it's going to be really important for this En's Castle to stay in play, so Christian can keep up the aggression.
It's hard for a Zoroark to not expect to be KO'd after using Rampaging Thunder is the bigger issue, it seems. Energy attached to Zoroark. Now your opponent is 2 prize cards ahead. They're on even prize cards. They have a 1 prize Pokemon that can KO you. Can we even call this game winnable for Christian?
It absolutely still is winnable, Ethan, just because of that special red card that Christian is playing. The thing is, when Juho is not playing too many counts of all of the different Rocket supporters, it might be a little bit different here. But look at this, using the Night Stretcher to reestablish another Tarantula here. And granted, you don't even have to swing all the way wide at this point because you know that you're hitting for weakness. Now, thankfully for Juho, he is playing 4 copies of Lily's Determination and 4 of those Arianas. It feels like this list is a little bit wild, but there it is, that Prism Tower here as Christian is going to be picking it up. You get to discard 1 from your hand, draw 2.
See the hand shuffled in. Juho will draw 6 new cards, still can evolve some of these Pokemon up into play, find some more options. A bit of a clarification on Prism Tower, it's discard 2, draw 1. If it was the opposite, I'm pretty sure every deck would want to play this card, unfortunately. Still a bit of extra card draw, maybe getting some more energy cards in the discard pile, never a bad effect. Juho off to a great start. Going to go down to just 2 prize cards remaining.
That Prism Tower, Ethan's going to stay in for the rest of the game because that one Ends Castle is actually the only stadium that Christian is playing at this point. Does at least also find the bug catching set and also the maximum belt as well. We know that Spidops is not struggling to take knockouts here, but why not add a little bit of insult to injury just in case Pheasantipity wants to be the next target of an attack?
Bug catching set, finding a couple of grass energy. I'm sure Juho is really looking for Spidops to guarantee that Pokemon in play. Without Spidops, the special red card can always stick.
I think the biggest thing here, Ethan, now we're pivoting back to the Prism Tower there. If the effect of the stadium is discard 2, draw 1, could discard both of those grass energies and then use the charging up ability from Spidops to keep powering up all of the attackers here. So Juho being very creative, free retreat. We're going to see a Rockets rush for that knockout.
And Zoroark EX going down. Juho 2 prize cards away from winning game number 1. This Christian is on the back foot, and with this absolute flurry and army of 1 prize Pokemon, it will take so many attacks from Christian to put himself back in this game. Does importantly, though, find that special red card. Feels like it's now or never for Christian to get back in this game.
It's so funny looking at Christian's list, Ethan. There are so many one-of counts here. So finding not only the one-of special red card, but of course that one-of a spec as well. The secret box, item, tool, supporter, and stadium here. And you can imagine that Christian still wants to keep getting set up here. Now granted, this is going to send Juho down to just 3 cards. And like you had mentioned in last turn, I'm sure Juho would have rather found a Spidops there to at least guarantee another attack, because if you look at this, Juho's only attacker is going down right now.
Darumaka hitting the bench. No more End Zoroark for Christian outside of this active, just having to rely off this special red card for disruption and potentially Flame Body Cannon down the line. Juho will put that hand to the bottom, draw 3 cards. We'll have to hope to miss something like a Team Rocket's Spidops on the following turn. See the Rampaging Thunder take the KO. Mimikyu with free retreat moves into the active spot. Card drawn for turn. Can Juho find this KO?
Juho's going to have to take a very risky gambit as well. Discarding 2 cards to find 1. I thought he had the Spidops in the hand, but that's actually the discard pile here.
This hand is really weak, Emily. Just Pokemon and energy cards. This is going to be a big 1 card drawn for turn. Just debating which are the best 2 cards to discard. 1 card from Prism Tower. What's it going to be? It's a Night Stretcher, and that will be the game. 4 Pokemon on the bench, plus the charging up. Huge draw from the Prism Tower, and what seemed to be an opportunity for Christian was all for naught. Juho with the Prism Tower, finding that 1 piece and winning game number 1.
Such an odd card from this Chaos Rising set, finding a way into Juho's deck, and believe it or not, like we had mentioned, Ethan, this player is known to play a little bit of a high-risk, high-reward type of style here. Juho, though, and you can see the synergy with that deck as well, discarding multiple grass energies into the discard because that's where you need them anyway to use Team Rocket Spidops, and then using charging up to get your attackers going. Now granted, I mean, Juho had a great starting turn for himself. Christian on the other side, though, barely got set up. Didn't see a Zoroark until what, turn 3?
Pablo, want to bring you in. We've always talked about the theory of this Team Rockets deck having great type coverage, being able to do a lot. but it's always been the list that seems off. Looking at this list, maybe Juho has cracked the code at NAIC.
Juho has been known to crack the code on these underrated decks, right? He did it before with Future Box. Maybe he's now figured out Team Rocket, and Prism Tower might have been the last piece of the puzzle.
Drawing extra cards, never bad, and hitting weakness as well. You've got to imagine when you flip over that active Pokemon, seeing Spidops or seeing Zorua, there can't really be a better matchup than this.
And it's all going to be about Darmanitan. Darmanitan has got to be the answer here. Christian needs to set that up quickly, needs to pressure. If he's going to be losing 2 prizes every time, he needs to be taking 2 prizes every time.
Pablo, how do you feel about Juho's list when there's playing a little bit less of those consistency cards? A lot of time Team Rockets wants to see that Team Rockets Proton in that turn 1, and if you don't open that Transceiver or the Proton itself, I mean, what do you do in terms of setup after that?
I mean, it's high risk, high reward, right? The advantage you get from the great typings that the deck boasts, the cards have to come from somewhere. So Lilies takes precedence, this new Prism Tower Stadium as well. Clearly it's paying off, so who are we to question their deck building at this point?
Thank you, Pablo. Christian with an excellent start in Game 2 to get himself back. Secret Box discarding a few pieces that may be notable for later on, but it will reward him with 3 trainer cards plus a stadium. Buddy Poffin on turn 1, excellent to get the Zorua into play. Take an opportunity to check the deck, see what's available, and unfortunately that one ends Darumaka is in the prize cards, a key piece for Christian to try and claw his way back in this set.
So instead of Juho being the one that's going to be attacking first, Christian has to guarantee some of these attacks going first here. My big question is, when Christian did play the secret box down, was he going to prioritize the Lily's determination to refresh and see a fresh hand, or the consistency of Cyrano to be able to see those end Zoroarks? Because Lily's determination, Ethan, really kind of betrayed him last game.
Works out sometimes. Sometimes you just don't find the draws you exactly need. So it will be the Lily. Binding Mochi, ends Castle, and that Buddy Poffin immediately playing it to grab double Zorua onto the bench. That pivot already taken care of thanks to Petra on EX being in the active, and there is already the turn 1 energy attachment. So pending one of those end Zoroark EX plus an attacker can be found. It is lining up fairly well for a turn 2 attack, but no, choosing to not attach an energy card for the turn. We'll have to see if that comes back to bite Christian potentially, or what he's planning by holding on to that energy.
Poor Darumaka is going to be sitting in the prize cards for all we know here. I believe there is a Team Rockets factory, the one of, I believe, in this list, and also an Ariana. So Ethan, no Team Rockets Proton here. I feel like I kind of put this on Juho myself, because I was like, what if you don't start the Proton? So now has to get a little bit creative here. That's a lot of energy in hand and not a lot of ways to do so, though. So can draw using the Ariana here, but you got to draw into a couple of Tarantulas at least.
They will gain an additional 2 cards thanks to that Team Rockets factory being put into play. Just the Ultra Ball as the only Pokemon Surge to start things off. He's going to draw 2 cards with this Team Rockets factory first. Maximum Belt and Proton for the following turn. So as things stand, this is not a terrible start for Juho. He can get down Spidops, and then on the following turn has the evolution plus the ability to search out those Pokemon to power up that Rockets Rush attack. All things considered, for not having Proton, this will still be a solid start for Juho.
Yeah, and even one Tarantula is better than none at this point here. And you can see the way that Juho was actually thinning cards out of his deck by attaching, I believe that is the Lucky Helmet onto the Mimikyu there, just in case Christian wants to get a little bit aggressive here. But you know that Mimikyu is not the target. It is going to be that little Tarantula on the bench here. Because, you know, at this point, right, why not just take out the only attacker that Juho wants to go with?
Eyeing up Yveltal, trying to get that Pokemon involved with maybe a little bit of clutch action to buy a bit of time. That Dark Feather attack can be copied. Well, it's not a Terra Pokemon, so it can't be copied from that Mimikyu. And we're actually going to see an aggressive play. Boss's orders plus the Mochi from the Pecharunt's Poison will boost Clutch to take a KO on the only attacking threat for Juho on the following turn.
Yeah, Christian making some great adaptations to this point, realizing, you know what, it's not anything other than this one Tarantula that I have to take care of. The End Zoroarks can wait at this point. Why not get a little bit aggressive here? But there's that Proton, Ethan. I'm sure Juho really missed that on that opening turn.
And now what do you do as Juho? You're essentially gonna be conceding the first 2 prize cards, completely opposite to how game number 1 went down. Clutch will threaten this Mimikyu to be unable to retreat the following turn, and if you go into any of these Spite Ops you want to keep up and running, and Zoroark can always be a threat. Seems like the tides of battle are slowly turning in the second game.
Heading into this Proton, though, grabbing the Articuno as well. I mean, Juho doesn't know that the one Darumaka is prized, so does at least still want to protect the attackers on Juho's side. But looking at Juho's prizes here, missing a 1-1 line of the Spite Ops. I mean, especially when you're using Rocket's Rush primarily in this matchup, you want to have that bench as full as you kind of feel like you need to here. But that bug catching set as well was a great way for Juho to find the energy out of the deck and then using Prism Tower, excuse me, to discard them.
Getting these Pokemon into play, stringing the attackers together, such a key piece of Juho's strategy, and with that early Tarantula falling, you've always got to imagine what options look like later on in the game. There's the Prism Tower, can bench all of these Pokemon. There's a Team Rocket's Transceiver in the hand as well for next turn. So while Christian will take the lead, these single prize decks do find a way to come back pretty convincingly in matchups like these. All 3 Pokemon are benched. We can see the attachment for turn onto one of these benched Pokemon to threaten that Rocket's Rush on the following turn.
One of the big things with Christian going for this Yveltal play, Ethan, is going to be relying on Juho's use of Team Rocket's Giovanni, as it is a switch and a gust, technically, for both players to get out of strange situations here. But it seems like this Team Rocket's Articuno is going to go up here, maybe get a lucky helmet attached to it as well, because still, Juho, while yes, you have the Tarantulas down now, what can Juho do after this point to keep things going? Because like you had said, Ethan, I mean, Christian is definitely going up 2 prize cards on his following turn.
Draw for turn, Energy Attachment to Zorua, and Lily's Determination being played. Christian will get 6 cards from the deck. Yveltal already powered up, slowly taking some damage from that poison thanks to the Subjugating Chains ability. But as it stands, a boosted Clutch, setting up a 2-hit KO on Team Rocket's Articuno while also preventing it from moving out of the active spot. Pieces are falling in line for Christian. It's just going to be that response from Juho as he continues to develop the board where these 2 players' decks will really start to clash.
It's going to be up to Christian to not evolve here, Ethan. That's going to be the big thing. I think Juho is really anticipating and waiting to use that Team Rocket's Giovanni to get Articuno out of the active and bring and Zoroark up into the active so Juho can go back on the 2-2-2 prize race.
Buddy Poffin being played. Thinking about that 3rd Zorua coming down. It'll just be that Pokemon. So bench slowly filling up for Christian. Currently no Ends Pokemon in play. May want to dedicate that last bench spot for an attacker that End Zoroark EX can copy. We'll decide to evolve this End Zorua into Zoroark, trading away what appears to be either Meowth or that Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball the choice, 2 cards drawn. Does find Cyrano for potentially the following turn. We'll just see a Clutch for 60 damage, poison ticking up slowly on Yveltal, and 2 cards drawn from the Lucky Helmet, a pair of Transceivers at that, and another great top deck for Juho in that Ultra Ball.
So let's see if Juho is going to find the line of Team Rocket's Giovanni here to at least even the tide, and it looks like that will be coming to at least the front of Juho's deck. And like you had mentioned, it's not the Transceiver that actually did it, but it's that Ultra Ball that was the draw for turn, allowing for Juho to at least get that Spite Ops up and running. And I see a perfect target to evolve, and it's that Tarantula already on the bench with that energy. No, Juho does also still have the Prism Tower in hand, so if Juho has an extra couple of energies, he can discard 2 and draw another one for his troubles, but still, it'll come come down now, Ethan, to making sure Juho is going to reserve these 3 Team Rocket's Giovanni's in deck to make sure he can get out of a clutch trap.
Still needs to make sure he can bench that 4th Pokemon so that Rocket's Rush can take a KO. So we'll see a sequence of event wants to use this Team Rocket's Factory before playing Ultra Ball. Team Rocket's Giovanni used. Now there's the Team Rocket's Factory, 2 cards drawn. Do see another Pokemon. It is that Team Rocket's Mewtwo, just not a great Pokemon to have down in this matchup. So it can be a 2-prize liability, but there is an Ultra Ball in the hand plus Spite Up, so the knockout already lined up for Juho, and he's going to be the one taking the prize lead in game number 2.
I just don't think Juho wants to see this Ultra Ball here, Ethan. I think he would much rather see the Night Stretcher to reestablish another Tarantula because of that early knockout from Christian LaBella. I know that Juho doesn't want to put this Mewtwo down. Instead, might have to go for another single prize option that's not attacking in this matchup, like either a Mimikyu or an Articuno to get it done. Does actually also have the maximum belt in hand here too, but you can guarantee that Christian's going to find a way to remove it off the board almost immediately here. So has to find a Pokemon that does fit the synergy of the deck right now.
Contemplating his options, thinking about the best way to approach this scenario. Leaving your A-Spec around as late as possible always opens up more doors. The more options you have available in the Pokemon TCG, the better you can navigate through situations like this. It will be that second Team Rocket Spite Ops coming into play. Charging up, yet to be used, so guaranteeing that energy acceleration onto this bench Team Rocket Spite Ops. And after knocking out this End Zoroark EX, Christian is going to be put in a position where he'll need to either try and disrupt again with Clutch or get that End Zoroark EX attacked again.
I think the biggest thing here for Juho as well is that Team Rocket's Mewtwo might actually come into play as it is benched now, and that actually can be saved for this Pecharunt EX as well. So I'm interested to see if Juho is just going to start turning his attention towards using Team Rocket's Mewtwo in the late game, already going forward with attaching the Team Rocket's energy here. But there it is, Ethan, another Rocket Rush. And Juho was having his back against the wall, at least in this first couple turns, but found a way to use Team Rocket's Giovanni to get himself up in the prize rates by 2.
Immediately playing the Serrano on Christian's side. Pheasantipity EX and a pair of Zoroarks grabbed and put into the hand. Christian needs to find an Ends Pokemon to copy this attack with, plus an Ends PP up. Otherwise, Spite Ops can just allow Juho to run away with this game. These are going to be a big 4 cards, plus that Flip the Script draw on this turn.
You know that Christian LaBella is playing the secret box rather than something like an unfair stamp here too, Ethan. So the hand that Juho has right now is still safe, at least for 1 more prize card, because of that special red card that Christian is playing in the deck here.
Big find, finds the Ends PP up off the Flip the Script. That means the attack is available as long as there's something like a Night Stretcher or a Poképad to find that End Zekrom from the discard pile or a different Pokemon. And there's the Dark Energy as well. So as things stand, Christian finding another KO, but there's already another Team Rocket Spite Ops on the bench ready to take another knockout on End Zoroark and go down to just 2 prize cards remaining.
It's going to come down to, Ethan, the use of resources here for Juho getting himself back in. We saw that the Night Stretcher was able to make some magic for him last game, but now Juho needs to reestablish 1 more Pokemon on the board here. But still looking at Juho's board, Ethan, I think Juho has a ton of flexibility whichever way he wants to go in terms of what is the attacker. Already has the Team Rocket's energy onto the Mewtwo ready to go, and does at least have another Spite Ops this turn, but Juho definitely needs to at least reestablish a Tarantula this turn.
Christian responding, evening things up at 4 prize cards, but it will not stay that way for long, ladies and gentlemen. Juho starts the turn off. Spite Ops already in play, 3 benched Pokemon, and a sizable hand to work with. Just considering the options, thinking about how to best approach this turn, a lot of it will rely on something like Night Stretcher to bring back a Tarantula this turn. We'll see 7 cards drawn off the top of the deck. Does choose 1 of them. Will be that Grass Energy, so another energy coming down into play. Can this Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX find a way to potentially take a KO on that Zoroark while preserving Spite Ops for later?
it might have to be Ethan at this time. It's time for Prism Tower to start allowing Juho a couple of extra cards drawn here. The bug catching set into the discarding of the grass energy is great, but like you had said, I mean, the condition this turn is Night Stretcher. Needs to at least get one going because still this 1-1 line of the Spidops is locked at least in the prizes for now here. Already attaching the maximum belt as well here too. Ariana, you know what we're looking for.
See those 4 cards drawn. Team Rocket's Factory can draw 2 additional cards as well. No Night Stretcher. There's another bug catching set in the hand. Can potentially play that to see a few more cards off the top. There's not much else to grab, just a few energy cards. Grass energy put into the hand. It's 1 more card thinned out. And there are 3 Night Stretcher in this list that Juho is playing, so a pretty decent odds of trying to find one of these off of this Rockets Factory, and if he does, he'll have more attacking options for the following turn.
Does at least have the Team Rockets Mewtwo ready to go, can combine it with something like a Team Rockets Giovanni to bring up the Pecharon EX with those lower hit points here, but still Team Rockets Factory draw 2 more cards.
Does find the Night Stretcher. That's even more security to put that Tarantula back into play. Now all of a sudden, Juho has the line-up knockout with Team Rocket's Mewtwo on the active, the Spidops on the bench, and even more security. It seems that he's shutting every possible door for Christian out of this game.
I would really love to see Juho get that Prism Tower in play here because you know Juho is already expecting something along the lines of a special red card here now that Juho is going to be going down to 2 prizes. And while, yes, this Team Rockets Mewtwo is great here, you don't want to be left with a lot of energy in your hand. You need them in their discard, Ethan. 2
prize cards taken for Juho now. Just 1 2-prize knockout away from closing this game out. Christian still needs to power up and Zoroark EX this turn. Start things out with a Pokepad, thin the deck a little bit from these pieces. But it seems that Juho will really have to miss key, crucial, easy-to-find cards on this following turn if he's going to find a way to not win this game.
It's going to be Christian having to play a little bit more of this weirdly clutch game and just allowing for the Spidops to stay in the active here. But still, Juho already has the Rockets Transceiver in the hand to get out of any clutch shenanigans here too. The Mewtwo is already ready to go to take an knockout on the active Zoroark or a Pecharon or a Pheasantipity as well here. So can Christian find at least the hand disrupt to make this time a little bit easier?
Just thinking about what the odds are to use abilities first with certain Pokemon, but no, it's going to be the attachment to the active Yveltal and a Lily's Determination, so potentially trying to weave in an attack with that Pokemon later on in the game.
It might just have to be going for clutch this turn, understanding that Juho is going to take a knockout on a single prize and then finding it a little bit later. I think the name of the game is just going to have to be this special red card.
And now that Repelling Veil only works on basic Pokemon, so you can still use clutch onto Spidops, but what is that really achieving is the big question. Your opponent just takes another prize card the following turn, and it doesn't really make much of a difference.
Special red card not found. 3 cards off the flip the script. And there it is, Ethan. At least we'll be able to disrupt the hand for Juho, so it's not 100% guaranteed. But like we had said, Repelling Veil doesn't work on basic Pokemon, so this Spidops is going to be stuck.
And the ends PP up importantly found as well. We're going to see special red card used. Zoroark moves into the active spot. You have to get aggressive. If you're not taking this Pokemon out, you're really giving your opponent more time. We'll see the Mimikyu come into the active spot. Is there an energy card for Mewtwo to discard? We'll see the retreat into the Team Rockets Mewtwo. There's the Team Rockets Mewtwo's Erasure Ball. Just needs the energy card, can discard both of those, knockout and Zoroark EX, and Juho Kallama advances to the next round at 9-1.
Amazing play from Juho with a much more innovative version of Team Rocket's Mewtwo and honestly Team Rocket's Spidops, right? Because Mewtwo, while yes, coming in to the late game to getting that knockout, it was really just using all of these tarantulas to really get all these attackers ready to go. And the thing is, Christian played extremely well, but what it came down to, Ethan, was the fact that Darumaka was prized, so unable to take a multi-prize knockout, and this Spidops loves getting 2 prizes.
It's a webbed world we're living in, Emily. It's a spider takeover this weekend. Juho looking to win another international championships. Just a tough beat for Christian. You know, you sit down at the start of day 1 and you're up against a very, very difficult matchup, and it seems that everything just went right for Juho looking back at that set.
Still looking back at the set that we had, like you had mentioned, Ethan, I mean, it was really just the star of the show is actually the Spidops, and the Spidops does great work in these early games, not just versus Pokemon that are weak to grass, but especially because not a lot of decks are going the aggressive routes, and Zoroark EX does at least need a turn or two to really get going here, but Juho throwing on the aggression like he is known to do, but still, I mean, it was the Night Stretcher find off of the Prism Tower, discard 2, draw 1 to find that Rocket Rush for the game.
They say Stamp is a lie, unfair Stamp. Maybe one thing, special red card is not proving to be much of a disruptive factor on the stream this weekend. Both games, Juho finding what he needed off the hand disruption, early aggression with the Team Rocket Spidops. Christian was able to jump to a prize lead in this game, but just Juho responding in kind with the Team Rocket's Giovanni, taking the KO on the Zoroark, and he put himself on such a great prize map, 2-2-2 to close out the game just in 3 attacks. And with that Team Rocket's Mewtwo, it was enough to win game number 2 and advance to 9-1.
And you just love to see this deck really get the love because it is such a very specific archetype that a lot of the trainers Pokemon just don't have, right? Not a lot of these trainer Pokemon have a full kind of 4-course meal of supporters to really work with. So it's really just about Juho finding the creativity, especially, come on, I mean, only playing 2 Proton, Ethan, and where you don't have the guarantee of having the Transceiver in hand, I mean, still being able to at least get something going in that game too probably feels really good for Juho.
I know Juho is feeling great after winning that match, advancing to 9-1 with the unique deck. I'd love to pick his brain a bit and hear what he has to say after that victory. Let's throw it down to the stage.
Welcome everybody, I'm here on the main stage with Juho, who has swung into another victory using Team Rocket's Pokemon galore. Juho, thank you so much for that riveting game. Can you talk to us a little bit about your deck choice and why Team Rocket was the play?
Well, I picked it because it has quite good matchup all around, and I like playing it. You could play Pull in this format, it's the best deck clearly, but I don't like playing it at all. So I wanted a deck that has good Pull matchups and decent matchup all around. Otherwise, when the deck works, it works really well and wins the games. That's really the only problem with it is bricks kind of low. But this tournament, I haven't bricked really at all, so I've been really well now.
That's really great. I'm so glad to hear the bricks have stayed away, for now at least. But you have had some really innovative deck building and other ways to draw cards. Can you talk to me about your stadium choices for this deck?
Yeah, I played 2 Prism Towers. It's the Factory Stadium is a good stadium, but the problem with the deck is that you don't draw your supporters often enough, in your starting hands. And Prism helps with that. And also, after Stamp or Red Guard, you need to draw a supporter to draw a card with Factory, but Prism Tower draws always your card, so that's why it's really good in that sense. Because most of the time you brick when you don't draw a good starting or you brick from a Stamp.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself. It was great to see just those extra ways of gaining cards when usually the deck might struggle with that. Now, how did you go about preparing for this event, and how did those changes in the deck come about?
Well, I actually prepared quite little. I didn't think that format changed that much from the last format, and the Prism Tower was one Patrick Rather came up with the idea, so I just took him from him. So, and I tested a little bit with Prism Towers and thought they were really good, and then I just did play with, that was my overall testing for it. But I tested from Ultra a lot with this deck, and that was when I did, this is my deck for this format. And when the format doesn't change much, you don't change your deck either.
That is really good advice on top of everything else. Thank you so much for joining us, giving us a little bit of an insight into your deck. Is there anything for the rest of the day that you absolutely do not want to pair?
Probably Slowking is my worst matchup right now in the room, so not that. I wanted one Alakazam. I've played 0 Alakazams in all my tournaments so far, so one of them would be nice.
That would be nice and easy. You've got plenty of Articuno goodness to go down. Thank you so much for joining us. I wish you well in the rest of your games. We're going to show back to the casters so that we can get on with some more action.
Thank you so much, Amy. Great to hear from Juho after that win. 9-1 now, so just needs to win a couple more matches to secure himself a spot. I believe 34 match points potentially going to be where our asymmetric top cut is at. There's always a chance it can be 35, but you've always got to take it round by round and try and squeak out those match points.
I know somebody, though, who really loves Team Rocket, and I think I want to kind of throw him into the conversation here. Pablo, I know this is really your favorite deck, really, when, you know, we're talking about it, right? Can you talk to me, I brought this up with you a little bit earlier. Talk to me about Juho's consistency cards and the fact that he's not playing too many.
Yeah, I mean, the lower proton count is definitely something surprising, right? You want to get going in the early game. With the Fortress Keeper, you sort of make up for that a little bit. And we didn't see that lack of supporters really take place, right? Juho's deck flowed pretty well. And I think the biggest story here is this Darumaka, right? In game 1, Darmanitan was targeted immediately. It wasn't available throughout the whole game. And then, of course, in game 2 being prized, Christian did take the steps to be aggressive with that Evil Doll, start taking knockouts, try to free it from the prizes, but it not being available and the grass weakness to that Spidops just ended up being super, super overwhelming for Christian. So Juho's deck flowed pretty well. He did get into a sort of bind where he was forced to bench that Mewtwo. It's something that you want to avoid. Of course, it's a 2-price Pokemon and it's weak to Dark, so Zoroark makes quick work out of it thanks to Sekrom's attack. So this was definitely a possible turning point for me, where things could have gone wrong for Juho if Christian was able to get like one turn off the pressure. But Juho never let off the gas pedal.
Not indeed. He just attacked and charged up and let it rip. Is there really anything that Zoroark can do against this deck matchup-wise? You're blocking kind of every option when it comes to the clutch on the Yveltal. That's never an option with the Articuno. You've got the weakness factor. The maximum belt deals with everything. Is it just, you know, there's a certain level in the game where you can't do much else and you got to accept that losses are losses?
Yes, exactly. I think choosing a deck like Zoroark, you have to draw the line somewhere in terms of what decks am I wanting to have a strong matchup against and which decks am I okay like sacrificing in terms of like my run, right? You always have to budget in a couple losses, a couple bad matchups. I think Team Rockets is just a headache that Zoroark will have to deal with. Maybe if you really wanted to have a go at it in a more concise way, you'd need a thicker Darmanitan line to be able to pressure with that a lot more constantly and not be so susceptible to one of the pieces being prized.
We'll see if that matchup comes up later on in the tournament. Thank you, as always, Pablo, for sharing your insight into that matchup, one that we may not be seeing much of, but still important to take note. Will Juho become a 2-time international champion? There's only a few players who can say the same.
Well, one of my favorite parts about these internationals, Ethan, is the fact that we do have this feature match station. I mean, we can only feature one great match at a time on our main stream, but we do have a couple of matches that are being streamed out on the floor here. And dare I say, Ethan, I mean, you gotta give a girl a raging bolt, right? Okay. I mean, still, this deck just hasn't found its way back up to the complete tippy top of the format. I feel like people are actually losing faith in it.
So it looks like we are in game number 1. About 5 minutes have passed through. Clefairy did just fire off a full moon rondo into Mecha Kangaskhan, trying to set up a 2-hit KO. Question now becomes, how will Marco respond? There is always the potential for a turn to Slowking attack, but that's Spoochum on the bench, maybe trying to take things a bit slower, use that Delightful Kiss, and put some energy cards in play.
The thing is, Ethan, I mean, Marco might not have the time to do that with Smoochum because there is a Wellspring Ogerpon in this, I would say, basic box list. I think at this point is pretty safe to say. There is one of Raging Bolt and 2 Lily's Clefairies, and I think what this big basic box does really well is that it kind of pivots to what you need in a certain matchup. But the problem is sometimes your Pokemon are just too big. You just give up too many prizes here. So while, yes, it would be great to see Smoochum, you always have to be on the lookout for a Wellspring Ogerpon's Torrential Pump that really would mess up this board.
Yet to use that run errand ability, so Marco can draw a couple additional cards. He's going to start potentially with that Meowth EX on the board. Secret Box in hand as well. Just really debating how to go about the rest of things. Secret Box being played, you never know with that Secret Box opening up a lot of opportunities. If there is a world where a knockout could happen, no Psychic Energy yet in the discard pile, will not discard any with the Secret Box. Just choosing to get rid of that Meowth, Academy at Night, and Lily's Determination to grab out these selected trainer cards.
Just might have to keep drawing cards, and I think Lucky Helmet as a tool card has found its way into more decks than just Alakazam over the past couple weeks that we've had this format here, Ethan. I described this matchup between Raging Bolt or Big Basic Box versus Slowking like a giant elephant and a little mouse here, and the giant elephant essentially is very afraid of the little mouse here because Slowking, like you had mentioned, now thanks to Chaos Rising, has big ways of going wide and hitting a lot of damage here thanks to things like Break Bangle as well.
Pokepad, Cypher Maniac as well, grabbed from that Secret Box, yet to use Kangaskhan's ability. See Pokepad be played immediately. We'll opt to just search through, see if Slowking or Slowpoke is grabbed. It's actually going to be the Metagross instead. Has Marco lined up a potential KO on this turn?
From what I can see, Ethan does have the Wondrous Patch in hand, but like you had mentioned just a little bit earlier, didn't discard the Psychic Energy off of the Secret Box here. So maybe another way to do so, maybe an Ultra Ball in hand to find a Slowking, but I do see the Slowking in hand as well.
We'll now see that run errand ability be used to draw 2 cards. Evolution from Slowking, Slowpoke hitting the board as well. There's already energy in the discard pile, Emily, so Slowking powered up now with that Seek Inspiration online. And the Stadium card ensures that this Metagross can be put to the top of the deck, and we may be seeing Lily's Clefairy fall on turn 2.
And not only just Lily's Clefairy, Ethan, that's all the energy on the board. There is no, I mean, there is at least a Teal Mask Ogerpon there that can accelerate energy here. And this deck really does rely off of the amount of Crispin that you use to get attackers up and running. But the problem now is, Ethan, is that Matthew's going to be on the back foot, especially into the prize race here, because Slowking, excuse me, only gives up 1. So we'll have to work around a prize map, probably with that Mega Kangaskhan that's already eaten a Full Moon Rondo there, and the Latios, and then finding maybe this 3-2-1 prize race with taking out a Slowking right in the end.
Big Teal Dance for 1, and there is not a lot going on in this hand. Slowking fully powered up. There's the Stadium to bump that Academy at Night. So having that Stadium out of play, always impactful. Hero's Cape on the Mega Kangaskhan and passing the turn back over. Slowking in the active spot. Looking at this list, taking note of the attackers of choice to copy. There's no way to take a one-hit KO. Just going for Kyurem and Metagross as the only 2 big attackers to copy for Marco.
And the thing is, Ethan, you're not going to cure him in a matchup like this, especially because the Teal Mask Ogerpons are Terra Pokemon. They're actually protected from things like a Trifrost. So we'll have to at least just kind of go in headstrong here. I mean, a 2-hit knockout isn't necessarily the worst at this point, but I think you were alluding to it just a little bit earlier. Maybe a delightful kiss from Smoochum to just keep powering up consistency, because Matthew's not really giving you much this turn. Or maybe if Marco wants to get a little bit aggressive, this run Aaron could find another Academy at Night or a Boss's Orders to get at least the Teal Mask Ogerpon with energy out of play.
Yeah, guaranteed with that Cypher Maniac's code breaking to search any 2 cards out of the deck, put them on top. Could see Marco continue to put the aggression on in this game number 1. Slowking immediately brought to the front. Thinking about that and potentially another card. There is a Night Stretcher in the hand that can bring Metagross back out of the active spot. Telepathic Psychic Energy, another card of consideration for Marco.
I think what's really fun about this Slowking deck, Ethan, I think a lot of players really kind of put the Academy at Night as that really final piece to get an attack going, but you technically don't have to have it 100% in play to get something going, thanks to the 4 copies of Cypher Maniac here. But still, I mean, it's that telepathic energy, valuing the setup just a bit more, and it might just have to be a delightful kiss from Smoochum to get these Slowpokes ready to go.
Whole squad is here. All the Slowpokes are down. Slowking soon to follow for Marco. The hand is not too strong, just kind of sitting on a few pieces, and there it is, as you mentioned, delightful kiss to take some psychic energy out of the deck and power up these Pokemon. There are exactly 2 remaining. Can throw 1 onto this Slowpoke, 2 at that, split the energies up. And yet again for Matthew, just no top deck action. Will draw 2 cards and they're to no help.
You know what's so unfortunate, Ethan, is that Matthew has a way, or had a way, to at least get this Kangaskhan up and running and a Boss's Orders in hand, did have the Energy Switch in hand. We could have seen Energy Switch from the Teal Mask Ogerpon onto the Mega Kangaskhan, and then bossing the Mega Kangaskhan on the Marco side of the bench up, and that would be a great 3-prize trade here for Matthew, especially because that Hero's Cape is actually putting in a ton of work. So unfortunately for Matthew, while yes, finding the Energy Switch boss, there's just 1 manual attachment missing.
Looks like just passing the turn back over to Marco. So this Smoochum can retreat for free thanks to Latias and itself having free retreat. Pokepad played to grab yet another Slowking, and now Marco is looking to try and set up a 2-hit KO on this Mega Kangaskhan.
Might just have to be the play at this point here. The thing is about Slowking, while yes, it is a wonderful deck that can hit very high, the thing is you have to be able to retrieve your attackers from the discard pile with cards like Night Stretcher to be able to keep putting out a very high damage output. This Hero's Cape is going to do a lot of work here for Matthew. It's essentially going to buy him a turn.
Cypher Maniac played immediately after as the deck is subject to a bit of confusion, it seems. Sometimes we gotta take things a little bit slow on Saturdays. Slowking put to the top of the deck. Is there an Academy at Night? Lana's aid potentially a consideration. It will be that stadium. Now, importantly, winning the stadium war a big concern for Marco at this point in the match.
I think one of the fun parts about Slowking is the interesting supporters that you can play alongside this deck. We know that things like Switch are great item cards, but this is also playing a 1 copy of Surfer here to get things in and out of the active. So it will be the Slowking in the use of Seek Inspiration.
Copying Super Cybolt on the other Slowking, you know. Give yourself a medal sometimes. You gotta show yourself who the best attacker is in this deck. 120 damage onto Kangaskhan, setting up for that 2-hit KO. Run Aaron still online for Matthew. Can use that to draw a few cards. It looks like Grass Energy was the top deck for turn.
That's, I feel like, Ethan, it's just like a little too late at that point, right? I mean,
tough.
Still will be able to at least get 3 prizes this turn if Matthew wants to swing wide and go for 3 prizes. But the problem is, I mean, has already taken some damage here. So it is going to be that Mega Kangaskhan who's now in Metagross range. But there it is, the turn that could have been last time with the Energy Switch and the manual attachment onto the Boss's Orders as well from Marco. And while, yes, it is going to be 3 big prizes, it's going to be Matthew Matthew almost certainly losing this Mega Kangaskhan, and then Marco's going down to 1 prize card next turn.
Big tempo in Marco's favor for this first game. Latios, that pivoter, coming up into the active spot. Card draw for turn, that second card from Cypher Maniac's code breaking. With that stadium in hand now, it does mean more than likely Slowking can copy that Metagross attack one more time, KO Mega Kangaskhan, and be just that 1 prize card away from winning game number 1.
The question is, does he have the opportunity to grab the Metagross? And yes, there is that Night Stretcher that we had mentioned. That's going to be the big winner there, going to be able to reestablish Metagross as well. I mean, look at Marco's board, Ethan. I mean, there are 3 Slowpokes, or 2 Slowpokes and a Slowking ready to go, as well as that Lucky Helmet as well onto the Slowking. But as I see it, Ethan, it is just going to be Marco wiping all the energy off the board for Matthew here. Does Matthew have a response?
It's tough. Marco is also slowly accumulating a pretty hefty hand size. Stadium bump is definitely step number 1. Pheasantipity can come down as well. Flip the script to draw a few additional cards. There is that Harley Quinn. You know, a supporter we don't see a lot. No. Judge is typically the more consistent option. It, you know, forces both players to shuffle their hands in and then flip a coin to see who draws 5 and who draws 3 cards. Some sort of hand disruption may have to be the potential option down the line, but it's hard, Emily, because you can't accelerate and play that disruption card on the same turn.
No, you can't, unless you have a couple of energy switches and also grass energy, and I only see the option of Crispin to get it done. I think what's really funny about this Harlequin is the fact that only 1 player flips. Like,
yeah.
you yourself are in charge of whether your opponent gets to draw more cards or not, so I think players have definitely found ways around it. I think Iono is certainly missed in terms of hand disruption here, but going back down to the board, is it just another Mega Kangaskhan that's going to have to take the hit? But still, Ethan, I mean, the Hero's Cape was the only saving part for this Mega Kangaskhan to at least survive a turn. As long as Marco is able to reestablish the Metagross attack, that could be game right there.
Can now use Glass Trumpet to put an energy card onto that Mega Kangaskhan, thanks to there being a Terra-type Pokemon in play. With Crispin, would line up the KO onto Slowking, but then you leave your opponent with a large hand size. They're going to draw 2 additional cards with that Lucky Helmet. And all they really need is a Slowking Stadium and a way to bring Metagross back. Doesn't seem too unlikely with how many cards are at their disposal.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like if this turn was paired with something like a special red card, I could see it going just a little bit better here. But it is going to be Matthew having to just put Mega Kangaskhan up front and then just hoping that Marco's not going to have a way to reestablish the board. But that is a lot of cards in Marco's hand at this point, Ethan.
Crispin, the supporter of choice, powering up Mega Kangaskhan. Teal Dance to start things off, drawing an additional card. Energy attachment for turn. Mega Kangaskhan charges up into the active spot. Takes the KO now. Will first use that run errant ability. Another Teal Dance now can be used thanks to a grass energy drawn, but just wants to hold on to it. 1 prize card taken. Matthew is just 2 prize cards away from winning. However, Marco does draw into that Pokepad. That may be another piece needed to take the KO on this turn.
At this point, right, it's going to be Matthew needing something like energy switches and boss's orders to target down this Latios. But like you had said, Ethan, it's on over to Marco's turn, and it's about finding the pieces of the puzzle to all coincide with each other. The Academy at night, the Slowking. You need the attacker at least here, and maybe do you even go seeking inspiration and just taking a chance that you're able to find at least some attacker?
Checking the discard pile, seeing what pieces have been played already. There is a Pokepad in hand and a Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Marco may be pretty close to taking this KO. But it looks like there's no Slowking in the deck for Marco.
And this may be the thing with Slowking, and while yes, players love a good Trifrost on turn 2, once this deck runs out of resources, Ethan, it is really hard to keep it together here.
So now the question becomes, Can you get there exactly? There is a Lana's Aid in the hand, but no stadium card and no other way to draw cards.
There's not even a Pokemon in the deck for Marco to even copy at this point. I don't think has any stadium left to use here, so Cypher Maniac wouldn't be able to do the shortcut around the Academy at night. Has to really check here. I think I saw at least 3 in the discard, Ethan. Has Matthew found a way to get around this?
All you need is a Kangaskhan in the Dream, and absolutely does. Picks things up as Matthew Hubbard is going to take this game after trying to climb back with Mega Kangaskhan, being wiped off the board with energy cards. Slowking just doesn't have enough fuel in the tank to win this game.
Yeah, and that's the matchup for you through and through, Ethan. It's you know, you play big basics and you really just want that Wellspring Ogerpon turd to at least get you 2 prize cards ahead, and then try and reestablish that thanks to Glass Trumpet and Energy Switch and all of those things, because you want to take multiple knockouts. But the problem is a lot of these players are playing very thin Wellspring lines, so maybe just a 1 of Wellspring Ogerpon and 1 Water Energy. It's not a kind of strategy that you can pivot to all that often.
Well, of course, this tournament is going on for 3 exciting days of competition. There's plenty to know about the North American International Championships. So before we forget, let's take a look at the format for this event.
Let's dive into the format for the Pokemon trading card game at the 2026 Pokemon North American International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon Trading Card Game NAIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied in 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers in each age division will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we'll soon see who will claim the trophy and the title of NAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
I first got into Pokemon like collecting as a child and playing with my brothers. And then when my brother got old enough, he started going to official tournaments and took me with him.
Consta is your little grand champion.
My oldest brother who plays Consta, he convinced me to try playing as a junior. And then I won nationals that year and got to worlds. That's how I started being excited about the game. I can go to nice places and actually do well. My favorite place I've been to is probably Yokohama. I like Japanese culture, and that's why I like to be able to play Pokemon and go to a country I always wanted to visit. Was amazing. Since I've started competing in Pokemon, I've learned to manage my nerves better, because you have to be able to focus on the game in a high-pressure situations. And also I've learned to not take mistakes that badly when you do them in the games. It's not the end of the world when you misplay.
And with that, Juho, Kallama,
My favorite moment in Pokemon history is probably when Mega Audino won Worlds.
Mega Audino EX is your 2016 World Champion.
I was there, and the fact that everybody shouted, was cheering for the Mega Audino player, the feeling was so amazing. My #1 goal is to do well at Worlds. I've done well at international championships now, so that's the next thing I want to do. My brother was top 16 this year, so I want to at least just do something similar to him. The fact that I have fun while playing and that I can achieve something noteworthy while playing is what drives me to play Pokemon competitively.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized.
Sweltering action in New Orleans as 2 players will advance to our championship Sunday, happening at the biggest event of the year. Welcome back. Hopefully you all enjoyed your short break. We've got more Pokemon TCG action still to come, and what an exciting day this is going to be.
Another whole day of Pokemon action, and like you said, Ethan, I mean, we're at an international here, so while yes, usually at our special championships and our regionals, that's when you're used to seeing phase 2, but believe it or not, you got the grandeur of the stage. We are going to be going all the way up to seeing who our top 2 players are of the tournament.
Let's see what our predictions look like for this weekend. The caster predictions so far shaping out well. Can't say I'm very surprised with my picks. You know, I like to keep it nice and standard. Dragapult EX having a solid weekend. That Shaman, though, honestly, the Slowking is doing well, but I'm not sure it's holding up so too solid.
Well, the thing is, we had a great feature match yesterday with Ross, working around the Shaman pretty well with Slowking. So I think you're onto something with Dragapult, Ethan. I mean, come on, it's, you know, what was it, 48% of decks in phase 2, so that feels pretty good. But I mean, let's look around. I mean, I picked my beloved Raging Bull. You can't, if you know me, you know I love Raging Bull. But that Teal Mask Ogre Pawnee X still seems to be well represented in a lot of the decks that some of our casters have predicted. Amy with the Hydrapple, as well as Kyle Sukovich picking his favorite Pokemon, Meganium.
At Dusknoir, we'll have to see which variant of Dragapult EX makes its way to the top tables. I know Justin Newdorf loves to include that card in his list. We'll see if he ran that back this time at NAIC. No, he's at the top tables doing fairly well, and that special red card so far a lie on the stream, but it may prove to actually have some disruptive power one day or not.
I mean, disruption is still the name of the game in the Pokemon TCG. And we did get to see in our last match, while yes, sometimes the special red card can give your opponent everything they need, it is sometimes the only chance you realistically have of getting hand disruption to try and throw your opponent off their balance.
It's going to be an exciting rest of the day. We have 3 more rounds of Swiss to go. Of course, in day number 2, we continue with our second phase of competition and get into the thick of it. Here are our standings so far. Lots of notable names at that 10-0 right now. James Kowalski almost locking up a spot, 1 win away from top cut. And there is a line of Crustle to follow for our other highest seeded players.
I mean, it's anticipated at this point here. if you're playing the Pokemon TCG, that if Dragapult is going to be 48% of the decks in Phase 2, that you're gonna end up seeing a Crustle along the way. And of course, Rahul Reddy is the biggest name that stands out to me playing this Crustle, as it did just get him a second at the Indianapolis Regional Championship not too long ago. And you know what we say, Ethan, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Indeed, Tord Reklev, another broken deck builder himself, 8-0-2 with that end Zoroark. Justin Newdorf, who we just mentioned, also 8-0-2. Plenty of talented players out in the field, but still plenty of Pokemon left to be played.
And, you know, you just look down at this list, and not only is it players from the US and Canada, because of course we are in North America, it is players from all over the world, like you had mentioned, Tord Reklev from Norway and EU. You also have Juho coming in from LATAM as well. So I'm excited to see where exactly we are going to be ending up before we head to Championship Sunday.
Let's take a look once more at the Phase 2 metagame. Which decks have been dealing well? We cannot stress enough, there is a lot of Dragapult in the field. Over 670 players in Day 2. I remember when regional championships had less than 670 players. Wow, this game has grown.
I mean, but still, I'm so surprised at a lot of things, right? You would think with Alakazam winning the Indianapolis Regional Championship that Crustle numbers may have gone down, but the thing is, Ethan, and we talked about this yesterday, the amount of players at these international championships, the more likely you are to hit these Dragapults. But still, I mean, Slowking, while yes, Brett and Cameron did an amazing job of showcasing what this deck can do, a lot of players said, you know what, as long as I have this Shaman in the list, I am going to be okay. But still coming in pretty strong here on at least the first page of our graphic before we head to the best of the rest.
Let's take a look at that best of the rest. Now that you mention it, there are plenty of other decks out in the field. There's Raging Bolt, as you mentioned, at 19 picks. Beedrill EX making its way onto the graphic. There are 8 representatives of the Bee Army here this weekend.
Love to see a good hive, Ethan, but of course Festival lead as well. It feels like as we've moved on from post-rotation, some of the best decks that are finding their way into beating Dragapult is actually going to be the single prize decks. So Team Rocket's Honchkrow, 13 players still riding it out here, as well as that Festival lead. I mean, come on, if you miss Pidgeot EX's quick search, why not hit a Boom Boom Groove?
Plenty of diverse decks in this metagame, all trying to find their way at the top. See if they can, you know, reach those last couple of championship points maybe needed for that World Championship invite. Grab some booster packs, or if they can make their way to the top, some cash is never bad as well.
Well, speaking of players who want to make their way to the top, let's check out some of our players that are still trying to make their way to the top from all over the world. We have featured a good amount of these players actually on stream already, but I dare say, Ethan, there are a lot of fan favorites on this slide itself.
Plenty of action, plenty of different decks, everything from Dragapult to Slowking, Zoroark, and in between as well. It's always interesting to see which decks players come to the conclusion is the best to play for an event. Some people go a bit off the walls and others stay consistent, tried and true to their colors. I'd have to say, out of all these players, Liam Halliburton has surprised me the most with his play on the stream this weekend. Great deck building, that Zoroark deck, so cool with those tomes to just allow you to transform into different Pokemon.
And we saw the power of that as well, as he was able to throw a third Monkey Dory into play, Ethan. Can't remember the last time I saw that many Monkey Dory, aside from last year's NAIC, with Turbo Energized Gardevoir actually winning the whole thing, thanks to Isaiah Bradner here. So it's nice to see 3 Monkey Dory essentially come back, a little hit of nostalgia.
Don't remind me of the great times of 4 Monkey Dory Gardevoir. I love
What do you mean
that.
you love that?
Yeah, you know, that's why I'm saying if you remind me of those good times, I'm going to start to cry, and then I'm going to get emotional on the stream, and we can't have that happen.
Not just yet, still. I mean, look at all of these players, but here it is. It is going to be our feature stream match. Like we said, we can only feature 1 match at a time, and we have certainly picked a great one to feature. Unfortunately, everyone, there's no more hiding at this time. We've been talking about it a lot, Ethan. It's time for the Crustle Mirror.
You can run from it, you can hide from it. You cannot escape this crab. He is everywhere this weekend trying to hunt down his prey, Dragapult EX. More like hide from his prey, but it's a protective shell that he's in. Really a dominating matchup, but finally Crustle cannot run from itself. Its highest opposition is itself. We're going to have a mirror match as our featured round number 11. I've heard a bit of talk about Dragapult mirrors and showcasing those. Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained?
I mean, there are plenty of ways that we can talk about this deck, but I think it's coming to a point, Ethan, where it's undeniable that these players are undefeated at this point, and they do deserve a little bit of flowers to try and keep pursuing their way into that asymmetrical top cut.
Plenty of other talent happening out on the floor. Jack Moore up against Abaan Ahmed. That's a great match. Liam Halliburton versus Natalie Millar. Another incredible matchup. So much talent happening here on the floor. We're going to be featuring Carter Malnaik up against Cooper Cole. What a great matchup this is going to be.
It's very interesting, right? Before we really kind of dive deep into it, while yes, it is going to be two crabs fighting each other, right? There's a little bit more consistency and intricacies of the list for both of these players on how they're going to try and essentially get their opponent to run out of resources.
And these are not the same 60-card lists. There have been a decent amount of changes both players have made to the way this deck is built, and I'm very curious to see how those will reward or punish players based off of what changes they make.
I mean, still, there's a lot of interesting supporters that go in. I know we don't have players just quite yet ready to roll here, but it feels like, Ethan, this Mega Kangaskhan, while yes, it does draw cards, if you start it, it feels like a big detriment to your game plan.
Yeah, but it is a necessary evil to getting cards drawn and building up a strong hand. Again, we'll break down a bit of the list once these players are set up and ready at the table. Until then, we'll have to build the suspense to see who will become the Crab King this weekend.
I think this is also a really great weekend for the Chicago area, still looking at these pairings, Ethan. Ben Dobberstein and Rafal Gladys still making a nice big entrance still. I mean, 8-1-1 and 9-1, not bad records still heading in. And like we had talked about, Ethan, I mean, there's still plenty of prizing at these internationals that go all the way down to top 64 for the cash.
So much on the line of these international championships. Cannot stress it enough. These players are battling it out to see if they have what it takes. Championship points on the line, invitations, and of course cash as well. So much in stake for these players.
Well, let's take a look at the stage and our players because they are ready to go here. So we are going to be heading into our next Swiss round, and there it is, everybody. Get ready, because it is going to be a Crustle mirror. Like we had said, Ethan, it's undeniable at this point that Crustle has been making waves in this tournament, and it's time for Carter and Cooper to show what this matchup can be capable of.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to talk about crabs. This is all it comes down to. We have crab facts for you, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know crabs walk and run sideways because their legs are hinged behind them? Think about that the next time a Crustle is in front of you, that this Crustle is not moving normally. This has some movement to it, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, well, while you cover the crab facts, I will cover the player facts, Ethan. We got Carter Malnaik, currently sitting at 19th for US and Canada, North America for championship points. Got 3rd in Monterey, 12th at Lille, and top 32 at EUIC with Megabox. So this player understands what it takes to do well at these big tournaments.
On the other hand, you know, playing Crustle for the last few events, a control player in the past, having a top 16 finish at Milwaukee a little bit ago. Tied once to a Dragapult with Blaziken, which can always be a little bit of a tricky matchup with the Combuskin being able to attack. There are some big cards to talk about. One huge advantage for Cooper in this matchup is that he is playing Crushing Hammer, a great card to remove spiky energy as well as slow the pace of the game down.
Here's the big thing, Ethan, and while yes, this is going to be really riveting gameplay, it might just be a touch pass for a couple of turns. it goes a little bit deeper than that when you truly think about it, right? I feel like every deck at this point, Ethan, is playing a Crushing Hammer, whether it's 1 or whether it's 4. And it only makes sense in a deck like Crustal, especially because of the amount of times you're taking the time to power up another attacker to get through that mysterious rocket.
Spiky Energy is another huge card in this matchup. Knowing when and where to attach those cards, putting pressure and maximizing damage on your opponent's board are all key pieces to talk about. We'll see the setups for both players. Expect to maybe see some mulligans be taken, as this deck does not play too many basic Pokemon, especially Carter's list has cut all of the fluff, all of the fill-in, is only playing those 4 Mega Kangaskhan EX and that 3/3 Crustal line. No supporting cast this time around.
One of the biggest things as well, Ethan, specifically on Carter's side, is that Carter just ID'd with Rahul, the other Crustal here, potentially trying to save some brain power for the rest of the day. Well, guess what? You can't run and hide from the Crystal Mirror, even if you are playing Crustal yourself.
It is the crab at the end of the day. It is the wall that one must overcome to get themselves closer to that finish line. A huge finish here would mean a lot for Carter in that top 16 World Championship race. Had a super solid start at the beginning of this season in top 8. Now we'll have to see what he is able to do. Of course, that Monterey finish was that top 4, that happened. So these players draw their opening hands, put the prize cards out. Figuring out who will go first in this matchup. That is a huge advantage. Let's take a look and see if we can get a little bit more information. It looks like Cooper will be going first. So already off the bat, assuming Cooper can get Dwebbles into play and attachments down early, swinging first, always what you want to see in this matchup.
And like you had said, Ethan, no Crushing Hammer on the side of Carter here. So as we check out the prizes, I think one of the biggest things here for Cooper is that prizing a Mega Kangaskhan here might actually be a blessing in disguise, because that's actually the last thing you want to start in this matchup. But a couple of key cards over on Carter's side going to be that Lycia's Appeal and one of those Jumbo Ice Creams to heal all that damage.
Anticipation is building for what many are calling the craziest match of 2026. Crustal Mirror getting down and getting into play. Let's throw it down to the stage. Get into this last Swiss round. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see our players develop, and it is going to be Mega Kangaskhan, the start for Cooper, drawing some cards, getting that energy attachment onto Dwebble. May not be a lot, but it is necessary.
Well, let's go on ahead, Ethan, and start talking about the differences between the list for both players, as we are going to talk about Carter's turn. And like you had said, who goes first and second is really important because of that Ascension attack on that Dwebble being already able to get into that Crustal and begin the rampage of running out of resources here. Carter is playing 2 copies of Eerie, so we'll be able to at least rip a couple of Crushing Hammers out of the hand for Cooper, but I'm interested to see what other things he's going to be going for here when it's coming to taking some of those item cards away.
Just going to be that attachment for turn and Ascension. No supporter card played for Carter on that turn. May show a bit of weakness. Will be that Team Rocket's Petrol now. Searching the deck for a trainer card. Immediately maybe considering getting that Hero's Cape down onto Dwebble.
Not only Dwebble here, and like we had said, starting the Mega Kangaskhan at this point feels like much more of a liability, but that Team Rocket's Petrol, there are 4 of them in this deck to be utilizing to grab any trainer card out of the deck. And especially with this deck, Ethan, relying on mostly trainer cards to really get your combos off, that feels pretty good. A weird list of different stadiums here for Cooper. He's playing 1 copy of the Team Rockets factory, and it's really because it synergizes well with itself, right? At least you get to draw a couple more cards. But like you had said, Ethan, that Dwebble, now Crustal, feeling very brave.
Yeah, and while Kangaskhan can be a liability, looking at this list, there's only a 3/3 Crustal line and no way to recover that. So your opponent's gonna have to take 3 prizes that way regardless. The Kangaskhan being in play ends up just not mattering for the prize race.
Feels pretty good as well, but it's very different when you see both lists kind of side to side here on what players are really prioritizing in terms of their supporters. Like we said, Carter playing Eerie and Cooper is not. And it really is different when things like Lycia's Appeal and Bianca's Devotion are in Carter's list to help heal some of that damage, but they're not in Cooper's from what I can see.
There is the attachment for turn, Spiky Energy coming down into play, and it will just be the pass of the turn. Cooper just amassing such a massive hand size and draws into Crushing Hammer. We'll have to see when Cooper decides to use those cards to disrupt and discard energy from play.
And that is a big part of this matchup, Ethan, because there is no way of recovering the energy here, especially the special energy, so would have Carter really on the back foot at this point.
And this is a huge turn for Cooper, finds the manual switch to move Mega Kangaskhan out of the active spot, starts swinging on turn 3, and Carter is left behind in the dust.
And not only that, right, we'll have to use a resource to heal up this Crustle, but also, in a way, now have to start setting up a Dwebble here on his side.
There is a boss's order, so can bring that Kangaskhan back up into the active spot. And now Carter's going to have to bench a Kangaskhan of his own to play around for potentially losing. We are seeing true Crustle gameplay, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's the only switch for Cooper going down, so we'll have to rely on Lycia's Appeal as well here. But, I mean, it might just come down to also trying to find ways to utilize getting hits in on Mega Kangaskhan. But the problem is that Eerie is going to come in, and where do you even want to kind of divide your Jumbo Ice Creams? I mean, you want to save your Crustle more than your Mega Kangaskhan, surely.
It's a bit of a tough decision. When to pull the trigger on that card could definitely matter. We'll see Hilda, the supporter card, or trainer card rather, of choice from that Petrol. Can still draw 2 cards with that Team Rocket's Factory, and building this hand size up while appealing on the surface does leave you susceptible later on to that Eerie. Those Jumbo Ice Creams, just such a valuable resource to have.
I just love how it's 1 copy of Team Rocket's Factory for both players, and it's certainly getting a ton of mileage here. It's a Petrol once again being played here, eyeing up some future turns here, maybe with, I was about to say, starting to protect this Crustle with the Hero's Cape here to boost up its energy, or its hit points, excuse me.
Put it out of range from a 2-hit KO. Will be that card can now still draw an additional 2 cards with that Team Rocket's Factory. Both players putting that card to good use.
Now, I remember many moons ago, Ethan, when it was really kind of this Snorlax block that was really the control deck of choice here. And it came down to finding ways to really get rid of the opponent's hand in many more ways that we know, for example, like Eerie, right? But now you have supporters like Xeroxic's Machinations and item cards like Hand Trimmer that can actually really throw a wrench in the side of either player, right? Because that'll actually throw off their tempo.
Hilda, the supporter card of choice, can grab another energy card out of the deck. Considering grabbing another Crustle as well, just to take it out, but looks like it's just going to be that Mist Energy. So bringing it to the hand, powering up Mega Kangaskhan slowly, and while it has been drawing cards, it's slowly presenting itself as a liability and a double-edged sword, so to say.
I mean, Cooper can go on ahead and target the Mega Kangaskhan on Carter's side here, thus forcing him to split resources a little bit with not only the supporters that heal, but also the item cards that do heal as well.
Here we go. Big Eerie for Carter is going to get to look at that hand, that massive hand that Cooper has built up, and discard some resources. Has to debate whether or not Crushing Hammer or Jumbo Ice Cream is a more important resource to get rid of, and it looks like it will be those ice cream cones.
Well, you can only use 1 supporter per turn that heals, but you can use as many item cards as you want. So it seems like Cooper is going to value keeping the damage on his side then. As we go back on over to Cooper's turn here, it's really hard to say. I mean, it's working towards a lot of energy, but I mean, 2 cards here for Run Errand, excuse me.
What do you do? Are you manually going to retreat this Kangaskhan? Your opponent can just play a boss's orders again on the following turn to bring it back up into the active spot. We'll see another Mist Energy played down onto that Pokemon. Gotta keep track of the resource. These players are only playing 12 and 13 energy respectively.
I mean, both players are also playing 4 copies of boss's orders, and still not too many switch supporters, and even Cooper's only switch card, that switch item, is already down here. So it's really just about trying to get rid of the most amount of resources in the most efficient way before your opponent can really turn around and strike while the iron's hot.
Thinking about how to approach this situation. Just gonna pass the turn, and valuable time bought for Carter in this spot. There's that 3rd energy card as well. Pokegear 3.0 played for the turn. Finds Petrol and immediately just takes it off the Pokegear. Doesn't even want to see the rest of the cards. We may see that Jumbo Ice Cream start to heal this Pokemon off. Instead, the Hand Trimmer coming down into play, forcing Cooper to discard tons of resources.
Yeah, and this is the one-of copy of Hand Trimmer, forcing your opponent to discard cards in their hand until they only have 5. So Cooper, who has been conserving so many resources throughout these opening turns of this set, is now going to have to be forced to choose.
We have to make sure there's a 3rd energy on this Pokemon before the Jumbo Ice Cream gets played. I think we're finally understanding that has to be played. Can't just heal off that Pokemon for 80. It does force both players to discard down to 5, so Carter will have to get rid of some resources, so wants to just play all of these cards from the hand before that Hand Trimmer, but Carter is not sitting on a large hand size. He's going to just discard 1 card, while his opponent is going to have to discard a large amount of resources.
And like we had mentioned, it's about what you're discarding here, because there's many singular copies of a card within both of these decks here. Like you had said, Ethan, only 1 card for Carter that needs to be discarded here. And in terms of that deck out strategy, it's going to be the only option left of Xerosic's Machinations to keep going and trimming this hand down and down.
Interesting choice to discard Crustle from that 1 card. May just trying to be going all in on a single Crustle in this matchup. Just draw passing back and forth. And now finally going to start to swing into this Pokemon. Very interesting.
The amount of Jumbo Ice Creams that have been used or discarded. We know that Carter targeted it down from Cooper, does have at least 1 in hand to work with, but it's all about the timing and whether the timing is right. I do think it's very interesting that this deck is one of the only decks right now in format to be playing that Pokemon Center Lady and Bianca's Devotion as well. So weird ways to kind of get around some of these stacking up damage turns from both players.
Get a little bit of a split sleeve situation, so we'll take care of that. Get these cards back in the deck as they properly should be. But Cooper is just down so many resources, and this does become a threat of a deck-out war. The biggest advantage at his disposal still is that he's been holding on to those Crushing Hammer cards.
I think the biggest thing as well, Ethan, is that while, yes, Crushing Hammer could turn tails, if he's at least able to just get 1, that does buy him a turn at least of safety here. So it's just another pass over. Let's see how it goes.
Mist Energy for the turn. Trying to just power up some Pokemon. It will be the Mega Kangaskhan attaching an energy, and now just passing back. So Carter attacking some turns, not attacking on others. There's the Lysia's Appeal. Will confuse this Mega Kangaskhan and bring it up into the active spot, importantly.
Not enough energy on it to manually retreat as well. It would rely on a another switch card here, but that's 250 damage here.
Yeah, no
do you waste the
confusion.
ice cream resource on a Mega Kangaskhan here?
No, absolutely not. You do not care if this Pokemon goes down. You need to win the Crustal War of Attrition 100%. There is Hilda played, and immediately Carter grabs the Growing Grass energy to start building up the HP on this bench Crustle.
And that's what you need to do, right? It feels like Mega Kangaskhan at this point is just going to be the sponge that just soaks damage to give Carter some time to at least get the hit points on the Crustle as high as possible.
There it is, growing grass energy attached, boosting 20 more HP to this Pokemon. There's really not much else to do than just accept this Mega Kangaskhan will fall and to try and go after some Pokemon. Here we go, big crushing hammer flips. First one is a heads, will get rid of that growing grass energy. Considering holding on to the other two crushing hammer.
Feel like you would need to fire those off rather soon, right? I mean, this Crustle is going to start coming into the active and start attacking very soon. Like you said, this Crustle war is about to begin, but that's 3 prizes for Cooper. And while, yes, in a normal matchup, might feel really good, still now you're kind of on the back foot at this point with what your game plan is going forward.
It's just such an awkward spot for Cooper. You can't afford to retreat, but at the same time, if you don't, you're not pressuring your opponent in any way, shape, or form. And they've discarded so many cards from your hand that you are almost certainly not going to win the deck out war.
And the thing is, that's Rosik's Machinations as well. Ethan is already sitting at the front of the hand for Carter. Just wants to get things going. And like you had said, it might be time for Carter to start attacking here. But there it is, Rosik's Machinations.
And just picks up his cards, understands that there is no coming back from the amount of resources that have been discarded. An absolute masterclass in game 1 from Carter on how to play this mirror match.
Hey, I mean, Ethan, I think our last stream match actually went a little bit slower than this one.
Wow.
There's a little bit of depth to this Crustle mirror match, and as we've been highlighting, it's really about just the amount of resources you use and throw away, and all of these supporter cards, like Eerie, for example, getting rid of your opportunities to not only heal your Pokemon, but also disrupt the energies that are going on both.
We'll have to see if the narrative stays the same in game number 2. Pablo, this is not a matchup we see often, but when we see mirror matches like this, one player typically comes in with a game plan, and it seems like Carter knew what to do in this spot.
Yeah, it seems like we're seeing like a battle on all fronts. We're seeing hand attack, we're seeing energy attack, we're seeing damage flying all over the place. This has definitely been a lot more exciting than I thought it was going to be. Clearly, both players are really investing into a single Crustle, right? And trying to make that survive as long as possible, but being mindful of your resources, knowing when to react, knowing when to push them onto the board, that's going to be the name of the game for this game too.
Well put, Pablo. Both players drawing a basic Pokemon. We'll see prize cards go out if there's anything super impactful for either player. As we get into the second game, we'll see Cooper decides to go first yet again. Does start the Mega Kangaskhan. Both players starting Mega Kangaskhan, and that will change the dynamic of this matchup. We've given some crab facts, but what about some facts about Kangaskhan?
I was just about to ask you the same thing, Ethan, since you're just, you just love crabs so much, you just know so many things about them. But
what can I say? I'm an intellectual at heart.
Well, thankfully for Cooper is at least going to draw into Lily's determination, but I'm not seeing any crabs down for either player at this point. Yeah. So it feels like Carter is going to at least get it started in terms of how he wants to set up these Crustle, using Petrol to find Buddy Buddy Poffin, and there's those Dwebbles finally about to hit the board.
And taking note of that Hero's Cape in the deck, a huge portion considering this. I mean, we've talked about crab facts. There are some Crustle facts. It has legs of enormous strength. It can carry heavy slabs for days, even when it's crossing arid land. So this Crustle, it has a lot on its back. You see when those energies are all attached to Crustle, that's it really carrying its weight right there, Emily.
I cannot believe you knew that, Ethan. See, yesterday, you didn't like when I told you that you actually really do enjoy this deck. And look how positively you're speaking about it now. You even know Crustle facts. Very impressive.
I have to show that this is my love at heart. Listen, I try and deny it sometimes, but you can't hide from the fact that Crustle is just a little guy. He just wants to chill out, and he just wants to wall out. We'll see Crushing Hammer start off. Does discard the spiky energy. We've seen Cooper actively go after that card every time it hits the board. And at least Determination being played as well. Needs to start to get these Pokemon in play as we quickly take a look at Cooper's prize cards. Does have one of those growing energy in the prizes as well as that spiky energy. We've seen a growing energy committed to this active Mega Kangaskhan already.
And the unfortunate part is that it doesn't technically work on a Mega Kangaskhan because Mega Kangaskhan is a colorless type, not a grass type. So really, Cooper kind of forced into trying to beat out Carter here in the energy war.
So 8 cards from the Lily's Determination. Yet to use that run errand ability as well. Will do so now, it seems. 2 more cards. Is there a way to find a Dwebble?
Has to be one. There it is.
There
okay.
is the one Dwebble. Buddy Poffin in the hand as well, but no energy cards. Just going to be a pass of the turn back over. So while Crushing Hammer did buy a turn, was it all for naught as double Crustle comes into play? Spiky energy in the hand. Gonna use the run errand ability first. Finds a couple of energy, and honestly, Carter is kind of fine to just sit back and continue to attach. Even has the handheld fan as well. Could be a key piece in this matchup.
Not only that, Ethan, I mean, even with Cooper's Crushing Hammers here, Carter is technically sent 1 turn behind and still able to find the energy attachment. And granted, while Cooper is able to use the Buddy Buddy Poffin to at least get another Dwebble here, does at least have the growing grass energy, but that handheld fan, like you had mentioned, could be very useful, especially when it comes to the Crustles starting to attack each other and then just moving all of this energy to the Mega Kangaskhan, which isn't going to be the attacker in this scenario.
One play I was wondering if Cooper would do would be to boss's orders up the Crustle with no energy to stop Mega Kangaskhan from using that ability and slow things down. But it seems that Carter is actively not using Run Errand and is content holding onto his low hand size.
Not only that, a low hand size full of supporters and not a lot of energy to really work with here. Like we had pointed out, this growing grass energy on Mega Kangaskhan, while yes, it can enable it to attack, you're not going to get the added bonus of HP from that growing grass energy because it's not a grass type. Luckily, though, for Cooper is going to be able to find another growing grass energy for the Pokemon that it's actually meant for.
Energy attachment number 3 onto the bench, Crustle. Considering now whether or not to play this handheld fan down onto either one of these Pokemon. Gonna just get a quick count of the hand size. There goes that handheld fan and a pass of the turn, understanding that Cooper could potentially attack into this Crustle this turn.
That's the thing, right? Want to preserve everything that's going on. But still, Ethan, look at all of these supporters in hands. And while, yes, Crustle is taking the slower pace here, it's all about those resources. We saw how quickly game 1 ended thanks to a Zerosix Machination and a Hand Trimmer back-to-back here. So Cooper really wants to keep some of these options at least open for the following turns. Boss's orders, though, on the side of Carter.
Does use a Pokegear 3.0. Looking at those top 7 cards. Some sort of semblance of help. There's not much. Hilda is not a bad take. Can continue to flood the board with energy and power up multiple Crustle.
It's the name of the game at this point, Ethan. We'll at least be able to get the energy out of play, but it seems like this Mega Kangaskhan is going to be stuck for the foreseeable future. No things like Latias to manually remove it out of play. Does also play things like that one of Switch that we saw come into play last game. The question is, where do you go from here, especially when you just keep finding Hilda off of your Pokegears?
Doesn't want another one. Just going to play the single Hilda in hand. So interesting choice that Carter has gone about. Not taking supporters into the hand, holding on to pieces for later on. It will just be that growing grass energy, as he seems to be taking a slightly different approach in the second game.
And the thing is here too, Ethan, is that while aggression got Carter really ahead on the first one, Cooper really kind of saw everything kind of fall apart the moment that Carter put his foot on the gas here. So I don't blame him for wanting to try over and over again to just hold on to some of these cards. But still, these Crushing Hammers now are going to lose their value more and more as Carter is going to keep attaching energy onto this one Crustle.
Cooper just debating how to traverse a scenario like this. Opponent has a lot more of a developed board, not much else happening. It will just be the pass of the turn over to Carter. Dwebble number 3 coming into play, so really wants to go wide with the whole army in this matchup.
This is interesting too, because it's just all the time in the world, and still just another pass on over. And now this other Crustle could be getting some love, but no, Carter is still very firm on just keeping this one Crustle ready to go. Doesn't want to go out of resources, right? I think both players are anticipating some sort of Rosix machinations to get things going.
Passing the turn back and forth. There is the energy on the Mega Kangaskhan now. Crushing Hammer top decked for the turn. We are truly seeing some of the most expert gameplay. Just draw passing back and forth. Both players afraid to take the first step. Crushing Hammer now finally being played. This heads. Getting rid of the growing grass energy on the bench.
Seems like the easiest target as well, especially when HP is the name of the game. A second one as well.
Wow. Just trying to remove all of those grass energy. Carter is only playing 4 copies of that plus the 1 grass energy, so he'll only have these 3 left in the deck to attack with these 3 different Pokemon if he chooses to.
And especially with one of those growing grass energies in the prizes as well. The ones that you're seeing off of the Pokegear are, well, you can't take unless you're playing this Hilda. That's the last one that is going to be available this game for Carter.
Grabbing that growing grass energy yet again. And now with this handheld fan on the Crustle, we're going to see this have a little bit less HP than possible with there being no Hero's Cape attached. And already a lot of resources being played so far for Carter in this game. Nothing on the healing side, of course, but plenty of energy cards on both players' sides.
I will say one of the ways that Cooper built his deck, there's no Eerie inside of Cooper's list, so those Jumbo Ice Creams at least are safe. Like you had said, Ethan, no Hero's Cape just yet still. Both players just holding off on attacking.
There'll be another manual attachment to the Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot. Now counting the hand size, seeing how many cards are at his disposal. Looks like 15 in the hand for Cooper. Looks like it was a supporter card played for Carter. Cooper is fanning this hand out. Was there a Rosic just played? And then there was, it seems.
No, look at all of the resources going down here. I mean, petrol as well, the easiest way to find some of your outs, but also that one of copy of Switch here, Ethan. Cooper prioritizing keeping one Lily's determination here.
We are just seeing hand disruption and hand control be the name of the game in this set. Draw passing back and forth, finds Eerie and immediately will play that card. Just wants to gain information, but is not getting any value off of that. I wonder if Carter was supposed to maybe hold on to that for a little bit longer.
I think as well, Ethan, potentially looking for something along the lines of remaining Crushing Hammers or remaining Jumbo Ice Creams, but Cooper actually playing weirdly to the out of not having any more item cards in hand, so that's information that that supporter is essentially useless for the turn.
Hilda now finally played for Cooper, can search out a special energy card from the deck. It will be Spiky Energy. So this Crustle is now fully powered up on the bench, ready to go. It will just be Crustle evolved already. Energy attachment, pass of the turn back over. Really not sitting on much. Carter is just being forced to draw a pass, not using this Kangaskhan's ability.
Not only that, but not attacking either. Both players no energy to really go with. Another Crushing Hammer, though, Ethan.
This would be a big flip. We're 2 for 2 on Crushing Hammer already. And another heads gets rid of another growing grass energy. Carter, I believe, is down now 3 of those energy cards, and there's a growing grass energy in the prizes, meaning we only have this last grass energy available. We have to go all in on this Crustle, and we don't have a Hero's Cape attached to it.
Definitely not. Just trying to preserve the other Crustle there, and that has no energy on it. So now it's back on over to Cooper's side here, where he does have his Rosix machinations. Might be trying to give Carter a taste of his own medicine soon enough here.
What are these players looking for? That is the question. Plenty of healing resources still, but Carter did play that Eerie and didn't get much effect off of that card. Passing back and forth. Who will strike first in terms of disruption? The anticipation is building.
Not only disruption, but also Ethan attacking at this point. I mean, there's multiple ways to win a game of the Pokemon trading card game through prize cards and stuff, but you know, decking your opponent out, very much a great option, but still, I mean, it might finally be time for some superb scissors that get some energy on the board. There's the boss's orders.
Going aggressive after Crustle, hitting for 120 damage. Now with that spiky energy just out of range and immediately plays that Jumbo Ice Cream. Is there a way to build the HP back up? Potentially a boss's orders being played to stall out more turns of this game.
And not only that, multiple energy has gone down because of the manual retreat from the Mega Kangaskhan, plus the amount of disruption that Carter has seen because of those crushing hammers as well, could be going down a line where there won't actually be any viable attackers if this Crustle with all of the energy does go down.
Yeah, boss's orders just bringing this Kangaskhan back into the active spot. Will Cooper now be looking to buy more time to build up a board?
See whichever way he wants to handle it as well. Here's the Petrol.
Carter has not played a switch yet and is immediately going to just keep swinging into this Crustle to try and take prizes.
This is kind of what you're forced into at this point when your back is against the wall, thanks to having Crushing Hammer take out all of your growing grass energy. I mean, that is a great play from Cooper at this point. That might just want to protect the Crustle, but like you had said, Ethan, I mean, Jumbo Ice Cream is an immediate response, and Eerie didn't find any of those Jumbo Ice Creams when Carter played it a couple turns ago.
Another Jumbo Ice Cream Cone, and this Crustle is now in range of being KO'd. Carter is going to have no way to attack for the rest of the game.
Especially because it's just going to be targeting down to and fro, and even one more boss's orders.
He chooses to not take a KO on this active. If he had KO'd this Crustle, there would be no way outside of deck out for Carter to win this game.
Still has time though. I mean, like you had said, all those growing grass energies are now down, so maybe not too fussed here. But there's that Pokemon Center lady healing a little bit of damage at least to try and get it going, and the community center as well. That's going to heal just 10 damage.
It's slowly building up. Cooper does still have access to the Zerosic in his hand. We'll now do a quick count of the deck, see how many cards are left. 3, 6, it looks like 12 or so cards remaining. Just gonna slam down the Zerosic. Now has to consider which pieces to keep in the hand.
Well, I have a feeling it's going to be a nice, flavorful treat that Carter wants to keep at this point. Because Cooper does not play Eerie, those Jumbo Ice Creams are at least going to be a little bit safe here, but the problem is, Ethan, like we had talked about, do you prioritize keeping all of the Jumbo Ice Creams, or at least an energy if you want to keep some sort of attacking going, but actually giving away all of the ice creams and just in favor of Gus for boss's orders?
We cannot attack for the rest of the game. We have to. Wow. We should not even have been able to have this option last turn. Our Crustle should have been knocked out, but since it's not, we have to assume the only way to win this game is going to be to stall Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot. Bring it up with boss over and over and over again, and hope that our opponent does not have enough energy to retreat for the times that we need it to.
Now it is up to Carter at this point. Find a way back into this match, but Cooper seems to now have just this wild chokehold on at least this game number 2.
And Cooper's still just playing cards from his hand. These are more resources that could come back to matter later on in the game. Sure, you're healing, but your opponent's not putting attacking pressure on your board.
Just a draw pass back and forth. I mean, what do you do if you're Carter?
The question may come down to who has more Lily left in deck, and interestingly enough for Cooper, I wouldn't be against him taking prize cards so that he doesn't have to draw 8 cards off this Lily's Determination.
That's very fair, Ethan, but unfortunately it is not going to be that case.
What could Cooper possibly be looking for?
I mean, it could be something along the lines of finding more ways to switch in and out of this Kangaskhan. That Lycia's appeal has not been used yet, or even a Buddy Buddy Poffin to find another Dwebble to get something started.
choosing to not attack into this Mega Kangaskhan for the last few turns. It seems that there's a huge advantage in terms of cards in hand and in deck. Does Carter have a way to replenish more thoroughly? Carter's spreading the discard pile out. Does see that 3 of those growing grass energy are down. May just be trying to buy time off the clock to force a tie in this match. That seems to be the best conclusion.
All right, 17 minutes left, and believe it or not, plenty of ways to keep this game number 2 going until we hit that point, Ethan.
And finally, Crystal's going to start swinging to attack into Mega Kangaskhan and wants to eventually take those prize cards. So once again, Lily's determination is a better replenisher of resources in the hand. Top deck's eerie for the turn. Now, Carter also having 2 Lily prized is terrible in this spot. He cannot replenish. Cooper's going to take a knockout on this Mega Kangaskhan. Crustle will come up into the active spot, but Carter is essentially out of options. He has a Lily's determination, but it's not going to replenish him for long enough. There's really no way for him to win this game.
Will be able to at least shuffle some of these cards back into the deck at this point, but a lot of these supporters that Carter was using to try and get a one-up on Cooper are now officially down. Does, I believe, still have 1 Eerie at least left, but that one copy.
And 1 more Lily, since there is a Lily in the, or 2 Lilies prized, and we are just picking cards up and going to game number 3. I don't know what we just watched, but that was Crustle gameplay, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that is the thing. The different routes that you can take to get things going feels like a strange way to try and force your opponent into weird situations. The amount of times, Ethan, that you said, I'm just surprised there's no attack yet. I mean, that's the thing with the Pokemon trading card game. There are different win conditions to go, and it feels like a well-timed Zerosix can absolutely do it, but if you run out of ways to replenish the cards in the deck out is certainly possible.
I need some crab facts after that.
Oh,
Pablo,
boy.
what do you got for me?
Even, I mean, according to official Pokemon lore, Crustle fight viciously when competing for territory. And the one whose boulder is broken is the loser of the battle. But I'm not seeing any boulders being broken in today's game. What is happening? Why did we not take a knockout when we could on that Crustle and just take the 6 prizes? I am very puzzled at what we are seeing right now.
There is truly a dynamic going on in this match that is incomprehensible. There is a secret language between these 2 Crustle players, and we cannot understand what is going on. We'll do our best to break it down, but this set has been one of the sets of all time, it seems.
Many intricacies, as you've been pointing out, Ethan, that sometimes it is better to just pass back and forth, but still well-timed supporter cards, hand trimmers as well, leading our players to going to a game number 3. No IDs here because still, I mean, both of these players, 901, just want to get ever so closer to that asymmetrical top cut.
Look, you never know what can happen to Pokemon TCG. Maybe there's Webble pass for a couple of turns with no energy cards, and Cooper or Carter are able to pull out a quick win. Time is winding down very quickly, though. 14 minutes and change remaining. We'll have to see if these players have one final trick up their shell.
I feel like I'm surrounded by people who love the crab facts.
You have to understand, there is a dynasty to the crab facts. There is some lore. There's some crazy lore behind the crab facts.
Crab facts. Oh my goodness.
And it seems like just yesterday, Crabominable was shaping up its impact on the metagame, and it's now Crustle instead, who has been passed the torch as we get into this 3rd game.
See if either player are going to start this Mega Kangaskhan here, because I do believe it is preferential in this matchup to go second, because you want to get to your Crustle as quickly as possible here. Starting the Psyduck, that's not what Cooper wants to see at all.
No, he needs to find some Pokemon pretty quickly in this spot. To see how things play out. Needs to get down Crustle, but it's no Mega Kangaskhan, which can be a liability in this matchup. And I wonder if Cooper even chose to start Psyduck over that Pokemon just to avoid it being in play. Take a look at the prize cards. Growing Grass Energy again for Carter in the prizes. There's a Crushing Hammer for Cooper, but nothing else too detrimental besides, you know, maybe that ice cream cone for Carter. If we ever see these Crustle attack into each other, I don't know if there will be any attacks announced this set.
Well, there's certainly no Dwebbles in the hand for Cooper here, so that's time now ticking down for him. Might just have to be a Crushing Hammer, hope it hits heads, but no, it's a pass back on over to Carter.
Pass.
What?
Is there a basic Pokemon?
No!
Oh, there's Petrol. Okay. all right. We got to hold our horses here a little bit. I can't make another pun. It's too early in the morning, ladies and gentlemen.
A horse is not a crab, Ethan.
No, it's not. It's not. Is there a Buddy Poffin? It's prized? I don't. Okay, there is another one there. So can choose to get Dwebble down and into play. And all of a sudden we have a game, ladies and gentlemen.
And not only that, Cooper has plenty of energy in the hand as well. You can retreat this Psyduck and then use Ascension to get into at least that Crustle. And there you go, a growing grass energy. And now here we go, Cooper finally going to find this Crustle and get started.
This board is looking very solid. No Mega Kangaskhan, no liability, and even has a Pokegear for next turn to potentially dig through the deck and find some resources. Carter will start things off this turn with Petrol. Immediately looking to mirror Cooper's start with a Buddy Poffin, instead just going for the one Dwebble strategy. So constantly each game in this set, Carter has been going back and forth on his approach. I think he understands that with the Crushing Hammer, it's just so hard to attack with multiple Crustle in a spot where most likely one or two of your growing grass energy will be discarded.
You can't ask for anything more aside from that growing grass energy.
Speaking of which, okay. Finally a Tails from Cooper. He was very successful on Crushing Hammer during the last set. Now all of a sudden, not going so well for him, but he'll still have Hilda to back this up. Slowly powering up Crustle with yet another growing grass energy.
One of the biggest things here, Ethan, as well, is both players have had access to their Hero's Cape, or now all 3 games. So it's about the time on where you're going to attach that to, but still, like you had said, growing grass energy onto this Crustle, more and more hit points are being stacked on.
We're now seeing Carter use that Run Errand ability. Hero's Cape down onto Dwebble. Crustle now evolved and into play, and Spiky Energy coming down. Will Carter be going aggressive with there being such little time on the clock?
I mean, both of these players don't want to ID at this phase. It is going to be a matter of getting into asymmetrical cuts or not. Still both, of course, undefeated as well.
Does find Lily's Determination off the Pokegear 3.0. Attaching the Mist Energy and playing that supporter card, so both players really not too worried about the deck out with there being just 10 minutes left on the clock. Want to get aggressive and involved with Crustle.
All 4 Lily's Determinations available for both players as well, so if it does come down to some of these big Xerosic machinations or these hand trimmers, at least both players will still be able to at least put some cards back into the deck thanks to Lily's Determination.
No Hero's Cape yet for Cooper. Choosing to get aggressive, though. Swinging into Mega Kangaskhan, 120 damage, but does take the 20 off Spiky Energy. I have to wonder if that damage could come back to bite him later on.
And that's really important on why Mega Kangaskhan, while yes, is a liability in this matchup, can at least stack these Spiky Energies to kind of push them back onto Crustle.
There is the Petrol, which will almost certainly grab the Hero's Cape out of the deck, buffing the HP on that Crustle in the active spot. Now, all of a sudden, it seems that both players will try and play this matchup the good old-fashioned way, revolving around Ice Cream and healing.
And attach passing, really. I mean, it comes down to a point where you want to get started, but like you had said, Ethan, back on over into Carter's turn. There's the energy, the boss's orders.
Just trying to take prize card that seems Psyduck goes down. And it's now Crustle up against the world for Cooper, but that seems to be the best position in a matchup like this. You have nothing that can get trapped on the bench with boss's orders, and you can pretty much just start to attack. Now can Cooper find a boss of himself to start attacking into this Pokemon? We're just going to see even more Spiky Energy put on, and it seems that both the players are just investing into their one Pokemon. It's almost like a boss raid, it seems.
Yeah.
1 versus 1 Pokemon, whose Crustle will be the biggest crab of them all.
And it's not just that, right, Ethan? Count the Spiky Energy on the Crustals as well, because every single time one of them attack, those damage counters are going to be flying on to the other one. So it's going to be about this healing resource management here.
Yeah. Here is the pass for turn now. Run Errand ability used. Does find Pokegear 3.0. What card could Carter possibly be looking for? There's the Eerie. That could be one of them. And plays it down, but no Ice Cream Cone. It's just the switch in hand, not getting the value that Carter was looking for.
Second time that Carter has gone for that play, and Cooper actually playing pretty decently around it, whether for better or for worse, realistically, when you think about it.
And here we go, manually retreating this Mega Kangaskhan after the information. 120 damage done. And top decks for turn the Petrol that can find the Jumbo Ice Cream Cone to heal this Pokemon.
And not only that, but the growing grass energy as well. So that is 3 out of 4 committed already for Cooper here.
And now we are finally seeing attacks back and forth. Whoever's Crustle will emerge victorious seems to be the possible match decider between both players.
And the thing is, once again, these players just don't want to take an ID. They want to just win the match. The Xerosix Machinations has been drawn, Ethan. That could be another win condition here.
Later on could definitely matter. There it is. Superb Scissors, 120, and just immediately slams double Ice Cream Cone, heals off the Crustle completely, and we'll see Ultra Ball played, thins the hand out, just wants to use this Lily's Determination to try and find as many useful cards as possible.
Carter's got to take the next opportunity to fix this Crustle because it's like going down in a diagonal shape and you don't want to get it over a couple of cards, especially when you have so many cards attached to said Crustle here. But 6 big cards here. Finds his Xerosix Machinations of his own, but more importantly, the growing grass energy going on the Mega Kangaskhan, Ethan?
Just wants to prevent it from being trapped in the active spot to attack over and over again. What does Cooper have? There's another Jumbo Ice Cream Cone that would heal this Pokemon out of range. We're going to see Petrol be used first. So there is Ice Cream Cone number 2 grabbed. We're going to have to start to do some math with the spiky energy to see how the math pans out. Cooper's going to heal up to 190 HP, so that will be 2 attacks from the Superb Scissors, plus the spiky energy is still 2 attacks, but then how does that next Ice Cream Cone come into impact? So much up and down with the damage and healing.
And the thing with the Ice Cream Cones, right, is that this is what Carter was trying to find with the Eerie and unfortunately wasn't able to. A Petrol played on Carter's side. What could you imagine Carter might be trying to find here? Then another one of his Jumbo Ice Creams. So now here's the thing, Ethan. While yes, it is getting a little bit faster and more exciting, these are a lot of these resources now going down. If you check Carter's prize cards, that Jumbo Ice Cream is now sitting in the prizes.
And that's the last Jumbo Ice Cream being played. There are no more left, so Carter cannot heal this Pokemon. However, it is out of a 2-hit KO range. Second spiky energy on the active. 120 damage with the Superb Scissors. And this will be the huge turn for Cooper, excuse me. Can he find the KO on this active? No. But can he heal it out of range? Potentially. Is there another Ice Cream Cone? No, gonna just play Boss's Orders onto this bench Pokemon. And now benching a bunch of liabilities. We have low time on the clock, so I'm not sure how much it will matter. All of a sudden, Kangaskhan uses that run errand, and Hilda guarantees the attachment, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan can move out of the active spot. Crustle will take down Cooper's Crustle. Close, but actually not quite. There's 10 damage off. Every math playing in and out. So much damage, and a crushing hammer heads means this Kangaskhan still cannot move out of the active spot.
And not just that, I mean, at that point, right, the Hilda was used only to just find another energy, and now Carter doesn't have another reliable way of getting it into play here. Lily's Determination, though, for Cooper.
Still looking for an Ice Cream Cone to heal this Crustle out of range. It already will survive another attack. 130 HP. How many Ice Cream Cones have been played for Cooper? I believe he's only played 2 so far. There's another one hand. No, he's down 3 of those Ice Creams. So this last Ice Cream honestly doesn't make a huge difference since you're still in a 2-hit KO range. Can Cooper find a way to power up this other Crustle? It's just so hard with so many growing grass energy down.
Might have to use this Pokegear to find another way of getting energy.
And now we're just draw passing back and forth. Cannot afford to do anything else. There are 3 minutes on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your seats.
Still though, both players, I mean, there are options. I mean, Zerosix was drawn for both players at some point. Hand Trimmer is still very much available.
Yeah, but Hand Trimmer hurts both players. They both have large hand sizes, so it essentially just speeds the game up. And if you're in either player's shoes in an uncertain spot, do you want to speed up the game and risk losing this match instead of gaining that one match point?
And especially because Carter has that last Jumbo Ice Cream prize here too. Does he want to at least get aggressive? But there it is, my goodness.
Wow, slams down the Zerosix machinations. Cooper is going to be forced to discard a whole bunch of resources attached to the active, pass things over. And here we go, we are drawing back and forth. What is Carter still looking for in this spot? Boss's orders, we're going for a complete stall play, ladies and gentlemen. Cooper is going to try and slowly take prize cards and see if he can close this game out.
This is so dangerous at this point. I mean, the Mega Kangaskhan could go down next turn, Ethan.
It goes down, but how close is that getting to Carter closing the game out? Does he think this Crustle can get through all three of the Pokemon in play? Potentially so.
Feels really weird that Lysia's Appeal is an option to at least get the Crustle up into the active and make it confused. But I mean, Ethan, how many cards are left in Cooper's deck at this point?
We are just going back and forth, draw passing. Does Cooper have any way to shuffle the hand back into the deck? We're seeing Hyper Potion get played. That will heal the Crustle almost out of range now. Just draw passing. It may come down to a deck out. There's 90 seconds on the clock. Does Cooper have a way to do it? He does not! He can't recycle his energy into his hand. And after all of that back and forth, Carter Malnaik is gonna win this set and advance to 10-0-1.
My goodness, truly a battle of resources going down. And the thing is, Ethan, with the Crustle Mirror, you don't even truly get to see all of the fun techs that both of these players have in the deck. I will say it did add a little bit of dimension thanks to those crushing hammers. It definitely made it a little bit more sticky, but Mega Kangaskhan tanking a couple hits back and forth as Carter going to go up to a 10-0-1 record. Probably feels pretty good.
I don't know what we just watched, but that was the most interesting matchup of the day thus far. Crustle gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. We really saw, more importantly, that 3 retreat cost on a lot of these Pokemon being a detriment when it came to figuring out how to route your opponent into burning as many resources as possible.
Well, you can run, but you can't hide from the Crustle Mirror, especially because it is doing just so well here at NAIC. But it came down to some of these choices, right, with the Hand Trimmers, Zerosix Machinations, and of course hitting heads on Crushing Hammer back and forth. But still, I mean, Ethan, a battle of resources here probably felt really good. My goodness, just packing it up with the Zerosix.
This game, too, was completely opposite. Cooper was fully in the driver's seat, and you have to wonder if that handheld fan attachment early on prevented this Crustle from having the longevity to close out the game. And then in this game 3, Carter just going with these very small board, the Mega Kangaskhan and the Crustle. That was it. Cooper just decided to bench all of these Pokemon and open the door up for him to secure the win. Boss's orders to stall and deck out, and you see how pumped he is to now be 1 win away potentially from securing a game. Let's hear from him as Chip is standing by.
That's right, I am here with our winner from the last round, moving to 10-0-1 here at NAIC, Carter Malnaik. Congratulations, an incredible run so far with the Crustle, no less. Now, this is a deck I know you've spent plenty of time with. Rahul credited you for his second place run at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. You yourself played that same deck, got top 64. Just talk to me about Crustle, man. Why is this the deck right now in the metagame?
I think it's a great deck because a lot of top players do not like to respect it. So if you can just start out like 3-0 and like dodge all like the random stuff, you can just fly through the top tables.
And that is ended up what has happened for you thus far at the event. You started off very nicely, in fact, starting 9-0 until you and Rahul paired in the last round, your friend, testing partner, person you're playing the same 60 cards as this weekend. You did choose to take the ID. Talk me through what that moment was like after both of you going 9-0, sitting across from each other at table 1.
I mean, the fact that we were both 9-0 was just crazy. When we hit each other, we really didn't want to hit each other, but we did. And we decided to take the ID because we didn't want to like knock each other out of anything, so yeah.
I'm sure you were both hoping to hit James, which Rahul did hit this round as well. So, and news to you, he did win. So, well, I want to ask you about just this game in general, the Crystal Mirror. Have you given much thought to it? When preparing for decks for a tournament, oftentimes the mirror gets kind of pushed to the back burner when game planning. Had you had a lot of preparation towards this matchup?
Yeah, so shout out True and Tran. On Thursday, we were with like a group of 8 people, and nobody wanted to test with me or Truin because we're both on Crustal. So we had no choice but to test with each other in the Crustal Mirror. So we kind of figured it out on Thursday. And it's just kind of like a resource war. If your opponent starts Kang, it's just like whoever runs out of cards first pretty much, because you can just continually boss it up and boss it up. But in that last match, he like started Crustal, so it was kind of like an attack war. And then I ran out of resources because he lilied so much, and then I won the deck out war as well.
Yeah, and it did seem like game plans were changing as the game went on. You were very much adapting based on what your opponent did. It also does seem like your list is tailored nicely for the mirror. You have a couple tools your opponent does not have, the couple of Eries, the hand trimmer as well. Talk to me about those cards.
Yeah, the double Erie is just so strong, especially in the Dragapult, especially the Hammers build. If you can like snipe Hammers early, they pretty much have no way to win the game. And then the hand trimmer is mainly for the Alakazam matchup. So is the second Erie, because just getting Enhanced Hammer every turn is just not fun. So if we can snipe it and then attach and then snipe it again and attach, we can have a pretty good time in the matchup. And the hand trimmer, you know, it's petrolable, so we can just play it on the same turn with petrol. So that's the reason why we added that.
You're 10-0-1 right now, needing just one more win to likely lock up a spot in Top Cut with 3 rounds still to go. What's it going to take for you to close this out and get into Top Cut?
A good matchup. That's what it's going to take. Hopefully we can hit a poll or something.
Spoken like a true Crustle player. Congratulations, Carter. Let's hear it for him, folks, one time. Looks like you've got quite a bit of a crowd out here watching. Who's supporting you out here?
Shout out the local Ann Arbor squad. They're all amazing from Michigan. Shout out my parents and everybody I test with. It's just amazing experience. And shout out Drake. He's just so tough.
Congratulations, Carter. We'll let you get some rest before the next Swiss round, and we're going to throw it back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Chip. Great to hear from Carter. Now him and Rahul, both the #1 and 2 seeded players after this Swiss round. Wow, Crustle having an absolute impact on the metagame here in New Orleans.
It's undeniable at this point, right? And we all got to see the intricacies of 2 different Crustle lists really trying to run their opponents out of resources. You heard it from Carter himself. He just really hopes he hits a Dragapult next round, and with it being 48% of the room, I'm sure that's more likely than not.
Let's bring Pablo in to break that matchup down a little bit. It seemed that Kangaskhan at first was not bad to have in play. You know, you get your Crustle set up, you evolve it, but as Carter mentioned, it ended up being a detriment for both players in that set.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Ethan, I don't know if I'm gonna break down the matchup or if the matchup broke me at this point. it was really something super interesting to watch. I mean, Carter clearly had more preparation into this mirror match, had the right cards, which are really helpful against many things, but had Erie, which his opponent didn't have, was able to get rid of those 2 Ice Creams. He prioritized that over the energies, knowing that if it came to attacking each other at some point, whoever was able to have the longest living Crustle would end up winning this game. Then we saw the other very key card, that hand trimmer that he himself mentioned just now. It's essentially a searchable 0-6, if you will. Of course, it hurts you as well, but you are the one controlling the timing, right? So you can make sure that it always hurts your opponent more than it hurts you at that point. Super, super well played there. And I think Game 1 really showed the experience that Carter had over Cooper in this particular match, and to ending up with the 0-6, right, immediately Cooper scooping up his cards. I thought Game 1 was really the best showcase we had in all 3 games of like one player clearly has more experience than the other, and the other is just really adapting on the fly.
Pablo, walk me through it. What do you think about Cooper's use of Crushing Hammer in a deck like Crustle? Do you think the Crushing Hammer was more valuable than something like an Erie?
Yeah, Crushing Hammer, they both know, and the trend so far right now with Crustle decks are that they play a low amount of these growing grass energy or even basic energy. So and they're not easy to find as well, right? Especially if they don't commit to Mega Kangaskhan. So Crushing Hammer, definitely one of the best cards in the deck, one of the best cards for the mirror match, but you still need to flip heads. And we did see Cooper flip so many heads in that game too, that I think that really changed the dynamic of the game and gave Cooper a big advantage. He didn't end up taking a knockout on a Crustle to remove even more energy when he could, so I don't know if that was a slight oversight perhaps, but he ultimately ended up winning that second game.
Huge resource war we see at the end in this last game. But one other thing to point out, you know, it is interesting in the resource. You have to think about, you know, this spot right here
Lily,
where there's so many energy on that active Crustle when you've got to have some information by game 3 that your opponent doesn't have Crushing Hammer in their deck.
Yes, absolutely. All those energies accumulated, definitely a big advantage. I think Cooper, if he doesn't use this last Lily, that's like, he probably walks away the winner. Once he found that 4th Ice Cream, healed himself out of spiky energy range, along with a superb Scissors attack, the opening was there for him to continue to attack, continue the pressure, and even maybe Boss's Orders this guy to the active, get the first hit in, and that probably wins him the game. But that last Lily that wasn't saved was ultimately what caused his demise. He knew Carter didn't have a Boss's Orders at that point. He got very excited when he got it off the Pokegear. So if Cooper had been a little more aggressive in this game 3, I think he might have walked away the winner.
Well, we'll have to see if there's more Crustle gameplay on the horizon for the mirror match. It may have to be, in fact, but we'll have to see as the tournament progresses through. Thank you, as always, Pablo, for breaking things down. What a day it's been so far. Next round, Emily, players are going to be locking up their ticket into Top Cut.
I know for me, Ethan, I'm very glad I at least got to experience that with you. A Crustle enjoyer. Come on. You did a great job with that one. Well, we are, like you said, prepping for the next round. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to toss it to a little bit of a history between two champions.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the final stable, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival?
Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
We play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have 2 familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. These 2 players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Golisopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities. Zoroark GX with its Trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Golisopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Golisopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Glyspod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Glyspod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Bramwatt finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Bramwatt is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Bramwatt to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glyspod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower and is now in the lead 2 to 5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glyspod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Bramwatt misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glyspod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 Puzzle of Time allowed Bramwatt to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garbodor in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Bramwatt nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everybody. Make sure you've got those eyes wide open because we are bringing all of the action from the Pokemon International Championships North America here in New Orleans. And of course, my name is Amy Wasley and I am joined by Alex Dow. Alex, are we ready to rumble? We're getting into the thick of the action now.
Absolutely. It's such an exciting time to be joining us here at the North American International Championships. So many rounds have already come and gone. Still so many more to come as well. And we're here to guide you through, of course. And I just can't wait to see our players at the next feature match as well.
We have so many stories coming your way, so don't miss a single prick of the action because we have so much to give yet with the event ongoing. I can hear the hustle and bustle of the room. Everyone's getting hyped up, no matter if you're playing VGC, TCG, GO, or Unite. Everyone is making this a day to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things that keeps us all connected, right? The Pokemon that just throughout every single one of the games is something that allows us to be able to experience all our favorite hobbies. And there's one way for all of you guys to be able to also enjoy that at the same time. And that's just by being able to go to your local events as well. And then maybe one day we might see you up here alongside us, us being able to feature you as well.
Absolutely. That is the first step in every trainer's journey, is creeping into their local scene. You can find a Pokemon event near you by grabbing your mobile device right now. Right, yeah, I mean it, right now. Grab it, and you're going to scan that QR code for me and have a look where you can play in some Pokemon events. You can play any game. You just got to look for those filters. Doesn't just have to be TCG. I'm talking GO. I'm talking, of course, VGC. Give champions a try. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's so much going on. And maybe there's an opportunity to meet someone like Amy at one of these events as well. Like I said, there's plenty of events to actually try and get to. Even if you feel a little bit nervous and you don't want to play, just come and spectate, just come and experience it for yourself. Just meet other like-minded people, and that's exactly what we're all here for.
Absolutely, and as we touched on a few times there, of course, we've got the fantastic other broadcasts on this weekend as well. We have so much Pokemon action, and that isn't stopping even for a second.
Look, we never stop, right? This weekend is full of all the action across all of the games. Of course, you're here with us on the trading card game, but there's just so much to just to catch up on. Don't forget to keep going between the streams where possible so that you can make sure you're following your favorite people, favorite games, favorite Pokemon.
I've really been enjoying having a little peek at the Pokemon GO broadcast because they've got a really interesting format right now. Keep seeing lots of Sylveon and Alolan Ninetales, some real stars in my eyes for a few of those Pokemon as well. Yeah. So I'm enjoying watching not just our TCG broadcast, but having a little peek at what's going on elsewhere too.
Yeah, absolutely. But speaking of, we are, of course, focusing on the trading card game, but we know there's not just the Masters division out there playing as well. We also have our juniors and seniors divisions also vying to become an international champion here. And we finally get a chance to have a little look at the junior metagame as well. 331 players, Amy, trying to vie it out to become an international champion.
I gotta say, this is quite the difference from the Masters division. Mega Lucario EX Hariyama being the second most represented decks for our juniors in Phase 1 is phenomenal. It's just a deck that we just haven't seen the Masters really respecting right now, but the juniors have gone, you know what? No, I'm seeing success with this, and I don't see any reason to slow down.
Yeah, what we get to see with a lot of our sort of younger players, they do like to follow the trends a little bit. That's why we do see some similar percentages across the board, but we do get those types of decks which maybe they're a lot more comfortable with, and that's sometimes why we see Mega Lucario has been around for a bit of time now as well. Pre-rotation, post-rotation, it has a bit of a very strong game plan, and when you can't disrupt it, or maybe when you can't just really beat it down, it actually comes to the top sometimes.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll see some juniors absolutely tippling to the top with those Mega Lucario, or maybe even, as you say, something really typical of like Raging Bolt, which we've seen a lot in the juniors and seniors division ever since it debuted as a deck archetype. And even I played Raging Bolt to last NAIC, so you know he's still there and doing incredibly well. So obviously we are going to be showing those finals for the juniors tomorrow on Championship Sunday, so keep an eye out for these decks because we're going to be seeing hopefully at least a few of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe there's one of those other 36% that aren't necessarily on the top 6 most placed decks as well, but it's definitely a story, and make sure we're gonna just make sure we bring everyone along until we get to the moment on Championship Sunday as well for the junior division.
Absolutely, but of course we can't forget the seniors. They are also here, and they have an even more surprisingly different meta-analysis than the juniors did.
Yeah, absolutely. 449 players in our senior division. Incredible to see that high percentage of Dragapult. Of course, that is a combination of all of the types of Dragapults that we have there. But again, we're starting to see some Zoroark really come to the fore here. We've seen, of course, Alexander Dunsparce. It's a deck that's been feared by many. It did take down one of our Masters Division regionals as well. So it's definitely a lot of decks here that have a lot of fear factor on them.
Of course, 41.6% is enormous for a Phase 1 analysis. Now let's jump back to the Masters and have a little look at some of our notable matches that are going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some real treats here, and we've already highlighted right at the very top. That will be our feature match. It will be Caleb Gedemer versus Makani Tran. But just look at some of the other matchups. All of these trying to vie for those top cut places, trying to make themselves push themselves as far as they can, get as many points as they can to try and put themselves in that top cut. I mean, just reeling off some of the names. We've already seen some of the names before. Rahul Reddy, James Kowalski, Jackson Ford we've already had featured. Henry Chow we've had featured as well. But then even at the bottom, Caleb Rogerson versus Calvin Connor. There's a lot of very, very tricky matches that we would love to feature, but we only get a chance to show one, Amy.
If I could be a fly on the wall for all those matches, Alex, I think I'd be a very Pokemon'd out, but very happy lady, I gotta say. Watching players like Justin Newdorf versus Liam Halliburton, that's got to be a battle for the ages. And a lot of our spectators out in the hall, I imagine, will be trying to catch a sneaky peek at some of those games ongoing.
Well, Amy, I don't think we'd ever be Pokemon'd out. I know you said that, but it's not for us. But we know our players aren't Pokemon'd out at all, because we know our feature match players are ready at the table. So let's head on straight there as we now get a chance to just have a little glimpse of our players. Caleb on the left-hand side, Makani on the right. It will be a Dragapult matchup.
And I know what you're thinking, all right? I know what you're thinking. No, Amy, why? Dragapult EX and Dragapult EX. Oh, stop that, all right? Because there's actually some really interesting and really great differences between these two decks. And you know what? I'm going to have you hanging on. And in chat, what I want to see is all of you saying, what on earth is she talking about? And I want you guys to guess what cards I'm talking about. What is interesting about one of these two decks that may make it a little tricky for the other to come through? We've got some really interesting tech cards, and I can see in both deck lists there are cards that could shake up this matchup quite considerably.
Yep, absolutely. A fantastic deck piloted by both of our incredible players. Both players are 9-1-1 right now, and there's a plentiful amount of accolades between them. I mean, Caleb himself, 4-time regional champion. You can't be a good player without having to win multiple regionals, and especially when you win 3 in one season. But we're also speaking about Makani. He's got fantastic results as well. As we do get a chance to glimpse of those prizes. Amy, what are we seeing here?
Not too shabby on either side. I'm not a huge fan of the 2 Crispin because they are, of course, there's a 3 of in Caleb's deck, but getting those is essential for kind of having that one up in getting on with the game and taking those early prize cards. Being able to attack first is going to be huge, so I'm not feeling great about that.
Yeah, but I'm sure if there's any players that are able to overcome any of their prizes, it will be these two.
Of course.
Game face is on from both our players right now. They've been in these positions before. I mean, Makani's going to be looking to try and improve on that previous 12th place, and we're kicking things off here, Amy. This is Swiss round 12. And this is Caleb Gedemer with his Dragapult versus Makani Tran with his Dragapult.
You know what? Dragapult there may be, but we're starting off with some Monkey business as Monkey Dory faces off against, guess what, Monkey Dory. Very important when you're playing against another Dragapult deck to play those Monkey Dory. Sometimes Monkey Dory isn't actually great into a lot of other matchups right now, but you need to play it to counter the other Dragapult. So here we go, of course. And we see Caleb grabbing that first Dreepy, very importantly so.
Yeah, exactly. Having to set up that board, making sure we can use all of those items. Caleb, we playing those Ultra Balls now, the Poke Pad, just to make sure that Badoo, if it ever does come down, we're not having to be stuck with item cards in the hand. So there is an instant pick of a Dracloak by Caleb here, just to make sure we have it, just so we have Recon Directive live for a future turn. And then it will be, I'm sure, Makani looking, trying to build out their board state as well.
How important do you think it is, Alex, at this stage to get as many Dreepy out as possible? Like, can you bring that back, or is it really kind of whoever gets the most Dreepy has more success?
Well, it's usually the case that being able to get Dracloak is probably the key aspect, so you can keep Recon Directive and seeing more cards, as we do see the Pokepad come down from Makani now as well. But with both of these types of archetypes, especially when they're kind of more the slower types of Dragapult, you're not really under too much threat. You can still spend a couple of more turns to try and find those Dreepies, find those Dracloaks, and then get into the game that way. So long as you can fire off a very highly valuable Phantom Dive before your opponent, especially when you can utilize it alongside something like that Monkey Dory to try and protect yourself from your opponent's ones.
Very well said, Alex. Makani now just checking through the entire deck and being very thorough in checking which cards are in his prizes. Being able to make that assessment is the true value of a fantastic Dragapult player who will be very used to playing a mirror match at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these players have played plentiful of mirror matches thus far. Both players, there's only one loss to a Dragapult mirror between them that they've shared across this weekend so far, as well as we now have that Lily's Determination for the full 8 cards. So both players will have a game plan and how to deal with it. There will be some cute tech inclusions that we'll have to keep an eye out for, but let's see what we're gonna actually have to just pay attention for Makani's turn.
Makani has shown off one of the tech cards I was alluding to earlier. So Makani is playing Xerosic Machinations, which although may not typically be for the Dragapult mirror, it could be one of the factors that might grab Makani a win, as they'll be able to kind of just stop Caleb from having this wonderfully very tailored hand after using all those Recon Directive. Makani, of course, going in and using an Ultra Ball to get that first Dracloak in hand. And it begins with each player now being able to start building that board. Caleb brings the first Dracloak, of course, and attaches that Fire-type energy.
Yep, so it's going to be really important here just to make sure we can stabilize that board. So Caleb will be looking to try and get those Dreepies on and live right now on this turn, because the longer he does leave it, it does mean they become under threat to what Makani could do on their turn. So, well, working with plenty of cards there, Amy.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. Early hands with lots of cards. Unless Caleb chooses to play a lot of them, Makani could jump back in with that Xerosic Machination. That could really be a hard hitter at the early stages of the game if Makani chooses. Now, of course, I've shown, oh, look at that, Caleb. Yes, oh, you can see that Caleb, of course, does run Rabska. Showing that off right now by collecting Relor and Badoo off of that Buddy Poffin. Of course, Rabska does protect Caleb's board against Makani's Dragapult secondary effect of the attack there using Spherical Shield. And now we might run into a little bit of a sticky situation as Caleb now has Badoo and Makani doesn't have access.
Yeah, absolutely. Rabska being one way to combat some aspects of the mirror match. And here comes Recon Directive now. Choice between the Meowth EX and the Unfair Stamp. A couple of interesting decisions to be made by Caleb there. More item cards does mean he could have been susceptible to a Badoo from Makani, but we do know that Badoo is currently sitting in the prizes. Itchy Pollen not going to be coming from Makani in this game for the moment, but we will be getting it from Caleb here. Caleb will be firing off an Itchy Pollen. Does send over 10 damage on that Monkey Dory, but Makani is trapped with those item cards, if any, are in hand.
No items for Makani this turn, as Badoo has made it relatively itchy on the other side of the board. So Makani now goes ahead, evolves that first Dreepy, and he attaches the Fire-type energy to his first Recloak. It's time to Lily's Determination, and Makani's going to be looking to get a slightly better hand than one full of item cards that he's not allowed to play right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the most key aspects that you have to be following along when you're playing Dragapult EX as a deck, having to play down your item cards pre-Itchy Pollen, sometimes in advance. That's why we saw the early grab of the Dracloak from Makani, and now we get the Recon Directive, sending one of those double crushing hammers, one of them straight to the bottom, unplayable, and it looks like it's just a pass over here. So Caleb does have an opportunity really to take the initiative, but sometimes being patient is more important.
Okay, right. Let's see what Caleb's got in store for us. I imagine we're going to possibly just stick around with this Badoo in the active as, you know, that was a good tell that Makani didn't have much going on. So Caleb might just go for some Recon Directive, bringing that hand size up and tailoring plenty ready for future turns. Rabska hits the board running. And of course, Makani's like, oh no, not that. Rabska, of course, protecting against Dragapult's attack. So at this stage now, Caleb does have that fully advantageous position in their court, regardless of not having a Dragapult on the field yet.
Yeah, one of those tech inclusions that allows you to really kind of maybe take a small percentage gain into other Dragapults, of course, and just because you're able to stop a number of sort of shenanigans that comes down from your opponent's side, as Caleb does find another Dracloak there from that Pokepad. Of course, full access to items, and does also find a Dragapult from the first Recon Directive, Amy.
Okay, yeah, and it looks like Caleb took the boss's orders as well, so a really wonderfully tailored hand at this stage so that Caleb has every single trick up his sleeve ready for when Makani is no longer item locked. But Caleb really has full control right now. Crushing Hammer success! And that is the start of each Crushing Hammer. You guys are going to have to count with me how many times a Crushing Hammer hits head in this best of 3.
And we're going straight into the Phantom Dive as well, thinking that that Crushing Hammer sets back Makani so far because of the energy attachment, because then Makani has to also Crispin to get energy attachments to even get the Phantom Dive off before even then being able to deal and with Caleb's board. But this is just pushing Caleb in such an advantageous position. Knockouts on the Monkey Dory here, and 3 damage counters on the Dracloak and Dreepy apiece. It's looking really, really strong here for Caleb.
Makani is forced into a weird position where he has to use a Crispin to be able to attack this turn. If Makani is unable to launch an attack this turn, unfortunately, he will begin to continue to just flow behind as Caleb runs towards the finish line of this game 1.
It's going to be a real tricky scenario here. This is where the mirror match that we're seeing with those Crushing Hammers, it's going to be really, really important to keep an eye out on. If Makani, for example, could hit maybe double heads on the Crushing Hammers, that can really, again, set himself back in a decent position. But again, it's asking a lot. There's one.
Ooh, okay. Is it the fire? Yeah, it's the fire type energy. Going for the second for both. Energy, no, not quite.
Number 3.
Oh,
33%.
No, that doesn't quite slow Caleb down enough.
Yeah, because it doesn't set the turn completely behind for Caleb, because then we can just get an energy attachment from hand, but he finds the 4.
Alex!
Oh, just not the hammers we wanted. But this is still a scenario. You've still hit 1. Is there still a way from this scenario to actually play this out? Just
it was so close to setting Caleb back a turn. That's exactly what Makani is going to be looking to do in the future, is disrupt in an attempt to overtake in the prize race.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we have Crispin in hand right now. There is a way of doing so with Meowth EX, but a Ultra Ball also an option to try and get the Dragapult live as well. Not trying to give up a Dracloak in the active spot, of course.
Ultra Ball comes into play, grabbing Pheasantipity EX, so Makani can flip the script for 3 further cards in an attempt to draw their way out of this situation. However, first Makani has decided it's determination time, and Lily is the gal to get that done, shuffling the hand into their deck and drawing a full 8 cards. A phenomenal draw supporter that's really changed the tide of consistency with a plethora of decks.
So both Recon Directors have been used, so we're just going to see the 8 plus the 3 from Flip the Script. So 11 cards we'll see here.
That's a lot of cards, and mid-turn as well. We've already seen Makani use those Recon Directive. It's time now to flip the script, but it doesn't look to me much like that helped, unfortunately.
We have Dragapult in hand already, so we can evolve up the active. Does have 30 damage currently on it, so we can Jet Headbutt for 70 damage. Maybe start putting things in range.
Yes.
But let's just see exactly how Makani will play out this turn, because Makani is still staring down at a Monkey Dory on Caleb's side, so it's just not an attack, it's just a pass over. Doesn't want to give up anything like that, but Crushing Hammer from Caleb.
Failure.
As well.
Another Tails, and energy is not removed from Makani's Pokemon. Caleb needs to continue to stem the flow of Makani's comeback. But what's the play? We've got plenty of draw power here if you're Caleb, so Caleb's able to Recon Directive. However, the bench is full, so Caleb won't be able to use any other Pokemon to help. He can only use what's on the board right now.
Yeah, well, right now there's some good targets for a Phantom Dive. I think just even being able to apply pressure on this Dragapult EX in the active spot, we can remove also some draw engine on Makani's side if we choose to do so as well, before that evolves up to Dragapult EX again and also stays out of range. Does activate Pheasantipity EX, flip the script, but I think that's not something you have to worry too much about right now, as Crushing Hammer and another Dracloak has been pulled into hand from those Recon Directors, Amy. Looks like we're going again.
For it again. Here we are. It's something.
Oh, yeah, it looks like a heads. That Psychic Energy is gone. And that's once again, just by playing a card that can completely turn the tide in this matchup, it's really coming up trumps here. And we get the Dark Energy also on Monkey Dory as well, of course. The crisping attachment of the fire to the active. And there it is, Phantom Dive on the active. KO on the Dracloak. Makani really up against the wall right now.
Makani now has to really try and climb this hill, but the hill is getting steeper somehow as Makani sits with 0 energy on board. So again, he's forced to crisp in this turn if he's going to launch a return attack in Caleb's direction, but won't get the additional damage to Caleb's benched Pokemon. So still, unfortunately, Makani sits on the back foot and continues this uphill struggle. It's not impossible. The comeback potential is there for Makani. We've got cards like Special Red Card. We've got cards like Unfair Stamp available to Makani. So this is where his sequencing will be essential to a potential victory.
Yep, if there's ever a deck that can play from behind, it usually is this one, because of the amount of damage you can apply and amount of pressure you can apply to your opponent. The only trouble, that Rabsca's really causing a bit of a pain for Makani's side, so we have to target it down. This boss's orders on the Rabsca right now will mean, well, I mean, with 70 HP, we can actually just headbutt it.
Yeah, headbutt does indeed take out Rabsca, but not just that, Alex. Makani is utilizing Unfair Stamp. Ace Spec has been activated. Unfair Stamp can only be utilized if one of your Pokemon were knocked out on your opponent's last turn. Each player shuffles their hand into deck, and you draw 5 cards. However, your opponent draws 2. Caleb will now only have 2 cards to start his turn. Makani will have 5, and Makani is looking to knock out that Rabska, that rascal of Rabska, is finally down, and Caleb will struggle to bring that back, I'm sure.
So Makani does finally take the first prize of this Swiss round 12 for themselves. Caleb, though, has the initiative, can take further prizes here, could take down this Dragapult EX, start again dropping damage counters on Makani's side of the board. Which route will Caleb go down here? We've got Recon Directors to use first, Amy.
Yeah, Recon Directive, once again, an absolutely essential ability in this deck, and for very good reason. Trade style effects like this give decks so much draw power. Seeing more cards is one of the most powerful engines that we have available in the trading card game right now. And the boss's orders is it! That's enough for Caleb to take the win! Dragapult diving into an absolutely definitive victory for this game one.
Yep, Caleb able to set up that board, set up that Rabska, really slow down Makani with those crushing hammers as well. Like I said, if Makani was able to hit one more of those crushing hammers on that turn, he did play 4 in one turn, it might have been a different story, but I think just being able to get Rabska up, limiting the power and damage output of Phantom Dive, but then being able to fire off so many of your own, it's just too much to ask from Makani's side.
You could say it's a crushing defeat at the mercy of those hammers. Unfortunately for Makani, Makani has chosen to go second in game 2.
Yep, and let's bring our resident expert to talk about how that game went down. Pablo, are you there?
I am here, Alex, and what a game we just saw. It feels like Caleb just has such an overwhelming advantage just based on the deck list, right? That Rabska is really, like, it takes away Dragapult's main attraction, which is those extra damage counters to the bench, right? When you get that possibility and you deny your opponent that possibility, and you both match in the crushing hammer count, Caleb definitely has a big advantage. Makani needs to be hyper aggressive in this match and really needs to flip more than one head off of those crushing hammers, unlike in game 1, to really try and get into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're straight into the thick of things here. Makani has decided to go second in this game 2, as we now get a chance to glimpse at those prizes alongside Caleb.
Relor? No! Why? Relor was so essential to Caleb being able to control the massive tension in that previous game, and with 2 Dreepy prized, and Caleb's got the special red card prized. Honestly, those prize cards are not looking too hot to me.
Yeah, Makani might get some insight into what Caleb actually places on that bench shortly, as well, as it looks like 1 Dreepy's being maneuvered to the front there. But what's the other decision? It has to be that Badoo is the only other target. Well, not typical, not what you usually want to see, but does that sort of give any information to Makani for his future turn, especially when you're staring down at Makani's Badoo as well, something that Makani was not able to really get out in the last game, of course, because it was prized.
And else, the last-ditch catch being activated to grab Lily's determination, setting Caleb up for success, knowing that he's going to be item locked imminently.
Yeah, Lily's determination coming to hand is going to be so important again. Thinking about what else is in that hand, what else can Caleb do? Is there an NG attachment? Yes, there could be to the active. That could be one way to pivot around, maybe having to go into Badoo himself on a future turn, but just kind of deciding maybe what energy to commit at this moment. Of course, Makani does have access to crushing hammer, so it could be quite annoying to deal with at the same time.
Yeah, I think that was a really good assessment, Alex. Caleb's thought, actually, this isn't really the appropriate time to be attaching my energy. And we move on to Makani's turn. Makani now getting the first attack, so Makani will be able to launch off Itchy Pollen. And we get to see these prize cards. So 1 Crushing Hammer, 1 Dragapult isn't too bad, but we did see how impactful the Crushing Hammers were in the last game. Can that be too troublesome for Makani? We will have to stay glued to our seats to find out.
Yeah, just going through and double checking what has been prized for this game 2 here. Remember, Makani does need to win this game to bring this back level for the moment. Badoo in the active spot, so we know we're going to be trying to slow down the game from Caleb's side. As a Dreepy does hit the board now, Makani choosing that as the target from the Pokepad, and a Fire Energy attachment with a Lily's Determination as well.
Lily's Determination once again giving Makani that full 8 cards, a breath of fresh air, and hopefully it will include some more Dreepy power ready so that Makani can start launching those abilities again and again to properly begin making a wonderful handful of cherry-picked cards to try and take himself to a victory this time.
And this is one of the few things where when you get the option to go first or second into a matchup, and especially when you have access to things like Badoo, Makani made that decision to go second just to be able to inhibit and slow down where possible. And this is where all those items now as well being played down, because we have seen, of course, there's Badoo waiting right on Caleb's side. Makani just getting rid of those items out of the hand, making sure we get value out of them now before we get Itchy Pollen locked.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's all about. Makani needs to play all of those item cards down because he's not going to be able to play them soon. So it is absolutely time to get maximum value out of each of those cards. It's time for Itchy Pollen. Caleb now has the tricky task of no item cards, but he needs to evolve these Dreepy and get that draw engine firmly online.
Yep, so it looks like the energy committed to the active Dreepy now. That will provide the pivot, the benching of the Pheasantipity, sort of maybe give some more clues to what Caleb may or may not have access to currently in this game, as we now get the Lily's Determination for 8 cards as well. One of the good things, Makani was able to commit the energy and also get the item lock Itchy Pollen. That means we were safe from crushing hammers. And if Caleb can do the same, it might be quite useful as well.
Caleb now gets that fresh hand. We get to have a little cheeky peek and see if it's better. And it is! We get double Dracoloak. We can see there in the hand. So, of course, Caleb's going to go ahead, play those down, and begin Recon Directive.
Yep, finds double supporter for this first one. We get the second one coming shortly, I'm sure, as well.
Another Recon Directive. Continue to make that hand as advantageous as he can to bring all of the puzzle pieces together. The puzzle currently is in the box, and Caleb is using Dracoloak to sort them. A retreat firmly into Badoo. Of course, Caleb is ready to launch some more Itchy Pollen. Over to Makani.
Yeah, absolutely. Caleb there finding a Crispin on that second Recon Directive. Already held onto a Dragapult EX as well, so I'm sure we're going to see something soon. But we do get a boss's orders into the Meowth EX and an Itchy Pollen. Now, this is another aspect where we're just completely slowing Caleb's board, because even with a Crispin, we're not going to be firing off a Phantom Dive, or Caleb won't be firing off a Phantom Dive anytime soon, because we can't attach free energies, Amy.
Yeah, Caleb won't be able to do that. And also Caleb will be forced into what we might consider wasting an energy attachment to Meowth just simply for that retreat cost. Regardless, Caleb's chosen Crispin as the supporter for turn, selecting a dark type energy and a fire type energy from his deck. One of them must be attached to a Pokemon and the other can go to Caleb's hand to be attached later for turn. This might give a little bit of acceleration, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
So it's an interesting turn here, because we need to, of course, retreat, or Caleb will need to retreat away from that Meowth EX to maybe go into maybe another turn, a slower turn, but can also get the attachment of Monkey Dory and actually remove that opposing Badoo out of play as well for this turn at the same time. So let's see how this Recon Directive treats Caleb here. And the second one, I think there was a Crushing Hammers that went for the first one there, and it might have been I think it looked like a Lily's Determination that was sent to the bottom of the deck. Can we prep a future turn with enough energies or Crispins to maybe fire off a Dragapult at some stage? We just need to protect the board.
Retreat Meowth by discarding that Fire-type energy. Adrenabrain onto Badoo, and of course, then Caleb's Badoo, after a cheeky Team Rocket's Watchtower, gets to use Itchy Pollen to knock out the opposing Badoo, and onto Makani's item lock turn, Caleb taking his first prize card.
Yep, a really nice swing of turns here. Of course, Makani will still have that Dracloak there with double energies already attached. Monkey Dory also coming into the hand from all of the recon directives that have been used now, and it's just a pass over. The hand is not looking too pretty. They're having to just sit with the active Dracloak with no energy attached to it.
It's not feeling good, Alex. It's just not feeling good. If I was in Makani's position, I wouldn't be feeling too great. I've lost my Badoo, and now I'm really kind of sat here for a little bit trying to reconstruct a more advantageous scenario. Caleb now kind of has a little bit of time to reconstruct his own hand. And again, we've just seen that he's able to construct this perfect notion of, okay, I'm going to Ultra Ball here, then he's going to be able to just continuously play every card from that hand that he's essentially cherry-picked. He's knows exactly what cards he needs to play in which order, and there's multiple turns worth of cards in his hand currently.
Well, the good thing for Makani right now, Caleb can't boss his orders and Crispin on the same turn. So we get another recon directive there. Just a couple of decisions, maybe some cards that are less useful for the moment. Caleb maybe wanting to use those Crushing Hammers for this turn and just kind of slow down Makani's side as well.
Here we go, Crushing Hammer number 1, and it's a...
Trying again.
Fail. No energy removal, but we're going to go again. Let's see. It's a success, but which type of energy is targeted? It's going to be that Fire-type energy. Caleb then attaching his own energy to a Dracloak to further strengthen this position he finds himself in. And I'm not sure if there's much else we can do other, absolutely, than potentially evolve into a Dragapult. Caleb does indeed get the first Dragapult on the board for this Swiss round 12. We're in game 2. Caleb won last time. Can he do it again?
Very interesting that Caleb chose the Fire Energy. I think typically most Dragon Ball lists do play fewer Fire Energies, so they are usually the greater target in this matchup for the Crushing Hammers. However, he probably doesn't know that Makani actually plays more Fire than Psychic. So, kind of another interesting adaptation that Caleb might not know for the moment, but targeting the Fire with that Crushing Hammer is something quite interesting, especially if he's going to start maybe keeping track of some of the resources that Makani has access to later down the line.
Yeah, it absolutely can be crucial in these mirror-style matches where you may not know your opponent's entire deck list, and even the smallest of change from the typical can make a big difference. Caleb, Itchy Pollen once more on Dracloak. Makani starting off with Recon Directive, of course. Boss's orders now in his hand, going for some more, putting the special red card to the bottom, knowing that it's not really time yet, and he can probably go and get that later on a turn where it's more advantageous to slow Caleb down. Lily's Determination comes through for a fresh hand of 8 cards.
Yep, protects the energy attached Dracloak as well with the Dragapult Evolution. So now it's just, what can we work with? What can Makani do? What will we see Makani do on this turn with those 8 cards? Does have access to Adrenabrain, so we can mess around with some of those damage counters that are on his board. There is an energy attachment, it looks like. Oh, maybe not, sorry, it was just a...
Recon Directive number 1. Still really looking out for a way to get back into this game, needs that extra energy attachment. Makani really needs to step up with the acceleration of the game. However, still being subject to item lock, Makani is really going to struggle when this hand may not be as fruitful as he'd expected.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess one of the things Makani will be keeping an eye out for as well. I mean, Caleb's board right now is only just the one Dracloak and, of course, the Dragapult EX. And then there's a couple of EX Pokemon that would give up 2 prizes there. And it's just both our players, just making sure we're keeping track of exactly everything that's been happening across our table and board right now. Was the Recon Director that was used by the Dragapult that was evolved up. So maybe we're just getting some clarity here. One moment.
So what would be the best hand if I was Makani right now, Alex? What feels good right now to be able to swing this back? Because Makani's board state to me looks pretty strong in reality, but he really needs to get on with attacking, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be quite difficult this turn because we've already played the Lily's Determination. So this active Dracloak doesn't have any energy, cannot be pivoted around for the moment. At some stage, what we're going to be having to try and target down and maybe just fire off a Phantom Dive on is something like that Serendipity, not actually give up or take prizes and flip the script and actual bench space to Caleb, and then actually start trying to manipulate the game from then onwards.
I've noticed Makani does play Rose's Encouragement, which might be a way in the late game to possibly accelerate that energy once again and kind of get back in. The lovely part about Dragapult is it has an absolutely fantastic time of making these really explosive comebacks, taking multiple prizes in a turn, and with the lack of that Rabska down on Caleb's board, it's looking like that possibility is absolutely in the room.
Okay, so we're just obviously getting... Our judges are just double-checking what's happened through this match so far. We've seen a number of Dracloak Recon Directors being used already, and we're just kind of double-checking there's perhaps may have been an extra one used. Sometimes it's one thing that's sometimes a little bit difficult to track because some of our players turn or sort of tap their Pokemon to just kind of indicate that they have used the ability, but we're just double-checking alongside the judges whether that's been the case. But this is one of the reasons why we have judges there, being able to make sure we pick up on these things, and we'll try and get back into the action as soon as possible. But it's a really interesting sort of board state for both games. I mean, I've kind of already semi-mentioned it, that the direction that Makani has to be in, and that it's not really trying to give too much opportunity for Caleb to actually get some more Dreepies and Dracloaks down and kind of not restabilize that board.
Yeah, indeed. And unfortunately, that's a tricky situation for both players, really, because Dragapult does have that way of changing the weight of the kind of the scales very quickly, and we've got even more new cards in these decks which are utilizing those mechanics, and a lot of players, we even saw yesterday that some players were heading back to Sparkling Crystal in Dragapult. These two have both opted, of course, for Unfair Stamp, and I can really see why, because those comeback mechanics are so important in trying to prevent your opponent who already has explosive draw power, slowing them right down. It just feels good, right?
Yeah, absolutely, especially when we're seeing the Dragapult format
kind
of evolve to a stage where we have crushing hammers. Well, Sparkling Crystal is not something that can be impacted by that as much.
No, exactly.
So that's one way to kind of go around things at the moment. But like I said, we're just trying to get confirmation at the moment. At the moment, if you're just having to look back, it might have been an additional Recon Directive that may have been used, but we'll get full confirmation exactly what was there. Make sure we'll get the judges' ruling as well, because I think they're just kind of double checking, and then of course just making a key decision. Because remember, we're in a very high stakes match. Match right now.
Not only that, but these players have been playing for 2 days now. It's a long old tournament. And not only that, but these turns can really go on quite long, especially when you use a supporter mid-turn, like Lily's Determination, get that fresh hand. It can be easy to forget what you did beforehand and kind of accidentally go forward with that. But that's why we see a lot of our trainers turning their cards sideways to indicate that, of course, they've used that already.
Yeah, and I think we just got confirmation that there was an additional Recon Director that was unfortunately used there by Makani, so it will be a ruling of a double prize card penalty because he did see the cards. Unfortunately, it wasn't just kind of maneuvered off the top, but he has seen it, so it is a double prize card penalty. But it's a scenario where you can still try and find a way back into this game, especially if your board state's in the way it is, especially what you've seen with Caleb's board state in the way it is as well. Maybe there's still some direction we can go down here.
Very, very true. We've seen the combative power of Dragapult continue to be incredibly oppressive, and sometimes even with 2 fewer prize cards to take, if you're Caleb, sometimes just if your opponent slows you down enough, it can indeed just spell disaster.
Yep, let's see exactly how this continues to pan out. Of course, there's still so much to come. And like I said, our players are seasoned enough there when they know they've made a mistake. But that's fine. We're moving on. We're continuing the game here right now. So as you can see just on the prizes, there are 2 red Pokeballs marked just to indicate that that's the double card prize penalty for Caleb. So he does have to take 2 fewer prizes to win this game.
Yes, he only needs to get to the bottom of that red Pokeball now. 3 prize cards left to take. However, as we very well assessed, Dragapult is the master of taking many prize cards in one turn, so Makani absolutely could make a comeback. Crispin is the card and supporter of choice for Caleb this turn, choosing a Psychic and Fire type energy, which I imagine is quite the important choice, as that fire energy is what was lacking from Dragapult EX, and now Caleb is in gear to go ahead in this battle even more so.
Yep, so it's just that decision to make now, whether Caleb starts to fire off some of those attacks, maybe start trying to take some of those easier knockouts. That Dracloak in the active spot is still just kind of waiting there, but or do we continue to slowing the game down? We've got 18 minutes, or just over 18 minutes. It is just an itchy pollen being
Slow
announced
and steady.
here.
It wins the race, Alex, and I think it's a good choice. Makani's still on the back foot. Caleb knows this and is just preparing for a larger turn later. Makani now has the tricky job of getting back in this game.
Yeah, I like the itchy pollen a lot because it still just slows down Makani's opportunity to try and turn this game around, because it feels like crushing hammers are really the key for Makani now to try and stem the flow, try and get those energies off the opposing Dragapult EX, and maybe swinging into one of those EX Pokemon that don't necessarily get knocked out again, to give that bench space for Caleb to maybe bring in some more Dream Piece at some stage when we take some of those off the prizes.
Yeah, Makani now looking to re-solidify this board state. What's Makani going to want to do this turn? Is it time to take out this Badoo and start kind of taking prize cards back? Or is it another building turn, trying for Crushing Hammer and try and weaken Caleb's board state first, Alex?
I mean, the longer you wait, the longer you give Caleb an opportunity to fire off his own Phantom Dive, and that's a scary thought for sure. We do have the energy committed to the active now, so maybe this is the turn that Makani's thinking, well, maybe this is where I actually have to just go for it and apply enough of pressure and just see what Caleb comes back with. So we're just keeping an eye on Makani's recon directives now. It's just a pass over, so I think, yeah, just trying to play the slow game as well. Doesn't want to allow that Phantom Dive to happen onto his Dragapult EX first.
Yeah, first and foremost. Caleb now in a tricky position. Does he choose to go aggressive, or is it still a waiting game? Caleb going for his first recon directive to continue to have every possible resource he's going to need to string together a win here. 3 prize cards are remaining for Caleb to take. Can he try and take all 3 in one turn?
It's very possible, but when you haven't got any damage counters on your board to be playing with, Caleb will need to just look for different targets down first. So the boss's orders on the other Dracloak with no energy attached means you're just forcing Makani to have to look for more energies to be able to even retreat to fire off Phantom Dive. And just checking all those resources now. I mean, not too much has been played. There's a lot of supporters, of course. Makani here using those tokens just to indicate or help indicate the recon directives now.
Another Dragapult potentially secured for Makani. Yeah, going for that one, but still now in a slowed position. Makani doesn't have any energy on that active. And again, having to commit it for not much avail right now. Just feels so sluggish. Looks like Makani might be choosing to maneuver or just pass.
It's such an awkward scenario to be in because you just don't want to be giving up those Phantom Dive damage counters on the board. It is a pass over, just saying I'm setting up the board depending on which direction you go in, Caleb. But Caleb's also just kind of taking stock of the scenario as well. Badu really just kind of putting in work for the time being. Remember,
Neither
Caleb
player really wants to break this lock.
No, that's it. And Caleb, you know, he still wants to try and maintain the board, like a strong board position. But when you're only working with one Dracloak, that's your only engine at the moment. If we fire off another Itchy Pollen now, it does mean Makani will have a full value Adrenabrain. So does that mean Caleb considers evolving up? Or maybe considers attacking on this turn? Yeah, I feel like evolving up is probably the safest play, just not to sacrifice it. But this is a scary position, I think.
It's a very scary position. Both players are kind of too anxious to step over the line and announce that first attack, and for good reason. Dragapult is a great comeback deck, and the moment a Pokemon is knocked out, you unleash a plethora of cards that your opponent can use against you. Well assessed, Alex. That's an evolution for Caleb. Caleb's now retreating Badu. Maybe it's time. We're going to finally see Caleb say Phantom Dive.
Release going down to just 2 prizes Caleb will need to win this game 2 here. So just kind of making a final decision in terms of the damage counter placement. Caleb, where will you place these? 6 to play around with. Prize taken.
And on to Makani's turn we go. Looks like we need some damage counters on that bench.
He might have just jet headbutted. He might have just jet headbutted.
Oh, it was just a jet headbutt. Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, so that's just the one way to not give Makani any value from that Adrenabrain. Doesn't want to muck around with that. Here comes the crushing hammers, though. These are so important. The tails is not good. Oh, it's not happening for Makani this time round. Double tails.
Really clever using jet headbutt like that. See, I'm a player who would have gone in way too aggressive, but Caleb knows exactly how that's going to be used against him with that Monkey Dory. So clever, and really why these are our pro players, and I'm behind the desk, Alex.
Never say that, Amy. Never say that. There's an opportunity for all of us. Dragapult EX evolved up on the bench now as well for Makani. Ultra Ball, all these items now being played because we're no longer under that item lock. Also remember, Caleb, because we've relinquished the Itchy Pollen and also evolved up that Dracloak on the bench, there is no draw power right now, at least without seeing a knockout on a Pokemon.
Ever so true. I love the way that Caleb is also avoiding that special red card by staying really low on prize cards purposefully.
Yep, so it's just a Pheasantipity being targeted from that Ultra Ball by Makani. Could Makani see 3 impactful cards that could turn this around? That Pheasantipity does mean it's an easy target for Caleb's final 2 prizes at some stage as well.
But sometimes Pheasantipity is needed to flip the script, draw 3 further cards. Are those cards what Makani needs to turn this around? He's got a Fire Energy. Xerotic's Machinations is certainly going to make an impact on Caleb's hand, now having to discard down to 3 cards.
If Makani attacks, a Boss's Orders and the Adrenabrain will mean we'll be able to just take down the Pheasantipity EX. But whether he has it or not is a different question. Makani playing this 0-6, seeing all those Dragon Pokemon being pitched away because of the effect of the supporter, including Unfair Stamp, holding on to a few cards there.
3 cards is not a lot when Caleb had put so much effort in to making sure that every card in his hand was cherry-picked. So Makani's timing with that was beautiful. And now Monkey Dory's promoted. And it's a pass. Protecting his assets, Makani leaves Monkey Dory alone in the active spot.
Yeah, made really, really interesting display because Caleb does need to take 2 prize cards, of course. Now overloading or choosing to overload that Dragapult EX in case more Crushing Hammers come down as an opportunity, or can potentially look for a different route here as well. Just doesn't want to see it again from the Lilies, for example.
Lilies bringing back plenty of cards to Caleb's hand. However, Caleb had lots of cards in his hand beforehand that he rather wanted, and those are now in the discard pile thanks to, or no thanks to Zerosic. Caleb choosing to go with his Ultra Ball to further thin down his hand and deck.
Yeah, there is Boss's Orders still in the deck, still available for Caleb, so there'll be a point we're looking for that. But Crushing Hammers first, Tails once again.
These Crushing Hammers are not behaving this game at all in the slightest.
It's probably a good thing for Makani's side.
Yes, that's true.
So we could see a slower game plan from Caleb once again, and we could retreat into Badoo, because regardless, it's still, even if you take down Monkey Dory, you're still one more attack. Well, you're still having to take down one of the big EX Pokemon to win the game.
Ever so true.
Or do we slow it down? It's just the, yeah, it's just a Phantom Dive for the knockout. 6 damage counters going on to the Dragapult with the double energies, and then also Pheasantipity taking damage counters as well.
Making that Pheasantipity within the range of Dragon. Dragon kind of decimation with that Phantom Dive by just putting a few extra damage counters on so that it's within that range of 200 damage.
Yeah, so flip the script. We find 1 Crushing Hammer. Makani can now play this to try and turn it. Finally hits ahead, but there's 3 energies on that active. I guess it's the fire.
Yeah. Fire energy gone to the discard pile. So Caleb now in a position where he's going to need to try and get one of those back on his turn. Makani placing down another Monkey Dory, which is why we saw the extra damage being placed on that Pheasantipity, because Makani might be able to take some of the damage off Pheasantipity and fling it back over to Caleb's board at this stage if he has any Dark Energy left.
Yeah, there wasn't really much else in Makani's hand, so played down the Crispin. I don't think found any targets there.
Oh no.
So it's just having to use the Night Stretcher for the Dark Energy. Now gets it back live with that Monkey Dory. So Adrenabrain is available as well. Adrenabrain utilized by Makani, saving the active Dragapult EX 30 damage. Now just double checking those resources. Still up against it. Caleb only needs to take 1 more prize, remember.
However, Makani is not looking great. A really thin deck size at this stage, and Makani doesn't have any draw power on the board whatsoever other than Pheasantipity.
So what are those 3 cards in Caleb's hand, Amy? Will it be the way to do this? There's a Fire Energy there, so we're going to be able to get an attack off. Can we do much else? Crushing Hammer again.
We can continue to potentially slow things down. Caleb's going to have a tough time taking that final prize card without Boss's Orders.
Keeps going off table.
Oh,
Tails.
it's a Tails. Have we flipped a single heads on Crushing Hammer this game? I feel like there's been just that 1 from the Fire Energy.
That scary Fire Energy is the only one in hand. If he commits it to the active, that's an easy target to go down from Makani's side of the board. Does have another fresh Dragapult, so we could see a retreat into the second Dragapult on the bench as well. Yeah, there's a Fire Energy committed to that instead. And a Lily's Determination, so we'll get to see 6 cards. We'll, at some point, be looking to try and find that Boss's Orders. The deck's pretty small as well, Amy.
It is, on both sides, to be honest. We are really at the end of the tether. Neither player has many resources left, as this battle has gone on for quite a while. Both players have been so cautious with their attacks, and meticulous with their gameplay, and importantly so. Caleb still holding back for the moment and not committing to the active Dragapult as currently seen, slowing things down once again.
Yeah, Caleb's shoulder was in the way of seeing the whole hand completely, but I didn't think there was a boss's orders for the next turn. It looks like we're going to try and slow it down, just as you said, Amy. Doesn't have to send up the Dragapult until we try and find the boss's orders in reality. Also, maybe giving up something like the Badoo so that we can actually then get Pheasantipity draw with the flip the script if it has to go down as well. So forcing Makani also into a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, Badoo forces Makani down a gear, as now Makani won't be able to play item cards on this turn. Very bad. Not getting that boss's orders for Caleb. Makani has bought a little bit of extra turn.
We see the red cards, a special red card also in Makani's hand right now, but is that the decision? Just kind of, I mean, we wouldn't be able to have a read necessarily. On...
I don't think we
Caleb's
can play
hand
it
right
yet because we are item locked still.
Oh, yeah, good point. Sorry, apologies, yep.
So no special red card yet. Badoo has shut that opportunity down. Great tell from Caleb, knowing that being on 3 prize cards is a little bit tricky. So actually, preventing that opportunity is actually a fantastic play.
Thank you so much, Amy. It's one of those few things. Just kind of also see it once again. But here comes Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain right now. Or at least kind of decisions here. It's a real awkward spot because Makani really doesn't want to necessarily take down Badoo, so it is just a pass over. And Caleb doesn't have the boss's orders yet.
No, I think it might honestly be advantageous for Caleb to continue itchy pollinating until he naturally draws into the boss's orders. What Makani's doing right now isn't particularly of any danger to Caleb until Makani starts going aggressive or can set up a full 6 prize turn.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the only way right now Makani has to look for. So this is what we mentioned already a little bit earlier, because we've only had access to that one Dracloak because we had an early Dragapult EX. We had to protect it. That's why we evolved it up once again. And there's no draw power. The only draw power, I've said it a couple times, is that Pheasantipity if something goes down. So another itchy pollen, Amy.
Crispin again looking to just thin things down. Goodness gracious. It is tough if you're Makani, but the top deck, and there it is, a defeat and a victory, match win. We have a huge KO, finally bringing this match home for Caleb.
Yeah, incredible. I think it was just waiting for the moment. Caleb done everything he needed to, especially with those prizes that he had as well, the double Dreepy, the Relor. But as long as we got to the Dragapult, he was a bit of a fortunate scenario. Didn't have to take as many prizes to win that game 2. But still, game 1 and game 2, Caleb has taken down this feature match. Pushed himself that 1 step closer, 3 points closer to potentially making it into our top cut.
Absolutely phenomenal play from both players. Honestly, I'm astounded to see how patient they both were, and it paid off. I can absolutely understand why both players were being quite so kind of tiptoeing around the situation.
Yeah, let's see how it all panned out, Amy. This was game 1, of course, but once Caleb set up the full board, had the Dracloaks, had the Phantom Dive off already and off to the races, it just meant he was in a commanding spot, hitting those crushing hammers where it mattered as well, off the Monkey Dory, off the Dragapult. meant Makani could only take down the Rabska with the Jet Headbutt, but at the same time was just heavily damaged with all those Pokemon, so it was so easy just to get another Phantom Dive off and take the victory.
So true, and then we saw this Badoo showdown that Caleb was the victor when it came to Badoo supremacy, and then Caleb, of course, only needed 3 further prize cards, and this is where the patience really stuck
in for both players, being so cautious as to not overcommit. No player wanted to give each other the benefits that you get from these catch-up mechanics Dragapult is so well known for after taking a knockout. And that top deck of the boss's orders just sealed the deal and put the cherry on top of the cake for Caleb.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't need to hear anything from us.
All right, thank you so much, Alex and Amy. And yes, I'm here with the winner of our last round, Caleb, who now sits at a pretty solid 10-1-1 record. Caleb, a little awkward end to the match there, but how are you feeling after that one?
100%. I just kept thinking of the Psalms, when I'm afraid I'll put my trust in you.
There you go. Now, we kind of looked at your run through the tournament so far. Saw you've been playing against a lot of Dragapult decks, and you've had a very strong record against them so far. Has that Rabska really done a lot for you?
I mean, it's maybe better as bait than anything else.
That works too. What do you attribute your success to in that matchup then? We saw a lot of, I think, spots where a lot of players would have gone for aggressive attacks, but instead you decided to stick with Itchy Pollen. How do you know when the right time is to keep using that and to switch gears into more aggressive attacks?
I'm not going to sit here and say I'm 100% confident in anything, but I'm very risk averse, so I don't like confusion flips. I don't like taking a unguaranteed thing. So kind of the breaker in that second game was putting him to 3 damage counters. I actually kind of messed that up. I should have been thinking that I was going to Jet Headbutt the whole time. I think I facially reacted to that, like oops, but I was definitely just thinking about like little things like that, but the breaker was like, I didn't want to have 3 damage in play for him to move around. Knocked out the Dracloak.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, always gets tricky with Adrenabrain, figuring out where you can leave damage and yeah, all those things. So I think at this point, you know, you're in a pretty good position. Obviously, there's a lot of those Crustle decks out there, which I'm guessing you're trying to avoid. Are you really just hoping to keep running into Dragapult, or are there any other decks you'd be kind of happy to face off against?
I'd like not to play against Crustle. That's my one loss right now. So continue to wish for good things there, but I'll take anything else.
All right, well, I'll give you opportunity here to give any shout outs, anybody you want to say hi to, and then after that, you know, we'll let you decompress and, you know, get ready for your next one.
Thank you. Hey, family and friends, I love you. Thanks for watching.
All right, thanks so much for your time, Caleb. Congratulations. And stay tuned, folks. We will have more Pokemon TCG action for you soon.
It's starting to get busy down on that stage. Pablo, why don't you run us through some of the intricacies of that matchup?
I mean, we had a lot happening on paper, but that double price penalty towards the end, that mishap off the Dracloak, definitely sentenced that game, right? Makani still held on. I think he made all the right moves to try and stall for a little bit, try to get a mistake out of Caleb in order to try to get an advantage somehow. But unfortunately, I mean, Caleb just said he's very risk averse and he was very careful with all his moves. And I think this current board really showcases the overwhelming advantage that Caleb had both in game 1 and game 2, but there's about to be an energy discarded thanks to that Crushing Hammer. There's Rabska essentially nullifying Dragapult's best asset, which is the damage counters to the board. And Caleb even has the Dracloak advantage over Makani, and he's about to take down this Dracloak. So I feel like everything was falling apart, and just by a 2-card inclusion, right, this Rabska, it's really either there's so much focus on it that sure, maybe it's bait Caleb, but it works so well because it distracts from the real threat, which is this Dragapult.
I think that's really well said, that the Rabska might not necessarily be the be-all and end-all of this matchup, but absolutely it did its job so well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those where you've got time to actually evolve into it, right, Pablo? And that when you have time, when you're in this kind of slower mirror match, it really sort of comes up trumps.
Yeah, and even if it like distracts your opponent from taking down a 3P, taking down a Cloak, taking down one of your energy, right? That really matters so much. And then this is where everything was essentially settled. This is where the mistake happened. Lily got played. We can see one of the Dracloaks was already tilted, and then we did see Makani, unfortunately. And I mean, we've all been there at this level of play when everything is on the line, right? This is almost like a win and in game for both into the top card. These mistakes happen, and there is something that that needs to be said in terms of like, you need to be very careful with your play, but you also need to play at a decent pace. So with everything running through your mind at one point or the other, it's easy for this to happen at this level.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we then started to see Makani use some of the tokens to be able to indicate that the recon director's been used. I think it was just that small movement that it just, you know, it just completely changed things. Again, you're doing another few different motions, you're then playing that Lily's Determination, and that's where just some things get a little bit lost, and it's a bit unfortunate. Like I said, Makani done what they could to try and stem the flow. I mean, if the game could have been very different if they hit all their crushing hammers, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, those crushing hammers created a crushing defeat in the end. It wasn't quite so fun to use them this time round because they can be so impactful. But I think it's time for us to jump back into some more action and have a little look at our feature game down on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. So we get to jump straight into here as well. We have Caleb Rogerson on our left-hand side, up against Calvin Connor on the right. As you can instantly see the Abra being attached with that wonderful energy that allows you to grab more psychic Pokemon. Just setting up the board state is something we love to see in the Pokemon trading card game, where we get a chance to really have a lot of consistency in some of these decks.
Okay, we're jumping in, of course. Caleb is 1-0 up right now. Going at the speed of light, buddy Poffin to get all the buddies down on the bench. Meowth no longer alone for very long. And there we go. Guess what? It's time for more Dreepy action. Caleb attaching a fire-type energy to one of them and Lily's Determination so he can have a fresh 8 cards off the top. I wonder if Calvin has much in hand to kind of combat this really strong start from Caleb.
Yeah, absolutely love the fact we can show more Pokemon, more shenanigans that are going out on the field as well. Of course, it's one of those intriguing matchups between two fantastic decks. A deck that, of course, has recently taken down a regional championships against one that has been around for quite some time now in many different variations. That enriching energy there onto that Dunsparce is another fantastic way to just keep being able to draw so many cards as we find Pokepad on this current turn for Calvin as well.
Kadabra evolves. That creates 2 more cards for Cal, and now he can look at really trying to monopolize on as many Abracadabra and Alakazam as possible, while also growing his hand. Of course, one of the ways to do that is for him to play that Pokepad, a brilliant card that has helped the consistency of this deck so very much. Cal now evolving another Abra to Kadabra, but not yet, for its buddy Poffin time first, says Cal.
Yeah, just kind of being able to draw the cards is that level of sequencing that a lot of our players have to stay on top of course, rather than evolving up, seeing the cards, and then playing buddy Poffin is not necessary for this scenario because we know we want to hit those Dunsparce. We want to hit other cards, like a Rare Candy, for example, at some stage. You know, maybe trying a Rare Candy into an Alakazam to get a big attack off on this turn would be very, very strong. We get the Dunsparce as well to the active.
This is one of my favorite combos for this deck. Cal's able now to shuffle not only the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce back in, but also that enriching energy and, of course, some brilliant cards he got to take. And we're going in with the big Rare Candy Alakazam. Draw 3 more cards, Cal, and going for a huge knockout turn. But first, we need to... Oh, I think we've already played... Did we play a Sporty yet? No. Goodness gracious, he is absolutely on fire. Of course, Cal gets to attach the air balloon to the Genesect. Now Caleb cannot play Unfair Stamp, and it's a huge KO on Meowth.
Yeah, really, really simple knockout onto the Meowth, just because it's only got 170 HP, Amy. Caleb really up against it on this, just from that one turn, that one whole turn where Calvin drew about what felt like 30 cards.
it just went on and on. That's why I was like, oh my goodness, has Cal even played support? No, he can keep going. On to Caleb now to try and just catch up with such a flurry that Cal presented of not only card draw, but also attacks. Caleb now really needs to get into this game as quickly as possible. However, he is facing down an Alakazam with a huge 140 HP already, and it's going to take a little while for Caleb to get a Dragapult in play.
Yep, exactly that. Not playing any rare candies, so there's no way to accelerate into a stage 2 here, as Pheasantipity also comes down for Caleb to be able to draw more cards. Pokepad being able to grab finally one of those Cloaks, and then just try and set the board that little bit better, because that Alakazam's going to keep just running through the deck.
Crushing Hammer, fail. Not this time. Crushing Hammer. We seem to have a Crushing Hammer curse going on right now, Alex.
Yep, not helpful at all here in Caleb's spot in this
Oh,
matchup.
another Crushing Hammer. No, it's still, the curse is still there.
Seeing a lot of 1s and 5s, Amy. That's not what exactly we need here.
Oh my goodness gracious, that wasn't quite enough. But boss's orders! Oh my gosh, a nighttime mine! Cal has taken the win as Caleb realizes this is a non-starter. A huge, phenomenal win for Alakazam there. For Cal, wow, that was just mind-blowing.
Yeah, just being able to showcase in a very short amount of time how quickly Alakazam can run away with things alongside the Dunsparce.
And it does it so very well. Even though both players were playing that Dunsparce engine to some extent, you saw the explosive draw power that Cal was able to employ, and also that rare candy turn was just phenomenal to launch himself into a commanding position. And not only that, he got the Genesector boot to turn off Unfair Stamp, so to prevent your opponent being able to actually make that really strong comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's fantastic to just keep being able to show you as much Pokemon as possible. That's why we have that feature match there as well. But we want to make sure we're getting our next round ready as soon as possible. So we want you to just make sure you pay attention to this little feature with our last round winner.
Caleb Gedemer has brought everything to this table.
I'm Caleb Gedemer, and I am from Wisconsin. My brother brought home a library book that had a Pokemon card just tucked in there somewhere, and that just really intrigued me. We got some starter decks, and it was off to the races from there. I'd probably be water. I think Squirtle was like my favorite growing up.
Caleb is an old school name. He has put on an absolute tear at so many regional events.
2018, and that was like my first year where I really wanted to go all out at competing, going to as many events as I possibly could. I think at that time I was a little caught up in feeling like you're not making mistakes, but I must have been. And I said something to the effect at the time like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. It's the first step to plateauing in really anything in life. When you say you're firing on all cylinders, there's just always room for improvement. You can be a better person, you can be a better player. Playing outside of tournaments can be hard. You can't just do the reps and expect that it's going to mean something. You need to be setting yourself up for success. Like, I'm playing against this with the intention of being prepared for it. I had a bit of a break at the end of last year, and first tournament back, I won.
He started this event 10-0. He's afraid of nobody.
There's absolutely no margin for error. I was lucky enough to go undefeated in the first day, going in at 8-0. Had I not picked up an extra match point from a tie, I wouldn't have even made the top cut. That finals match was something else. First game just felt terrible. Second game, he got super unlucky. And that last one, just a bit of a miracle. It escalated very quickly. And I thought, like, this cannot be happening. Like, what?
Oh my goodness.
I was very emotional, and I'm not ashamed of that. I've done this 4 times now, and this is just unlike any of the other ones. This just topped it all. I'm probably not going to win Worlds this year. I've tried a bunch, and it's not worked so far. I'd like to think that I have a small ego, but, You know how it goes. It ebbs and flows. Winning Worlds is like permanent though. Like you get a deck made and you can buy that at, you know, your local grocery store. It's pretty cool. My absolute favorite moment at Worlds is taking the stage round 1 against Daichi Shimada, and just that feeling of being the first one featured in day 2 was, I mean, it gave me chills. I lost, but it was still awesome to be part of that. Playing meaningful games is really my goal. When you do this as much as I have, you're gonna have some rough patches. Winning into day 2, winning into top 8. Like, if you get to that point, the rush that goes into those games is hard to top, except with something like this, where you actually win.
Gedemer is the Louisville Regional Champion.
What a phenomenal player. We just got to feature in our previous round, and now we are live once again. My name is Amy Bosley. I'm here with Alex Dow. We're live from the hall having a look at the hustle and bustle as things heat up.
Yeah, absolutely. You get a chance to glimpse at the full view of what NAIC is all about. You saw those feature tables, those feature matches across all of the games. You can see the amount of eyes that are on you if you ever get a chance to be there. It's a true spectacle, and we're just so lucky to be part of the show.
Absolutely, and you guys are so lucky to have so many wonderful matchups for us to feature. We've got fantastic players from all over the world who have converged here. We are on our second day. We're in phase 2. Let's take a look at how the rankings are currently matching up.
Yeah, these players are pushing themselves as far up the table as they can. Here, a lot of our players that we've already featured as well, but there's some we have yet to see. For example, I mean, Rahul Reddy is currently just on an absolute tear. 11-0-1 this weekend. And so far, really in a fantastic spot. But then there's so many big names, ones we haven't even seen. Justin Newdorf. Now, you've got Abaan Ahmed in number 11 there. We just saw Caleb Rogerson there in like that feature match as well. And then there's a number of players just, again, showcasing just how international this tournament can be.
Indeed, and you know, a lot of big names out there. Of course, Justin Newdorf was second place at the World Championships last year, and we've seen really great finishes from Abaan as well. James, of course, is a very prolific name in the community, very typically plays kind of control decks, and that can be very tricky in a format like this. We know that, of course, we've got lots of different decks in this mix. It's not just Dragapult, I can absolutely assure you that.
Yeah, and it's not just those crossovers that we've seen in the mirror match as well, scuttling away and around the top tables. Gonna have to let you know that there's more than 2 of them for sure.
Ooh, they're still up there. I mean, it's frustrating, isn't it? Because if they do pair one another, it is quite a tussle.
Yeah, I'm talking about who could pair for one another. We do have our next round notable matches.
Whoa, look at that!
Get to showcase that matchup at the very top. James versus Justin will be our Swiss round 13 feature match, but just look at some of those others. We saw plenty of those names already in that Swiss ranking table. But there's so many good players still trying to vie for those positions in the top cut, Amy.
I know, and a lot of these players we've already seen, but a lot we've had yet to feature. So James and Justin is going to be a fantastic showdown, but I would like to be a fly on the wall for Rahul versus Juho as well. I've got to say that would be really interesting. I wish them both the best of luck. And of course, we've got some fantastic further players and on absolutely magnificent records. You know, 11-1 at this stage in the tournament. Undefeated if you're Justin at 10-0-2. Absolutely phenomenal play. And you would expect that they would start to slow down. They would get a little fatigued. No, these players are pros. They know what they're doing. They are prepared for this event through and through, and they're ready to rumble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the feature match itself is a true testament to the Pokemon trading card game. I've already had a chance to speak to James yesterday after the earlier feature match we had him on, but he's been one of those big players who regularly streams playing Pokemon TCG live, And we also know Justin's another player. You know, as you've already mentioned, considering he was a second place finisher at the World Championships, another very heavily sort of in the thick of things on Pokemon TCG Live. I mean, it's just incredible to watch these two players, Amy.
Speaking of TCG Live, did you know it's its 3-year anniversary? Both of our next feature match players play very heavily on the ranked ladder. I imagine they've paired one another a multitude of times. Justin and James both, I imagine, will be getting in and logging on for that 3rd-year anniversary celebrations, getting up to the tippity top of those Arceus ranks.
Yeah, for two players that I regularly see on social media, I think they deserve almost their own ranking at times.
Oh, goodness.
Going to Arceus doesn't seem like much of a feat for those two players, especially when they're in the upper echelons of those numbers that they get to.
They need Arceus Plus just for the for those who get just a little bit further. No, I imagine they have absolutely done a fantastic job.
Yeah, and don't forget, as long as you're making sure you're watching along on Twitch as well, there's plenty to be able to get for your Pokemon TCG Live accounts here. Make sure you are watching on Twitch to be able to get these broadcast rewards via those Twitch drops. Just by watching some Pokemon, you get some extra booster packs, you get those special illustration rare cards, Amy. And
you know what my favorite bit is? I love the accessories. I love me some Blastoise sleeves. It's going to be delicious. And of course, you were going to watch for more than 60 minutes anyway, weren't you? So at the end of the day, that's just free stuff. And we love free stuff.
Pretty much just watch one round.
Yeah, right.
At least one round, because there's so much going on at the same time. But of course, make sure you are connecting your accounts at the same time, because that's the way you actually get it allocated to your accounts. But that's just a fantastic, just little perk you get for listening to us, watching some fantastic, incredible players out there on the field, showcasing their skill and ability with those decks.
Of course, and we have more to give, as of course the other games have a plethora of goodies you can redeem as well. So don't forget to maybe pop in on those occasionally. I don't want you to miss any of the TCG action, but go and have a little peek here and there, because it is absolutely worthwhile.
Yeah, when you need to go take a break, go get yourself some water, just quickly flick to the other one, so that you don't actually have to watch it, but you still rack up those minutes. I mean, look at those rewards that you can actually get. It's just a fantastic way just to keep engaged, of course. But this is all for you guys, making sure you're enjoying the show as much as possible. And again, kind of highlighted it a moment ago, but just to make sure, we'll give you step-by-step instructions exactly how to earn those Twitch drops right there, right now.
It's very easy. Just visit rewards.pokemon.com, log into that Trainer Central account, link to Twitch. All good, just have a little watch. That's all you got to do. And then next time, you don't have to do it again. You're done forever. And if you want to watch in other languages, or if anyone needs a bit of a hand with that, you can put on the captions, translated captions. It's a fantastic feature, allows a lot of us to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, this is a truly international tournament, championships, that allows everyone from across the world to be able to stay tuned and stay up to date with exactly everything that's going on at one of these massive tournaments. You have all those channels on the left-hand side there on the Twitch, /Pokemon, Pokemon TCG, Pokemon GO, and of course, never forget Pokemon UNITE.
Oh, I absolutely couldn't. One of my favorites to be able to watch at these international championships. The drama is always there. We love to see it. It's honestly a brilliant time, no matter which broadcast you wish to have a gander at. And I mean, if you spread it out, it's like a whole week's worth of watching, that is. So honestly, I'm set for the next like 2 weeks. Any spare moment I get, I'm going to be catching up on all of those broadcasts.
Yeah, you just to absorb absolutely everything that goes on across all of the games. It's just a fantastic, unique way as well, just to stay involved in absolutely everything, because there's just so much to go. There's reruns as well. There's always opportunities just to catch back up. Even if you miss one round, half a round, a bit of a turn, sometimes you want to rewatch it again, maybe put yourself in those players' shoes. We like to say we, because we like to kind of embrace ourselves in those positions alongside our players, alongside what we're capturing and watching at the same time.
It's honestly a fantastic opportunity, not only to feel like you are here with us in the middle of the action, but also to be able to learn alongside us.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to just kind of have all of you guys as well. This is why we're here. This is why we love being here, just to kind of guide you through all of these matches. But speaking of what we're trying to guide you through, we know our players are ready at the tables. We're going to be getting that kicked off as soon as possible. And right now, I think this is where we really need to just showcase the final few rounds, the final couple rounds, I should say, before we get to our top cut.
Yes, Swiss is now looming at its end, and the pressure is on to get towards that top cut. And two players who are not afraid of a top cut situation. I tell you, it's Justin Newdorf and James Kowalski.
Yep, so it's just a fantastic opportunity now to see two fantastic players. I can't wait to see how this pans out. We had a great opportunity to speak to James yesterday as well. I think he was just delighted to even be featured yesterday. So it's just a great way. I mean, we've seen both of these players across time. And like I said, both players, hardcore Pokemon TCG Live players. They, like you said, they probably face each other a lot at the very upper echelons of TCG Live as well. And I can't wait to see how this pans out.
An absolutely wonderful opportunity to see two masters of their craft against one another. Very well decorated players, of course. James has been doing excellent during this tournament, specifically against Dragapult as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's gone 11 wins, I believe, right now. I mean, this is a matchup between, right now in the current meta game, two Titans. James currently at 11-1. Justin currently undefeated at 10-0-2. 33 match points against 32 match points. A win would push themselves really firmly into a potential top cut spot.
And they're both going to be vying for that big win, because it could make all the difference. Of course, now we can get down into the nitty-gritty ever so soon. The matchup is clear. Now, James hasn't currently lost against a Dragapult here at NAIC. Currently 6-0 against Dragapult. This will be his 7th. But if there is anyone who will be able to stand up to Lily's Clefairy, forcing weakness upon a Dragapult, it's Justin Newdorf.
Yeah, absolutely. Justin, a very well-accomplished player, especially off the back of that second place at the World Championships. And then in the same year, I mean, he's been in this scenario before. 20th was his placement at last year's NAIC as well. I mean, he's just having a fantastic, I don't know, 12 months, as it were.
Yeah, very much so.
It's incredible.
Time.
Just the level of consistency. Again, maybe it's just through playing Pokemon TCG Live throughout all those times. I mean, he was the one who, after all, actually ended Andrew Hedrick's undefeated streak at LA and Indy.
Precisely why he might be the player to stop James' Dragapult annihilation in this event. James currently playing this Lily's Clefairy EX deck. And let's take a look at these prize cards. Alex, anything of note?
I mean, there's a nice pretty card there. That Prime Catcher on James' side is currently prized. We have a couple of other unique pieces from Justin's side as well. I mean, it's not too bad. Both Meowths are going to be hiding away in those prizes at the same time. But James does play 4 copies of those, of course, just to kind of keep up that consistency. So we'll keep an eye out on that Prime Catcher. And then all the other pieces. One of those 2 Crispins are prized for Justin. But yeah, fist bump there, Amy. We're kicking things off with Swiss round 13.
Let's do it. We'll go straight into the action. Let's see the table as it stands. James starting Pheasantipity. Not a great start for him, but Justin is taking the first turn, and it's a buddy poppin'. A very wonderfully typical start, and definitely a card that he wants to see in his opening hand.
Yeah, an opportunity for Justin to be able to work out those prizes, work out those resources that he will have access to across this game 1. Just deciding on the Badoo and the Dreepy for the moment, just kind of eyeing up the others, just knowing that they're there, that they're safe, that he can pull them out when he needs to, and that's going to be key for this matchup because he is staring down. He'll know he's up against Clefairy after all.
Yes, a very tricky matchup indeed. But if Justin can try to keep up with the flow of attacks, thankfully Dragapult can keep up. What we're really going to have to be looking out for are those Lily's Pearls. If James manages to trickily weave those in and make some of his Lily's Clefairy into essentially single prize Pokemon.
Instantly played down Sereno by James. Was it Sereno? Yeah. Well, sorry, I'm going a bit crazy. Sorry, lost a bit of my words there. Sereno was played. Free Pokemon EX is now coming down into the hand from the deck. Again, another opportunity for James to actually see and work out what is prized as well. Getting that Latias EX, the Lily's Clefairy EX, of course, and a Mega Kangaskhan, the draw power, the pivot maneuverability with Skyliner, and then the threat of the Fairy Zone is the choice made there by James.
And what I really love about this specific play is that Latias EX is not just that pivotal Pokemon to use Skyliner so that James' basic Pokemon have no retreat cost, but Latias EX Eon Blade is also affected by Lily's Clefairy Fairy Zone, meaning Latias EX will be dealing double damage to a Dragapult and is much less susceptible to a knockout return from Dragapult with a fancy 210 HP.
Yeah, it'll be real interesting to see whether James goes down that direction. Does get into a Lily's Pearl from that run errand there. It's instantly attached to the Lily's Clefairy EX, and we're just prepping it for future attacks, knowing Justin is of the slower nature. Crushing Hammers, can we make an impact?
Oh,
Heads.
it's a heads! That will make an impact. Slowing James down. Justin's got that Crushing Hammer power.
And then it's just an Ultra Ball from here from Justin to be able to start maneuvering into those Dracloaks. Get Recon Directive live so we can start seeing some additional cards, cherry picking what we need access to. I think Justin's now just working out that one Crispin actually is prized as well, because we just saw a little flicker up there. It's just kind of double checking what he will have access to.
Supporters are some of the most powerful effects that we have in the game, is why you're only allowed to play one per turn. So Justin really needs to forecast which supporters he's going to be playing on which turns to most effectively use his resources. And today, right now, that's going to be Lily's Determination for a fresh 8 cards off the top of the deck for Justin.
Yep, it's ever so important. We're going to need to find some more of those Pokepads and Dracloaks here. We know one is prized. There's still access to 2 currently in the deck. Let's see if Justin is able to draw into them here, because we're going to need to try and get to the stage where we can eventually get to 1, 2, sometimes even 3 Dragapult to be able to actually overcome James's Lily's Clefairy EXs at stages.
Justin's hands looking pretty good if you ask me. We've got energy. I can see Crushing Hammers. Buddy Poffin goes slam straight down on the board. Justin now looking for an extra basic Pokemon and really just solidifying that bench. Justin is going for that one of Dunsparce. Again, just to give an extra push of explosive draw power without having to put a Pheasantipity in play, without having to rely on his opponent taking a knockout to get an extra 3 cards.
Yeah, starting to see some level of the 1-1 lines being teched into many Dragapult lists. Just that additional draw power is so pivotal at times, as we do get the first Recon Directive of this Swiss round 13. Just a nice stretcher going into hand, keeping, I believe that was another energy going to the bottom of the deck. We already have them. Second Dracloak hits the board as well.
Another Recon Directive for Justin. Looking at those top 2 cards of the deck, putting one in his hand and the other will go to the bottom of his deck, allowing to siphon through that deck and get the perfect hand to be able to continue this game in the best light possible when going up against a not very advantageous deck. A Psychic Energy is attached, and of course it's back on to James to now pick up the pace and go head on against these dragons.
Run errand to be able to draw cards on Justin's turn. It was the opportunity to attach to the active and retreat into Badoo to try and Itchy Pollen, but again, we're talking about having to try and figure out multiple Dragapults as an attacker at some stage. those energy attachments are ever so key, especially when you only have access to one Crispin right now in the deck.
Okay, looks like James is having a peek at that Wellspring Ogerpon EX. Another Pokemon that has such fantastic maneuverability when you're looking down at small single prize Pokemon that have less than 100 HP to boot. So a lovely addition to James's deck that gives it a lot of flexibility into other matchups. James now benching an extra Lily's Clefairy EX using Wondrous Patch. Okay, that's one energy on Lily's Clefairy, and of course, he has the other in hand, maneuvering Lily's Clefairy into the active and taking down Dreepy #1.
Hold your horses for a moment. He had a couple of actions, but yes, it is a massive KO. It's just setting the pace at the moment. And now it's over to Justin. We have the free retreat Badoo to move around as well. But this is where it comes really, really tricky for Justin. He's holding on to a couple of crushing hammers. Can we see Justin hit heads on those where it matters? We're going to runaway draw first for some more cards.
Ooh, that was a rather good runaway draw for Justin. Getting Crispin, we got a lot more utility with another Dracloak. Going to be able to draw some more cards now for Justin.
Yep, key moment here. Staring down at a Lily's Clefairy EX with that Lily's Pearl currently attached. Let's just see the direction that Justin takes this game plan here. He has access to that Crespin, as you've already mentioned, Amy. So if we're just taking the knockout, we don't necessarily need to use Crushing Hammer. So Justin doesn't have to try and slow James's game plan down with that Crushing Hammer item that he's got. So we'll just play the Crispin first.
Love it. Yeah, not only being able to look through his deck, he needs more energy on the board. Justin needs to really start to pick up the pace. Badoo isn't really going to help slow James down enough right now when it's just going to get knocked out in return. So Justin is really against the clock now. James has set the pace for this game, taken the first knockout nice and early. Now Justin really needs to respond, taking those energy, of course, putting the darkness energy in his hand and attaching that fire energy to the first Dracloak, but we still are going to see Recon Directive from Justin to continue to make his hand a little more advantageous into James's current tactic.
Yeah, this Dragapult list currently doesn't play anything like the rare candies, so we can't just accelerate, or Justin's unable to accelerate the evolution up into a stage 2 anytime soon, so we're going to have to see if Justin goes down the route of a Dragapult right now instead, or do we try and work out whether Justin will try to stabilize the board first. More Dracloak hits the field.
Another Recon Directive, but
it's a big old hand now.
Not great, really. Still looking a little bit fishy for Justin.
So important. But if there's anyone to find a way out here, I mean, just staring at the Lily's Clefairy EX, it's just not a scenario you always want to be in. But when you're a Dragapult player, you know players are going to target your deck.
It's very intimidating to see this deck, especially when James has had such success in this event so far. Justin's going to need to play very cleverly to overcome such an awkward matchup, really.
Yeah, James.
Here he plays Ultra Ball, eyeing up Serendipity for just that extra draw power.
Well, do we continue just keeping the single prize board state? Or does Justin prioritize drawing more cards here? Flip the Scripts, of course, is now live for Justin. Can we turn the tables here?
He's got that 3 extra cards, but sadly, to no avail right now. Justin can't really play many of them. So it does allow him to have more Ultra Ball fodder. It looks like he's choosing to do so. Going for another Ultra Ball, just thinning the deck down. He probably will just look to re-stabilize this board state. He's going for the Dragapult. Maybe this is the turn, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a scary thing, right? Because we only see one Dragapult EX on the board right now, the only Dragapult EX that has an energy. So by committing this Psychic Energy attachment, we're going to take the knockout on the Lily's Clefairy EX.
But Justin will only receive one prize card due to Lily's Pearl, and then he has to make the decision of where those extra damage counters are going to float, and it looks like he's chosen Kangaskhan, Wellspring Ogerpon, and Pheasantipity.
Yeah, and James now has access to his own Flip the Script here, already working with a decently sized hand, but can James find a way to just cherry pick the right cards? I mean, he's holding on to Cypher Maniac, code breaking, so alongside the run errands will allow James to be able to piece together an attacker once again.
Looks like he might be going again for a Lily's Clefairy attack. He is certainly having a look at that Wondrous Patch and Area 0 under depths, which will increase his attack power quite considerably by not only extending his bench and allowing Lily's Clefairy's Full Moon Rondo to have extra oomph, but also being able to then attach extra energy. That acceleration is essential for James to stay in this game right now.
Yeah, and when you have so much draw power on the board just from Run Errand and Flip the Script, this is the opportunity really just to kind of get those right pieces here, get a strong knockout, and then have to weave in more Lily's Clefairy EX here.
Yeah, after a strange Lily's Clefairy, Lily's Pearl knockout there, it really does put the pressure on Justin as he only got to take that one prize card. Why are these damage counters so impactful when we're looking at a board that has them spread so thin, Alex?
Well, it's one of those scenarios that Justin finds himself in, having to maneuver around Lily's Pearl right now. Obviously, having to take down some of those big threats in the Clefairy is important, but we've got to start thinking about those prize cards that Justin has to also take down, or take to win this game as well. Where can we get those 5 prize cards from in as few attacks as possible? Well, that Mega Kangaskhan does give up 3 prizes, and then, of course, setting up those other single, sort of, not single prize EXs, the other 2 prize EXs like the Wellspring and the Pheasantipity. That's important, but we do see a massive return knockout here by James on that Dragapult EX, and this is the scary bit I keep mentioning, that we have to try and set up multiple to be able to just return onto this Lily's Clefairy EX here, and the game plan from James, especially when James has gone so wide as well.
Honestly, I can see in the future ahead, and I'm pretty certain Justin's going to now be going for some mad prize cards at this point, because Justin now has the ability to KO the Clefairy and putting extra damage counters across the rest of James's board to even further be really oppressive into this prize race. Justin needs to take 5 more, but there's lots of ways to do so.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cards in there that would help Justin's scenario. I mean, we might not have access to Crispin because we've already used one already, but we do have access to Rose's Encouragement as the other energy acceleration. And just whether we will see Justin play down that card as well to be able to get a second attacker up and running, alongside maybe some more disruptive cards like that Unfair Stamp Ace spec that Justin runs as well, that I do believe I saw in his hand at the same time. I think he's actually eyeing up the Roses there as well. There it is, Amy.
Rose's Encouragement, a card that we haven't had the pleasure of announcing yet, Alex, but we now get to, as Justin plays her to accelerate that energy. Now that he is behind, James has taken those 3 prize cards, and of course, special red card just to add to that injury, and we are using all of those fantastic cards that allow Justin to disrupt James.
Yeah, so the 6 damage counter placement now going on to Mega Kangaskhan EX brings it down to 200 HP remaining, and that means Justin is, in reality, if we can get one more Phantom Dive off on that Mega Kangaskhan, that would be the final 3 prize cards that Justin would need to be able to take this game 1. What can James do on this scenario? Well, there's a few different things. We can try and remove that Mega Kangaskhan out of play. We currently have the Area 0 Underdepths in action right now, and we do play that one Chien Pao. That could completely turn this game around, but let's see the route that James takes here.
Yeah, James is now in a sticky situation thanks to those damage counters. If you're Justin, feeling pretty smug, I imagine. Chien Pao, of course, has the ability Snow Sink. When you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench, you discard a stadium in play, which can have some really nasty impact.
Yeah, it's one of those key features of this type of archetype right now. That Chien Pao is somewhere in the deck or in hand. Haven't quite seen it as of yet. James here just confirming with the energy attachments to that Lily's Clefairy EX, but this is one way we can see how James protects the board and really manipulates those damage counters, really nullifying, as Pablo once already has said, that importance of that damage counter drop from the Dragapult's Phantom Dive being so important in so many matchups. When you just turn it off, it just turns into a 200 base attack, and it's not really that strong.
Telepathic psychic energy being attached to Lily's Clefairy EX would allow extra Pokemon to come onto the bench if James so chooses. But I think he's also just assessing whether that Chien Pao was there, and it is, and it's raring to go, but we can't get it. You can't utilize that off of a telepathic psychic energy, so he's gonna have to go a different route, and there it is.
There it is. James has shown now the Chien Pao in the hands with that Ultra Ball, had a couple of Ultra Balls available to him in that hand there, and Justin's going to be staring down at a Lily's Clefairy EX once again, being able to take a massive knockout, and also his route to victory being taken away by James's Chien Pao here.
This is clever. I love it. Here we go. Chien Pao uses Snow Sink and removes Area 0 Underdepth, so James can remove the damaged Pokemon from his own board. He's in full control of those damage counters now. This is a wonderful dance of prize mapping. Alex, run us through the terror that's going to put Justin in right now.
Well, right now, also removing the Chien Pao from play means Justin still needs 2 attacks to be able to take 3 final prize cards, and it's only working with 1 Dracloak. Does have the energy on it, but needs to try and stop James from having all the pieces James needs to actually take a knockout on something like the Pheasantipity that's kind of waiting in the wings. James has also taken the Prime Catcher from the prizes as well. So they are starting to be pieced together for James's side, but Justin's got to try and stop that as soon as possible.
I can't believe how back and forth this has been. Justin needs to make an impact on this very turn. Otherwise, it's going to spell disaster. James only have 1 prize card left to take, and that's going to be relatively easy unless Justin makes it difficult. Justin needs to force James to jump through some big hoops.
So we're seeing a Meowth EX now for the last-ditch catch with a boss's orders being chosen. I think this is where we have to flip the script to find that disruption card. That A-Spec is so important to find here. Pokepad, it's still there. It was right at the bottom. Pokepad being just played. Get out of my hand is, I'm sure, what Justin's thinking right now. It's not useful. It's not going to allow me to win. We need to boss his orders a Pokemon and play that unfair stamp.
But even if an unfair stamp comes into play, James does have a little bit of a tech against it. We do see the unfair stamp join Justin's hand. James, however, does have 2 Pheasantipity on board. It might be enough, but first an energy removal, Crushing Hammer.
But maybe this is why Justin's going to have to try and gust up a Pokemon he doesn't necessarily knockout for the moment. I guess with Skyliner being live, there's nothing to really trap. So we have to take down this Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah,
Or we have to see Justin just choose the right target.
Dragapult evolved up. Justin now trying another crushing hammer.
Could be big.
See if it's successful. I can't quite see the drama.
Oh, double heads on the energies on that Lily's Clefairy EX. And here it comes. That unfair stamp being played now, really just completely turning the game on its head. Justin may have found a small window of opportunity by taking maybe, where was the boss's orders maybe that we wanted to see on the Pokemon that wouldn't get knocked out, wouldn't activate Pheasantipity's flip the script.
At this stage, it's all about that boss. It's in hand for Justin.
We saw him
Trying to set up a big prize turn for later. Choosing to go for the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. Justin's going all in.
This is just, is this the decision where we Phantom Dive and just take the 2 prizes? We have the Risky Ruin being played as well. It's a knockout on the Wellspring Ogerpon, and the damage counters being placed across James's board. We have flipped the scripts live now.
Can James get energy galore on Clefairy? Oh, that was a Crispin top deck, I believe. Crispin will allow James to look through that deck, see what energy we've got remaining, and we've got it! There we go, straight into Lily's Clefairy EX for a huge win for James.
Yeah, incredible just to kind of see how that panned out. But Lily's Clefairy EX showcasing exactly why it's been haunting Dragapult EX since it's been brought into the Pokemon TCG, and James is piloting the deck super, super well, especially when you're protecting the board, dancing around those prizes that Justin's trying to prepare on future turns the way he was able to with that Chen Pao.
James played masterfully, and honestly, so did Justin. Watching them both play to the top of their ability and make that prize race really feel like it was a back and forth tennis match.
Yeah, and that's just one of the key things where we saw multiple Dragapult EXs actually getting prepped and primed and ready to attack. I think it's time we get a chance to also just re-watch exactly how that all played out in the end, because it was such an intriguing back and forth between our fantastic players.
You know who loves an intriguing back and forth? My friend Pablo.
That was really cool to see the dance of the prize map. That Lily's Clefairy's, that Lily's Pearl, pardon me, was so clutch. I think that card alone won James this game, reducing that prize card count from 2 to 1 for the EX knockout. That completely changed things around, and then the very clutch Chen Pao turn, removing the liability of the Mega Kangaskhan. I don't know if there was anything Justin could have done differently. He attacked the hand, he disrupted, he flipped a lot of heads, but he just wasn't able to overcome that price deficit that James put him in with that Peril. So we'll have to see if Justin is able to more aggressively play around that, perhaps.
Yeah, Lily's Pearl is a card that we haven't seen yet on our feature match, but it made such an impact. Let's jump in to this game 2. James is 1-0 up. Alex, prize cards, talk to me.
I mean, 3 of the 4 Psychic Energies being prized for James. Might not be too much of a problem because we do play some other energies as well. We've got the extra Psychic, the extra Telepathic Psychic Energy as well. But, I mean, I don't feel like Justin's going to be complaining too much here in this scenario. Monkey Dory, it's not really that important, especially when all of your Pokemon getting knocked out in one hit. But just only able to get the 1 Dreepy on the board here before passing over to James. And now, just kind of setting up himself with that Wellspring Ogerpon EX, with a energy. Looks like we're just going to slow the game down and sob that poor Meowth that started for Justin.
Oh, if you're not going to have a great start as James, you better sob, because it traps that Meowth right in the active spot, slowing Justin's play down. Now, Justin playing Dragapult doesn't really mind this too much, I would say. You he needs time to set these Dracloak and Dragapult up regardless. It's a shame Justin won't be able to slow James down in return with something like a Badoo, but for now, Justin's just going to continue to establish this board and get strength to strength, using as many Dracloak as possible. Already establishing one, hopefully Lilies will provide more.
Yeah, the unfortunate aspect for Justin is that he can't really set the tone of being aggressive in this matchup now because of that Meowth start. That sub block is something that's just going to constantly be used, or can constantly be used, and then that allows James to really set the pace.
Yeah, it puts James in control of this match really early on by sobbing 20 damage, but actually Meowth is unable to retreat. Here we go, crushing hammer time from James. Oh, I think it was a failure, which is such a shame because it could have really helped Justin to jump back into this match early on.
Sure, Buddy Buddy Poffin being played now. Dunsparce hitting the field. We've already spoken about how a lot of our Dragapult players are incorporating this additional 1-1 tech for additional draw power. Also kind of provides a semi-pivot option as well when you're using and utilizing runaway draw to not only see cards, but then to maneuver into the right attackers at the same time. Here comes Recon Directive. Just going to look for more pieces to set up. I think Justin really needs to stabilize. As we mentioned, he needs multiple Dragapult EX attackers, especially when you know Lily's Clefairy EX is not far away from your opponent's side of the board.
No, indeed, Justin is in a tricky spot no matter what, and so chooses to establish a fire energy on Meowth, eventually maybe being able to use Tuck Tail to get out of the situation of being stuck behind Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX from James.
Yeah, James's hand's not looking too pretty, I don't think, so it is just an instant attach and then straight into a sob once again. So maybe giving Justin a chance here, but again, we're still having to stare down at a Wellspring Ogerpon EX, which can at some stage, if we find the water energy, be able to torrential pump and could take 2 small knockouts.
Now this is an interesting decision for Justin. Are both energy going on Meowth or not? They are! Looks like we're going to see Meowth EX use Tuck Tail to shuffle itself and all attached cards back into Justin's deck, circumventing that sob from Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX entirely. Meowth being a very sneaky cat Pokemon, jumping back into the deck very soon. But first, Justin, of course, needs to continue to make his board as strong as possible, get as many Dracloak as we can, and then he will be in a much better position on his next turn.
Oh, it's ever so scary, though. If you do Tuck Tail and have to promote one of those Dracloaks, it will go into the hand.
Apologies, yes, hand, not deck. We've had many that go back into deck, but Meowth will go back into hand.
Will allow you to use Last Ditch Catch again, because you can play it down and search your deck for a support card. But if it goes back into the hand, we then do have we then have a Dracloak go into the active spot. And that could be going down quite easily, like I said, to a Torrential Pump. You're then offering up almost a Pokemon to potentially get knocked out. And that's where Justin has to make that decision. If we can stop that, though, with a Crushing Hammer.
Not right now, sadly, but another Recon Directive might be a saving grace.
Yeah, it looks like we found another Pokepad. Let's get another Dracloak out. We've got the whole family out here now.
Justin definitely being a Dragon-type master with that board right now. Of course, another Recon Directive should be advantageous, not just now, but for the rest of the game.
Just want to probably double-check. Maybe it's, Dreepy did just come down this turn, so maybe can't evolve up that final Dreepy, at least for the moment. But then this is the decision. Do we Tuck Tail now and offer up a single prize Pokemon? Or do we just allow James to solve one more time?
Yeah, that is an important decision for Justin, whether Tuck Tail is the play now. Meowth would jump back into his hand with all that energy, and he'd be able to reattach it later to his own merit.
Just having a quick discussion with the judges just to make sure, again, we're keeping as as clean on the table as possible. And I think they're just kind of making sure that they were all there and available.
Yeah, looking at all of those Dracloak, making sure they were all able to evolve and use their recon directive this turn as well.
I think both our players are discussing and talking it through at the moment, so we'll get confirmation exactly what's they're confirming at the moment. Otherwise, this current board state is still this kind of interesting scenario where Tucktail is the decision or not. Here it is. It is a Tucktail for 60 damage onto the Wellspring Ogerpon EX right now. Now, James, have we top decked anything useful to get out of this scenario? Because all we have is that Wellspring Ogerpon EX and... Oh, no, maybe not. I mean, it's instantly a sob with 20 damage straight onto the Dunsparce, Amy.
Yeah, just another sob from James, and a not fun position to be in. Justin will be able to get rid of that damage if he chooses and manages to find that Dunsparce. Of course, Crispin comes down again, grabbing 2 further energy out of the deck. I imagine we're going to see those go onto a Dracloak, but for now, Justin opts just the one, and it's time to do some recon directive to just siphon down that deck. A crushing hammer, it is a success.
Removing
Which
energy
of the 2
from play.
energy?
Well, one can't be grabbed back out of the discard pile, so targets the special energy there. Second recon directive finds Pokepad and a Dragapult. I think there's already a Dragapult in hand, so Pokepad's the choice for Justin here.
Pokepad's played straight down, and of course, Dunsparce comes into play. Now, Justin's going to have that extra maneuverability, not only of moving this Pokemon out of the active, regardless of its sobbed status.
Third recon directive finds the boss's orders here as well. Could be one way to just apply a lot of pressure. Knowing your opponent's not drawing many cards can deal a lot of damage, for example, to that Latias EX.
4 recon directive, you can't get much more consistent than that. Justin, of course, going ahead and attaching a further psychic energy to another Dracloak. The previous one was attached.
Oh, there we go.
And he's scooping it up. James admitting defeat, and Justin, against the odds, takes game 2.
It was a scary pass from Justin there, but more than enough to take this game 2, just because James wasn't able to really draw out of that scenario. He was hoping Sob was going to be able to give him enough time to do so, but Justin was building out a very strong board, multiple attackers, and then that pass was, like I said, all she wrote.
I would be sobbing after that scenario. It's not really what you expect with a deck that's teched up so heavily against Dragapult to be pushed into a situation where James was unable to do much and have much agency over his actions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those we're going to keep an eye on. James, I'm sure, wanted to get as much time as possible as we get a chance to have a little glimpse of exactly what went down with our resident experts. Pablo, break it down for me.
I mean, we didn't see too much happening in this match, but I love this quick scoop by James. This shows that he's confident in this matchup. He knows he's favored into Dragapult, and he wants to have enough time to win a complex and thorough against game 3 against a very tough opponent, right? Justin Newdorf has had really a breakout season after getting 2nd place at the World Championships. He's been very dominant, and he's trying to add to that accolade here. But James knows he has an advantage. The Lily's Clefairy just so strong against Dragapult. So I love this scoop, and not trying to solve his way into a 1-0 victory to try to close this one out, but rather I want enough time to win and take all 6 prizes in this match.
Yeah, surely he can't draw like that once again, could he, Pablo? So let's see if we get a much better game here as we're about to head shortly into our game 3 of our Swiss round 13. Both our players in fantastic spots. Remember, James currently 11-1. The only loss was against a Crustle. And Justin currently undefeated here in this tournament at the North American International Championships.
Down in New Orleans, here we are, Justin versus James, the powerhouses themselves. They've got their prize cards down. Their active Pokemon are ready to rumble, and we're going to jump straight into the action for Game 3. Who will come out on top?
Just over 15 minutes to find a victor and push themselves into a pretty strong spot. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it was just an energy attachment to the Wellspring Ogerpon EX and then a pass over to Justin. That's not what you want to see.
It's a similar story to Game 2, unfortunately. How are our prize cards looking, Alex?
Yeah, nothing too shabby on either side right now. Badu could have been quite nice to try and maybe slow the game down, but you want to prioritize setting up that board. Anyway, 1-1 Dreepy Dracloak line could slow things a little bit down, but we have access to 3-3, so yeah, not too bad. This just depends on what the hand is saying. Looks like an Ultra Ball's being eyed up.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that hand is at least currently saying you can have another Dreepy if you'd like, Justin. Or maybe a Badu.
Yeah, one
it's
of
going
those.
for Meowth.
What we don't want to see is, especially with James just attaching to the active Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX, he's only a Crispin away from having Torrential Pump live. I guess obviously still wants to set up the board as well, so would we see a Crispin on the turn if we don't see another Pokemon? Well, if we're taking down just the lone Dreepy that currently is sitting on Justin's side of the board, could be super, super scary for Justin.
So what you're telling me, Alex, is that Justin needs Crushing Hammer to hit heads or lots more Dreepy, and that's one of the things Justin's gonna get as two Buddy Poffin enter the hand thanks to Lily's determination.
Yeah, we're at least trying to go wide. We haven't hit the Crushing Hammers, I don't think. And I saw a little shake of the head there by James, but I mean, when you have to just attach energy and pass, it's just so, so scary. But we're only gonna be staring at a board of Dunsparce, Meowth EX, and 3 Dreepies on Justin's side, at least for the moment there. Just deliberating, checking what was in the hand before we shuffle up that deck. Here's a pass over. There is that Crispin we just mentioned. Water energy attachment to the active, and then another energy coming to hand as well. So that is one way to accelerate energy onto the board, but you're going to slow the game down a lot. You're going to take 2 prizes, but James would then be left with just a Wellspring Ogerpon EX with no energies attached to it if we choose to use the secondary effect of that Torrential Pump.
Ooh, Prime Catcher comes into play. James is going for gold. And Team Rocket's Watchtower just to prevent Dunsparce from doing much. James using Torrential Pump to take 2 Dreepy off the board. Justin left with 1 singular Dreepy and a Dunsparce that cannot currently do much. Oh, sorry, my bad. It was an Area 0 Underdepths. I am a silly egg. There we go. Justin now moving forth with a Dracloak and an attach for turn. So we definitely aren't running any rare candy. Can't accelerate play in that way.
Yep, so James might feel a little bit safer knowing that a retaliation attack won't be coming down this turn. That's super relevant. We've already seen Badu also in the prizes, so won't have access to that either. We do have now the Dunsparce live for Justin on his board, choosing that fire, that Ultra Ball before playing Lily's Determination.
Lily's Clefairy EX now finally on the bench just to make sure that James has a little bit of power just behind him on the back lines. Justin really needs to slow things down now. Would something like a Badu even help in this situation?
Yes,
oh, it's in the prize cards. You're quite right, Alex. I forgot.
No, absolutely. But maybe he can try and look for his own pink ace-spec of choice as well. Maybe really try and slow the game down with a unfair stamp. Well, that's definitely not it from those Lily Determination 8 cards for the time being. Recon Directive further 2.
One more chance. That's double Dragapult, but we can't evolve this turn.
We're ready for the next turn, I guess. We do have Night Stretcher, so can try and get the board ready for more Dreepies. So Justin now decides to play that just to kind of go back and grab that Dreepy out of the discard pile.
Dreepy is certainly what Justin's going to need, and James does sit on the board with no energy currently. Risky Ruins joins Justin's array.
And it comes down to maybe what James has been able to pull from those prizes. Of course, we're very lucky in seeing that there's a Dusk Ball being played now. Bottom 7. Finds a Meowth EX and Mega Kangaskhan, so has a choice between the two colorless Pokemon. There is the Mega Kangaskhan. There also is the Telepathic Energy as well, allowing James to pull out those Psychic Pokemon, and more importantly so, that Latias EX.
My concern here, Alex, is I'm having a flashback to game 1. Damage counters can be really important in this matchup, right? And isn't there damage counters on quite a few Pokemon right now?
We're starting to load them up. That Latias is now within range. Run Errand does draw into a Lily's Pearl, which also was so important in that game 1, Amy. So now Lily's Clefairy EX is there, powered up or semi-powered up, but also, you know, just protected a little bit from that Pearl.
It's just a pass across to Justin, who now has this opportunity, this window to finally establish a Dragapult. However, without Dracloak on the board, it really limits his ability to continue this game. So it's time now for Justin to really start to make this hand a lot nicer looking than it currently is. Crushing Hammer time first.
No, looks like a Tails, otherwise there would have been a motion towards that Lily's Clefairy EX. There was an interesting choice between the boss's orders and that Crushing Hammer there for Justin, because that could have been a way to try and maybe just target down the Lily's Clefairy EX. But for the moment, prioritizing that stabilization first, as we do also get the runaway draw. So see you later, the Dunsparce, at least for now.
Dunsparce loves running right back into that deck to be used later. Justin, of course, got to draw 3 cards off the top of the deck before shuffling the Dunsparce in. Ooh, okay, a spec here. Another Buddy Poffin. Justin is, I imagine, very delighted to see that so that he can re-establish Dunsparce, although it does get hit by the Risky Ruin.
Yeah, remember, no more access to further Dreepies. One Dreepy currently being prized, the other sitting in the discard pile. One was rescued with that Night Stretcher not too long ago. Now, it's just that decision of what do we do, because we're still staring at that Lily's Clefairy EX waiting. Justin having to make that choice, playing the Crispin. This is the route he's decided to go down here.
Just eyeing up the hand before he makes a solid decision on which 2 energy types Justin is going to take from the deck right now using the effect of Crispin. One of these energy will be attached to a Pokemon due to the effect of Crispin, and the other will go into Justin's hand. Of course, straight away, he's established that Dracloak needs an extra energy, so Fire type it is. And Dracloak, I imagine, might see an evolution very soon in its future.
Yeah, the Night Stretcher, second Night Stretcher being now used by Justin for a Dracloak there on the bench. We will need that as a future attacker as well. Ooh, Crushing Hammer as a choice. If he hit heads here, we could try and slow down that Lily's Clefairy EX, maybe prevent it from attacking.
Crushing Hammer's going to have to go again because that one went off the board. The Tails really not having too much success with those Crushing Hammers is Justin attaching that second energy to a Dracloak. And it's Dragapult time, Alex.
Yep, we're firing off on all cylinders here. 200 damage to the active Mega Kangaskhan EX, really applying a lot of pressure onto that free prizer Mega Pokemon. And now it's all about these damage counters, trying to set up a massive multi-prize turn. Looks like just maybe targeting all 6 on that Lily's Clefairy that doesn't have the Pearl on it. Area 0 under decks come now, instantly bouncing that Risky Ruins. Energy attachment, Amy. We're looking pretty scary here.
James knows the stakes, and they are not only high, but the win is in his grasp as James goes towards looking for Serrano, gathering those extra Pokemon. Thanks to the effect of Area 0 under depth, he will be able to play a plethora of Pokemon, and we may even get to see a treat of that Chempao once again coming down onto James's board to heal up or pseudo heal up this Mega Kangaskhan by forcing it into the discard pile.
Yeah, just gets the other Mega Kangaskhan down now as well. We do get Run Errand. 2 cards there. Moltres not useful in this matchup. We get the retreat.
Here comes Lily's Clefairy, Pearl in hand. Gem Power comes down, and of course, we saw it once, we're seeing it again to great effect. James pseudo healing up his Pokemon, attacking and taking a huge Dragapult knockout with Lily's Clefairy EX.
And down to 2 prizes. So just being able to remove all of the liabilities that are on the board. No allow of Justin to be able to take big prizes, big knockouts. And now it's just staring down at this Lily's Clefairy EX in the active spot. There's one waiting on the bench as well. And Justin only has the lone Dragapult EX, or Dracloak and lone Dragapult EX left.
James has done an absolutely masterful job of denying Justin prize cards at this stage.
So we'll keep following along, of course. We get the Dracloak Recon Directive here first. Are there cards that are useful enough here? Maybe that, was that a special red card? We'll have a look. Yeah, that was the choice there from the Recon Directive. We now get the Night Stretcher for the Psychic Energy, so we get the attachment going as well.
Here comes Dragapult. Only going to be able to take 1 prize card. However, Justin is going to disrupt James. James done an excellent job on his side of the board, though, of protecting himself as much as he could against this incoming unfair stamp. He knew it was coming, and Justin did indeed manage to pull it off.
Yeah, Pheasantipity waiting in the wings. If that Lily's Clefairy EX goes down, and it looks very, very likely here on this turn. So both players shuffling up, unfair stamp your opponent. Since your opponent did take a prize on your last turn, on his last turn, or his or her last turn, they draw 2, you draw 5.
Dunsparce once again running away into the deck. Although it's no coward, it just does that. Dunsparce loves to dig, and dig it does into the deck, drawing Justin 3 fresh cards.
And also 3 minutes remaining as well for 2 prizes to be taken. And also, just by having the 1 bench Pokemon, Lily's Clefairy is actually, without something like the Area Zero Underdepths and amongst other things, that knockout there, taking 1 prize means it's very, very difficult to get this Retaliation KO just from 3 cards, plus the flip the script.
I think we might have it. We've got Crispin. We need 1 more energy because James could use the Latias here. If he manages to get another energy attached via a Wondrous Patch, this could be it.
Would need the stadium as well to be able to get to the 7 Pokemon on the base. So here comes the gusting of the Meowth.
We've seen this before.
Let's slow the game down enough where I can just sob-lock you. There's not typically many switch outs, if any, in a Dragapult deck. And this just means that we can slow the game down to a point where at 1 stage, I'll be able to eventually take this knockout. But here's a Crushing Hammer to stop that in its tracks first.
Here we are. Will it change? Oh, it might change things up quite a bit as we succeed in knocking that energy away from the clutches of Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
Yeah, there's Pokeball being played. There's not many options remaining. It's just that 1-1 line, it looks like. So Justin's going to have to keep battling on with just this Dragapult EX and that Meowth for the moment. Needs to stop that sob lock from happening. Ultra Ball being played now as well. Again, not giving too many outs for James to be able to do too much energy attachment to the Meowth.
Justin's not got much, unfortunately, that he can do at this time other than slowly attach energy to Meowth as quickly as possible, which feels like a bit of an oxymoron, but it really is a case of needing to jump back in to the action and not allow James to have the time that he's attempting to stall for.
So here we go. What more can be done from Justin's side of the board? We've got the energy attachment, Pokeball being played now, Dunsparce being maneuvered to the hand. James is only 2 prize cards remaining away from taking this Swiss round 13. He just needs to knock out their Meowth. And it's possible. Is it possible?
From Justin, here we go. There's the Crispin, and it's all over as we get attached to these Pokemon. Go ahead and get ahead. Justin now just drawing into a next card, but it's not really going to help. Meowth is really on the edge now, not being able to move once again. If there's enough energy in deck, maybe Justin can tuck tail, but I don't think there is.
Just the 1 in deck, and that's the energy attachment. And time has now been reached. We are into overtime, with time being called here. Justin will be our turn 0. And how it works is there's 3 additional turns. So James will take his first turn, turn 1. It goes back to Justin for turn 2, and James will have the final turn of this game. And if we don't have a complete winner, it does mean that we get stuck here, and it will be a tie. But James has these 2 turns to try and maybe knock out this Meowth.
Ultra Ball. Meowth.
Crispin.
Crispin, that's it! It's game 2, James using full Moon Rondo to full effect to the moon and back, and of course clutching a huge win against the one and only Justin Newdorf.
And that's it, James. 2 feature matches across today and yesterday, and 2 victories. Yet another victory over Dragapult. This is the matchup he was targeting by playing this deck, and he's now gone what feels like it's 7-0 against Dragapults across this weekend thus far.
Eon Blade bringing it home. I finally got to see it. My wish came true. And Latias was used to take those final prize cards. Although not super effective into Meowth, plenty of damage dished out right there. And I imagine both players are feeling okay about that, to be honest, because they're both in fantastic placements going forward in this event.
Yeah, and we get a chance, of course, to watch it all back again. So starting with that game 1, we thought it would be a bad start with that Pheasantipsy start, but when you have Lily's Clefairy EX with that Lily's Pearl starting to run through those Dragapult decks, it just paid off so much. There were opportunities that Justin tried to build for himself with those damage placements, but the Chien-Pao combo eventually was able to just not effectively heal up, but remove the liability from play, keeping the Pheasantipsies around the board state as well if anything did get knocked out. There was, for example, the damage counters on that Mega Kangaskhan, but Chien-Pao removed it from play, and then Lily's Clefairy just continued to just clean up.
And clean up. Lily's Clefairy certainly did. Getting down to this really sticky situation, down to the wire. James only needed to take that final prize card, and that he did. Justin caught up, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, game 2 wasn't much of a spectacle. I mean, Justin was able to scarily pass his way to force James to concede that very quickly. But then we went into this game 3, and it looked a bit dicey for James initially with just that energy attachment to begin with. But Crispin Prime Catcher meant he was able to accelerate to 2 prizes very, very quickly. And once we got going, we got Lily's Clefairy EX live. We got Mega Kangaskhan EX. We would run Aaron live. And then James, through all of those little plays there, finally getting all of those energies that he required, was able to take down that final Meowth EX for the final 2 prizes.
Absolutely phenomenal plays from both of them there. I didn't expect Wellspring Overcoupon to sob quite so much, but locking that Meowth in the active spot was such a key component of the route to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like those kind of retreat lock attacks right now are a little bit underrated, or sort of under the radar, and people don't often have to keep, you know, considering it when your opponent has those types of attacks, especially when you're facing up against Lily's Clefairy EX or even Wellspring Ogerpon's Torrential Pump generally, which accelerates prize cards being taken so quickly up against Dragapult.
Indeed, and the prize card manipulation in this matchup was really the key, and both players were trying to manipulate that in different ways. Obviously, we can circumvent the additional effect of Lily's Pearl by using Pokemon like Monkey Dory, so you really have to consider not leaving any damage on your opponent's board anywhere, and also effects like Dragapult's secondary effect of its attack by attacking, kind of damaging the bench and littering those damage counters. We saw how impactful they were.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many good points there, but I want to bring in Pablo because, I mean, he's got loads to talk about, especially the way you just mentioned about those damage counter manipulations and different way this game could have gone, right, Pablo?
Truly, this feels like on paper, you see the decks and you're like, oh, Lily's Clefairy knocks out Dragapult. So simple, right? But in reality, the intricacies of each turn, the decisions that each player made during their turn, what to put up, where to place the damage, what to attack with. I really gotta commend both players. Clearly, this is a very high-level game, and I think this turn in particular, playing Rosa's encouragement not only is like a peculiar choice because we are seeing more favoritism towards Crispin, but Rosa's encouragement, since it accelerates 2 energy, allows you to attach this very crucial 3rd energy to have a follow-up Dragapult, as opposed to Crispin, which lets you attach that 1 extra energy, but then all of a sudden that Dragapult goes down again, and you're left with pressured finding Crispin back-to-back turns. So that Rosa's encouragement was really, really great in giving Justin a chance at coming back in this game 1. Ultimately, the special red card was not enough to really bring it back for him. That Lily's Peril really made a huge impact in the price trade-off, along with, of course, the clutch no sync turn. That was so important to find at the right moment, clearing that Mega Kangaskhan with 100 damage on it, removing all possibilities for Justin to win in 1 turn, right? Forcing him to have 2 turns, and that gave James just enough time to find a way to close this game 1.
Yeah, so important to be able to manipulate your board in that way, just to essentially nullify your opponent's turn, right? Because Justin's having to build up multiple prize turns, or multiple prize knockout turns in a turn, I should say. And when you just take that away, there's not really much else Justin could do, and as Pablo's kind of mentioned there, thanks Pablo, then it was 2 more turns that was required.
Yeah, and then we had in this game 3 a very interesting situation where prior to James starting his turn, finding that Dust Ball, which found Mega Kangaskhan, and he was really able to get going, or maybe it was Meowth, I don't remember exactly, but prior to that, Justin was really digging for that on first stamp, because he knew that next turn there was likely not going to be a knockout. So this was the turn to disrupt, when there was only a single Wellspring over Pun Mask and a Lily's Clefairy in play. No Mega Kangaskhan, no Pheasantipity for backup draw, no help. So if Justin had found the on first stamp in this turn, he really could have turned things around, leaving James with a huge deck with very few outs to really recover from, and putting himself in a prime position despite losing 2 Dreepies. But since he wasn't able to find it, then we had this other turn towards the end of the game where James just did absolutely everything he needed. He went for the Cyrano and established Mega Kangaskhan, an extra Mega Kangaskhan, established that very crucial Pheasantipity, because he knew at that point that all he needed to do was not whiff, right? He was so far ahead in the price count, he needed to take down 1 more Dragapult to win the game, and everything on the field made it so that on first stamp or special red card were just not going to be effective enough, and he bought himself enough time, especially thanks to that sub attack, in order to close this one out.
Yeah, Sob being super clutch. I mean, there's so many small, minute decisions that both our players are having to make. I mean, I think one I recall quite vividly is that choice between Crushing Hammers and that Boss's Orders.
Yep.
That Boss's Orders could have been one maybe to try and target down that Lily's Clefairy, but went for the Crushing Hammer because maybe longer term, that was the better decision.
Yeah, Sob really can buy players so much time, as you guys mentioned. I wouldn't say it's an underrated attack, but it's an unrespected attack, right? People are aware of it, people know it's a threat, but they're not adding anything to their decks to really deal with it. And so that Meowth getting trapped gave James just enough time to close out this game and win decisively, putting himself, I think, in first place heading into the last round of Swiss here.
Thank you so much, Pablo. We got some juicy insight there on why both players are making such interesting decisions. Now, you guys aren't going to need to go anywhere. Get glued to your seats because we need to go take a break, but the next round is up right now. So don't go anywhere. We'll be just a few minutes back.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title, despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round 1 is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round 1.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the Big Easy, New Orleans, Louisiana, and the North American International Championships. Just one Swiss round remains for our trading card game competition until we whittle it down to our top cut, which we will be playing through this evening. Cannot wait to see which of these players will continue their push forward. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth for this Swiss Round 14 by Kyle Pukasukovic. Lots of incredible storylines here, Kyle, as we're getting down to the weeds of this event.
Yeah, this is it. This is the high stakes round, the last opportunity to earn match points, try to make it into that top cut to keep your tournament hopes alive. And we do have about 6 players who have already guaranteed a spot in the top cut, but many more, and really big names as well, who have an opportunity to win their last round and make it to the top cut.
Let's get a quick check-in on our caster predictions coming into this weekend. Which of us got it right? Which of us got it wrong? And I don't think I really hit the nail on the head with the B-drill this time. But for you, Kyle, we've got a Meganium player still out there in the mix, trying to get a win in here this round to get into cut. Kyle, I know Meganium is your favorite Pokemon, so it must be cool for you to have a chance to see Meganium having a super strong meta-relevant card.
Yeah, don't remember the last time that has happened, Chip. It's been quite some time. Yeah, this was a pick from the heart. And yeah, happy to see that there is one potentially in the running to make the top cut, which is exciting. I think, looking at Ethan's prediction, it was a layup, of course, Dragapult EX. But it has been largely Dragapult EX once again. Now, I think we have seen plenty of counter decks topple Dragapult EX so far, but there's still just an overwhelming number of people playing that deck. And
yeah,
there's just going to be some in the top cut.
Yeah, no surprise at all. Here are our Masters Swiss rankings coming into this round, and you did call it out, Kyle. Several players have already taken an intentional draw this round to lock themselves up for a spot in Top Cut. Now, at a Pokemon TCG tournament, when you get a match win, you earn yourself 3 match points. When you get a match tie, you earn yourself 1 match point. And as we whittle it down here to Top Cut, the number it looks like for this event that players need to achieve in order to make it into cut is 35 points. So anyone on this list you see already there, Rahul and James, they've already locked up a spot. And then now several others with their intentional draws this round. Miguel, Juho, Caleb, Abaan, all have taken intentional draws. Those top 6 players are already locked for top cuts.
Yeah, this doesn't even show all the players that are still in the running. We still have other players like Ross Cawthon, legend of the game, still in the running as well, can win the last round and make it to the top cut. So it's still so unpredictable at this stage. Can't wait to see what's going to happen. And I can't wait to see our final Swiss round feature match here. Whew. Can you imagine the pressure at this point, knowing that 1 win is all that separates you from making it to the top cut at NAIC?
For Ben and John here on the stage, their tournament run rests on this moment. Win here, continue on, lose, you'll get to collect your prizes, you'll get some booster packs, you'll hold your head high about a strong finish, but also wonder what could have been. It will be Ben playing the Meganium Hydrapple deck up against John's mighty Dragapult EX. Pairing at this event with Blaziken, and that is certainly a factor in this matchup, the fire typing. Now let's take a look at the prize cards as they are laid out for each of these players. Plenty of Pokemon in Ben's prizes. He does play thin lines of his various Stage 2 evolutions, so that is certainly something to keep track of. And over on John's end, Torchic hiding away alongside that ever-important Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I think the Meganium Hydrapple EX deck has seen a resurgence because it does match up well against Dragapult for the most part, because Dragapult is unable to knock out Hydrapple EX in 1 attack. But when you add the Blaziken to the mix, it changes things so much. But Chip, we're already started here. We see a bug catching set to
here
kick
it
things
is.
off.
Bug catching set, a super great ball in this deck, working in so many ways here. Looking at the top 7 cards, revealing any grass Pokemon and grass energy up to 2 counts and adding them to the hand for Ben Dobberstein. It is a grab of Teal Mask Ogre X and the basic grass, and Teal Mask Ogre X is the lifeblood of this deck. Teal Dance, attach an energy card from your hand and draw a card. It's an extra energy accelerated into play. Does not account for your attachment for turn, and it is also really solid draw power. And we see the little Applin in the active spot. That tumbling attack, hey, with a head slip, could take down The mighty Badoo, of course, which is the active now for John Webb, kicking off his turn with the bench of a Dreepy. Now Ultra Ball discarding 2 cards. He did prize 2 Ultra Ball, so that's something worth noting as well, Kyle. He may have limited access to his evolutions through this game.
Yeah, very true. Now this matchup can take a lot of different turns. Sometimes, you know, the grass deck here can just go super aggressive, try to attack very quickly and overrun the Dragapult deck before it sets up. I would say more common these days, you see players using that Celebi to set up stockpile grass Pokemon in your hand, along with that Forest of Vitality Stadium card. Allows you to instantly evolve all of your grass-type Pokemon, and then you just kind of play all the cards at once and then surge forward with Hydrapple EX.
Especially strong in a metagame where players have chosen to cut Judge from many of their deck lists. You have pretty high confidence that you'll be able to hang on to those cards as the Celebi user. Now on John's end after the grab of Meowth EX. Did fetch out that Lily's Determination, the most powerful supporter in the game. Shuffling his hand into the deck, drawing himself 8 cards here on his opening turn. Still looking
phenomenal.
for a few more Dreepies, I would imagine.
Phenomenal start for John, yeah. Finding the Buddy Poffin, exactly what you want. Even opening with the Badoo so that you don't have to burn an energy to retreat into it. Energy attachments are key in this matchup for the Dragapult deck. Maybe less so when you have Blaziken, because that ability allows you to accelerate energy from the discard pile every turn. But this is a very strong start for John so far. Pretty much all you're hoping for, you're setting yourself up to threaten getting a rare candy in a stage 2 on the second turn.
And interesting tech inclusion here for John is the Chi-Yu with that ground melter attack. 60 plus if a stadium is in play. This attack does 60 more damage. Then you discard that stadium. Honestly, a great call for this weekend with all the Crustals we've seen running around Puka. But in this matchup as well, does double down as a nice single prize attack option.
Definitely. Now we'll see what Ben's able to piece together here. The hands can get really awkward for this Meganium Hydrapple deck sometimes. Sometimes, you know, you're short an energy card. You can have a Dawn, but maybe you don't have a Lily's Determination to draw extra cards for the next turn. You're really trying to piece it together as you go. One of the really nice things about this deck is sometimes you can just attack with Dipplin and get a knockout on turn 2 with a non-EX Pokemon. Do the wave, we see it mostly in those Festival League decks, but it works just as well to take down small Pokemon like Badoo, sometimes even a Dreepy if you can get enough Pokemon on your bench.
Dawn is the supporter card played here for Ben on his turn, searching his deck for one of each, basic Stage 1 and Stage 2 Pokemon. And with the Hydrapple grab, I mean, should he have a Forest of Vitality, we could see that Hydrapple EX pop into play right away. And it looks like he does have all of it, but will choose to just go with the Do the Wave attack, leaving a single prize Pokemon active, not wanting to run into a rare candy Blaziken play, perhaps.
Yeah, I think also may not have had Meganium in hand and did not have another Grass Energy. So if you evolve into Hydrapple EX, wouldn't be able to do the
It's
Syrup
interesting,
Storm.
though, he could have grabbed the Meganium off the Dawn because he has 2 Hydrapple in hand. He chose not to, though. He is actively choosing to hold off on going with the Hydrapple in this early point of the game.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to be about prize trading. Like you said, there's that Chi-Yu that's going to be in the mix. There's the Blaziken EX that can knock out Hydrapple EX in a single attack. Whenever you can force your opponent into taking 1 prize card instead of 2 in this matchup, it's a big swing in your favor. Now, one of the issues with this Meganium Hydrapple deck is you play very thin lines.
Yes.
2-2-2 Meganium, 2-2-2 Hydrapple EX. You're very susceptible to prizing a part of maybe the second copy of that line. So in this situation, if your Dipplin gets knocked out, there's actually a Dipplin in Ben's prize cards, and may be challenging to get another Hydrapple EX into play. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go along.
Small note from production, Ben at the table said, I definitely grabbed the wrong guy. Whoops. So at this moment, I mean, that is a bit of a misstep, but still is the aggressor here. And for John, not too strong of a turn, just a Dreepy in the active spots, not even having the energy necessary to use Petty Grudge. Just a pass over to Ben, so perhaps bailed out here after a slight misstep, as he will use Meowth EX's last-ditch catch ability to search out a Lily's Determination. Now he has taken a prize card, so he'll only get himself 6 cards here, but still an extremely strong option here to cycle through the deck, and Hydrapple EX has now hit the field.
Of course, Ben needs some way to attack off of these 6 cards. Should be pretty easy to do. Just a Grass Energy or a Meganium will allow him to use that Syrup Storm attack. Does 30 damage plus 30 more for each Grass Energy you have in play. And the way this deck kind of works is you use Teal Mask Ogerpon EX's Teal Dance to accelerate energy, flood the board, and then use Meganium's Wild Growth ability to double all of those Grass Energy, and those numbers add up very quickly and allow Hydrapple EX to get one-hit knockouts.
They certainly do. Ripening Charge, used as the ability on Hydrapple EX, heals that 10 damage from the pesky Badoo on turn number 1. And Ben does take a KO on the Dreepy. Chi-Yu now in the active spot. Ground Melter able to be utilized for full effect, though it will not pick up a one-hit KO on this Hydrapple. 330 HP. Too mighty even for Chi-Yu to take down Lily's Determination. The supporter played once again here for John Webb, sending the hand in. Still 8 cards will be drawn. Have to imagine he'll be looking for some evolutions on the other end of this.
Yeah, and for Ben, this is pretty great news. Not getting knocked out here is massive. Sure, your Hydrapple EX is going to take a lot of damage, but every turn you buy where your opponent doesn't get a knockout, doesn't close the gap on that prize card exchange, is another turn for you to use Teal Dance on Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. And once you start getting to 4, 5 Grass Energy on that Pokemon, it can also get one-hit knockouts on pretty much anything in this Dragapult deck. So you can see a pretty clear line of play for Ben at this point. Use these 3 Pokemon to try to knock out one Pokemon EX at one point. And yeah, if you just keep drawing energy, things are going to look good. But you do need to find the Meganium as well.
Definitely Meganium should hit the field at some point here. John Webb finding plenty of Pokemon off of his Lily's Determination. A few Recon Directives as well in the mix. And now Combuskin has hit the field. Ground Melter will deal 240 damage to this active Hydrapple EX. Down goes that Forest of Vitality, though its effect has already been utilized for Ben. Has another one in hand as well, should he want to just get it out of his deck.
Yeah.
And he will go with the Lily's Determination, getting himself 6 new cards.
All right, so yeah, this really is simple at this point, I think, for Ben. Keep drawing energy cards. You need to find the Meganium at some point, but if you can just keep using Teal Dance, threaten some big knockouts with those Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get off to a nice start here in this final round. No energy found off of the Lily's Determination, though, so maybe still an opening for John.
Yeah, still an opportunity here for John to capitalize, and Ben also going down to 3 prize cards does mean he is in range of a special red card play potentially, and with a bunch of damage stacked up on this active Hydrapple EX, this is a huge opening for John Webb. We'll see how he's able to capitalize. A full grip of cards in hand. Crispin, Lily's Determination, Pheasantipity EX. The options near endless. The Combuskin promote is interesting here as well. Dragapult would be able to handle this Hydrapple EX, and Blaziken could perhaps sit on the bench and wait for a secondary Hydrapple to be utilized from Ben. But for now, it will be that Pokemon in John's active position. Pheasantipity's flipped the script, drawing 3 cards since a KO was taken, and now 2 more seen from the Recon Directive of Cloak number 1. Blaziken EX offered up, immediately placed into play. Its excellent Seething Spirit ability, offering energy acceleration, Smolder Salt, a solid attack. And another Blaziken EX sent down. Team Rocket's Watchtower will bump that Forest of Vitality, limiting Ben's ability to make another Hydrapple EX.
We'll see what John wants to do here, eyeing up Boss's orders, potentially going after the Meganium in this situation, or You could think about going after a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and target down the energy, but no, Meganium will be the choice. That is the thing that, you know, really pushes these attacks to new heights. Doubling those grass energy makes all of your attacks so much stronger. You do need 10 energy in play in order to get a knockout on this Blaziken EX with the Syrup Storm. It's only 5 when you have Meganium. Now, it is possible to just get 4 grass energy here, but I think Ben's really going to be looking to get another Meganium this turn. The problem is he's down a couple Forest of Vitality already.
Yeah, it could be difficult to make that happen, but with the bug catching set, which he took off his prize cards, perhaps just enough energy could be found. As you mentioned, Puka, looking at the top 7 here, does find himself a pair of them. And that is now just 1 energy card needing to be seen for Ben to pick up this KO. He does not have one in hand, but he has all the acceleration necessary to make it happen. Ripening Charge, 2 Teal Dances, and his attachment for turn. That would equal 10 grass energy in play. Syrup Storm would deal 330 damage to take down Blaziken EX. Here comes a Teal Dance number 1. Teal Dance number 2 potentially lined up here. It needs specifically a grass energy. Will use Flip the Script first, though. Still is yet to see one, Puka. It may be down to this just final draw. Does have a couple Ultra Ball here in hand, so maybe he could make a Meganium, but does he have the Stadium card?
I don't see a Stadium, and that would have been great because he did find Lana's Aid, which would have allowed him to get the entire Meganium line back from the discard pile. I don't think John's played a supporter card yet, but I think the only one he could have played here was Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. But now after, you know, all of the card drawing abilities have been used, maybe it won't work. But still the boss's orders and is able to take 2 prize cards here on the Pheasantipity EX.
Keeping up with the prize trade, now down to just 1 prize card remaining, and with 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon set up on the bench, a pair of Dracloak on John's. A simple boss's orders would close out the game for Ben on his next turn. John back against the wall, 5 prizes to 1. How does he mount this comeback? Begins with the Blaziken EX in the active spot. Searches out a Monkey Dory, no damage to utilize with that Adrenabrain ability at the moment. Pheasantipity going down as well, does limit John's draw options on this turn. Does, of course, still have access to a couple of Recon Directive. How will he piece this together?
At this point, feels like John needs Ben to miss at some point. This is definitely where you want that unfair stamp to try to disrupt your opponent's hand. Now, there is Pheasantipity EX on the bench already. So taking a knockout here, your opponent will get some oh, and look at that. John says, no, we're done here. Let's move on to game 2.
Aggressive concede from John, but I like it. It seemed very unlikely he'd be able to win this game. Unfair stamp hiding in the prize cards, unable to disrupt Ben. And now it is Ben who finds himself just 1 game away from our top cut here at the largest North American event of the season.
Wow, and you can see, you know, kind of the relief on Ben's face here. I think we definitely saw some nerves in the first game. You know, we mentioned that he actually meant to grab the Meganium off that. Pablo, was there anything else you saw that maybe Ben could have done differently?
No, that very quick aggression, the onslaught of these grass-type Pokemon with their huge HP. I mean, obviously Blaziken is the perfect answer to high Drapple, but even Blaziken takes a while to hit the field. Finding energies can sometimes be a little awkward for these Dragapult decks, so I mean, set up better is my answer to this. Like, it's just find those rare candies, try to respond as quickly as possible. Preemptive Pheasantipity as soon as possible to just give you those extra resources is probably what John needs to do to keep up with his huge KOs.
Thank you, Pablo, for your insight, as always. We'll get into this second game and see if John is able to piece things together, maybe try to find some evolution Pokemon on his second turn, which he, I think, only found 1 Dracloak in game number 1. We are going to kick off this opening search on John's side, starting with a Dreepy, now using Buddy Buddy Poffin to search the deck for a couple of basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, and he's going to get a check of the prize cards here. And Kyle, once again, unfair stamp prized, and also a bunch of that Blaziken line. 1 Torchic, 1 Combuskin, and even the Chi-Yu.
Ooh, that's going to hurt to see if you're John. I talked about how prizing can hurt the Meganium deck, but the same goes for this Dragapult Blaziken deck. You really want to have access to both Torchic. So if one Blaziken EX gets knocked out, you have the ability to get a second one right away. You don't want to be left in a spot where you have no way to deal with the high Dragapult EX. So John is going to be on the back foot to start this one already.
A preemptive play of a Pokepad here from John as well, searching out Dracloak. Now, there was a time not too long ago where these Meganium Ogerpon decks, when paired with Arbolivo, would often play one copy of Badoo, so perhaps he has that in the back of his mind. We, of course, have the ability to look at the list and see that Ben does not have Itchy Pollen, but what Ben does have in his opening hand is that powerful bug-catching set. Peeping at the top 7 cards, you're going to be looking for some Grass Pokemon and Grass Energy cards. A couple of different options available, it does seem. Also see that Force of Vitality there. I'm sure he'd love to grab that, but cannot utilize that Stadium this turn, and also, you know, can't grab it off the trainer card. And we'll see what other supporter he has in hand here to go with this turn. Applin and Grass Energy were the grabs.
Yeah, it's could be a dangerous spot here. Doesn't come up very often, but, you know, turn 2 Dracloak, just knocking out your Chikorita could, maybe a turn 2 attack from John's side.
Kyle, I'm honestly a little scared of a turn 2 Dragapult.
Exactly.
Which could happen here. John, of course, playing Rare Candy, and with just an Applin and a Chikorita as the only things available for Ben, that opening does exist. We do see Dragapult EX in the hand. John would need to find Crispin and Rare Candy here this turn in order to win the game in this opening sequence. Does not look like he's got it. Maybe a couple cards short. Will just go with a Recon Directive. Still an excellent position, though. Ben is going to need some help this next turn.
Yeah, so Ben probably breathing in a sigh of relief that no Dragapult came out this turn, that the Chikorita is safe. But Ben's hand is miserably bad. There is not much going on there. He had to play Boss's Orders just to try to stall for a turn. This is not a situation you want to be in. You can see how much different this is compared to the first game where, you know, turn 2, Ben was able to just kind of evolve a bunch of Pokemon. This one doesn't look like the same thing is going to happen here, and John might become the aggressor and will, at the very least, try to slow things down a bit with that Itchy Pollen.
The aggressor seems to be the key for this matchup, the way that Ben was unable to get rolling early in this one. Does limit things quite a bit. John with the attachment of the energy to the Torchic. Always love to see these basic Pokemon get a little use with those attacks. The Collect could come in nicely here to just add a little extra power. And yeah, there's an Ultra Ball getting rid of 2 Ultra Balls. So gonna search out a Pokemon here to add to the hand. Combuskin maybe was the Pokemon he would like to grab here, but that is not available. We know it is prized.
I would guess we're going to see Itchy Pollen on this turn. Again, just try to slow Ben down as much as possible. Set up your Blaziken and go from there.
I wanted to see the Collect, though. Just want to see the little guys get involved. But I guess Badoo is the ultimate little guy, to be honest, and of course makes the most sense here. And Ben left with nothing but a retreat. Can go for the tumbling attack, and he does hit a heads. Okay, takes out the Badoo. That is why you play this Applin, so that you have the potential to get that sneaky KO, but with the 10 damage on the benched Chikorita, John is simply a Dragapult EX and a Fire Energy away from winning the game. Kyle, I don't think he has it in his hand right now.
That is correct, but between 3 Recon Directives, maybe Lily's Determination, there's already a Crispin in the hand. You got to assume a Dragapult EX is really easy to find here.
And I think he was just having a debate. Does he play Lilies or does he hold on and wait for the Crispin? Gonna check his Recon Directives first and look for a Dragapult. He has Crispin available but does not have Dragapult just yet and does not find it here. So he will not. Oh, does he have a Fire Energy in the discard pile though? There's the Rare Candy into the Blaziken.
I don't think so.
So then he could go for a Lilies to still dig for Dragapult, but no fires down just yet. Gonna bench a Monkey Dory thin as much as possible, and in goes the hand for a Lily's Determination.
Ben could potentially make it through one more turn. I think the bad news for Ben is even if he does, I still don't know if there's anything good in his hand, but hey, any extra turns you can buy to stay in a game, you'll take it.
John here with 8 cards, needing Dragapult EX and Fire Energy to just win the game immediately. I don't see either of those cards just yet, and that is a lot of cards that
what is happening,
are
Chip?
Unusable right now, Kyle.
How do you use 3 recon directives, a Lily's Determination for 8, and you can't find a single Dragapult EX? What is going on?
Well, it doesn't seem like it matters here, as it does look like Ben has conceded.
Okay,
so.
well.
John did not have the game immediately. Was probably going to have to just honestly pass for the turn, but Ben, like you mentioned, seemed way too far behind from that point, even still.
Very possible, and I think a very heads-up just play in general, or just a strategic move. You want to win this round. A tie is very unsatisfying. You need to win to make it to that top cut. So Ben maybe could have stuck around that game a few turns longer, but you just want to make sure you have enough time to get that 3rd game finished and give yourself a chance, you know, to make your dream happen, make it to the top cut, maybe win this whole event.
And for both of these players, I mean, this is by far the deepest run at a large event they have had. You know, Ben came away with a top 16 finish at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships this season. For John, it was a top 256 at San Antonio back in 2025. So this is a huge moment for both of their Pokemon careers, a huge opportunity to make it in and stamp their name in Pokemon history. Heading into game number 3, where the winner will be decided. I do not think we will see a 27-minute tie here, Puka. I feel like we're going to have one of these 2 guys in our top cut.
I don't want to know what that looks like in this matchup. As these players set up, we do have an update from the floor. Looks like Ross Cawthon was able to win his match and advance to 35 match points, so he will make it to the top cut here at NAIC.
That is a huge story with Slow King as well. A very Ross Cawthon-esque deck, I would say. Always love to see Ross succeeding, an absolute legend of the game, and we'll have to get more word from him into our top cut. But for now, we're heading into game 3 of this win and in. It will be Ben kicking us off with a Teal Dance on his active Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Looks like he does have decent playability in this hand. A couple of bug catching sets in order to support his opening. A couple of Grass Energy offered up now. Also Hydrapple EX, a potential option. He also has Meowth EX in his hand. He's seen his opponent does play Team Rocket's Watchtower, so perhaps he'll end his turn off with the use of that last ditch catch in order to get a guaranteed supporter next turn. I don't see one just yet, but there is still some playability here with a second bug catching set incoming.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of thought exercise when you have this, what do I play first? You could bug catching set into another Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and Teal Dance into a supporter card. You don't really like having Meowth EX in play if you can avoid it, so may as well play the bug catching set first. You could argue that, you know, if you use last ditch catch, get a supporter card, you slightly improve your odds to find grass Pokemon off of this bug catching set, but I think this is a reasonable move. But like you said, I think the kind of risk averse play here would be to just use Meowth EX right now and avoid any potential disruption from the Team Rocket's Watchtower.
And I think Ben has wisely agreed with us on this line of play. Just play as safe as possible. I once heard a great player say the Pokemon TCG is a game of who can be more careful, who can play around all of their opponents, as many of their opponents' potential plays as possible. Now, Ben did grab that Celebi off the bug catching set. I was wondering if we would see the Traverse Time lineup in this game, but looks like it was just found as a way to provide some fodder for this Ultra Ball, as a Dipplin has been found, Hydrapple EX already in the hand. So now just a Stadium card away from that powerful Stage 2 being established.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I think against a traditional Dragapult deck, you would be perfectly happy to use Celebi and setup. But once you know your opponent is playing Blaziken EX, you really need to be the aggressor. You can't sit around and wait for both sides to set up. So I like Ben just going for it at this point, trying to close out this match and be as aggressive as possible to make John have answers here. Otherwise, he's just going to start attacking and steamrolling like he did in Game 1.
John will kick off his opening turn with a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Similar setup to what we saw in game number 2, searching out 270 HP Pokemon or less. A quick check of the prize cards as well for both of these players. As called out previously, one of each of those 2 stage 2 lines in the prizes for Ben. Perhaps a bit annoying to navigate. And now for John on the right side, really nothing too bad. A handful of supporter cards that he'd maybe have to like to have floating around, but he'll be glad to have access to his unfair stamp for the first time in this set.
Oh, is there no supporter card in the hand for John?
No supporter played at minimum, and no, it does not look like there's one available in the hand. Unfair stamp is being held on to, though. And a draw for turn here on Ben's side. Does not get this Hydrapple into play right away. Just has to go with the Dipplin, but has that Lily's Determination, of course, as we saw grabbed from Meowth EX last turn.
And I don't know if you saw what was in John's hand, Chip, but it was the A-Spec card, the Unfair Stamp. So if Ben decides to get aggressive here, take a knockout, he could potentially unlock that Unfair Stamp and give John a fresh hand and really flip this game on its head.
And I will say the early Unfair Stamp can be really difficult for this Hydrapple, Teal Mask, Gograpon, Meganium deck to deal with if they've not had a chance to get a bunch of their Pokemon into play. Retreating the Teal Mask, Gograpon now is Ben, sending up that Dipplin, do the wave, able to easily deal with the Badoo. And now John having that Unfair Stamp in hand could massively slow this game down for Ben. Will play Buddy Buddy Poffin first. And should this Unfair Stamp yield John Lily's Determinations, Rare Candies into stage 2s, we could be off to the races here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to bench another Pokemon off this Buddy Buddy Poffin. You would love to draw Pheasantipity EX and then also leave yourself a spot for Meowth EX. In this situation, you had such a bad opening turn. You want to make sure you can give yourself an opportunity to draw as many cards as possible. You really want this turn to be big. You don't want to keep getting knocked out, fall further behind. So let's see what John is able to piece together here.
Interesting, we do see the Badoo worked back into the mix. Perhaps preparing for the potential of a miss on a really powerful play. Of course, it would be a little difficult to piece together your Rare Candies into multiple stage 2s off the Unfair Stamp, but it will be the A-Spec card now being played, and Ben is not going to be excited to see that. It can be really difficult for this deck to handle, especially without either of his stage 2 Pokemon in play. And John, let's remember, even after this shuffle and draw, still has the ability to play a supporter this turn.
Yeah, this was huge, having the Unfair Stamp on this turn. John could completely swing the momentum based on what he draws here.
There's a Rare Candy and an Ultra Ball, but...
And a Crispin.
And he could get into the Dragapult EX right now.
You just go for it?
And start Phantom Diving. It would require every resource available down to 0 cards in hand.
Ben's board is just so weak and only has 2 cards. You could definitely justify getting aggressive here, just using Phantom Dive and forcing your opponent to draw something off those 2 cards.
And I think that is exactly what John is going to do. Ultra Ball for the Dragapult EX. Crispin brings out a Psychic and Fire Energy directly onto Treepy, and Rare Candy as that 5th and final card will bring the mighty Stage 2 Titan of the format into play. Dipplin will go down, damage counters spread across Ben's bench, and he'll have the 2 cards in hand from Unfair Stamp plus his draw for turn to find a way out.
Plays out his entire hand and just is committed to this one Dragapult EX, hoping that this can Phantom Dive enough times to punch his ticket into the top cut here at NAIC. What did Ben draw off of that Unfair Stamp?
An important question, an important thing we will see here shortly. Briar, Forest of Vitality, and Pokepad. There is no playability here. Puka, he can play the Pokepad to thin a card out of the deck, but even getting Bayleaf does not protect that benched Pokemon. It will still be KO'd by a Phantom Dive. 10 damage on this Teal Mask Gograpon from an Itchy Pollen as well. Sets it up to be Phantom Dived as well for a KO. John will very likely take 3 prize cards and jump far too far ahead in this game for Ben to fight back.
You see Ben shaking his head. He knows this is the door closing on his opportunity. The unfair stamp really just changed the game here.
It does feel a bit unfair, doesn't it, Puka?
That is the point, yes.
That is the point. That one of card. Players can only have one A-spec in their deck, and this game is a perfect example as to why unfair stamp is so popular. For Ben now, has to find a way to bide his time, fight back. He does know John did go down to a 0-card hand, so perhaps he can hide behind something for a turn, which is what he will aim to do with the grab of Tapu Bulu from the Pokepad. Hope that this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX can hang on. Draw for turn here from John is a Lily's Determination. Are you kidding me?
Not just that, but a Pokepad to go get a Dracloak.
That was his prize card. That was a perfect take off the prize cards, a perfect top deck. I wonder, is he going
to into boss's orders?
I think he's going to check it first. No, he will go with Lily's Determination. I don't think there's many wrong plays here from this position for John. But what a sequence there. Unfair stamp into the perfect 5 cards to piece together a rare candy Dragapult into finding Lily's Determination. And I think Ben, at this point, feels the door closing on his tournament run here. This was his last shot here at NAIC to make it into Top Cut, and John is the player running away with it.
And I think a lot of players can relate to Ben's sentiment in this moment. Try to be aggressive, try to beat Dragapult to the punch before it sets up, only to be hit by an unfair stamp. Draw some cards that just don't help out, and you just have to sit and watch helplessly as your Pokemon slowly get knocked out by this Phantom Dive attack. This probably has to be it for Ben. He needs to draw something here. His unfair stamp would be a great...
Oh, you called it out! The draw of unfair stamp! Perhaps the only thing that Ben could find to get him back into this game.
Okay. We're still in this.
That is unbelievable, Kyle. What a sequence here for these two players. John's draw off his unfair stamp into the Lily's Determination top deck. Ben having absolutely nothing but a prayer and having the prayer answered with the miracle top deck of unfair stamp. And let's not forget, he still has access to play his supporter. Now, one of the things about this deck, it feels like it shouldn't quite work as well as you would think. 2 stage 2s, but somehow these things just piece together miraculously for this deck from time to time. He's got Ultra Ball, he's got a Grass Energy, Lily's Determination as well.
Crucially finds the Night Stretcher as well. The second Chikorita is in the prize cards. Does Ben recognize that he needs to play that here to get Meganium in play?
We'll start off with a Teal Dance to draw a card, see what else he can find. One more Grass Energy is offered. There is the Ultra Ball being played. I think he did prize a piece of the Applin line as well. A Diplin is in the prizes, I do believe. So he would need to find his second Night Stretcher as well, should he want to make a Hydrapple this turn.
Yeah, you got to think Pheasantipity EX is what you grab here. Get that, play the Night Stretcher, Lily's Determination for 6, flip the script for 3 more, and let's just see what we can chain together.
If he wants to attack this turn for any amount of damage, he has to make Meganium. He's used Teal Dance already with an attachment for turn. That's only 2 energy on this active Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. So
yeah, don't get me wrong, this is still a very uphill battle.
Very, very much so, but Ben has found a way to at least fight back and give himself a chance here. Chikorita is grabbed out of the discard pile thanks to Night Stretcher. Lily's Determination will offer him a refresh of 6 new cards. Of course, did take that early KO on Badoo. And now 6 cards found. There is another Night Stretcher. There is a Teal Mask Ogerpon.
These are some of the pieces you need.
Flip the script, draws 3. There is a bug catching set. There's a Bailey.
Hold on. We're chaining some things together.
He does need a Forest of Vitality.
Can Ben pull this off?
A sequencing question here, perhaps. Teal Dance or bug catching set first. Looks like it will be the Teal Dance. Another Bayleaf.
The Forest of Vitality is already in play, Chip.
He's got it already, okay. And there's the Meganium found from the bug catching set.
I don't think there's a way to get Hydrapple EX, though. That would have been the last piece of this puzzle here.
He is really close. The second Night Stretcher was found. The Applin also found from the bug catching set, but the Hydrapple EX itself, the missing piece of this impressive puzzle that Ben has
just barely put together that final piece, hiding in the cushions, not quite able to get that complete picture here on this turn. Still though, from nothing into something, will be able to piece together an attack here, and crucially as well, Puka looks like he will aim to attack with his benched Teal Mask Ogerpon EX.
Yep, wisely retreating. This one already has 10 damage on it, so would get knocked out by a Phantom Dive. You just need to do whatever you can, make your opponent have any cards, because John's board isn't that strong either. Just has the one Dracloak, is left with 2 cards. There's not any energy on the bench. No other Pokemon are evolved. If this Dragapult goes down, he could be in trouble, but he top decks a Lily's Determination.
Oh my gosh, what is this game, Puka? Top deck after top deck. Perfect draw after perfect draw. Coming up just one piece short was Ben last turn, but John finding the Lilies will give him a really solid refresh. Combuskin there was eyed up, but looks like Pokepad will be taken instead. I think a pretty nice thinning decision made here by John Webb. Actually, we'll go with the Dracloak as opposed to a Combuskin here.
These players fighting for their tournament lives here. They know what's on the line. A win and into the top cut here at NAIC, the last stop on the road to the World Championships. So much on the line here. Both these players drawing crucial cards at key moments. Which player will be able to close this out?
Recon Directive offers up a Meowth EX and Crispin for John Webb. Does have Boss's orders in hand. It's going to take out that Teal Mask Ogerpon that had the 10 damage on it, and perhaps just heavily damage the Meowth EX and try to take his final KO on that Pokemon to close out this game.
Yeah, now that can backfire if Ben is able to get a Hydrapple EX into play and use that Ripening Charge to heal 30 damage from the Meowth EX. Then John would still need to find either way to get Blaziken EX or a Boss's Orders.
And speaking of the Hydrapple EX, guess who has entered the chat? Top deck for turn from Ben is that Hydrapple. Night Stretcher in hand, grabs out the Diplin. He can make this Pokemon all in one turn with Vitality in play already. And with the draw still available of his Flip the Script, there is a lot of potential. Now, he does not need much to KO this active Dragapult, thanks to that KO, the damage that he swung with on the last turn. So with just another couple of energy cards, he could piece together the play we've called out. Teal Dance now draws one. It is another Grass Energy, so can still get off the Ripening Charge plus the attach for turn. Perhaps a bit risky there was that Teal Dance, as he needed to find another Grass Energy to guarantee that heal.
Yeah, looks like may have already had one in hand. The unfortunate part for Ben is his only hand disruption card was that unfair stamp. There's no special red card, no judge, anything like that. So if John is holding something like a Boss's Orders away to go after one of these small benched Pokemon, he'll be able to just play it and win, assuming he can get one more Dragapult EX powered up.
There's a couple ways John could possibly win the game this turn. Boss's Orders is already in the hand. I see a Night Stretcher and an Ultra Ball as well, so Dragapult EX is certainly a possibility here to close things out. Also, if he can make Blaziken, he could just knock out the active. But yeah, with Dragapult, Ultra Ball for Dragapult, Night Stretcher for the energy necessary, Boss's Orders, KO Meowth should be the game.
Looks like John has it all. Night Stretcher for the Dragapult, Boss's Orders, and John Webb will win this final round and move into our top cut.
What an incredible Game 3 sequence there, Puka. What a run from Ben to get to this point, but Makani, unfortunately, coming up just short. Dragapult proving too powerful, and paired with Blaziken was the call for John at this event, and it has earned him a spot here in our top cuts.
Unfair stamp proving to be the game changer that we all know it is in this current standard format. We saw Ben afterwards just shrug like, what could I have done there? You got a feel for him, but congratulations to John. What a big win.
What a big win. What a moment. The biggest moment of John's Pokemon career. As mentioned, his strongest accomplishment previous to this, a top 256
at San Antonio Regionals. This far, far surpasses that.
Absolutely. We saw in the first game pretty much domination from Ben, was able to just attack with these big grass-type Pokemon. John was unable to set up any of those evolution Pokemon quickly enough. I think we just saw John call it quits pretty early after this Blaziken. Got a knockout. Ben was able to go down to a single prize card, but that was it for game one, where we moved on to game number 2.
Game number 2, we saw Applin getting into the mix, taking out the mighty Padu, and pretty slow setup outside of that, though. John was just able to run away, too strong of a board. Ben saw the writing on the wall and sent us into game 3.
Yeah, and game number 3, John did have a terrible hand to start off with, no supporter cards, but after Ben took a knockout, it was the unfair stamp, and what a perfect draw off of that unfair stamp. Ultra Ball for Dragapult, Rare Candy, Crispin, just a phantom dive right out the gates. Ben was able to keep it exciting with this top deck of his own unfair stamp.
And had a really powerful response after that unfair stamp as well, making the Meganium, making a new attacking Teal Mask Ogerpon, but it was back-to-back boss's orders for John Webb that led to his spot in the North American International Championships top cut.
Wow, what an exciting finish to our Swiss rounds here. Again, congratulations to both players on an excellent run, but it will be John who gets to continue his run in this tournament, and who knows, maybe by the end of the weekend he could be crowned our champion.
He's still got a shot, and that's all you can ask for at this point. So many incredible players entering the room, and now there's only going to be 10 or 11 maybe remaining. We'll get those final numbers very soon, as there are a few matches still completing out in the field. Some incredible storylines. You did mention, of course, Ross Cawthon's win sends him into our International Championships top cut, and the most prestigious player in International Championships history has also won his round. Tord Reklev will be present here, fighting for perhaps his 6th international title.
I'm sure we'll talk about that plenty, but for now, let's throw it over to Ethan, who has an interview with our winner.
Thanks so much, Chip and Kyle. I am here with our last Swiss round winner, John Webb. Congratulations. What a set. You got to talk us through. How are you feeling now, man, after a huge win for your Pokemon career?
I had a lot of nerves going into that round, just never being on stream. First major event of the season that I've been to. I definitely threw the first game. I had Boss to take knockouts to keep the game going, and I was able to recover, and he had some tough breaks, but he was a great opponent.
A great opponent and a great match between the both of you. Let's dive into one specific moment there. It's game 3. You're 1 game away from making top cut at one of the biggest events, and you find the unfair stamp. You play it, and you look at those 5 cards, and you see, I could expand everything to make Phantom Dive happen. Did you feel confident in that line? Did you think it was necessary to get the job done, to just go all in on that Phantom Dive?
No, but it was the coolest play. I could. I really thought about just getting into Blaziken eventually and playing it slow, but I don't know. Something just felt good after the unfair stamp that I should do that. I just should do it.
Well, you trusted your gut. It worked out well for you. You were able to close the game out. You said this is your first event and only event of the season. What did your preparation look like going into NAIC this year?
Well, my team 9 to 5 from Huntsville, Alabama. We just play online together, play in person together, and yeah, that was pretty much it. Playing online as much as possible. The occasional once a month local I'd get to, but yeah, it was mostly grinding on ladder.
A great resource to help yourself out, and you are now in the top cut. Just a match away from locking up a World Championship invite. What would that mean to you to be able to lift a trophy at the end of this weekend and potentially even more gold at the end of the tunnel?
I've been playing Pokemon for only a couple years TCG, but I, as a kid, collected the cards and played Red and Blue, and it's just really special to be a part of the community here and everything, so I think it'd be very cool and justify it to my wife.
You touched a bit about your team and the community. Talk us through that a little bit more. How much does it mean to you to have friends and family supporting you this weekend and on your Pokemon journey?
It means everything. You know, if I didn't have the people traveling with me, if I didn't have my wife at home supporting me with our 2 kids right now, I wouldn't be here. I'd probably be working. Well, it's Saturday, not anymore. Yeah, no, I'd be at home mowing the lawn or something. So I got a good support system that gets me out.
Before we go, any last shout outs you want to make and thoughts before you're going into Top Cut?
I just want to tell my wife I love you, and good luck to my opponents in Top Cut.
And best of luck to you as well, John. Congratulations. Let's hear it a little bit for John Webb making it into the Top Cut here. You got a lot of support. I wish you the best in Top Cut. We're going to send things back over to the casters.
Wow, thank you so much, Ethan. That is a great interview. A great story there for John. Hasn't played much all year. Sounds like he's been attending his locals every once in a while. And that's what NAIC can be for so many players. One last chance where now he's just one, possibly 2 games away from getting an invitation to the World Championships, should he make it into top 4. We're, of course, bringing in Pablo Tablemon Meza here to walk with us through that game. What do you think, Pablo? What a lineup here for our winning end.
Yeah, what a lineup, and I mean, huge props to John. He played his heart out, and honestly, the cards really fell into place, right? That perfect unfair stamp. I don't think you can script that any better. The 5-card draw right there, and I mean, that stemmed from this knockout, right? This knockout, which in many instances, you see your opponent's weak-ish board. Ben had this opportunity to take a knockout, and this comes from a Lily where he was item locked, and he really didn't have much at all, right? So by knocking out the body, you're like, okay, my hand will be a lot more playable next turn. I can make something happen. But it just so happens that John not only had the unfair stamp already waiting in the wings, but then we saw the perfect 5-card draw. I don't think he could have picked any better cards himself. Maybe you saved the special red card for a different moment, but getting the Dragapult right there was a huge swing in his favor.
It did come at a cost, played his hand down to 0.
Yeah.
Seemed like it was very worth it.
As he said, though, very cool play.
Yeah, so very cool play for sure.
It's hard not to root for someone like John, you know, just kind of like a regular guy who happened to make this his one big event of the year, and maybe he's on the run of a lifetime, just having a good time. You love to see that sort of thing, and yeah, go for the cool play, and it works out.
Yeah, and then we had an almost comeback, right? Ben against the ropes here had to stall for a little bit, but then he himself top-decked that unfair stamp that actually made us have a very exciting game. He did miss the one piece to create that Hydrapple towards the end of the game in that crucial turn. I think if that happens, that prevents a knockout, and we really could have had a very exciting game towards the end right there. But I love seeing these moments, guys, like these very crucial top decks. Like the chance of us seeing this right now are so low, but I love when we just get this pink card top deck that leads to these exciting moments.
Incredibly exciting it was indeed. Still a chance there for Ben. It was going to be quite the uphill battle, but
yeah.
It does come up just a bit short. Congratulations, of course, to Ben. He's going to come away from this weekend finishing somewhere between top 64, top 32, I have to imagine, with the amount of match points he'd earned up to this point. So he'll walk away with some cash, plenty of booster packs, and a great story about an incredible run at this event.
Absolutely. Now, I think we do still have one more feature match we can take a look at as well. So even though that was our last one on the stage, we do have some more Pokemon TCG action for you to look at here. It's going to be Gavin Chen with, is that an Ethan Cyndaquil chip?
There it is, Ethan's Typhlosion from the player on the left, and then it will be Henry Chow, of course. He's become one of the biggest names in the game over the last couple of seasons. Both these players here on this Swiss Round 14 are sitting at 31 match points. So with a win, they'd get to 34. It does mean neither of these two players is eligible to make it into Top Cut, but even though that's what we focus on so much, there is still, of course, a ton to be playing for here. 34 match points will very likely be enough to guarantee a top 16 finish, and that comes with it plenty of prize money, plenty of pedigree as well. So still a lot on the line as we do pick it up here at the start of this game number 1. Henry getting 3 Dreepy into play. Quick check of the prize cards. And then for Gavin, just a lone Cyndaquil in his active spot.
Yeah, how wild is it here to see Gavin this deep with an Ethan's Typhlosion deck? This is, a deck that I think people really wanted to be good. It's a single prize deck, really revolves around getting all those Ethan's Adventure cards into the discard pile so you can hit for one-hit knockouts. Very challenging to actually pull off, but to make it this far into NAIC with such a strong record is very impressive. And gotta wonder, did Gavin find some sort of new way to build this deck that makes it work?
Yeah, Yasmin Kiss recently over in Europe, I know, has had a couple of solid deep runs with this deck. She just earned herself a top 32 finish at the Turn special event in this same format, so perhaps Gavin drawing some inspiration there. As the way this deck really functions is all through that Ethan's Adventure card, searching out Ethan's Pokemon, searching out basic fire energy cards, adding them to the hand, and then ultimately up to Typhlosion with its Buddy Blast attack, dealing more damage for each Ethan's Adventure card you have in your discard pile.
And some of these more recent tools have allowed Ethan's Typhlosion to hit for one-hit knockouts. You are capped around 280 damage with this Buddy Blast. You can only have 4 Ethan's Adventure card in your deck. But with things like the Brave Bangle, the Gravity Mountain, you can get to enough damage on things like Dragapult EX to get a one-hit knockout. So it's very impressive when you're able to pull it off.
Yeah, we've even seen Victinis get into the mix to help fix some of the math here for Ethan's Typhlosion. You gotta work pretty hard to reach a one-hit knockout on a 320 HP Dragapult EX, and that is the #1 stop in this format when it comes to deck building, making sure that you have a way to stand up to Dragapult EX.
Yeah, it's basically if we have one Victini and then one of those damage modifiers, you get a one-hit knockout. As the game progresses, you're going to play stuff like Unfair Stamp, Special Red Card. It can be challenging to continue to find those cards, which is where this deck can struggle sometimes, but when it all comes together, it's very powerful.
Henry Chow off to the races here with a couple of Dracloak into play, and early Risky Ruins as well allows him to generate a little bit of damage, prepping for future Adrenabrains with Monkey Dories. And honestly, that damage not too big of a detriment as well. Normally, you would think that math could hinder him a bit when it comes to Buddy Blast picking up a KO. I guess it does mean there's one maybe less modifier necessary, but with the Brave Bengal Victinis in the mix, pretty reasonable to get there regardless. We also see that Abra getting in the mix here, Puka. Another nice use for the card. We talked about it round 1, day 1. When you play against a single prize deck, having a strong single prize attack option yourself, not too bad.
Yeah, having another Ethan's Adventure nice here as well. That's 2 into the discard pile now. Something like a rare candy could be pretty nice. At this kind of moment, your opponent did not use Badoo's Itchy Pollen. If you can get kind of the first knockout here, try to take a little bit of a lead. Now the board is a little bit fragile at the moment. Not a lot of Ethan's Cyndaquil in play. You actually have to wonder, are some in the prize cards? Because there's only 2 out there.
Yeah, that has to be where we're leaning at this point with the information that we currently have available. Likely a couple of Cyndaquil hiding away. Ultra Ball here for Gavin. We'll discard a couple cards. Looks like a Dreepy goes down. It's always funny to see Dracloak Index, not as a Pokemon that will become your attacker, but just as a draw engine. Recon Directive, outside of that, the Dunsparce we've seen so popular with its runaway draw is one of the best supporting options for many archetypes.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me when Pidgeotto was used in a lot of decks during that Sun and Moon era. No Pidgeot.
Nope.
You just want to use Pidgeotto. Same ability. Much lower HP on that, though. Whoa, Pokemon Catcher.
Not a card I would have necessarily expected to see, and that would have been a huge hit there on the heads. Abra's only got 40 hit points, and with the Risky Ruins that Henry played, he would have been able to get an Ember KO, Gavin Chin, but instead does have Rare Candy and a knockout on the Dreepy. But this is a situation where I think Henry will feel very comfortable.
Yeah, you see the Battle Cage, though, and Henry already played a Stadium card there with the Risky Ruins, maybe a little bit aggressively. And, these Dragapult decks don't play that many Stadium cards these days, maybe 2, 3 at the most. And if you already play one preemptively to generate some damage, then your opponent plays a Battle Cage. It might become really challenging to find another stadium to get that Battle Cage out of play. When it is in play, it does stop the damage counters on the bench Pokemon from Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive. But look at that. Henry's got it anyway.
He's got it anyway, indeed. And he's also got a Monkey Dory and a Crispin. Another card limited by the Battle Cage is the Adrenabrain Monkey Dory, but now free to bounce some damage counters over to the bench. And is there enough damage in play where Henry's going to be able to clear both of these Pokemon out of play? Kyle, 40 damage on the Ethan's Quillava is going to lead to a KO. Only a Dracloak left in play, and sure enough, as you pointed out, Gavin Chen with 2 Cyndaquil prized. Very unfortunate.
Yikes. It's already a tough enough matchup sometimes, and yeah, one of the things you really need with that deck is just a lot of Ethan Cyndaquil in play. Once you start to get like 3, then you're comfortable. When you have all 4, you feel great, but you know, there's 2 in the prize cards. It's really tough, and that is one of the decks that actually does play a redeemable ticket to kind of reset your prize cards, but you're not always able to find it when you need it.
Yeah, Ethan's Typhlosion and Beedrill, it seems like the redeemable ticket is 2 decks where that card has found its home. Yeah, tough break there for Gavin with the prize cards, but as called out, it is a pretty solid matchup, I would say, for the Dragapult. The Ethan's Typhlosion just has to work so much harder to keep up.
Yeah. That being said, I'm sure Gavin has beaten many Dragapult decks to get here, right? There's no way you got this far in NAIC without running into a few Dragapult decks. So.
48% of the day 2 meta field.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, crazy to see. Oh, man, now we're so close, Chip, to starting our top cut. And as you mentioned, we do have Tord Reklev in another top cut here at NAIC. Of course, he won the very first North America International Championships. He's gotten 2nd place before. You've said it many times, the greatest performer across international championships in Pokemon TCG history. So it will be a treat to see him once again. I think we're going to take a quick break, though. Maybe take a look into Tord's journey throughout his Pokemon TCG career.
Tord Reklev, easily one of the biggest names in the game.
Tord, one of the greatest players of all time.
He's done this on the international stage so many times now.
Basically his entire life just living and breathing Pokemon TCG.
My first big major win generally was NAIC in 2017. I played Trampa GX with Garbodor. I had a very unique build, like a twist. I played 4 Aplela GX. It gave me a pretty huge advantage. It's funny because I always thought I was pretty good at the game. With every passing year, I feel like I've become so much better. I feel much stronger now as a player, but it's just so much more difficult to succeed in this super competitive era we're in now with thousands of players entering every event.
The biggest regional championship so far in the history of the Pokemon trading card game.
I had a pretty high ambition goal this season, and that was to be the highest ranked player in the world. It's really ambitious. I have gotten it before. I had a season where I got like 2 ICU wins and a final, so it was like impossible to catch up. Always realizing how much more I'm able to push myself. It's just very exciting. I've been struggling a little bit to close out events. Towards the end stages of the event, I'm just so tired. And I'm already, so far, this is like kind of good enough. It's something I say to myself mentally. Maybe that's been holding me back a little bit. It's definitely all about balance. If you play Pokemon 20 hours a day and you barely sleep, then you're still not gonna make it. You obviously need to take care of yourself. That's something I try to be better at. I'm getting older, so it makes sense. You're never done improving. You can always level up. It's not like in the games where you can only get level 100. There's definitely a barrier many players enter where they feel that they kind of have done everything they can, and what's holding them back now is just variance and luck. But If you think that, then you kind of already lost.
Boston's orders! The crowd going insane.
My brain hurts, Jeremy.
The finals felt pretty difficult after the fact. It was actually quite a back and forth. I have a mix of emotions right now. It feels really nice being crowned a champion again. It's actually been a little while. Last time I actually won a big event was UIC in 2024. I got really close a few times, so it feels really good winning. So far I had an incredible season. Very happy with where it's headed. Everyone else is getting better and better, and Worlds is the event everyone is really prepping for. That's where everything is on the line. It was a pretty rough loss in the Worlds final, but I didn't play completely optimal either. There was a couple things I could have done better, and that could potentially have changed the outcomes. There always is. No one is perfect. It would be insane to have Worlds finals with us. If we play the finals, no matter which one of us won, it would be, history. The coolest thing possible would be to get Jason Plesinski to play again. Probably not very realistic. That would probably make for the best show possible. It would be nice just to have that final thing crossed off the list and being able to say that you succeeded on like every front of competition in the game. But even if I never get there, I feel like I'm very fortunate to have been able to travel so much, accomplish so much, get so many friends, and experience the game. I'll keep playing Pokemon as long as the competitive circuit exists. I'll still be there, even if, I'm like 50, 60, getting like really old and playing poorly. I'll still be there having fun,
Phase 2 all but in the books here in New Orleans as we whittle down the competition to just a few players remaining. The action continues on the TCG side of things. Ethan Heggie alongside Emily Foreman as we will figure out which two players advance to Championship Sunday.
Like you said, Ethan, Phase 2 is all over, and now it's just going to be a little bit of time to determine which players are going to be making it into our top cut. There's always a little bit of mystery around how many match points it takes to get into that top cut. It could be around 35, we're thinking here in the back, but a lot of variety in different decks that actually made it to that 35 match points.
Some surprises, some expected. Of course, Dragapult EX will be making an appearance in Top Cut. Shocker. I know, ladies and gentlemen, please hold on to your seats. Please remain calm. We may be seeing Dragapult EX have a deep run, or we may be seeing some other variety of decks as we figure out what the math looks like. The information of players and decks, we'll be sharing that as we get into our Top Cut.
Absolutely, and it's not just Dragapult EX going to be in the top cut, Ethan, especially because throughout today, we've really kind of seen Dragapult sometimes actually take the back foot here to different styles of decks. It's really going through that narrative of Dragapult versus the world, especially with that crystal mirror that we saw a little bit earlier. But honestly, Ethan, my favorite match of the day so far is going to be Juho, actually.
Juho has had an excellent run, a very favorable last couple of matchup, played into a Crustle and had a very easy time making work of that matchup, despite such a great attacker into a single prize Pokemon that does have that walling ability. Did play against Caleb Rogerson the last round. That was an intentional draw, so both players now sitting at 35 match points respectively. Rahul taking that intentional draw with Miguel, also going to 35 match points. Same thing with James and Abaan. So those 6 players looking to be locked up. We saw John Webb take the win, advancing to 36 match points. He's more than safe, guaranteed almost in that top cut as well. And there were the matches that happened out in the field. Hale, with that Crustle deck, was unable to beat Neddy, who advanced to 36 match points. Justin Newdorf played against Taichi Shimada, 2 world-class players, 2 players that were always the bridesmaid, never the bride, second place at their respective world championships. and it was Justin Newdorf who came out on top.
Yeah, absolutely, Ethan. And I think one of the only players, and I dare I say the only player to make it through to 36 match points, technically undefeated, is going to be Rahul Reddy. And you were talking about bridesmaids and not brides. That is the definition of a bridesmaid and never the bride, unfortunately, for Rahul, getting second place in Indianapolis a couple weeks ago. But now here at NAIC, perfectly positioned to potentially make the run to become a champion.
It's really going to come down to that bracket. You saw Rahul have an easy time making it to the finals thanks to playing against multiple Dragapult EX decks. There are copies of this card, variants of this deck in the top cut. What matchups are on the horizon for these players are big, especially when every win you get gives you that much more prize money, those much more championship points, and more stakes on the line for each victory that you secure.
You just never really know what you are going to hit until you sit across the table from it. Now, granted, at this point, most of the players in Top Cut know exactly what they are going to be sitting across from, right? The players can kind of loom around if they have time after their matches to really kind of see what their competitors are playing. But the deck diversity within this asymmetrical Top Cut, Ethan, is actually just more than Dragapult here.
Yeah, of course, we'll have the full details once everything is confirmed, assuming that 35 match points or more variant, or threshold rather, is met. You do need to make sure there are 8 or more players at that value. If there's 7 players at 35 match points and that 8th player has 34, then it lets everybody at that same match point threshold in. We're going to see how many players are at 35 or more match points, and then they'll play that asymmetric top cut till we get to 8 players.
I know for me, Ethan, every single time people are talking about match points and win percentages, I get really stressed out. So I tend not to think about how many match points it takes to get to, you know, cut at a cup or anything like that. So it's just focusing on doing your best every single match that you can, taking the wins as you can find them. But still, I mean, a very exciting weekend, honestly, for every deck but Dragapult. And even then, I actually think Dragapult Blaziken was the deck that was kind of creeping all the way up to the front. Why do you think players were kind of valuing Blaziken now more so than what we've seen in the past?
Does 2 things very well. Number 1, it helps mitigate the disruptive power of Crushing Hammer, allowing you to bring those energy cards back and attach them to your Pokemon. You get multiple energy attachments. You can have these really big swing turns. And the second thing is you kind of have some nice coverage in terms of typing with that Blaziken EX. There's some metal Pokemon running around the format, those grass-type Pokemon that don't love to see big one-hit KOs from Blaziken EX. Have a lot of very nice type coverage, and you can deal with Lily's Clefairy very nicely.
I think one of the big things as well is that going into the weekend, the big part of Stadium Wars that we were talking about, many players now playing multiple copies of Team Rocket's Watchtower as well to turn off the Dunsparce and that runaway draw. But the thing is, the more Team Rocket's Watchtowers that come in the deck, that means players are going to be dissuaded from putting in that Dunsparce EX that could get through Crustle. So that's the weird part about going into these weekends, is that, you know, sometimes you go with one archetype and you kind of wish you hit the other.
Let's take a look at the meta for Phase 2, see how things developed out. Cover once more Dragapult EX's dominance. 48% of the field, 675 players. A lot of variety as well, 22% other decks not shown on the graphic at this point. But Zoroark seems to have been the most consistent, agreed upon almost, counter-ish strategy to try and take down Dragapult EX.
It just feels so weird to see so many single prize decks as well, kind of in the middle of our top decks of Phase 2. I think a lot of players would have been dissuaded from playing the slow king here, and because of the results from Tran last week with Shaman coming into the format, but still a lot of players have actually found a way to beat out Shaman, or even calling the bluff of certain players, not even putting Shaman back in the list.
Alakazam is the biggest deck on this list that just seems to have not been able to face the music and step up. It had a decent amount of representatives going into the day. Some started out fairly well, but it just feels like maybe some of these other variants were able to adapt to Alakazam's win in Indianapolis, tweak their counts a little bit. We saw Carter and Rahul adjust their list to have more ways to deal with the hand size with hand trimmers or Xerosic's Machinations. players are a lot more savvy to Alakazam's position in the meta, may have been able to respond to it a lot better for this event.
Absolutely, Ethan. I think just the kind of appeal of playing these single prize decks is that they kind of offset those 2-2-2 prize races for a lot of the decks going into a Dragapult EX, especially because Dragapult Dusknoir, while yes, a lot of top players felt like that was going to be the play this weekend, ended up kind of converting all the way back to that Blaziken to cover, like you said, the energy loss with Crushing Hammer. So it's so interesting to see that without Dusknoir, these single prize decks actually find their way back into the meta.
That Teal Mask Ogerpon EX still with a representative in the top cut, it seems, almost. Of course, we did just see that on the last match, getting the win. See if that has the chance to bring everything home. A little bit of the best of the rest. A representative in top cut here almost. It seems that Lily's Clefairy toolbox with the Lily's Pearl just going all in on that attacking pressure from the Lily's Clefairy while reducing it and having it almost act as a one prize Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly, right. And you think of so many times you put down these big 2 prize or even 3 prize Pokemon, and one tool card being that Lily's Pearl really offsets how you want to go about getting those prize cards. I mean, Ethan, you want to talk about the Stadium Wars a little bit earlier. I mean, the amount of times that Jamming Tower was in a lot of these lists before Dunsparce and Runaway Draw really kind of took over the meta here. Now players are wishing that they put the Jamming Tower back in because, of course, Lily's Clefairy EX and that Full Moon Rondo can really scale super high.
Looking like a lot of Dragapult EX, quick correction. Teal Mask Ogerpon, it seems to just be the only variant in cut will be James Kowalski, of course. We saw him have a super solid start. Meganium not going to be making an appearance, unfortunately, as it seems, but plenty of other grass-type Pokemon really finding their way into the meta.
That's what you gotta kind of expect for, right? I mean, with Zoroark EX still and it looking like it does make a cut here, just kind of have to hope that the bracket doesn't align against you, where you kind of hit your automatic type weakness as well.
Some players having excellent runs to start the day and end the day out. We saw Ross Cawthon featured on stream yesterday, made it all the way to 35 match points with Slowking. He is probably the most trusted representative. If I had to pick one player piloting that deck to have the best shot of taking down things like Dragapult EX, things like, you know, even Zoroark, this would be the representative. He told us he took the time. He told us he put in the reps. It's now just time for him to trust his deck and trust his practice to get him across the finish line.
You know, Ethan, I would also pick the player with the most amount of Worlds invites to represent a deck that can be flying under the radar, but that's something that Ross tends to also do extremely well. But we got to talk about it, right? I mean, James Kowalski, 37 match points, like you had said, with the Lily's Clefairy box. Only player with 37 match points. I mean, my goodness, how do you think he's making it work with a meta that's surrounding Team Rocket's Watchtower, shutting down so many of your support Pokemon?
It's tough. Sometimes you just open with the pieces you need. There are a lot of complex strategies and complex deck ideas in the Pokemon TCG, but as time comes to show, sometimes the simplest strategies are the most effective. Crispin is such a powerful supporter in the metagame, powering up Pokemon, things that inherently break the rules in the Pokemon TCG, such as only being allowed to attach one energy card per turn, shifts how all of these decks are built and how the game plays out. It's a great deck that takes advantage of that supporter card.
Absolutely, and I think it's just the creativity of it all that continues to just surprise me and probably surprise a lot of people out in the crowd, especially because a lot of those times when you play a big basic box, you're really used to having maybe only one Pokemon available if you're unable to find your Cyrano on turn 2. But honestly, with James's count of that Mega Kangaskhan, as long as he can run errand at least once, there is a possibility he can go even further.
What a glow up that ability has had. Mega Kangaskhan such a powerful card. You know, the attack originally was thought to be overlooked. People maybe didn't respect the ability as much, but it seems that as time has gone on, Run Errand has become a backbone, a support engine, so to say, in so many different decks.
It's not just that, right, Ethan? I think a lot of people saw Mega Kangaskhan EX as a 3-prize liability, as all Mega Pokemon are. So players just want to shy away from benching it down because it can be a prime target for stacking up damage counters no matter which way you look at it. But still, being able to draw cards in the Pokemon trading card game, especially when Unfair Stamp is going to be the ace-spec of choice for many of these players, just feels like the most reliable way, at least to try and get yourself out of a weird sticky hand.
Emily, for some brownie points, we know some of the players we'll most likely be seeing in Top Cut. We know some of the decks. You want to make a prediction? Think about what's going to go the distance. No bias, no judgment.
Well, Raging Bolt isn't in the top cut.
Okay, listen,
so
we can't all have cake and ice cream
there
for
is
every
there
meal.
is no bias for me. I mean, I would love to see James Kowalski go all the way. I think it just makes the most amount of sense for his storyline here, creating a deck and then piling it all the way to that top cut. I mean, I still have to kind of cheer for, and just the amount of players that I'm seeing from different regions as well. I mean, it would be super sweet also to see Juho and that Team Rocket's archetype actually get a win under the belt, especially because of how different he's built that deck to kind of serve the Pokemon that he's playing.
I'd say that's definitely the biggest outlier in Top Cut, that Team Rocket's Mewtwo and the Team Rocket's Spidops dealing a lot of damage. And another big advantage is that unfamiliarity aspect. You're going into Top Cut, these players are playing big matches, there's lots of pressure, and I'm sure if you asked each player in the Top Cut, each representative, how much experience and how many games they have against this deck, they may not have the experience necessary to play optimally in such a big, high-stakes match.
And you want to talk about experience, why not talk about Juho's experience as an international champion as well, taking home LAIC a couple seasons ago at this point, with also a weird deck, right? Really pivoting into Iron Hands EX, which I know many players missed, that just recently rotated, and that Dynamotor Flaffy, which is still technically in format in the form of an electric, but still, without Iron Hands taking multiple prizes, just doesn't make sense. There's no good lightning right now that you could really get kind of going.
Things are building up. We're just getting everything finalized. Appreciate everyone's patience at home as we tally up the players, get everything ready. This will be an open deck list Top Cut, so one advantage that these players do have is knowing the counts of cards. This is where skill expression can truly come in, right? Knowing how many things like boss's orders your opponent has, knowing how many switching and recovery cards allows you to have that little bit of extra edge if you know how to make more calculated risks in the Pokemon TCG.
And especially with only one Crustal player having 35 match points here, that's actually pretty useful for a lot of these Dragon players who were really hoping not to hit Crustal, at least with the Scythe release. But you know, at least Juho is actually really looking forward to playing Crustal because Spidops can just hit right through it.
Well, as we're waiting for our Top Cut to be finalized, let's hear from Chip out on the floor with what's going on in our tournament.
Thank you, Ethan and Emily. Yes, out here on the floor where things are starting to thin out a little bit. Still plenty of people back here playing, but the tournament itself for over 3,500 players has concluded, and the crowd begins to congregate forward towards the stage as the biggest matches of the weekend are about to get underway. We have our Top Cut set. 11 trainers remain in the Masters division with a chance to become the international champion, and so many incredible storylines are developing. We've got all-time greats like Ross Cawthon in his first ever international championships Top Cut. We've got Tord Reklev, 5-time international champion, competing. We've got Juho Kallama, the winner of the Latin American International Championships just a few seasons ago. So much to play for so many of those players, and we'll take a look now at our 11-player bracket, breaking it down to see what the path may look like for each of these trainers into Top Cut. And yes, there is 11 trainers represented here, with 5 already moving forward into Top 8. We do have a handful that need to play for their spot in Top 8. Caleb Rogerson and Juho, Abaan and Ross facing off, and then up at the top, Miguel and Tord. So many incredible names. James Kowalski has been leading the charge, though, into this top cut. He is our first seed entering here with his own unique creation. Lily's Clefairy, Mega Kangaskhan, Meowth, all about the consistency, all about using the most powerful EX Pokemon in the format. And then, of course, we've got Crustle. Down at the bottom there, we see Rahul ready. He has been a big advocate for this deck. He just got second place at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, and he has taken it into back-to-back top cuts, and he looks to finally claim a title. He has competed for so long. He has been in the finals. He's been in the semifinals, but has yet to hoist that champion trophy. Will this weekend finally be his time? And for so many other players here, a great opportunity to close things out. John Webb, who we saw on our win-in, and he will be playing against Justin Newdorf there in the middle of the bracket in top 8. And John has only played a couple tournaments this year, said he's just been playing at his local store, hasn't gotten out to any majors. Should he beat Justin Newdorf, he will earn his Worlds invite. He'll have come into this weekend with no championship points, and he'll walk away with his Worlds invite with just one single match. Incredible stories to follow. I cannot wait to see how they will unfold, and we're going to see so much of the action here tonight. We will be broadcasting many of these matches, including both semifinal matches, as we set in stone this evening who will be competing in that finals match on Championship Sunday.
Chip, you see it all laid out in front of you. Plenty more Pokemon TCG left to play. 11 representatives in the top cut. Some players have already locked up their top 8. A little bit more fight for a few. Some big matches really determining what happens in this bracket. As we look all the way at the bottom, Abaan Ahmed against Ross Cawthon, Slowking against Dragapult, and Rahul, I'm sure, is rooting for a certain someone to win that top 16 match.
I mean, you can only imagine, Ethan, right? Just the fear in Abaan. But still, I mean, you want to talk about Abaan. Abaan had this crazy start of the season and then kind of faded into the background a little bit. I mean, got his Worlds invite, I would say, probably the first player to get that Worlds invite. So did have at least the luxury to sit back, but then still came into that Pittsburgh regional, the first North American regional, and got second as well. So Abaan, while yes, playing that Dragapult DX, you know, and it's getting him a lot of mileage, you know, Ross knows that matchup to and fro with or without Shaman.
Welcome in Pablo as well, joining us on this side of things. Any matches sticking out to you in our bracket?
I mean, I'm definitely partial to Miguel. He's had an outstanding season so far, doing well at the Mexico Regionals and doing well at the Houston Regional Championship as well, losing that heartbreaking final. So back here and up against, of course, the final boss of international championships, Tor Dreklev. Really looking forward to how that plays out. And I mean, what a combination of like long-time players, of course, high caliber players, and then new possible stars in the making.
It feels like every event gets bigger and bigger, but the same similar group of names continue to show up and showcase why they are the best in the business. So many different players here. Caleb Rogerson has been in that top 16 race. I talked to him earlier this weekend, asked how he was feeling and what placement he was looking for. I said, what do you need to lock up a top 16 invite? He said, yeah, you know, probably a top 32 at cash, but yeah, I really am just looking to make top cut at this weekend. He stayed composed, he stayed locked in. He's been playing a very similar deck list throughout this tournament and throughout the last couple of formats, with Dragapult EX to Dunsparce, finding his success and finding his comfort, showing that having a pet deck can really pay off in the TCG.
Absolutely, Ethan. I think Chip alluded to it on the floor, but let's allude to it now. The big difference between placing in the top cut at regionals versus an international championships, if you make it to those semifinals, you get an automatic invite. The top 4 players from this international tournament will be locking an invite to that World Championship, and sometimes it even comes down to getting to that semifinals. Now granted, I mean, this is some of the best players that we have in the Pokemon trading card game, but still, I mean, getting a nice little chunk of cash, because these international tournaments do pay out a little bit more than a regional or a special championship. I mean, I mean, for you, Pablo, wouldn't you just be going for it first anyway?
Yeah, that's precisely the point that I was going to make. Direct invites are, of course, something that is very enticing, right? And someone like John is probably eyeing up that possibility. Then we have other players on the completely other side of the spectrum, like Ross Cawthon, Tord Reklev, even Justin Newdorf, a much younger player than them, but still hungry for that title, right? They want that first place. Ross said it in his interview himself. It's either first place or nothing, right? He secured his Worlds invite. He's here for the glory.
So much on the line for these competitors. Let's not forget that those players who have already qualified for the World Championships who make it to the semifinals will have an extra invite bumped down. So not taking invitations away from anyone. So you've got to be feeling for those players right on the cusp of the invite threshold, that what seems to be 700 and change championship points, maybe crossing their fingers, hoping for certain somebodies to win their top cut matches.
Yeah, ever since the Pokemon trading card game moved into this top 135 Masters, it is really exciting for the people who are outside of the race to really watch, and it is absolutely horrifying for people who are still in the race, right? But we saw this a little bit last week in Turin as well, players just kind of waiting to see. And sometimes the difference, Ethan, between going from having an invite versus not is a matter of about 23 points. That's something that you can get by going to your locals.
I mean, standings for NAIC have all but finalized, right? We still have Top Cut to play for, but everyone else who's trying to figure out whether they made it in or were kept out can probably figure it out by now. I'm sure there's many people doing the maths at the moment, looking up people and where they finished. And that final list for all of the regions, right, as we had participation from everyone here, is probably something that's going to be on top of everyone's minds, especially the people that you mentioned who are right on the edge, right on the cusp, and possibly relying on someone else's results to see whether they still made it in or were just barely left out.
I asked this question to Emily, Pablo. I'll pose it back to you once more. We know our 11 representatives have a lot of history with some of these players, some, of course, new to us, all alike. Who do you think is going to take it home? I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but...
No bias either.
No bias?
Well, no judgment. Bias, we can have a talk about. No judgment, you know, whoever you say, you know.
All right, so my main thing here is that Dragapult has such a big target on its head that every other deck that isn't Dragapult in this top cut, obviously all of these players have played so much against Dragapult and are confident against the Dragapult matchup, right? So I'm generally gonna root for Slowking. It feels like the most varied deck, the most fun deck, and seeing Ross Cawthon walk away with an international win, that would be something for the history books.
I think this might be Tord's event again. Ooh. Look at this bracket for Tord. Look at what decks are in place. 6 Dragapult, all great matchups. Slowking can be a little bit difficult. It can be tough. You do have Yveltal as an option against that matchup. You know, some of these lists are playing some switching cards, but being mindful and knowing the counts in your opponent's deck make Yveltal a lot scarier when you can make aggressive plays. Your opponent maybe just has one switch in their deck. They have to play that switch, and now all of a sudden Latios becomes a clear target, and that risk factor completely goes away.
Well, Ethan, I am going to counteract your point, and I am still rooting for James Kowalski to take it all the way home with just a homebrew of big basics, just going all the way, constant aggression. I believe in the turn 2 Wellspring Ogre Pond, no matter what. We'll see how exactly he's going to be able to handle some of these Dragapults, but especially that Crustle, if it comes into play, because Rahul is pretty much an automatic loss for James.
They are on the opposite sides of the bracket, so I'm sure James is maybe giving a little bit of a sigh of relief, not having to worry about that. We'll look again, you can see all the way at the top, all the way at the bottom. They did, of course, pair up earlier in the Swiss rounds. So we are getting things ready, getting things up and excited for our top cut matches. We really have to give props to all these players. These tournaments become more and more difficult. Remember when X21 made cut at these events? Remember when there were 1 or 2 less Swiss rounds at some of these tournaments? Now you cannot afford to take more than a single loss if you want to try and make these tournaments, assuming you have no ties along the way.
Yep, I am very old, Ethan. I do remember those times when X2-1 was good enough. I remember when Top got started at about noon, more or less. So yeah, the size of these tournaments really is a testament to like these players, many of them continuous repeats, continuously doing well throughout a season, the stamina that is required these days. I mean, we saw it in the Tord preview video right before we started this segment, right? Tord spoke about how he's knackered at the end of the day after so many rounds. So that mental fortitude, the stamina that is required to do well, not just that staying on top of things in every single game, but just holding on throughout the whole day at a high level is generally very, very impressive.
I'm sure, Pablo, you're not old, you're just seasoned in the game. It is totally fine. But I know for you, because you've been in the game for so long, not only as a caster, but of course a premier player as well, it must feel very interesting to go through and, like you were saying, starting Top Cut at 12 to now going all the way out to using giant convention centers and seeing thousands of players walk through the door.
Yes, I have been at a world championship in the basement of a hotel, and I've been at a world championship that features the whole city like it did in Yokohama, right? So it's amazing how the game has grown. It's very exciting how these international tournaments almost feel like a preview or a prelude to the world championship. And yeah, I'm just very happy to have basically seen it all throughout the evolution of the Play Pokemon program.
And breaking news coming in right now, we have confirmation of our stream match that we will be featuring, and what a match this will be. Abaan Ahmed up against Ross Cawthon, old versus new. This is going to be an exciting matchup to see if Dragapult EX can truly be taken down by an off-meta deck that is Slowking.
I know, Pablo, we are going to play to your favorite deck here to win, and it will be Ross, like you had mentioned. And as we talked about just a little bit, I mean, Ethan, Abaan with the craziest start of the season, right, was probably over 1,000 championship points within the first, what, 2 months of the season, and then kind of taking a back seat really to it all, and then coming back at NAIC and saying, you know what, I still got it. I don't need to place Top Cut in every single one of these regionals. I'll let some of you guys get a win.
This North American group was one of the big reward reapers of Gardevoir EX at the beginning of the season. Tons of championship points earned. Him, Henry Chow, and the whole squad really showcasing how powerful that deck is. And now that it's rotated and it's no longer a deck for them to be used, it seems that all of them have shifted to putting the time into Dragapult EX, and it is finally paying off as Abaan Ahmed is just a few matches away for finding that big finish at an international championship he's truly looking for.
I remember an interview with Lucas Zing back in Los Angeles Regionals where he said, well, it's just Dragapult and it's the best deck in format, so I'm just going to play it, right? And that was the thing with Gardevoir as well. It completely countered Dragapult pretty well. I won't bring it up too much, Ethan. I don't want you getting emotional about Gardevoir here. I know, I'm sorry. But still, I mean, when a good player plays a good deck, you are going to get good results, right? It's just a nice, simple equation for you. And still, Abaan coming through, still having over 1,000 championship points, going up against Ross as well. It's going to be for the glory instead of for that invite.
So much dynamics in this matchup. We'll have to break down the list changes here for Abaan. Was playing a very interesting card inclusion, and something to talk about a little bit this weekend is the response to the grass-type Pokemon in the metagame. We saw Moltres make an appearance in some decks, but him and his group came to a slightly different inclusion, instead playing that Chi-Yu as a response. Seems to have worked out pretty well for him this weekend, still having some sort of a way to deal with Pokemon, and it almost acts as a Crustle counter as well.
It definitely works out pretty well, and it feels like Chi-Yu has been a tech card for a very long time across multiple generations and sets that we've had now. Chi-Yu with that Ground Melter attack, I believe 60 plus and more if a stadium is in play, and you know that's exactly what is going to be used here to try and counteract some of these Academy at Nights. But Ethan, let's just get the bad news out of the way now. Does Abaan play a Shaman or not?
We'll leave you all in the suspense to figure out if that's what the case is. Can't give away too much information. It is still open deck lists, so they'll have the time to look at the lists, see what is going on. figure out what the best approach is. We've seen, even without a Shaman in the list, it's no guarantee of the matchup. You know, Trifrost is an available tool that cure him, one of the most powerful attacks in the game. You essentially have always had to cheat it out in some form, whether it be Regidrago V-Star or using this Slowking to copy it. Sometimes, you know, Colress's Experiment or a Colress's Tenacities in the discard pile, and you can use it the intended way with that ability. But if that's not the case, you gotta find some other way to use it. Discarding all energy attached to you, but dealing 110 damage to 3 different Pokemon. Spread attacks, so powerful in the Pokemon TCG.
And not even just discarding all of the energy, because Slowpoke and Slowking tend to play that boomerang energy as well, so you can actually get an energy attachment back every single time you Trifrost as well. So there are ways to really kind of keep the deck flowing. It's really about shutting off the resources, right? Being able to get a attacker into the discard and then having it stay there essentially, right? That's why some of these Night Stretchers being prized are very scary. But the thing is about Slowking, you can get around finding an attack not just from Academy at Night, but using Cypher Maniac's code breaking to move your desired attacker up to the top of the deck.
Stadium cards, a big inclusion for these players as well. Things like Team Rocket's Watchtower. That card can always disrupt this deck. Boomerang energy, finding a way in this Slowking build. We've seen a lot of different attackers. Rosses seem to have taken a more standard approach. Metagross, we saw, of course, the Lily's Clefairy, and another card that will definitely be impactful is that Brave Bangle. How important that extra 30 damage is cannot be described, cannot be impacted more enough to get that one-hit KO on Dragapult EX. Abaan, I'm sure, is going to do everything he can to make it as difficult as possible for those Slowkings to fire off impactful attacks.
And speaking of taking out Dragapults, the one card that feels mandatory in a lot of deck lists right now is that Lily's Clefairy EX. Now, granted, yes, if you're able to find that Brave Bangle, you can just take that knockout, but of course, it is a Psychic-type Pokemon, so the telepathic energy is actually really useful in the deck to be able to sift that out. You can use Wondrous Patch to power it up. If all things go wrong, granted it is a 2-prizer, Ethan, and it will get automatically knocked out by a Phantom Dive because it only has 190 hit points. But because of that, right, being able to at least move around your attackers just in case you run out of resources to stop seeking inspiration.
Anticipation building for this match. We'll see who advances to the top 8, and of course keep you all updated on what's happening on the other side of the bracket. Some interesting matchups still to come. Zoroark EX does have to take down Dragapult at the top of the bracket as James patiently awaits which matchup he will be playing. We'll see all of this unfold today and see who our 2 finalists become.
I mean, Ethan, it's so exciting, right? We don't even get to finish the tournament today. Tomorrow there is just one match for the Masters, and it is going to be the finals. But also what's really exciting as well is we get to actually see our younger divisions as well. We do get our juniors finals and our seniors finals as well there too. And what's really fun about the younger divisions is they tend to have a completely different meta sometimes. I mean, at EUIC, we did see the Mega Kangaskhan with the Curlywall Bouffalont there. So that's really exciting to kind of see what potentially makes it through.
After all the waiting, we are finally ready. Ladies and gentlemen, top cut, asymmetric, ready for the showing. Let's throw it down to the stage and get into one of the biggest matches of the tournament.
Super excited to see this one, Ethan. And of course, you know what it is already. And these players already know what it is already as well. Abaan Ahmed, 8th ranked globally in terms of championship points. That first regional of the season in Monterrey in the LATAM regional championship. His best IC performance was actually a top 32. So this is already just going on another plaque of accomplishment for Abaan. He has not played against the Slowking yet this tournament, Ethan. This might be a really weird wake-up call.
No Shaman in the list for Abaan. Both players getting the opportunity to, before this top cut match started, check out their opponent's deck list, see all of the cards, go from there to trying to, in their head, construct the best possible strategy on how to best defeat the other deck.
Well, you got to talk about Ross's accomplishments as well, Ethan. I mean, the just this one line alone, the fact that he has the record for the most amount of invites to the World Championship speaks for himself. This is going to at least match his last great finish at an international at OCIC in 2017, almost 10 years ago of that top 16. But here's the real stat that I think the people want to know. He's currently 6-0-2, so that's 6 wins, 0 losses, and 2 ties against Dragapult variants this tournament. Has not taken a loss yet to Dragapult. We'll see if Ross is going to be able to continue on.
Will be an uphill battle for Abaan. Absolutely. Lots of interesting cards. Take a look at the deck list. Make sure they note this is something new for Ross. He's used to just having to go off intuition going into these top cut matches. It's so dangerous to have a seasoned player like him gain even more information to conduct and put together powerful strategies on how to take down his opponent's deck.
It's one thing that is very interesting about Abaan's deck is he is playing this 1-1-1 line of the Abracadabra and Alakazam. Yes, the one that you know and love with that powerful hand attack. And granted, when you think about it, Ethan, right? Because the amount of cards that players draw, I mean, it's a great single prize attacker that can actually get you some cheeky wins here and there. But the thing is, I mean, it might be a great single prize attacker to go into the Slow King, but is he going to be able to make the trade before Ross is going to strike while the iron is hot and take 3 prizes thanks to that try, Ross?
One card that was of important note for Abaan, it seems, was that Zera Aura from Destined Rivals for 3 energy. Of course, you got to ignore that with Seek Inspiration. You can deal 210 damage to a Pokemon EX in play. It is important, of course, to knock out something like Pheasantipity EX, Meowth EX as well. To see how Abaan adapts to that as a potential attacking option too. Liabilities in play, having Pheasantipity or Meowth. Of course, the upside is more stability in the setup, more card draw. There is always risk to putting these Pokemon EX in play.
And the big thing about these open deck lists, Ethan, is that Abaan should see all of this coming down the line, right? I mean, Meowth EX does have that great attack tuck tail when it gets stuck into the active, right? But just like its art in perfect order, it really is usually sitting on the bench for a majority of the game unless things go awry here. So does have to keep a close eye out for it here, but still, I mean, Abaan is at least playing that unfair stamp as the ace spec and a special red card to try and throw Ross off the game in terms of having a giant hand, but here's the problem. You know Ross is playing a Lily's Clefairy EX.
It's like both players understanding the counts in their opponent's deck, start to construct those strategies, figure out how the game will be played out. If we'll see things like the Alakazam come into play. Curious if Dragapult's Phantom Dive is the approach over and over again, and more importantly, how quickly can Kyurem get involved for Ross Cawthon?
And still though, Ethan, I mean, you gotta talk about it. This isn't top 8 yet. This is still asymmetrical top cut. So the winner of this match will be going forward to fighting Rahul already in that top 8. And like we had mentioned a little bit before, you know Rahul doesn't want to see Ross anywhere near him.
So much riding on this match for both players. This is as far as they've gotten in recent time in the top cut for an international championship. A big missing place on Ross's accomplishments on his resume is a strong finish in the modern era of Pokemon at an IC. If he can make it here, if he can continue his run, he'll continue to cement himself as one of the game's greats.
I believe it is 6 Dragapults within our top cut, Ethan. And you know that the people out there want to see the king fall to another king and a Super King, why not? And because of this crazy way that this deck can truly get itself powered up in such a short amount of time, I'm wondering if Abaan is going to take the going first away from Ross in terms of trying to at least thwart his setup just a little bit.
Coin flip always a big factor in the Pokemon TCG, and in this matchup specifically, as we get word, we'll make sure that you all get word at home. Prize cards are going out. double Dreepy in the prize cards for Abaan, as well as Pheasantipity EX with Trifrost as a threat and the Night Stretcher prize. This could be detrimental right off the bat.
Ethan, I mean, it may be a blessing in disguise, at least, that Pheasantipity is completely out of play. But the problem is, if Ross is going to strike first, that means that, I mean, Abaan is just going to have to use Dracloaks and that Recon Directive, if he's even able to have them here. But still, for Ross's prizes, I mean, one copy of Academy at Night and one Slowpoke, not the worst, but I'm always looking at that Wondrous Patch count, because you can't attach more than one energy per turn.
We are getting underway, ladies and gentlemen. Abaan starting things out with the Budew active. Dreepy on bench, attach and passes. Ross opens with the secret box, the perfect card to play, staring down a Budew on the following turn.
This is exactly what you want to see, Ethan, if you are Ross. There's no item lock because Abaan went first here, so taking that essential setup away that Ross is at least going to have to wait one more turn to evolve into the Slowking here. But why not open your ace-spec, this secret box? It is an insanely powerful ace-spec. It was really at the top of what players were really trying to choose with their ace-spec for quite some time. We were able to grab a tool, a supporter card, a stadium, and an item as well. So this is going to at least guarantee Ross a lot of setup here, and maybe even if he wants to, Ethan, refresh the hand with Lily's Determination and potentially see 8 more cards.
Immediately put onto the battlefield, Lily's Determination. Great supporter card for the early game, integral to almost every deck in this top cut. Trading a Poképad on the discard pile for another one from the deck. We did also see Academy Night get discarded. There is still the option to grab a tool card. You see that hidden MVP for Ross, Lucky Helmet, brought to the hand.
And it's a perfect card to throw onto this Pheasantipity as well here for Ross, assuming that he doesn't want to promote any type of single prize, because you know how much Dragapult loves its multi-prize knockouts here. But instead, if Abaan were to attack into this Pheasantipity, this would actually just give Ross a couple more cards to work with. But unfortunately, no, we're just going to put this Lucky Helmet onto the Slowpoke here, choosing to use Lily's Determination, and hopefully finding this telepathic energy. So Ross is going to be able to sift out more Slowpokes, maybe even that Latias EX as well.
It's tough to leave Pheasantipity active at the end of this turn. That 10 damage can be so relevant. So a smart choice here to keep that Lucky Helmet around for later. Hand gets shuffled in. Ross still plenty to do on this turn. Slowpoke down, but there's more on the agenda for sure. 8 cards shuffled and drawn from the deck. That telepathic psychic energy. There's 4 copies in this deck for a reason. To get out those basic Pokemon, Latias, Kangaskhan as well would be a great draw. And finds the telepathic psychic energy plus Kangaskhan. I've got to imagine that's exactly what Ross is looking for on turn 1.
And with none of the support Pokemon in terms of those psychic support Pokemon prize, you can at least guarantee that Ross is going to be able to find that Latias. And like you had mentioned, Ethan, we'll be able to at least bring Mega Kangaskhan into the active to start using that run errant ability.
Immediately sifted to the top of the deck. Slowpoke number 2 and Latias EX coming down. And we'll most likely see Mega Kangaskhan EX get involved and start supporting the Slowking for the following turn.
This is exactly what you want to see if you're Ross. You are ready to go for that next turn. Does also have a Wondrous Patch as well. He could even manually retreat the Pheasantipity if it came to it, because he does have a Wondrous Patch in hand for the next turn. But here we go, run errand 2, big cards, finds another Slowpoke as well. So you love to see that if you're Ross. You got 3 Slowpokes ready to go for that evolution next turn. I mean, if I'm Abaan with only 1 Dreepy available, because 2 of them are currently in the prizes right now, I might get a little stressed.
What does Abaan have in hand? Can't quite see the options. Itchy Pollen already available for the turn. Considering benching Chi-Yu, just Crispin as the supporter, this may signal Abaan not having much to work with in this spot.
And you want to talk about a turn 2 Trifrost, Ethan. It's getting dangerously close to do so. Most players in this spot would choose to use something like a Lily's Determination to refresh the hand and see a fresh 8 cards here, but it's going to be potentially up to this Badu to stop anything, but we could be seeing the fastest game one here within this top cut. Let's see if Abaan's going to at least have another Pokemon to bench, because you're right, Ethan. He might be forced to bench this Chi-Yu.
Not what you want to see if you're Abaan Ahmed at a big-time, high-stakes match in Pokemon. It will be the fire and dark energy. Fire energy attached, darkness energy to the hand. But if there is no follow-up, you have to expect your opponent to likely have a response with how many cards they accumulated in hand the previous turn.
Still, though, it's all about whether Ross has the pieces. And granted, he will be under item lock here, but did already at least use the secret box, so he probably got himself into a couple of cards. Now, granted, Ethan, what he probably needs at this point is to find Cypher Maniac's code breaking and a Slow King and an energy, and that can guarantee the full swing.
The game may end this turn. If Ross can put together a Trifrost, all three of these Pokemon will be knocked out, and I believe it's there already. Psychic Energy in hand, Slow King, and has the Cypher Maniac's code breaking to copy the Trifrost attack. Ross Cawthon is gonna clear this entire board and win the game on turn number 2.
No Shaman, no problem, Ethan, and you can see Abaan already pick up the cards as the writing was on the wall. And Ross, with this mastery of Slow King, Shaman or not, he's able to get that Trifrost on turn 2 thanks to that opening of the secret box. You know Abaan is probably extremely stressed out, but the granted part is, Ethan, 2 of those Dreepies were at least in the prizes. Let's hope for some better prize cards next game.
Absolute masterclass from Ross on how to sequence through early turns, had the secret box, set up his Pokemon, and was able to fire off that Trifrost. It didn't matter if Abaan flooded the board with Dreepy. They were all going to be knocked out, did not have the response, did not have the supporter cards, and is now one game away from potential elimination in this tournament. 2
legends in their own right. Abaan still the first regional champion of this season for the LATAM region, but of course you're sitting across from Ross Cawthon, most amount of Worlds invites tied for that record, and he's doing it with Slow King here too. And I know Rahul Reddy waiting in the wings, kind of nervous now that Ross is up 1-0, because the Slow King could be taking out the only Crustle in asymmetrical top cut.
Abaan will have the advantage of going first in game number 2. A little bit more wiggle room to put some Dracloak in play, and if you can avoid that turn 2 Trifrost for a player, Dragapult EX getting into play just gives you a huge sigh of relief.
Certainly hoping that the prize cards are going to work on Abaan's side as well. I believe Ross is going to have to take a mulligan here, so at least Abaan is going to see some more cards here, as Ross just going to have to shuffle back in until he finds a basic Pokemon, and that could be any of his basics. Of course, I think he always wants to start that Slowpoke, but still, I mean, he was able to work around having a Pheasantipity in play, but that's only because Abaan had nothing to counteract with.
How about a Mega Kangaskhan start for Ross? That would be even more excellent. Mulligan on his side, so Abaan will get a little bit of stability for his troubles. Prize cards will go out for both players, and I think we are ready to get into our second game. Game number 2. Abaan will start things out going first. See the openers, see what cards are available for both of these players. Does start Pheasantipity, so it's at least a Pokemon that's not KO'd by Trifrost, and Buddy Puffin will get Dreepy into play. As far as things go for Abaan, we'll have to see how the rest of the hand looks, as Ross is, wow, triple telepathic Psychic Energy. This setup may be a bit difficult for him to get together.
This is exactly what you don't want to see as Ross, because that telepathic energy showed how much use it had in that last game, being able to sift out not only another Slowpoke, but that key Latias EX as well to move the basic Pokemon around thanks to Skyliner, but still does at least have the opportunity to move things around depending on the hand at this point here. But I think it's very funny, Ethan. I mean, Ross started the Pheasantipity last game, so why not have Abaan start this game, as it's right on over to his turn.
Pokepad for Ross in the hand. We'll get the bad news of those telepathic Psychic Energy being unavailable for the time being. Not sure if the rest of the hand for Ross was too strong. No Lily's Determination, it seemed, and if you have a slow start against Dragapult and give them time, you give Dragapult an inch, you give them a mile.
Well, thankfully for Ross, Abaan is playing a slower version of Dragapult, so no rare candy, Crispin shenanigans that we are going to be seeing this game. More so along the lines of getting those Monkey Dory set up, even with things like Risky Ruins as well, that is going to be able to move those damage counters onto the bench here. The Lucky Helmet onto the Slowpoke. It does have the Boomerang energy with the Lily's Determination, a fresh 8 cards for Ross.
Hiding in the hand, Lily's Determination coming in clutch. If that supporter card was not there, Ross was definitely in deep trouble. Some stability with that Lucky Helmet attached to the active. Ross will see 8 cards as things stand, hoping to see a Latias as well as a Mega Kangaskhan to once again have Run Errand get in the mix.
I'm looking at Abaan's side of the board, and I'm wondering, Ethan, if ever Crispin to Pheasantipity to Cruel Arrow, the Slowpoke in the active might be the play. The thing is about the Boomerang energy, you can't Wondrous Patch it back in, so that would require Ross to have a little bit more of a specific amount of cards here. Let's see what cards he was able to draw off of the Lily's Determination. I'm seeing some cards thrown down. I'm going to assume that that is going to at least be an Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball, great card in the Pokemon TCG. Consistency is key. Having your deck function, always the #1 priority. Debating discarding this Stadium card, and the Brave Bengal also hitting the bin. Maybe something that could bite Ross Cawthon in the back later on in the game.
At this point, I think he's just probably trying to go as much consistency as possible here. Ross does have a second Ultra Ball in the hand as well. So the possibility of, yes, getting Mega Kangaskhan EX and this Latias EX is up and running. The problem is what you have to discard to get to that point, right, Ethan? This Brave Bengal, like you had mentioned, going down. The Academy at Night going down as well. Actually using it for, is that a Meowth EX instead?
Ross is a gym leader, ladies and gentlemen. He has collected all 8 badges.
So glad you saw that too.
Yeah, you know, we have some crazy technology in the big 2-6. So Ross Cawthon, a serious competitive trainer, plenty of gym badges. And this shows a little bit of weakness for Ross in this spot. Can avoid benching Meowth this turn because of that deck list knowledge, knowing that there are no Team Rocket's Watchtower in this list, as Abaan does have a much better start. The Jerkloak Evolution plus Lily's Determination, yet to use Recon Directive, looking to stabilize the board even further.
And you know what Abaan is looking for. It is that tiny grass Pokemon that has certainly defined this meta, and it will be that Budew to prevent Ross from using item cards next turn. Now, granted, Ross is at least going to be able to hopefully get into a Slowking next turn, but the question is what comes after that, especially because Ross's deck does rely on Pokepad, especially to find those attackers, and especially finding Kyurem. You're going to leave it up to a chance of a Lily's Determination to get all of your pieces together?
Does seem like a big ask. There's the Buddy Poffin. See if Budew is the choice. Considering Abra as well, and that was a question I posed earlier. Will this Pokemon get involved in the mix? Potentially foregoing Budew. It is an easy knockout on the following turn for Ross. Can just use that tackle attack and take it down. And I wonder if that's the concern for Abaan of giving early, easy prize cards to Ross compared to putting some more Pokemon in play that will help stabilize the board on the following turns.
I think Abaan is technically okay with Ross only having 2 Slowpoke and no support Pokemon as well available, especially because Ross didn't grab Mega Kangaskhan or Latias off of the Ultra Ball. Instead, it was that Meowth EX. So that's signifying to Abaan that maybe Ross's hand is a lot weaker than before, as that second Recon Directive is going to be able to come in. And Ethan, as I always like to say, this is a great turn by having a Dracloak in play, but you really just want that energy.
Considering the rest, as you mentioned, energy coming down onto Dracloak, and the floodgates may open for Ross, considering the retreat into Abra as a potential pivot thanks to that teleporter ability. Really thinking about if it's worth discarding the energy attached to Pheasantipity. Doesn't seem like it. Ross does draw into that Academy of Night. Is there a world, is there a way where he gets this knockout this turn?
It is very scary though, Ethan, the more you think about it, right? There are only 3 Pokemon on the Dragapult line, 2 Dracloaks and 1 Dreepy available, because the 4th and final Dreepy is actually in the prizes this turn. So if Ross is able to string along this Trifrost here, that is going to knock out every single possibility of getting a Dragapult next turn. Dare I say, Ethan, does it come down to this Lily's determination and Academy at Night to get it done?
Even going to play this Ultra Ball, Slowpoke, and Cypher Maniac going to the discard pile. Will almost certainly be a Slowking evolved. And with this evolution, there is a combination of cards that is not even absurd. Ross just needs to find himself a Psychic Energy and a Pokemon to copy, being that Kyurem. And if he can find those 2 pieces, the floodgates open, and it becomes so difficult for Abaan to get back in this game.
Benching the Lily's Clefairy EX, it doesn't necessarily even need to go down this turn, Ethan, but it's more so along the lines that Ross just doesn't want to see this after he shuffles his hand for 8 brand new cards. So like you had said, it's just a energy and a Pokepad to find Kyurem, or finding Kyurem itself, or even something like an Ultra Ball as well to search out that Kyurem, and then using Academy at Night to throw it on the top of the deck and use Seeking Inspiration to wipe all of the possibilities of finding Dragapult off the board. 8 cards, Ethan.
Impactful 8. Do we see the cards necessary? Doesn't look like it. No energy cards, Psychic Energy not to be found. We of course know there are multiple prizes, so the likelihood is not high. But yeah, just those Boomerang Energy can evolve Slowpoke number 2 into Slowking. But a huge break for Abaan to not have all these Dracloak wiped off the board.
It is so unfortunate, too, because Ross had all of the pieces ready to go, and by him not even taking a knockout this turn, this is go time for Abaan. And you can see what Ross is going towards, this plan B at this point, to say, you know what, okay, I'm just not going to be able to find Trifrost this turn, and I know a Phantom Dive is coming, and Abaan moving very quickly here, just needs to find that energy attachment to get going.
Now the percentage of this matchup starts to shift in Abaan's favor. The more he can allow himself to put Dragapult EX into play. We'll see Recon Directive number 1, number 2 now being used. Already has Crispin and a Dragapult EX in the hand. Considering that Xerosic's Machinations or Boss's Orders as one of these 2 cards to be selected.
Well, doesn't have the energy directly within the hand here to reliably find the energy. I would say throwing not only a Dragapult into play, but then kind of adding insult to injury by putting in the Xerosic's Machinations there to really limit how much Ross is doing this turn would be so detrimental. And maybe that's what he's still looking for here with the double use of Pokepad to thin the deck. This would be exciting. Maybe there's even a way for Abaan to retreat this Pheasantipity and use something like a Night Stretcher to add it on to that Dracloak, and then use Xerosic's Machinations to really kind of throw Ross a ray.
Lots of options. Abaan will think through them all and go for the best ability. Speaking of which, Psychic Draw from that Kadabra being used as that Pokemon comes into play. But due to the bottom of the deck after that last Recon Directive is used, and as you mentioned, can now retreat and Night Stretcher the energy back. There is a Night Stretcher prized for Abaan, so that would mean for the time being, no more recovery on Pokemon or energy cards from the discard pile.
Might just have to play it safe here and play the Crispin. And it seems like the most stable play out of all of the ones that you could do. I think a lot of players kind of lean towards the most aggressive ways of thwarting, especially a deck like Slowking that doesn't really, as long as it doesn't have that Mega Kangaskhan in play, can't reliably get cards down the line.
Will be that Fire and Psychic Energy found from the deck. See which Pokemon this goes on to. It is the Psychic Energy to Dracloak. Fire Energy put into the hand. All abilities being used. No Pokemon knocked out. Flip the Script cannot be used. Dragapult EX comes into play. Dragapult number 2 as well wants to make sure Trifrost is not an efficient attacking option. So protecting this Dracloak, retreating into Dragapult EX, and we will see Abaan fire off the first attack. Phantom Dive will KO Slowking, and he'll decide how he wants to put 6 damage counters on these bench Pokemon.
Assuming you always want to sprinkle 1 onto the Latias EX for the multi-prize potential for Abaan down the line. But a very key 6 damage counters here that need to go out. That Lily's Clefairy is technically ready to go, and there are enough benched Pokemon on both sides for that Full Moon Rondo to take the knockout, especially thanks to Fairy Zone here. Now, granted, Latias is also a funny attacker as well, but it could just be 6 on that Slowking, but once again, it is going to be that 1 damage counter on Latias for good measure. Let's see if Ross is going to be able to stitch something else through.
Yeah, and the 5 on Meowth ends up lining perfectly. You can use Phantom Dive 2 turns in a row, and it will do exactly enough damage to KO Meowth EX. As it stands, Abaan can win this game with just 2 more Phantom Dives. Goes down to 5 prize cards. Slowking lined up for another 1 prize, and then Latias plus Meowth going down will be exactly those final 4 prize cards. Abaan looks to be in a solid spot in this game, pending he can fire off those attacks.
Well, if you want to talk about bench liabilities, Ethan, the question is, do you bench Pheasantipity as well? That is another 2 prize liability. But the thing is, Ross has no draw at this point, right? So has to use the Cypher Maniac's code breaking?
Gotta hope there's a Pheasantipity now. You've invested a lot into this supporter card. So you can eye up the options in the deck. Seems to be multiple Psychic Energy cards. That Wondrous Patch and a Psychic Energy in the hand. Potentially a Lily's Clefairy action getting involved. Not sure we've seen a Psychic Energy hit the discard pile just yet. Deck will be shuffled, 2 cards put on top, and he'll most likely find some sort of way to draw into those cards.
Well, if Pheasantipity is going to come into play, does at least have the Kangaskhan here. So flip the script for those tailored 3 cards here. Double Wondrous Patch as well. But unfortunately, Ethan, it's running a little bit late here to the party. Does at least have a Poképad to set up another Slowpoke. But you have to be assuming that, I mean, granted, do you even want to swing with the Slowking this turn? Does at least have the Wondrous Patch, so it seems like it makes the most amount of sense, but does he have a switch card in order to use it?
Don't necessarily need to make things too fancy. You can manually attach to the Slowking, free retreat with Skyliner, and there is that Zeraora with Thunder Raid in the hand, so you can take a knockout on that benched Pheasantipity and respond in kind. Academy at Night being played down. Meowth EX retreating for free thanks to that Skyliner ability. And Inspiration strikes more than once in this set. Use that Academy at Night to put this Pokemon on top. Even considering placing, which Pokemon is that? Metagross in play. And thanks to Lily's Clefairy, instead, going to just take the knockout with that attack. 300 damage times 2 weakness. Ross Cawthon takes down that Dragapult EX to go to 4 prize cards, saving that Zeraora potentially for later on in the game.
Well, you know that Pheasantipity isn't going anywhere realistically, right? So it feels pretty good to just use the Zeraora as an ace in the hole for him there. But the problem is for Ross, Abaan has done an amazing job of setting up this Dragapult EX as well onto the bench here. And it comes down to, Ethan, what we were actually talking about last turn, where it's, does Abaan want to use this Night Stretcher to grab another Psychic Energy here, or does he already have one in hand? He's going to be able to at least sift through the deck. Another Xerosix Machinations as well. I'm assuming it's for the Alakazam matchup here, but look at all of the cards, Ethan. There's tons to work with.
Now playing Ultra Ball from the hand. Does need to choose 2 cards to get rid of. Release Determination and Badoo. And immediately looking at that Rosa's Encouragement supporter card. Because Abaan is behind on prizes, can use that to fully power up one of his Pokemon in play. Instead, it will be Alakazam for the time being. That Psychic Draw ability, and more importantly, powerful hand as a 1 prizing attack option to force Ross to have Boss's Orders to close the game out.
Why not just add more draw to a deck that has draw built in and draws right into the Psychic Energy there, Ethan? You're talking about the amount of resources that Abaan can't use because there's not that much recovery, and why not just draw into it? And even the supporter for turn, like you had mentioned, Rosa's Encouragement, essentially setting Abaan up for the rest of the game and potentially going to go for so many prize cards next turn. He's got so many damage counters to spread.
And this game is basically locked up 100%. Ross has no way to heal Pokemon in play, no way to pick up Pokemon in play, and more importantly, no way to disrupt the hand, meaning Abaan sitting on boss's orders with 2 Dragapult fully powered up means it's essentially checkmate and GG.
I think Ross is kind of in this weird state of shock as he is going to scoop up those cards. We are going to a Game 3, everyone, in our first match here in asymmetrical top cut. And once again, Rahul ready, looking up to the stars, hoping that Ross is not going to find another energy or even prizing 4.
Excellent line found from Abaan, found the checkmate in 3, and there was nothing Ross could do. A seasoned player himself understood the situation, picked his cards up, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a 3rd and final game.
It is all coming down to this, Ethan. This match, believe it or not, actually determines a lot more than just the winner here. This will actually have influence over the rest of the bracket. Like we had said, the only Crustle in bracket could be going down to Slowking when there's 6 Dragapults around him. You know that's exactly what Rahul wants to see.
Pablo, assuming that Ross will go first in this game, looking for that turn 2 seek inspiration, how does Abaan go about these early turns to try and prevent that or make it as least impactful as possible?
If it generally is something you cannot stop, maybe limiting yourself to 2 Dreepies, and then sure, the Kyurem attack goes off, that usually leaves Slowking a little bit vulnerable. Maybe you get lucky, find that unfirst stamp early on, and then you rebench the other 2 Dreepies and go from there. It's essentially you start at a deficit, you let them get ahead, but then you try to stabilize afterwards. That's maybe Abaan's hope at this point, but he needs a better hand than he got in that first game.
Do you forgo using Badu in this matchup? We saw Abaan purposely go out of his way to not use that attack.
I mean, I would trust Abaan more than myself at this point, but locking down item cards, always a good strategy.
I mean, we say, Pablo, that, you know, the players up there are certainly up there for a reason, and we are certainly back here for a reason as well, providing our insights into these matches. I'm excited to see, I mean, granted, what do you think about all that energy being prized last game? Did that just lead to Ross's demise?
Yeah, it was tough. 100% difficult. Ross still found, you know, a way to try and get into that game, and he had that one turn of opportunity to get himself back. So we are getting into things. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. The winner will move on to our top 8. The loser will go home. Here we go, game number 3. See how this start goes. Dreepy and this as the starter for Abaan. Ross will kick things off, and what are we eyeing up on turn 1? It is going to be an Ultra Ball.
I was worried, Ethan. That could have been a great secret box turn 1 again for Ross. But like you had said, it is going to be that Ultra Ball there. Be mindful of the amount of reliable resources. And speaking of resources that are going to be locked away now, that copy of Latias EX and a copy of Mega Kangaskhan. But good news, there are multiple in the deck list. But at least Ross is going to have access to all of the energy this time.
Checking the deck, making sure he understands what pieces are available. There is still plenty of time on the clock, just under 50 minutes remaining for our 3rd and final match. Questions to be answered. Does Ross have a way to pivot into something like Mega Kangaskhan this turn? It seems to be these early uses of that run errand ability, smooth out the steps to getting off these early Seek Inspiration attacks.
It's just so unfortunate for Ross because you know he has to bank on finding this telepathic energy. If he is able to retreat this Slowpoke into the Mega Kangaskhan here, now granted an energy attachment wouldn't be the worst, but it is going to be this one copy of the item card switch. Will Run Errand find telepathic energy?
See a Pokepad as one of the 2 cards drawn for that Run Errand. They want to play that before a potential Badu this turn. There's the Boomerang energy. More importantly, does Ross have a supporter card for the following turn? Just Ultra Ball and a few Pokepad. It would be such a costly discard. These Pokemon search items are so important in getting set up.
Speaking of getting set up, Ethan, Ross might want to use Ultra Ball to find Meowth for that Lily's determination on the next turn. Like you had said, Badu is certainly going to come into the fray at this point, as Ross is smart enough to know that that is what Badu loves to do, and that is just turn off engines to and fro. And like you had said, this is a lot of resources going down here. Those Pokepads are key to finding Slowking without getting rid of your hand too much.
Prioritizing that Academy at night. Knows how important a turn to Trifrost can be. Meowth EX will come to the hand. Now knows, because of the information of public deck lists or open deck lists, that there is no stadium card, so will most likely just pass the turn and not put that into play. That is exactly the case. Abaan will start things off with Ultra Ball. Chi-Yu hitting the discard pile along with Dawn. And we did see a couple of copies of Lily's Determination in the hand.
But even worse, even worse, Ethan, there's a couple of Dreepy in the prize cards as well again. Now that one copy of Crispin and the Risky Ruins as well definitely helped out Abaan, but we're looking at the Dreepies there. I can't believe I just called you Dreepy. Very funny, but still, I mean, Abaan, this is kind of that oh no deck check at this point, where Abaan has to just come to terms with the fact that he's going to be working with a very small hand size and actually using the Ultra Ball there to grab Pheasantipity, because at least it can't be Trifrosted.
That, and there are more search outs down the line for Badu with that Buddy Poffin. Wants to maximize the use of these item cards early on in the game. Big 8 cards for Abaan. Can he potentially pivot into Badu this turn? Can he get that second Dreepy down? Knowing both are prized just makes it so that doing that staggering play, like Pablo mentioned, is just that much more unlikely.
The thing is, for Ross, there is still no Latias in play, so this Mega Kangaskhan may be stuck in the active. 8 big cards. Ethan finds another Dreepy and the Pokepad here, so we'll at least be able to get into Badu, but still, one copy of Crispin is prized. We'll have to watch out for some of the ways that he is going to be able to recover energy down the line. Now, granted, there is a Rosa's Encouragement in the deck as well, but do you really want to just use Pokepad, excuse me, to go into Badu just to stop a potential item card?
Now, Ross has pretty clearly projected his play for the following turn. He's going to bench this Meowth EX, use that last-ditch catch, find a Lily's Determination, play it, and draw 8 cards. Now, Abaan knows that that's the case. The question becomes, how impactful is Badu with that being the line? Looks like impactful enough, as it will be the choice from Pokepad. There's the energy already on Dreepy. It can retreat. There's energy to follow up this turn. Badu makes his appearance in this third game. Itchy Pollen for 10, shutting off item cards on Ross's side.
Well, let's see if Ross is going to be able to get out of it. A huge top deck here for Ross, and it is going to be that telepathic psychic energy, Ethan. We were having a little bit of an issue going forward and trying to find Latias, and now this telepathic psychic energy actually allows for Ross to go into the deck and find it for free here, while also getting another Slowpoke set up. Ross could go all the way this turn now.
Ross is going to see 10 cards and could find the potential combination. Under item lock, if he can find Slowking plus that Kyurem, he'll be able to take a KO on 3 of these Pokemon in play and leave Abaan with just that Pheasantipity EX. Already has that Academy at night, so that piece is a check already and can actually just guarantee it with the Cypher Maniac. Not even going to take a chance with Lily's Determination. We are going to see all of the Dreepy go into the discard pile, with 2 of them being a prize for Abaan.
And what does Abaan do after that, Ethan? I mean, you can absolutely try and re-establish the board thanks to those night stretchers, but it is so close at this point. Abaan definitely will have to find his way out of it, and the question is, can he? We'll have a little bit of draw with Pheasantipity, but those energies are going to now be in favor of grabbing the Dreepies instead.
We are going all in on this play. Seek Inspiration, no cards in hand, and discards the Kyurem. Trifrost to KO 3 Pokemon in play, leaving Abaan with just Pheasantipity EX as his only Pokemon.
The only option at this point, thanks to Abaan drawing the unfair stamp, might have to be the way that Abaan at least tries to buy some time at this point, and then maybe trying to force something into the active. But the problem is, Ethan. Ross was able to find that telepathic psychic energy last turn, and all of the Pokemon on the bench for Ross are all basic Pokemon. Latias will allow for Ross to retreat here, but now Abaan forced to use that Night Stretcher again to grab the Dreepy.
As it stands, this Slowking is stuck in the active spot. Abaan was sitting on that unfair stamp, but it's not going to have enough value. Ross has 3 cards in hand that are just those prize cards just taken. Abaan is going to wait to use that A-Spec towards later on. Could be a big make or break moment for him.
And you were talking about the Zeraora used a little bit earlier. It now may be the time to use that to target down the Pheasantipity as well, to go to a 3-2-1 prize race here. So it's very interesting to see if Abaan is going to be able to sift something through, maybe even establish one more Pokemon to get him going.
I mean, what Pokemon can you get? You've got a Night Stretcher and 2 of your Dreepy are prized. It would have to require the last use of recovery, but it's a dire need. It is necessary for Abaan. Not much else that can be done. We've already seen the attachment for turn flip. The script has been used, and now we have to pray that Slowking gets trapped in the active spot for as long as possible. Ross will start his turn off with the draw, and look at this hand. Are there just 4 Pokemon? I'm not sure Ross has anything. No, it's just going to be a pass over. Ross drew into 3 Pokemon off the prize cards, top decks another, and now if Abaan can buy himself one more turn, he can get himself back into this game.
And would need to do it very, very quickly as well. And it's going back to those opening turns, Ethan, that Ross had to discard so many of those resources and tools to make that Triforce play happen. So now Abaan has to go a little bit quicker here. Now, still, I mean, there is only 1 special red card in the deck for Abaan here, but the thing is, does he even want to use it?
Later on could definitely be impactful. We see the Recon Directive. I wonder, Emily, if Risky Ruins could get involved eventually in this spot. There is that Slowpoke on the bench. One of them is prized. Getting rid of this Academy at night. Definitely a checklist item for Abaan as Buddy Puffin gets played. There's not very many basics in the deck outside of that Abra. Just thinking through the motions, going through what is most optimal, will choose it to be put into play. Ross now on odd prize cards does limit the value of Alakazam down the line.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here too. Abaan is really going to have to use that Psychic Draw in order to keep drawing cards here, especially if Ross is not going to be able to get out of this current hand here. So while yes, Alakazam can be used, at least it's another attacker. There's the Meowth, Ethan.
Considering getting Pheasantipity involved, and I like this idea from Abaan. Start to target Pokemon on the bench. You know your opponent's hand is weak. You don't want to give them access to that Run Errand ability. Start to deal damage to bench Pokemon and make it so that if they don't have switching cards, you'll get yourself back in this prize race.
And the question is, was Ross able to find a Pheasantipity potentially off of those 3 Pokemon in the prizes or his draw for turn? And I don't think it was here. So it is going to be having Pheasantipity getting into the mix here, taking out that Slowpoke on the bench. At least it's 1 attacker per player.
Do you even target the Slowpoke is the thing. You don't want to give your opponent that flip the script ability as the time goes. It's going to be Mega Kangaskhan EX now put in range of a Phantom Dive. Ross, another big top deck. Can he find something to bail himself out? I wasn't sure exactly what was found from the top. It's a Night Stretcher, but that's not going to give him the help that he needs. It's just going to be a pass over of the turn. Abaan's Pheasantipity is working overtime.
At this point, right, you can still keep stacking on this damage, and even 1 more turn of using this Cruel Arrow could allow for some massive knockouts to be for next turn, right? You could set up the Meowth on Ross's side thanks to Risky Ruins, like you had mentioned a little bit earlier, and Monkey Dory to be able to get Abaan back into this game.
Now Dragapult EX can be evolved and protect that Pokemon from a Trifrost down the line. Kadabra found off Pokepad. This may be the momentum Abaan needs to get back in this game.
It is so close, Ethan. Back and forth here. Psychic draw. 2 more cards here.
Just looking at the hand, there's Dragapult EX, Rosa's encouragement, powering this Pokemon up, has the fire energy in hand as well. And Abaan can continue to use Cruel Arrow to capitalize off of potential poor draws on Ross's side. 100 damage on Latias, finds the Psychic Energy from the top.
What are the attackers though, Ethan? Like we had mentioned, there are at least one in that discard, and it will be that Metagross. But the problem is, do you realistically want to use it on something like a Pheasantipity when you would much rather use it on that Dragapult waiting in the wings?
Would take the knockout. Abaan is not threatening game on the following turn. You'd go down to 1 prize card. There's a high chance your Slowpoke is not KO'd on the following turn. It just feels like giving your opponent an extra turn with no pressure being applied could backfire.
It's so scary too, because Ross may only have 1 Mega Kangaskhan in that hand left. Might have to actually bench it here just because Abaan is sort of trying to show him that these damage counters are going to be flying over to Latias EX, thus making Mega Kangaskhan stuck into the active here. There is the Night Stretcher for the Metagross. That is the only opportunity to attack. Seeking inspiration, Ross down to 1 prize card, but it's not looking comfortable.
Needs to take 1 prize card, but could be a hard prize to take. Dragapult EX comes up into the active spot. Buddy Poffin, and look at that pink A-Spec Unfair Stamp still in the deck. This would be a crucial turn for Abaan to find that card. Has information that Ross's hand is poor, but you never know if those 2 prize cards were beneficial enough.
Using the Ultra Ball now to set up either the Alakazam here or get that Monkey Dory into play, but instead, no, wants to see the Dragapult and kind of thin down the deck, because these cards off of the Unfair Stamp could be the difference between Abaan taking this game and sticking Ross where he has it, or if Abaan is going to be able to link a couple of attacks together and take these massive multi-prize turns.
Here we go, big Psychic draw for 3 cards, finds the Unfair Stamp. What a draw for Abaan. Energy in hand on the Alakazam, deciding whether or not to play it, and he will. Unfair Stamp on the final turn it can be played will force Ross to shuffle that hand in and draw just 2 cards.
And it'll be just a Mega Kangaskhan versus the world at this point here. Now, fortunately for Ross, no Monkey Dory and Risky Ruins going into play here, so this Slowpoke, I believe, is going to be safe. But what can you do, Ethan, off of 2 cards from Unfair Stamp to get the win?
Now Abaan is threatening game himself in 2 turns. Phantom Dive can set Latias up on the bench. Ross is now put potentially on a 1-turn clock. And look at that, finds Boss's Orders off his 5 cards for the following turn. Abaan is having everything go right after such a crucial loss early on in the game. There's the Phantom Dive, puts this Latias up into range, KOing the Slowking. We'll take 1 prize card, that Kangaskhan damaged early on, and this is the turn for Ross. Can he put together a big attack?
The draw for turn, Ethan, I believe was at least a Lily's Determination here.
Wow.
My goodness, there's the Lily's Clefairy as well. Is the bench full enough on both sides for Full Moon Rondo to take the knockout if he's able to find Wondrous Patch and another energy to go along?
There would be a total of 7 bench Pokemon. That's 140 damage plus the 20 base. You see Ross smiling. He understands what he needs. Just an energy and and a Wondrous Patch would be enough, assuming there's that last bench Pokemon. Abaan holding onto his hand, knows that it's going to come down to if Ross can find this.
This is horrifying.
And we're getting a judge shuffle, ladies and gentlemen. Getting involved, an unbiased party. Ross Cawthon, a huge moment for him. He's going to draw these 6 cards. There's the energy card. Secret box! That's going to guarantee it! Ross Cawthon is going to take this asymmetrical top cut match. Gonna check through the pieces, make sure that's there. There's a basic Psychic Energy in the discard pile. gonna just go through the motions. Draw these 2 cards first with Mega Kangaskhan, finds the Pokemon Pheasantipity EX, 7 benched Pokemon, Lily's Clefairy EX, Full Moon Rondo. He's gonna take his time, make sure everything's in place. The telepathic psychic energy can check the deck, find another Pokemon, double check the math, double check the work, make sure there are absolutely no mistakes going on. Let's see Ross go through the motions.
Ethan, it's going to be using that A-Spec secret box for an item most important here, and it is going to be the Wondrous Patch. As long as Ross has 1 basic psychic energy in the discard, that is going to guarantee it. Pheasantipity, does he see the line?
Does he not see that Lily's Clefairy just wins the game? 3 cards drawn. There's the secret box. Ross is putting us through a loop, ladies and gentlemen. There's the discard. 3 cards can find any trainer card out of the deck. And assuming there's a Wondrous Patch, there's 1 in the discard pile, and there it is! Shows it to Abaan Ahmed, and Ross Cawthon is going to advance to the top 8 here at NAIC.
You love to see it. A little bit of suspense, Ethan, for NAIC and that top cut here. I mean, it was the unfair stamp, Ross against the wall, but thanks to the top deck of the Lily's Determination, finding the secret box and having plenty of cards to draw alongside with, like that Mega Kangaskhan and the Pheasantipity, Ross is going to be able to continue through, usurping a Dragapult and keep going on with the Slow King.
What an excellent game 3 that was. It was a bit lopsided on both ends in game 1 and game 2. It seemed that the tides turned in the battle for both players. It was in one player's court in one turn, another player's court all of a sudden, 1 turn away from Abaan as we look back on how this set played out.
I mean, Ethan, it was this first game where it was Ross finding the pieces for the Trifrost all ready to go here, that Abaan just knowing what was going on, especially with 2 Dreepies being prized, unable to make his way back. But it was this game number 2 here where Ross missed a very crucial turn that allowed for Dragapult to do what it did best and start spreading the damage counters around. And the thing is, I mean, Abaan had it on lock, right? Spreading all these damage counters across to these 2 prized Pokemon that, yes, while Slowking is that main attacker, all of these basic EX Pokemon are big liabilities here, but it truly all led into this game number 3.
What a back and forth this was. Ross with that early Trifrost going all in on Cypher Maniac, going to 0 cards in hand. It ended up being a detriment. Pokemon taking off the prize cards. No good top decks, but this crucial turn where the Psychic Energy was found got him back into the game. An unfair stamp continues to prove to be a lie. It didn't hold up. Ross found the pieces and found Secret Box plus Telepathic Psychic Energy. Went through the motions, drew a couple maybe extra cards, but wanted to secure the win, closing things out, and advances now into the top 8 at NAIC.
And Abaan just had to make sure that that basic Psychic Energy was in the discard pile as well. I mean, Ethan, you look at the unfair stamp, and what did it give Ross? Lily's Clefairy EX, and then what did the top deck give Ross? And that was a fresh Lily's Determination, full of 6 cards and the A-Spec to go with to guarantee the win. And still, I mean, we saw the line as well. Had Mega Kangaskhan EX as well as Pheasantipity to keep drawing through the deck. But imagine not having the Lily's Clefairy, that was the key first piece. And then top decking the Lily's Determination, that is some plot armor.
What a match that was. I'm a bit taken aback, need to cool off a bit, and I know Ross is feeling the heat and excitement as well. Chip is standing by, so let's throw it down to him.
Thanks, Ethan and Emily. I am here with our newest member of Top 8, Ross Cawthon. Ross, congratulations, my friends. You have such a pedigree in the game. You've had so much incredible success over the years, but this is your first top cut at an international championships. This is your first top 8 at an internationals. Talk me through the emotions right now.
It's a lot. It's, you know, been playing a long time, and even U.S. Nationals never made a top 8. It's been 10 years since I made a World's top 8. You know, I'm a lot older than most of the players in the game these days, especially the top players. So yeah, I'm not sure I really believed I would be in this position again. You know, I'm a lot busier now. I have a job. I spend a lot less time playing Pokemon this year. But you know, I prepared at least a couple weeks, focused on this deck, and I was like, whatever happens, happens. And I mean, this is incredible. This is just incredible.
Well, and you've put yourself in a position to make a great run. And I think that match was a great story as well of the old guard versus the new, right? Abaan, a player who's had so much success, you yourself with so much history. I do want to ask you about the Slowking here for this event. And going into the top 8, you are the lone representative with Slowking here in our top 11 players. How do you feel like you're going to fare against the rest of the decks out there? There is obviously quite a bit of Dragapult.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing well, obviously, but certainly everyone who's made it to this stage has played well. You know, I think Slowking's the type of deck that maybe a lot of kind of intermediate players, like decent players, have maybe played once or twice, maybe haven't played a lot against. I had that feeling some of my opponents the last 2 days, but I expect probably everyone at this stage has played against Slowking, has a game plan. So even Dragapult, I don't expect to be easy. I mean, that match wasn't easy, even though, you know, he doesn't play Shaman, doesn't play Hammers. So yeah, anything could happen. We'll see what happens.
Slowking is such a unique card. I don't know if there's been many effects like this in the history of the game. And you've played so many different cards in the past. Do you feel like there's any sort of similarities for this deck to any of the decks that you've had great tournament success with in the past? Any other cards you've experienced like this one?
Yeah, I'll say this is probably the most complicated deck I've played since Inteleon Zard, which I got top 16 at Worlds 22, which is really my only very impressive finish in Worlds since 2016. That one had a lot of options, especially like, okay, Inteleon, search for any 2 trainer cards, Cypher Kanga, search for any 2 cards. That deck had a lot of options. It wasn't quite the same play off the deck, but just you could do anything if you were drawing well, and this deck feels like that, which is a change from, I've played a lot of more aggressive decks lately, mostly just to, you know, avoid ties, but yeah, I like this deck. It felt powerful. I've been practicing with it, and I guess it's all worked out.
In your top 8 match, you'll be facing off against Rahul Reddy on the Crustle, which has been a huge story throughout this weekend. Now, obviously, the mysterious rock wall, not super impactful. Into a Slowking single prizer, you got a game plan for that matchup. You don't have to give us too many of your secrets.
A little bit. I haven't tested the matchup a lot. I did play it once today and won 2-1. Probably a different list, but so I have some thoughts, but I won't be surprised if Rahul's played the matchup more than I have, so it will be a challenge for sure.
Any final thoughts before we get you out of here as you prepare for your top 8 match? Any thank yous you'd like to give to those who've supported you?
Shout out to my friends from Team X-Files, which they've mostly retired, but my friend Mike is here. There's Mike. Pablo, of course, is of course here, but he's been pretty busy, so I haven't seen him at all yet this weekend. I have a few other friends I haven't been able to see much because I've been busy, but you know, it's great to see my old friends I've known for like 20+ years at these events. So that was worth coming, no matter how I did well. So yeah, shout out to them.
Too busy winning is Ross Cawthon, and hopefully that trend will continue. Congratulations once again. Let's hear it for him, folks. Headed into top 8, Ross Cawthon. We'll get back to the desk and get into this next match soon.
Thanks so much, Chip. Great to hear from a legend of the game continuing his tournament run. Like he mentioned, playing a lot of these aggro decks may have found his calling again with something that's a little bit more slow in pace.
And off the beaten path, if you will. I mean, that was such an exciting matchup, and we have seen Ross throughout this weekend play against Dragapult with Shaman and getting the win, and without Shaman getting the win. He's going to carry on at that win streak now of 7-0-2 against Dragapult. 7 wins, no losses, and only 2 draws to it. But Ethan, you're at the point now where you're not drawing anymore. There has to be a clear winner. So I know Rahul now waiting with Crustle, maybe a little bit more nervous, but as Ross said, a matchup that he hasn't realistically practiced, so might have to learn on the fly.
very winnable matchup. You know, we'll talk a little bit about playing. You know, you got to do some unique aspects that Crustal's ability, Mysterious Rock in, not very useful in this matchup, so you've got to improvise a bit with the Kangaskhan. Speaking of Dragapult, though, we of course have featured matches going out, of course, on the stream. Let's take a look and see how the other asymmetrical top cut match has been going. We have Caleb Rogerson, someone very familiar with the top of the stage in that top 16 run, up against Juho Kamala. Let's see how this thing's start out. It looks like this will be game number 1. Juho going first and opening with that Team Rocket's Proton.
A little bit. I wish we had the top deck animation there, because that was actually the top deck, Ethan, and that's exactly what you want to see here. Thank you.
Let's go. Thank you, production.
That's exactly what you want to see here as this Team Rockets deck. We saw Juho a little bit earlier in the day playing this Team Rockets Mewtwo with the Team Rockets Spidops here, but the thing is, because this is not a Team Rockets Honchkrow deck, Ethan, some of these supporter counts are looking a little bit different, and granted, Proton is great, but only on realistically that first turn. So while Honchkrow is going to play 4 because it can synergize the attack with it, Juho instead is just going to want to get his basic Pokemon out and then probably not see the supporter for the rest of the game.
And immediately you see Mimikyu, an impactful card in this matchup. What ability would Juho like to use this card for to get the maximum value from that Gemstone Mimicry?
I mean, come on, Ethan. Do we really have to say it? The golden 60th card in so many of our matchups, and that is going to be that Lily's Clefairy EX. And even, yes, you are able to copy that Phantom Dive, multiply it times 2 for 400, but you can also spread the damage counters as well. So this is a very key interaction here, especially noticing how much time and how many Pokemon Dragapult puts into play, but still, like we were talking about a little bit earlier in the day, that Prism Tower automatically discarding those 2 grass energies for that Pokemon, that Spidops, to attach them later. Was the Crushing Hammer work?
No, Crushing Hammer heads on the first one. Flip number 2. That one, it looks like also a Tails. Not being able to discard that Team Rocket's energy would have given Caleb essentially an extra turn to start this game off.
This is exactly what you want to see if you are Juho as well, because of the fact that the amount of Team Rocket's energy you are limited to in your deck is 4 here. So every single one of these energies have to at least take a little bit of a step forward here. Now, granted, Caleb is playing your very standard 4 Crushing Hammer within his Dragapult list here, but it also will be able to at least find the energy attachment and a Lily's Determination to go alongside of it. But the question is, will Juho be able to establish that 4th Pokemon here so we can start attacking because of that Power Saver ability as well?
Smart little sequencing and resource management from Caleb. Had a Pokepad in hand and chose not to play it. Wants to see that card potentially after this Lily's Determination to evolve into Dracloak. So far, the hand looking very solid. Pokepad for the following turn. Unfair Stamp, Energy, even has the Counter Stadium. Now has to consider if Prism Tower can be used on his side as well.
You can certainly use it if you'd like to, but I'm more so, Ethan, looking towards using Risky Ruins at this point to get some damage counters into play because of that Repelling Veil on that Team Rockets Articuno. Those basic Team Rockets Pokemon are going to be protected. So using Budew as a sponge right now for those damage counters, and Caleb hoping he can send them back over to Juho's side.
Pass of the turn over to Juho. There is that second Team Rockets energy. Mewtwo EX powered up. Just needs another Rockets Pokemon in play as Team Rockets Ariana fills the hand up to 8 cards.
See exactly what he's working with here. No direct line. Does at least have the Spidops ready to go as well. A great single prize attacker that we got to see a little earlier in the day. Does also play that Prism Tower once more. Can get rid of this Risky Ruins and does also already have that 2 grass energy in hand as well. This is exactly where you want to see it go down, but still actually discarding the Spidops, drawing 1. Is it going to be a Team Rockets Pokemon? No, it's another Spidops.
There is another Team Rockets Articuno in the hand. does have a few Night Stretcher to bring back resources, and with that Power Saver ability, it does include the active Pokemon, so can still attack, take the KO. Caleb Rogerson will start his turn off with Badoo in the active spot. We've seen, though, how impactful Juho can take early prize cards and push that momentum forward into the rest of the game.
And the thing is about Dragapult EX is that many Dragapult EXs have stopped playing a Go Fast Rare Candy build unless you are playing something like the Dragapult Dusknoir or the Dragapult Blaziken here. So Caleb Rogerson playing what we'd like to call straight Dragapult with the hammers, going for mass disruption here, benching this Pheasantipity considering, but of course you know Caleb has that unfair stamp in hand, will be able to at least launch it off if he chooses so this turn.
Considering playing any of the other cards, will forego that for now. Unfair stamp played, and the hand, unironically, was not great for Juho in that spot. He's going to maybe be okay seeing those two cards. Purposely chose to not evolve that Tarantula on the previous turn.
Caleb does play another copy of the Risky Ruins as well here, so choosing, if I'm looking correctly, no copies of that Team Rocket's Watchtower as well. So we'll end up losing the Stadium War because Juho is playing two copies of that Prism Tower and one copy of that Team Rocket's Energy if he so chooses to bump this Stadium, and does actually draw into the Risky Ruins, Ethan.
So no Phantom Dive pressure so far, not this turn. Recon Directive yet to be used. Will go ahead and use that ability right now. Does find a Pokepad. We'll take that to the hand and immediately play it to find Dracloak number 2. So another Recon Directive, and here starts the chain. Sifting through the deck, drawing more cards, and trying to build up a powerful Phantom Dive for the following turn.
Not only just the Phantom Dive needed, Ethan, but it is going to be these Monkey Dory with the Risky Ruins and damage counters in play, because once again, this Team Rocket's Articuno is going to be doing all of the work using that Repelling Veil to protect all of these basic Team Rocket's Pokemon. So there's that Risky Ruins. The question is there another Pokemon to bench? It sounds like there, or it looks like there will be, because of that Pokepad. Might be time to establish that Monkey Dory and get some damage counters flying over.
Now this is the final Stadium card for Caleb. Juho does have one copy of the Team Rocket's Factory. If he can find that and put it into play, it will not be removed for the rest of the game. Smart choice by Juho to actually go out of his way to not evolve those benched Pokemon, because the Articuno will negate the effect of Phantom Dive for those benched basic Pokemon.
And that is the reason why Juho was discarding the Spidops off of the Prism Tower just a little bit earlier here. Wow, look at all these cards, all of these items here for Caleb at this point. Might just have to accept another Itchy Pollen as the attack here, unless he wants to use that Buddy Buddy Poffin to get one more Dreepy in play. Doesn't look like it. It is going to be Itchy Pollen. Back on over to Juho.
Wow, and top decks Lily's Determination in the hand. There was nothing else going on since that Team Rocket's Transceiver cannot be played thanks to Itchy Pollen. This Unfair Stamp not doing the disruptive work it needed to.
I think the biggest card that Juho really wants to see this turn, Ethan, is going to be that Team Rocket's Factory. I mean, with Caleb establishing the Monkey Dory last turn, you know, and Juho knows that it's going to be damage counter time very, very soon. And the thing is, while Repelling Veil can stop Dragapult's Phantom Dive, cannot stop Adrenabrain at this point.
So Juho will draw 6 cards from the top of the deck. Yet to attach any energy cards, we do see Spidops make its way back into the hand, as well as a couple of Ultra Ball. Just considering when the time comes to bench that Lily's Clefairy, of course, cannot play those item cards thanks to Itchy Pollen. Badoo goes down. Juho extends his lead to 2 prize cards taken. Caleb Rogerson can now start to fire off Phantom Dives.
And speaking of Phantom Dives, this Mewtwo, believe it or not, is not your target. Juho drawing into those Ultra Balls, Ethan, can assume that Juho is going to have a direct line to that Lily's Clefairy EX next turn if this Team Rocket's Mimikyu is able to survive. So Caleb might have to use something like a Boss's Orders to gust this Mimikyu into the active and take that out, because believe it or not, that is the most active threat.
It's so tough. You can, of course, target that Pokemon, but then the Mewtwo's Erasure Ball still can deal enough damage to KO Dragapult by benching Lily's Clefairy. So you have to wonder, would a supporter card like Crispin allow you to deal with the Dragapult EX going down just a little bit easier in flow?
And I guess the big point of this power saver ability here on Team Rocket's Mewtwo, where it can't attack unless you have 4 or more Team Rocket's Pokemon in play. So might have to also take out all of the energy that goes alongside here too. But the problem is, Ethan, there's no way of amplifying the damage. It will just have to be this Phantom Dive of 200 to that active, and then like you had said, Mewtwo is going to have the opportunity to swing back, put you up 2 more prizes.
Will just be Lily's determination, so yet to find Dragapult EX and a basic Psychic Energy. Of course, we'll see the 8 cards from Lily's determination, +2 Recon Directive. Do see Dragapult EX in the hand, no Psychic Energy just yet. Adrenabrain not an option this turn since a supporter card was just played. Debating how to go about the sequencing of this turn. We'll start things off with Recon Directive and immediately finds the Psychic Energy, a needed piece for Caleb on this turn.
Yeah, that's definitely a top deck you are looking for, and the easiest choice of them all because it's the same card here for Caleb. So fortunately, we'll be able to not only keep that Risky Ruins in play, but also re-establish a Dragapult and start to attack here. But look at this, it's not actually going to be the Phantom Dive, but instead might have to just be the Jet Headbutt to set up a multi-prize turn.
Understands that this Team Rocket's Mewtwo is going to have to go down in 2 hits, and it being on the bench means it won't take damage counters from Phantom Dive. Instead, using Adrenabrain to try and maybe put pressure on this Tarantula. Instead, on the Mimikyu, does have 60 HP, so would take another 2 uses of that Adrenabrain. Jet Headbutt deals 70 damage and puts Mewtwo in exact range of a Phantom Dive KO on the following turn.
And while that is amazing, Ethan, I mean, Juho does have the tools to get out Lily's Clefairy EX as long as it is in the deck. We didn't unfortunately on our feature match table able to see the prize cards here, and I will say Juho is only playing 1 copy of this Lily's Clefairy here, so might have to be very careful if it is prized at this point. Does also have a Team Rocket's Transceiver as well, so can actually sift through the deck before committing the full Ultra Ball and the discarding of resources here using the Proton. Did you see a Clefairy?
It's in there, absolutely. I know this card from a mile away. Team Rocket's Proton, the supporter card of choice, also has Lily's Determination, so going to just use this Team Rocket's receiver to thin the deck out a bit. Discards that 2nd copy of Articuno, as well as that Proton, can find Lily's Clefairy EX, and Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX is putting on pressure and will put Juho down to just 2 prize cards remaining.
And like you had said, Ethan, at this point, it's not going to be the Mimikyu that is going to be attacking, but instead just going to be sitting under that repelling veil of the Team Rocket's Articuno at this point, as Mewtwo in the active is going to be doing all of the work. Thanks to Power Saver and the 4 Team Rocket's Pokemon in play, this Pokemon can attack, and especially attack for weakness.
Yet to play a supporter card has the Team Rocket's Ariana to fill the hand all the way up. Juho is just getting started in game number 1.
It's so scary of what this deck is able to do when it completely sets up. And we were talking a little bit earlier about the consistency of not being able to find Proton turn 1, but it seems to work out in Juho's favor, especially when he can use the combination of Team Rocket's Transceiver to find that supporter card. And also, Ethan finds the stadium of that Team Rocket's factory to bump the Risky Ruins away. As far as Caleb is concerned, no more damage counters to send over aside from the ones just on Monkey Door.
Also draw an additional 2 cards thanks to that Team Rocket's Ariana being played this turn. Juho has amassed a large hand size. Will use that charging up ability to put an energy onto that Spidops as well. End things off with a bug catching set. Does find 2 Pokemon, that Tarantula and a Grass Energy. Here we go. Juho is setting up to win the game on the following turn.
So exciting here because Team Rocket's so unappreciated in this format, but will be also able to bench or put the lucky helmet onto the Mewtwo as well and get more Pokemon set up here. So we'll not only get the knockout, but we'll be able to pivot to the Mimikyu as well, as long as Juho is able to find some more of that Team Rocket's energy, but also can use the Spite Ups in charging up to enable Mimikyu to attack without it.
We'll play one more Ultra Ball for good measure, discarding cards that do not want to be found later on in the game. Spite Ops number 2 placed into the hand. We'll see that Erasure Ball knock out Dragapult EX, charging up beforehand to power up Spite Ops. And all of a sudden, Caleb Rogerson needs to find a way to power up Phantom Dive and, importantly, disrupt the hand on Juho's side.
Is it even just the Phantom Dive and the disruption that Caleb needs? That Repelling Veil is doing so much work in protecting the Mimikyu. And like we had pointed out, Ethan, with that risky Ruins going down, there's no more way to stack damage on Caleb's side here. So while, yes, this Mewtwo has done its job of getting a ton of prizes here, if another Dragapult comes into play, not only do you have the Team Rocket's Mimikyu ready to go, but Lily's Clefairy EX already has the energy on it.
And that energy attachment so important, makes it that much easier to deal with Dragapult EX. And now you're left with a choice. Do you try and gust up that Pokemon, take a KO on it, leave this Team Rocket's Mewtwo powered up where all you need to do is find a Night Stretcher, or do you hit into a Pokemon that has Lucky Helmet attached to it, allowing your opponent to draw extra cards to get out of hand disruption?
And speaking of cards, that special red card was drawn here, but you have to ask, Ethan, is it a little bit too late for Caleb to bring it back? I mean, he still has all 6 of his prize cards. Juho only has 2 remaining. Granted, needs to get attacking this turn, so we'll have to at least put a Dragapult in play. But like we had talked about, it is going to be the Lily's Clefairy or the Team Rocket's Mimikyu ready to go on either side. Might just have to draw into that unfair stand potentially.
Caleb can do something pretty cool in this spot. KO this Mewtwo while not benching another Pokemon, putting Dragapult EX out of range from a Full Moon Rondo. If there are just 6 bench Pokemon in play, it will be short of taking a one-hit KO. I have to imagine Caleb is all in on this Dragapult EX.
Still, though, runaway draw is going to be 3 extra cards. I think the A-Spec is what we wanted to see most, but actually also special red card already in the hand. What do you even do at this point?
Got to play that card. You've got to apply some sort of hand disruption. Can't let Juho hang on to that massive hand size. Already has the Psychic Energy in the hand. Just debating which Pokemon to promote. It is scary with just 2 prize cards remaining, putting up a now Psychic Weak thanks to Fairy's own Pokemon. Night Stretcher to evolve Dragapult EX. You see the Psychic Energy in the hand. It's looking as if Mewtwo EX is going to fall this turn.
Scary part is the special red card is going to come into play. Juho is going to go down to only just a couple of cards. Does Caleb have the tools to chase down this Lily's Clefairy this turn? Does have the boss's orders in hand. I didn't see if there was a supporter played this turn.
Adrenabrain on Monkey Dory. 2 damage counters, gonna save a damage counter to potentially place this Mimikyu within range of another Adrenabrain. Unless Juho decides to attack into Caleb's Pokemon, there won't be damage counters to place back. There it is. Phantom Dive, KO on Mewtwo. 2 cards drawn off Lucky Helmet. Let's see what Juho can find. Just needs a Team Rocket's energy to close this game out.
Not even just that, maybe even just a Psychic Energy. As the free retreat, Team Rocket's Mimikyu going to head up into the active here. Didn't get to see what was drawn at this point. Counting the energy out, or counting the Pokemon out, excuse me. Does at least have the Ultra Ball as well as a Team Rocket's Transceiver here. Ethan, is this endgame?
You cannot take a KO with Full Moon Rondo. There are not enough bench Pokemon in play. And you still have 2 prize cards to take. It looks like we're going to be drawing cards with Team Rocket's Ariana to see if we can find this Team Rocket's energy. Looks like it's going to be that Team Rocket's Petrol with the Night Stretcher. Are there enough pieces available? Can bring back a Grass Energy. Is there something like Maximum Belt in the hand? There is Maximum Belt. The powerful A-Spec means that Full Moon Rondo extends to deal enough damage, and Juho takes game number 1.
Now, granted, it is not a guarantee to go into the top 8, but Team Rocket's Mewtwo, Team Rocket's Spidops, and Team Rocket's Clefairy EX apparently are going to be the attackers that are going to guarantee Juho at least going up 1-0. Juho is a player that is very used to an international stage. In fact, knows what it takes to win it all after his Latin American International Championships from a couple seasons ago. The storylines, Ethan, they're going further and further. Will Ross be able to do it with Slowking? Will Juho be able to do it with Team Rockets? Will Dragapult just win anyway? Who knows?
We have 2 off-meta decks plus Crustle, so that's almost half of Top Cut, potentially more, making its way through the bracket. Speaking of which, we can take a look at the updated bracket through Top Cut, and it looks like Juho was able to win another game in Top Cut to advance to top 8, and Tord Reklev taken down in top 16. Justin Newdorf will be our first semifinalist. So much developing here in New Orleans.
And if one thing that Justin Newdorf is used to, it's doing well at some of the biggest tournaments in the world. Because speaking of worlds, that is our last year's Worlds finalist there, looking to cinch, of course, another invite back to the, I mean, he already has. I mean, he's got tons of championship points, right? But that allows for another master in North America to get invited to Worlds here. But you know, I mean, getting second, getting third, getting fourth is not good enough for Justin Newdorf. You know he wants to take it home.
We have a Top Cut brewing, ladies and gentlemen. Miguel on that Dragapult deck, Justin as well. And Neddy also playing Dragapult EX. This bracket on the lower side will determine how this tournament plays out. That's where we see Slowking, Crustle, and that Team Rockets deck. They're all going to have to clash at some point. One of them, and only one of them, will advance to the finals. 3 regions represented within this top 8 as well. Very important. LATAM, EU, and of course, North America here. So we'll see how exactly it's going to go down. Ethan, it's getting just more and more exciting, and the best part is we still have tomorrow's Masters Finals. We'll only just figure out who is going for the title today because we still have more tomorrow. More tomorrow, and fortunately for everyone at home and in the venue, more Pokemon action today. Top 8 match number 2 on the horizon. We will take a short break before we get there, but we'll be back with more Pokemon TCG action here in Top Cut.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win. They came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
And from Japan, Yuya Okita!
私の名前はゆうやです。住んでいる国が日本です。私の好きなタイプは水タイプです。私の一番最初に選ぶポケモンはティロマツです。今年が初めてです。 これまででっかい大会とかは全然なくて、16人の日本の中で行われる大会があるんですけど、その中では決勝に行ったりしたんですけど、緊張とかは全然違いました。
It all comes down to this. Staring off, face to face, one match in between these players and that title.
この大会に持ってきたデッキは、竹浦子で、なぜかというとずっと使っていて、デッキタイプがとてもアグロの方なので、 BO3 でも時間をなるべく気にせずに戦えるところがあるからです。なるべく決勝まではなるべくプレーを早くして、もう時間をあんまり使わないようにしてました。
And Yuya, with us being, just over 10 or so minutes left gone in this finals, is already 2 prize cards away from closing out game number 1.
なるべく相手が手札を、変えたりするときに強くなる場面を作ろうと思って、そういう作戦を立てました。キースです。もう山札にないというか、サイド落ちにサイドにあったりしたら一瞬で状況が悪くなってしまうような場面が多いからです。準決勝でとてもでかいミスを犯してしまったので、そこから負けれたところです。
Oh wait, Yuya, oh no! Yuya misattached the energies and I think may have gotten rid of the energy switch from the hand. Did get rid of the energy switch, just needed to attach the lightning energy, but instead that small mistake all of a sudden throws everything out of place.
そのミスを犯したんですけど、それをうまく使って、相手になるべくサイドを取ってほしい状況だったので、取ってもらうようにして、それで勝ちました。
And Yuya Okita, after a bit of a misstep, claws back and wins game number 1.
相手のナンジャを持ってきた時に、そのサイドが1枚だったので、1枚でエネルギーを引き出ったところです。
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked down in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Junior Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
今の気持ちはとても嬉しいです。こうやって大会とかでやっぱり一番大事な場面とかで運が味方してくれたりする人なんだなって思いました。最初は全然回らなかったり、この時期意外と弱いなって思ってても、ずっと使ってたら使い慣れてとても強くなってくることがあるので、ではなるべく長く使ってちゃんと回し方というか強さを知ることが大事だなって思います。皆さんに応援してくれてありがとうございますって言いたいです。
And you know it, we're back once again, bringing all of the Pokemon action to your doorstep. Every inch of excitement that's building in the hall is currently coming to its climax. Alex, are you ready for another riveting game of Pokemon TCG?
Absolutely. So much is on the line now for our players. Of course, we're going to be shortly heading into our top 8 of our international championships here in New Orleans. And there is a lot on the line. Don't forget, if you make it into the top 4 of the international championships, that will allow the player to also earn a direct invitation to the World Championships as well.
So much on the line, so many prizes to be won, so much glory to be had, and we're getting into the real nitty-gritty of it now as our asymmetrical bracket has finalized and we now have that solid 8 players remaining.
Yeah, some incredible talents, some incredible decks, and I just can't wait to see which ones we're going to be able to highlight and feature for the rest of this tournament. There's not much more, but you know for sure there's going to be some top-tier play coming.
And we've got a nice plethora of decks in that top 8 as well. I'm very glad to see it. And some unexpected decks within that also. I really wasn't expecting to see Rocket's Mewtwo, but I'm overjoyed to see it joining our top 8.
Absolutely, piloted by Juho, who is a former international champion himself, looking to take down yet another one, and this time with one of those decks that was a little bit unexpected for this tournament here. We get a chance to see right now our current top 8 bracket. We already have one player who has already secured their spot in that semi-finals. Justin Newdorf already off a second place from the World Championships most recently, now in the Masters top 4 of the North American International Championships.
Already one of our 4 semi-finalists has been decided. Justin going straight into that next side of the bracket. A little update for you guys. Ross Cawthon versus Rahul Reddy. Of course, Ross has secured a 1-0 win so far. I imagine that's quite a good matchup for him. So Rahul's going to have to duck and weave between those slow ping and slow poke nonsense that's going to be going on in that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the other 2 top 8 matches, I should say, is James Kowalski against Miguel Herrera. Miguel was able to overcome Tord Reckler in the asymmetric top cut. So we'll have another big battle to try and overcome James. And of course, it's a battle of the Europeans with Neddy Kosek versus Juho Kallama there in the other half of the bracket as well. So lots more Pokemon to come.
A big mix of players, a big mix of decks. And we're making a hot bowl of gumbo right here in New Orleans. And that gumbo consists of many decks, many fantastic players, and many countries they represent.
Yeah, I mean, just as a bit of a reminder for everyone, James is obviously piloting that Clefairy EX deck that we've seen a couple of times already featured here. And then just look at the matchups that we're going to be getting. Just look up all those different decks there. I mean, there are 4 Dragapults, I should say, but littered around them are very unfamiliar, unusual decks you wouldn't have expected, I think, in this top 8.
And they're out to get Dragapult. Dragapult has this huge target on its back, and all 4 of our other decks in this bracket are looking to jump over Dragapult and beat them at their own tricks. Now, we do have lots of different variants of that Dragapult deck in this top 8, so I wouldn't say it's kind of littered with the same deck, because it seems like we've kind of got one of each type of Dragapult that people like to play, which actually gives us a really beautiful variance.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what makes the Pokemon trading card game so interesting right now. People do often sort of, you know, have a bit of a sigh when they see Dragapult, but when they see different sort of game plans come to fruition, you know, you've got the combinations with the Dusknoirs to be able to overcome certain massive amounts of HP, or maybe just take out little small Pokemon. You've got the energy acceleration of Blaziken EX with that Seething Spirit ability, with additional draw power in the Dunsparce. You know, there's so much going for different combinations. But again, there's all these little single prizes that have been hanging around as well. We've spoken a little bit about Slowking. We haven't even seen Rahul with that Crustle, and he's been having a thorough storm matchup all the way through to the top cut so far. But our feature match, Amy, is...
The stage is set. Our players are ready. They've trained for this very moment. And of course, as typical of our new system with the Masters top 8, they are getting to have a look at one another's deck list. So they're going into this matchup with a little more knowledge of what they're going to be going up against. We've seen James already, knowing that he's playing that fantastic Lily's Clefairy EX with those pearls. And Miguel is going in with the Dragapult, very kind of sleek Badoo variant. Nice crushing hammer, very typical of this archetype right now. It's taking it slow in the early game and then coming in, taking lots of prize cards in one go for really dramatic turns.
Yeah, we're looking at these set cards, all of our set cards that are actually being visible by our players right now. It's something new for this season, where once you get into the top cut, you get a chance to really have full knowledge of your opponent's deck list. And this is where it makes it real interesting now. There's no surprises, unless you forget. But this is where it comes down to true player skill and ability, piloting their deck, piloting around all of those potential tech options. There's a few things I'll be keeping an eye out for. There's things like that Yveltal with that clutch attack. There's another way, just like James was perfectly using that Sob from that Wellspring Pokemon EX in a previous round as well. So let's keep an eye out for so many of these little things that could happen.
Yes, indeed. James could be getting a taste of his own medicine in this matchup with Yveltal being in the mix as well in that cooking pot of our top 8. A delicious battle is about to unfold here in New Orleans. Masters top 8, James versus Miguel. Will the fairy zone stick, or will Dragapult find a way to worm its way out of a sticky situation?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just also remind ourselves about both of these players, of course. I mean, James is someone we featured a couple of times already. He's played against a lot of Dragapult decks. The deck he wanted to target down with this Lily's Clefairy EX, Mega Kangaskhan, sort of big basic box deck, as it were. And he's been able to go 7-0-1 against all of them thus far. Incredible record, 12-1-1 throughout this tournament. And Miguel on the right-hand side, I mean, there's also been another player who's played against a lot of those Dragapult decks in the field. He's played against 10 of them in this tournament.
That's a lot.
And he's already defeated one Clefairy Toolbox type deck already. So we're in for definitely an interesting one here.
The drama, the suspense is building in the room as the players shuffle up their decks, ready for this showdown. We've got the Dragon Slayer, Miguel playing dragons themselves, and James, who also taken down his fair share of dragon types, but utilizing that wonderful weakness of psychic types under Lily's Clefairy EX's ability, Fairy Zone, which will come out on top. We're almost ready, players, so make sure you're gluing yourselves to your seats. Our basic Pokemon are going down in that active spot. The prize cards are being set. We're almost ready to rumble with our first game of Masters Top 8.
Yeah, game faces on for both our players now. I think it's time. This is shortly going to be kicking things off as well, as it is just getting that final last setup aspect here as our players now are placing their prizes down. We get a chance because it is bird's eye view. Look at those. I mean, what are we seeing for both our players?
Well, you know what? A notable card on James' side of the board is that Chen Pao. We saw him use it to such great effect when up against Dragapult previously in this very tournament. So that could be a card James won't be so pleased to be seeing when he does his first deck check. So I unfortunately think that could really change things. I can see a little Clefairy plush just kind of poking out the top there from our stage. There's the fist bump. Let's get into it, folks.
Top 8 of the Masters International Championship here, the North American International Championships in New Orleans. James will be going first in this Masters Top 8. Ultra Ball being played now. Moltres having started there up against that Monkey Dory of Miguel's.
Jumping straight into the action, James summons that Mega Kangaskhan EX to the board to further his ability to draw cards. And what is one of the most powerful effects of the Pokemon trading card game, Alex?
Drawing cards.
Oh, indeedy. So we're going to need to get that on the board ever so soon. And it's also one of the reasons Miguel's deck is quite so powerful, is drawing cards is the name of the game. Mega Kangaskhan EX, of course, has the ability Run Errand. Once during your turn, if the Pokemon is in the active spot, you can use this ability, draw 2 cards, and on the other side, we have the Dracloak's Recon Directive. You can look at 2 cards once per turn, pop one to the bottom of your deck, and put the other one in your hand. So both players will be utilizing these extra draw of cards to further their game plan.
Yep, so James has maneuvered the Mega Kangaskhan into the active spot, has been able to now use that Run Errand. Now has a number of options, but just passes, drew into a Meowth EX. So it's over to Miguel to start stabilizing that board. Let's see exactly what targets he decides to go for with this Pokepad, at least work out what his prize, what resources he has access to for the remainder of this game 1 here. And I think he's going to be pretty, at least comfortable with what he's going to be working with.
Yeah, Miguel's prize cards were quite evenly spaced in that no one of Pokemon cards were in there. He's probably feeling pretty good about that. And actually, looking at the spread of the prize cards, it's quite a nice order that he would typically take them in as well. So from our sneaky bird's eye view, we know that actually Miguel is sitting quite pretty here, and he should be able to make quite a good run against this Lily's Clefairy deck.
Yep, has more Pokemon Search, I believe, in hand as well. There it is, a second Pokepad Like I mentioned, we have to set up the board. We're not playing a version with rare candies. So similar to what we saw a little bit earlier with James's matchup into Justin with that Dragapult deck, Miguel's going to be looking for, and we're going to be keeping an eye on how Miguel actually sets up, stabilizes the board, and then be able to have multiple Dragapult EXs to be able to keep swinging back into those Lily's Clefairy EX should they appear as big attackers into the deck.
Well, Alex, the cat's out of the bag. Meowth's on the bench. Last Ditch Catch is activated, and Miguel has opted for Lilies, of course, to refresh his hand into that of a hand of 8 cards. A phenomenal start in getting this board state set up well. Miguel's going to need it, so every single moment will count.
One of the good things he's staring down from James's side of the board, there is no Wellspring Ogerpon EX with an energy attachment. Right now, he doesn't see James with the Lily's Clefairy kind of already began to be set up. So maybe this is a scenario where once we can go a little bit wider, start setting up those Dreepies, and then start looking for those Dracloaks so that we can utilize Recon Directive as soon as possible, get into those energy attachments because they're ever so important.
A delicious addition to our gumbo feast. We've been mentioning Buddy Puffin is here to call all the buddies to the bench for Miguel, choosing Dreepy and Badu, a very potent attacker. Badu will certainly help Miguel to slow James' play down even further.
Certainly such an important card that has been part of the Dragapult decks for some time now, since its inception, as we get the energy attachment to the Munkidori so that we can retreat. Decides to play the Risky Ruins after, of course, so we don't start to get damage counters across our board. And here comes just that little smiling Badu, just itchy pollen all the way on James's side.
Garnishing James with that item log. Unfortunately, James won't be able to play any item cards this turn from his hand. And looking at his hand, there are quite a few items, but thankfully, Serrano's come to help out the cause, and James is able to take 3 EX Pokemon from his deck and place them into his hand. So it looks like he's choosing Pheasantipity EX, Latias EX, and Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX.
Yep, so Miguel being able to use that itchy pollen has really kind of slowed things down for the moment. James unable to play item cards on this current turn, unable to really accelerate their energy now because we've had to play the Serrano for the Pokemon EX. The other usual way James can sort of drop a number of energy cards onto the board is in a similar way to the Dragapult deck, using that Crispin to apply and attach multiple energies in a turn and then actually start causing a lot of shenanigans. There are no energies in hand either, so this is a scenario where we start just kind of setting up the board. Pheasantipity does hit the field for the moment. And then just which direction do we go down here?
It's whether James chooses to bench any other Pokemon before passing the turn over. Looks like, yeah, he's going to put some more Pokemon on the bench, but they do get hit by Risky Ruins, and so now have a couple of damage counters on each.
Itchy Pollen doing its job. Don't forget, Pheasantipity is a Dark-type Pokemon, so that's why we haven't seen any damage counters on it. Once it hit the field, hit the bench, as Miguel now chooses the first Dracloak from that Pokepad. We're going to see the first Recon Directive. Has Badu given Miguel enough time to start stabilizing, start getting energies on that board, start really then thinking about applying a lot of pressure, because those Pokemon have taken damage for those bench from James, means they're already in range of a Phantom Dive for the KO.
That's why it feels risky to play them, but I understand why James is really wanting to get things started. However, Badu might get away. This cheeky little fella might actually be able to go ahead and Itchy Pollen some more. Miguel, in the meantime, again, getting that board ready for future turns. Crispin's here to play, cooking up a feast, bringing us 2 different types of energy, and Miguel will be able to place them in whichever way he wishes. One will be attached via the effect of Crispin, and the other will go to his hand. So he doesn't have to attach both of these. If there are others in hand, Miguel can pick and choose.
Yep, decides to go for the Munkidori, that Darkness Energy. has been attached to it by one of the actions. And Itchy Pollen again.
Oh, he's getting away with it. Look at that guy go. Love Badoomy.
And now Mega Kangaskhan is still in the active spot, so can still continue to run errand for James here to grab some more resources into the hand. But when you're not able to accelerate energy right now, there's no Crispin in hand, for example, just kind of having to work out the game plan here.
Mega Kangaskhan EX running errands for the crew. Hopefully she comes back with some goodies, but unfortunately a boss's orders and a Wanderer's patch isn't really going to be helping James very much to continue establishing a board, really lacking energy cards at this point. Area 0 under depths is active, so James now has a potential bench of 8 Pokemon, allowing for that Meowth to come down. Last ditch catch may well be exactly that, because now James will be able to grab Crispin out of the deck, and energy finally comes along with Crispin.
Yeah, and this is where James is just looking to be the aggressor here, just to get those energies on the board. I mean, we can even just start swinging away with that Moltres, that poor little Badoo with 30 HP. Could be just one of those Pokemon which just gets knocked out with a little bit of ease because of Fighting Wings, does deal 20 damage.
Badoo doesn't like fire. It's actually really not in its wheelhouse. So I imagine Badoo's probably looking at that Moltres shaking in his little boots.
But at the same time, Miguel's going to be pretty happy with the time that has been bought from that Badoo so far anyway. But yes, it does look like we get the Moltres into the active spot now. Fighting Wings for the first prize of this Masters top 8. And Miguel now has that Dracloak with the energy in the active spot.
Sayonara, Badoo, you did such a good job. Your time is up. And a crushing hammer comes and takes that energy away from Lily's Clefairy, being the larger threat on James's side of the board. Miguel going for that first recon directive, taking an Ultra Ball into his hand. Really beautiful little hand of cards right now. I'm liking the look of this, Alex.
Yeah,
attaching that Psychic Energy.
I think I saw the pink card that's also in hand as well. So this could allow Miguel to maybe look for a second Dracloak, evolve up one of those Dreepies onto the board state, and then finally play that unfair stamp, the ace-spec of choice for Miguel, and really just try and slow down what James has been able to do. I mean, it's been pretty slow anyway, but there it is.
Revenge for Badoo! Miguel unfair stamps. James further addressing the suppression of James's board and slowing the pace further after James recovered.
Yeah, and what I would really love to see now is I don't think I've seen a supporter yet played by Miguel, so if we could find something like a boss's orders, maybe just put some damage on something like the Fizzendipity and not actually take the knockout, not allow James to have an easy way to get more card draw, as we do get the 5 cards here for Miguel. Does find a few supporters, so can play some additional different cards. But here's the Dracloak. Can we find something like the boss's orders? There's a boss's orders. Could be a massive turn here. I think you got the excitement from both myself and Amy, because now it opens up so many different doors. If we bring up something like that Fizzendipity, just deal the 200 damage with Phantom Dive, start spreading some more damage counters around, it just means that James is a little bit more restricted with that draw power.
Do you know what? I got to commend Miguel's poker face there. I wouldn't have been able to hold that still, because boss's orders is coming into play.
What's the direction we go down? I mean, Lily's Clefairy EX is another potential target, but that does give draw power. Come on.
Maybe the Fizzendipity to take the draw power into your own hands.
That's what we're hoping for.
It's a tricky choice.
That's
Miguel going for Fizzendipity.
Perfect. I really like this. Just get the damage counters on the board state. We could really start to drive home some of the damage on James's board, especially when you've already unfair stamped him. Here it is, Phantom Dive, big bad, 200 damage to the active, and 6 damage counters in any way you like to your opponent's bench.
Normally I'd be worried about the Chen Pao coming down, but actually being in the prize cards, he's not getting punished for this one. James won't be able to remove that damage.
Yeah, it's something we called out so early, but that is straight into an unfair stamp, into a Crispin. Does that mean we're going straight into the Lily's Clefairy EX to retaliate? Yes, it does. Lily's Clefairy instantly powered up just like that. Unfair Stamp has not saved Miguel's turn here.
Ooh, sometimes that stamp just doesn't quite stick. James has managed to worm his way out of this situation. However, there is still a lot of damage counters on James's side of the board, and Miguel has been meticulous with placing those, making sure that his Pokemath is right, and he's made sure that he can KO a lot of Pokemon a lot easier than before. Lily's Clefairy is promoted with just enough energy to take a big old KO on Dragapult EX, taking 2 further prize cards for James.
Right, down to 3 prize cards for James. Miguel here has to find Dragapult EX, has to find Crispin, has Dragapult in hand, has Crispin in hand, and then we can actually take the knockout on both Lily's Clefairy EX, take the knockout on the Pheasantipity EX as well, kind of removing more of that draw power that could be there, and then start setting up one more final knockout to take these final 2 prizes as well. So this is a real back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. This Dracloak now still can use Recon Directive as well, so let's see the direction that Miguel takes here. Oh, this is real Pokemon, ladies and gentlemen. Back and forth, knockouts are coming, it feels like. Now it's just over to Miguel, just shuffling up after that Crispin. Instant attach from the Crispin supporter and attach from hand to the Dracloak in the active spot.
Miguel has a lot of prize cards to take, but he's made a lot of impact on James's board already without having to activate Pheasantipity. However, Miguel now has the choice if he belts on Pheasantipity for himself. Which will he choose?
I mean, it feels nice to have the draw power if we need it. Yveltal is always a good free retreat at some stage, and maybe even to use that clutch as well is something I wanted to try and keep an eye out on if we ever needed to do so. Pheasantipity feels strong, though, when you get the chance to draw more cards.
Dragapult's in play once again, not long until one comes back around. And of course, a Night Stretcher is played to bring back Dracloak. So Miguel has more draw power. Second Recon Directive of the turn brings us the potential of, whoa, Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Massive pickup there. That Recon Directive really coming up to the front and to the forefront of the whole deck. Being able to now not allow James to just immediately promote that Mega Kangaskhan EX. That run errand will be turned off for the moment unless James can find a bounce stadium, and we get a flip the script as well. Everything's happening here. Special red card also picked up. There's a lot of shenanigans happening here, Amy.
I like that special red card. It can be activated at this time. But for now, it's saying goodbye, Lily's Clefairy EX, for 2 beautiful prize cards for Miguel, and deciding to go for the special red card before announcing that attack. Time to really try and prevent James from coming back once again. Not much energy on James's side of the board. We've turned off those abilities, just like you said, Alex. But where are those excess damage counters going, Alex? Where do you think?
I mean, let's try and make our lives as easy as possible. I think it's just definitely got to go on a Mega Kangaskhan to put it in range of a Phantom Dive attack. And then it's just, the others are a little bit less useful, but I guess the Moltres can be brought down to 80. I guess you've got Monkey Dory, if anything does ever swing into you as well, so you can start toying around with some of the damage counters. But there's now 4 EX Pokemon within range of a Phantom Dive, and that's all Miguel needed. I mean, that's quite hard to clear, even if James did have access to a Chien-Pao.
So very true. James now in a tricky situation as we move on to his turn, not being able to activate any basic normal type abilities. And unfortunately, Mega Kangaskhan fits that bill to a T. Rocket's Watchtower really putting in the work. And it's one of the caster picks that I chose for a very good reason in this event.
Just keeping an eye on
exactly. Looking through that discard pile, checking what resources have been used up thus far. James has a lot to get on with and not a lot of work to on his side of the board anyway to get to that next step. Alex, what do you think
what do you think you'd be looking for if you were James right now? What's the ideal play going forward?
I mean, I feel like you still need quite a few number of different cards here, so you need as much draw power as possible. I think we're just slightly paused at the moment, just whilst we get just full confirmation of just some things that we want to just double check with the judges, or just double checking we've got as clear and clean as possible. But in the meantime, what we do want, I mean, we need to get rid of this Dragapult EX if we can. But to get there, we need some draw power, and the draw power is being stopped by that Team Rocket's Watchtower. So if we hit a stadium, and we do play a good number of them, 4 areas are under depths. We've lost one already.
So with a supporter play, is that really going to limit what we can do? Because surely, and then James won't be able to play a Crispin and a Lily's Determination for more prize cards, for more card draw. So it really feels like he's in a really sticky situation here.
Absolutely, because the usual draw power of James's deck is through Pokemon support. So it's usually the Pheasantipitys, it's usually that Mega Kangaskhan EX. Mega Kangaskhan right now turned off. Pheasantipity, we haven't got it online right now, so it's not currently available. So it depends. We haven't seen what those 3 cards that James has actually picked up from the special red card yet. So we're all just waiting with a little bit of suspense, just whilst we tidy up exactly what's happening on the board state. And we're just getting some confirmation, I'm sure, shortly as well. We're just getting, I think there's just some interpretation that's just currently happening at the table, just to make sure both players are clear with exactly what's going on. So we'll be shortly going straight back into the game, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. But for now, it is a big question of what on earth really could James do to bring it back at this stage? Because even with a 3-card hand, there may just not be enough oomph to bring it back. He's going to have to find a way of slowing Miguel down.
He's found the Dust Ball. Has he been able to find? He's found Lily's Clefairy, so that's a piece of the puzzle to try and get to a point where we can fire off an attack. Oh my, hello. Crispin also found from the special red card as well. Do we have Psychic Energy? Yes, there's 2 different types of energy there. Doesn't need the draw power.
Didn't need it.
Straight into the Lily's Clefairy EX. We're going to be firing off Full Moon Rondo as well, and it's going to be another Dragapult EX going down.
Ouch, that is brutal. 3-card hand, and really the perfect supporter to help James claw out of the Dragon's Den.
Absolutely, and I think he's got to thank Miguel for that special red card, I think, as we now see Lily's Clefairy powered up. Lily's Pearl also in hand. My gosh, look at this. This is just completely turned around. And now James goes down to 1 prize card remaining. Miguel here up against it, has 1 Drecloak remaining. Again, needs Crispin, needs Dragapult EX.
1 prize card left for James. Full Moon Rondo putting in so much work. We've seen many Rondo-based moves in the past. They've all put in work, but this Lily's Clefairy is putting in the most I've ever seen.
There aren't enough energy targets either, even if there was a Crispin in hand. So it would require at least a couple of turns to get energy attachments, especially with those energies now in the discard pile.
Is it too late?
So this is where maybe Yveltal tries to do something, tries to save the game. James actually hasn't hit the Prime Catcher from the prizes either that we saw earlier at the very, very top alongside that Chen Pao.
It's all stuck. Gosh, that might be the only way out, is to use Yveltal's Clutch Attack. It only does 20 damage, but during your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon cannot retreat.
Judge doesn't feel like it will be doing enough here right now, but there's also no way to gust something up with a Dark Energy and trap something. There's a Tails on the Crushing Hammer.
Oh, that's not going to help at all, unfortunately. Crushing Hammer, we're going to go for another one. I'm liking the different arts. They're very snazzy. We got ahead, so taking, of course, the Psychic type energy away from Lily's Clefairy EX, because she rather needs that.
Yeah, but then we're still in a very, very difficult position. This feels also a little bit awkward. We could Mind Bend. That could be one way to try and slow down the attack, or the attacks, I should say, from James. But we've gone and evolved up the Drecloak that has used the Recon Directive already. got the attachment of the Psychic onto the Dragapult EX as well.
And now it's just time for Lilies, and I think it's Lily and Prey. I'm going to be honest with you, Alex. It's a little bit of a sticky situation for Miguel at this point. James only needs to take one further prize card. James will need the energy in order to do that. However, for Miguel, he needs to buy more time, and I don't know if the resources are there to be able to achieve it, especially after an attached return has already been committed to his Dragapult, and he won't be able to use any supporters or any further cards to attach to a potential Yveltal. It's a tough one for sure. Miguel making sure that he's taking everything into consideration, even the cards that James has already expended.
Yeah, double checking what resources James has gone through. Jamming Tower in hand could have been useful before. Dragapult maneuvering into the active spot. There are 8 bench Pokemon across both, so James would still need to find a Psychic Energy. It's just a Jet Headbutt. James just needs Psychic to take the final prize here with that Lily's Clefairy EX in the active spot. Doesn't have it, otherwise would have played it immediately, or at least shown it. So, which direction do we go down here? That Crushing Hammer may be proving to be more than enough right now.
To slow this down, James will need an energy, but choosing to attempt to slow Miguel back down in response. Here is Meow the EX.
And the Moltres moving into the active spot with Fighting Wings. 20 plus plenty more damage because you're attacking it into an EX, so 110 total. It's a 2-hit if we don't remove out of that active spot here. Meow, right now, a liability, but we do have energy in hand.
I don't know if it's going to necessarily be enough, but Meowth at least can be retreated back onto Miguel's bench. But is Miguel going to be able to just hang on in there long enough by pivoting Pokemon around and leaving high HP Pokemon in the active very purposefully?
Maybe you're just going to have to do it. You're just going to have to hope you don't have your opponent find a Psychic Energy. So last energy. Do we have any more Night Stretchers as well? We've definitely seen one used a little bit earlier for that Dracloak. There's another. It's going to be a Jet Headbutt, not for knockout.
No,
10 HP remaining.
Oh, it's so close yet so far, Alex. Moltres hanging in there.
Well, there's not much else James has access to in that hand. It's just this Cypher Maniacs. Can we pull anything off here? Because the only draw power on James's board is that Mega Kangaskhan.
I think James might be considering putting a boss's orders to the top of the deck. Maybe passing or just attacking into Dragapult, and then he'll draw the boss next turn for game.
Still needs an energy at that point if that Moltres does go down.
Oh, I suppose
but I guess we could draw a couple of cards with the Mega Kangaskhan on the next turn, but it does mean it's still 2 turns before that happens. And Miguel here, if we can find boss's orders, energy, Night Stretcher, I'm not too sure if there's any, if there is one more remaining. Trying to double check the prizes as well. Nothing too impactful there. So that's why Miguel maybe wanted to put down the other Dreepy just to try and get into another Dracloak, maybe see some more cards. Boss's orders and a Night Stretcher combo would allow Miguel to take this game because, of course, still needs to take 4 prizes, remember, but there's a heavily damaged Pokemon all around the board right now.
Is it possible? No sob possibility. So on to Miguel's turn. Let's see if Miguel manages to get that combo off. We just need that stretcher. We need that Night Stretcher. Judge time. Miguel and James both going to shuffle their hand into their deck. Draw 4 cards. Can Miguel see that Night Stretcher for 4 prize cards? Would be huge, but that's what he needs to take this game. He needs to get back in this somehow. That would allow 3 prize cards, possibly with the Moltres included.
evening up this race with James.
It's Mega Kangaskhan Gust, if possible. That was the dream, right?
That was
For
the
4
dream.
prizes, Mega Kangaskhan brought up to the active spot, take 3 from that, and then Phantom Dive damage counters onto the bench.
Ooh, the Night Stretcher and a hammer. I like that.
Yep. Crushing Hammer could prove really useful here if we just kind of remove an energy potentially from Lily's Clefairy EX. You have given James a fresh 4 cards as well from the Judge Shuffle supporter. So
Hammer could make a real difference here. Once again, just kind of pushing back at James's defenses. Here it goes. Let's see if Lily's Clefairy gets to hold on to that 1 energy or not.
Tails.
Ooh, Lily's Clefairy clutches onto that water energy, saying, "You're not having it, it's mine."
There's the Night Stretcher, so we can recover the energy here.
Night Stretch is going to grab that Fire-type energy for Dragapult to get back in this game and start taking some serious prize cards.
That Crushing Hammer could have been massive if we got that energy off the Lily's Clefairy. We could have removed maybe the Moltres also from play, meaning there would have been no energy on the board. As it is a Phantom Dive for knockouts, 1 damage counter on the Moltres to trickle it into the discard as well.
That's 3 prize cards so far for Miguel. Not going to be able to take that final prize card yet, but evening up this race, 1 prize card apiece. Can James get out of this situation? Can he find a Psychic-type energy and enough to take out this Dragapult, Alex?
2 Dust Balls in hand, Crispin in hand. I mean, this is... and maybe a way to also find something like the Pheasantipity for some draw power. There's Pheasantipity and there's Chimp. There's a number of pieces there that could have been useful. Chien-Pao being picked just to remove the Team Rocket's Watchtower. There is no Psychic energy left in deck from what we've just made sure. So Crispin isn't quite enough. We need to find something like the Wondrous Patches. There is the Chien-Pao used now. Ultra Ball. We can have a little look with him. There's Meowth. There's Wondrous Patch. There's Cypher Maniacs. This would guarantee Amy would be able to carry pick to the top.
It's going! He's just checking through. We're getting the cards. He needs those on the top, and I love this combo. Putting 2 cards to the top of the deck with Cypher Maniacs code breaking. And guess what, Alex? Mega Kangaskhan EX can run errands, picking up those 2 cards that he cherry-picked, going ahead with the telepathic psychic energy and taking a huge knockout. James is the winner of that game in our Masters Top 8.
It looked real sketchy at points for James. It felt like he was never able to get some draw power going, especially with Miguel doing his utmost to try and slow down the game with those Badoo, with the Team Rocket's Watchtower, but James just kept drawing into Lily's Clefairy EX, Crispin at the vital moments, and just taking down Dragapult EXs with ease.
Shining like a pearl. James in our top 8 is shining down on those Dragapult, creating the Fairy Zone. And you know who doesn't like the Fairy Zone? Dragapult doesn't like the Fairy Zone. But if anyone can overcome its oppression, it's Miguel. He's done it once before in this event. He could very well do it again.
Yeah, let's hear from our resident expert, Pablo. Please, just talk me through this.
Obviously super back and forth. We were all on the edge of our seats. Now, there is one thing that happened in this game that I think was the crucial turning point. We'll delve deeper into it towards the end, but that 1 Darkness energy on Monkey Dory, I think that is where things change. Monkey Dory is a fantastic card, it's an amazing card, but James is all about dealing with Dragapult, so there's never going to be any damage counters, at least not on purpose. So I think we need to disregard Monkey Dory and just focus on Dragapult, Dragapult, Dragapult.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for that. We'll be keeping an eye out exactly how those energies are attached across the board as we're going straight into our Game 2 here of our Masters Top 8 at the North American International Championships. James, 1 game up. Miguel is going to be trying to turn this around. Starting off with that free retreat Yveltal. That clutch attack is potentially something that we could see happen as we get a glance into the prizes as well, Amy.
Yeah, not too bad.
This is fine. If I were Miguel, I'd be probably okay with this. This is a nice distribution of supporters and Pokemon, and almost it acts as a secondary draw pile at this stage when you've got that nice distribution. No one-ofs in there in particular, and actually having those Pokemon in there kind of just allows them to be safer later. You can save resources by not having to Ultra Ball, knowing that eventually you'll pluck them off the prize cards. So not too bad at all. Of course, in with a Buddy Poffin, that beautiful start that we've seen so many times before to grab extra Pokemon onto the bench. Miguel giving us Dreepy and Badoo.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that Psychic Energy that was at the top of the prizes, because we've already got one committed there. There's one more left in deck, and that's where we saw already that Crispin, not really a potential option for pretty much both decks as well. Because it's so interesting for both our players that their engine of energy acceleration is that Crispin. As we see a top deck of that Lily's Clefairy EX for James's turn. Instantly going for that Crispin. Can we be a massive aggressor here? We can run errand to draw 2 further cards. James can then start applying so much pressure. Of course, we'll double check the prizes first, but can just keep plowing through with something like that Full Moon Rondo, should he choose to do so.
The only thing I'd like to take of note in James's prize cards is that James runs 3 Terra Pokemon, and that is what he's going to need to activate Area 0 Underdepths, and 2 of those terrestrialized Pokemon are in his prize cards. So currently working with 1 Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX as being the only way for him to activate that big stadium and go for those larger knockout amounts. Now, obviously, with our Lily's Clefairy EX, it does make it a lot easier in this matchup. You don't need that, but we've seen it used to great effect for James to be able to pseudo-heal his Pokemon in previous rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. We get now a Dust Ball, so looking for an opportunity to further extend and sort of stabilize that board if James does go for this very aggressive route to start taking prizes on his turn 1. Don't forget.
I like it. I like it a lot. Pheasantipity down. We've seen James already utilize Pheasantipity early in the matches, and it's gone really well for him. A lot of people would consider that Pheasantipity might be a liability on a board state against Dragapult, but in this instance, it's just more important for James to prioritize protecting his board state and being always able to draw cards in case of that Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Here it is. Lily's Clefairy into the active spot. Full Moon Rondo. Turn 1 attack. We're taking prizes. We're forcing the issue. We're saying to Miguel, if you can't deal with this, we're going to keep taking prizes.
It's going to be a bad time for Miguel if he can't find a way to slow the game down now. And Badoo can help a little bit by preventing James from playing item cards. But with a Lily's Clefairy EX raring and ready to go for back-to-back attacks, Badoo's unfortunately going to have possibly quite little effect for at least a while. Miguel might need more setup time. So really, it's on Miguel at this point to get as many Dreepy out as possible, and that's what he's going for.
Yeah, as many Dreepy, as many Drekloak, and hit as many heads on those crushing hammers, I think, Amy. It's just going to be so important here to really slow the game down enough that he can keep evolving up these Pokemon.
Oh, speak of the hammer, and it shall appear.
There's one.
Okay, it's the tails.
Didn't mean it just by the number. There's
Come
2.
on. Oh, no!
That is super unfortunate, because that's one of the key ways to just come back into this game. Now, this Lily's Clefairy still continues to have 2 energies attached to it and can continue to Full Moon Rondo just through Miguel's board right now. Miguel still only having 2 Dragon Pokemon on the bench. We're going to need to go wide. We're going to need to go quick, because if James also then finds some boss's orders, he can start targeting down some of those Pokemon that have energies attached to them.
Hammers really could have made such a difference and given Miguel that breathing space he needed. So he's going to need to find another way around it. There's another crushing hammer. Is it time? Does he try for the 3rd hammer? He's going for Recon Directive first. There's another one. No way.
We can go,
he's taking it.
Full hog and go all 4 blades on his turn 2.
No.
Maybe that's the way. Maybe.
Oh, you'd love to see it, but it wouldn't allow him the flexibility of having them later. But here's a 3rd crushing hammer.
We might not get it later, Amy. We need it now.
True. No! 3 tails! Surely one of these has to hit a head, statistically.
There we go, that's one.
Yeah, there's one. Two would have been really beautiful to have seen, but one, I feel like 1 in 4 is only fair at that stage.
Yeah, all 4 crushing hammers gone, all 4 ways to really slow the game down now gone, and hasn't been able to find a second Dracloak. So
Itchy
James
pollen.
here under Itchy Pollen lock, but boss's orders in hand.
No way, Alex. And the attach for turn just going on in hot with Lily's Clefairy EX. Full Moon Rondo doing its job, taking down that Dracloak, preventing Miguel from drawing as many cards, and of course, progressing James's game and taking Lily's Pearl off the prize cards is quite lovely.
Yeah, now having to just play down the Monkey Dory to the board as well. Just doesn't want to see it back into the deck. Miguel's going to be looking for anything that can save these future turns. Really try and slow the game down, but we can't stop Lily's Clefairy EX attacking anymore. Crushing Hammer's all gone.
All dried up of hammers. So Lily's Clefairy EX is there to stay for at least one more turn. We'll be able to take at least one further prize card. This Lily's Clefairy has done so much work. She's going to deserve a big rest after this battle. Miguel now getting that fresh hand of 8 cards to hopefully help get some Dracloaks into play would be fantastic. Did hit the Night Stretcher, so that can be utilized to take a Dracloak from the discard pile that was just knocked out, and he can then use Recon Directive to hopefully push into another, or maybe even using an Ultra Ball to guarantee it. Ooh, lovely.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, you are sending one of them down to the bottom of the deck.
I mean, we could take the Pokepad, use it to take the Dracloak, then you get both.
Definitely an
Technically.
option. Definitely an option. Or not shuffle cards around so that we then get the Recon Directive for the second one as well. We have Ultra Ball to shuffle the Pokepad back around the deck as well if we need to.
Recon Directive.
Just
Again.
double
Stadium
checking.
or Crispin.
There is one more Dreepy that's not evolved yet, but I think one of them may have been put down this turn, so we can't evolve the final one.
Indeed. Looks like, was that the Risky Ruins going to the bottom? Or
No,
no,
picked up to hand.
selected.
Picked up to hand.
Maybe choosing to potentially get Monkey Dory involved in this battle.
I mean, this is one way that he could have gone down the route in that game 1 with that Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory previously, and he's gone for it again. So energy attachment to the Monkey Dory. Yeah, there was already a Fire Energy on that Dreepy from the previous turn, I'm pretty sure, because he spread the energies out, but couldn't evolve it up to a Dracloak. There's another Itchy Pollen there, again, to slow down the game. Does James have another Boss's Orders? That could be really impactful. Doesn't look like it for the time being.
Telepathic Psychic Energy, the one of in deck, but really allowing James to push forward, get another Lily's Clefairy EX into play, and just continue the pace.
I'm imagining counting out those energies because we're going to see a Crispin once again. Let's get a second Lily's Clefairy EX
delicious.
powered up and just say, well, you've got no Crushing Hammers now, so even if you remove Psychic Energy somehow, if you did have them, it's not possible, so I'm safe attaching these energies right here, right now, or at least getting the Crispin Energy Acceleration right here, right now. We'll put the Fire Energy maybe back in hand.
It feels less risky when you know there's no Crushing Hammers coming your way, huh, Alex?
Absolutely. And this is where, you know, James is just trying to set up a board state where he can't be impacted. Oh, just double checking. There's already an energy attachment from the Telepathic Psychic Energy, right? Because that's how we got the Lily's Clefairy, but that's an easy fix.
Another knockout from Lily's Clefairy EX. This Lily's Clefairy has taken 3 solid knockouts, and now with the assistance of Lily's Pearl, is now only a single prizer itself. Miguel having to overcome this really ferocious Lily's Clefairy will only award him 1 prize card as current.
Dragapult EX found via this Recon Directive, so we do need to take this knockout on this active Lily's Clefairy EX, of course. We know another one's going to be coming down shortly as the second Recon Directive finds Fire Energy and a Boss's Orders.
Need the Psychic Energy, so that's not quite it.
This is what I mentioned. We know 1 is prized. 1's currently in the discard pile. There's only 1 left in the deck. There's a Meowth now. with
Risky
the last-ditch
Ruins.
catch. Risky Ruins, put some damage counters on it.
That will help Miguel to fix that maths on some of James' bench Pokemon.
Yeah, and also keeping track, he's already used one Night Stretcher at the same time as well. So we only really have access to one more Night Stretcher. Let's play 2 copies to be able to then find another Psychic Energy should this current maybe active Dragapult, which might be attacking shortly, go down.
Still feels risky if you're Miguel. There's a lot of fairy type goodness going on in the fairy zone right now. And there's not a lot that he can do to push back other than potentially using special red card or judge.
Yeah, so there's the Dragapult EX. Evolved up in the active spot. Special red card now live because James has taken 3 prizes as well.
Special red card, of course, being one of the only ways Miguel can currently force James back in this matchup, putting cards back into his deck and only drawing 3. James does have really limited card draws, so Miguel's just trying to push back and allow himself space to breathe and space to place these damage counters, do some attacks, and finally start taking prize cards.
Yep, so the Monkey Dory now being activated with Adrenabrain. We can put some damage counters that was taken from the Meowth EX coming down onto the field to that Latias EX. Here's the Phantom Dive. Knockouts coming, Amy. Knockout on the active. And just putting all 6 damage counters on that Lily's Clefairy EX. Kangaskhan in the active spot. We have so many good cards. That's helpful. Wondrous Patch, Meowth. We have Flip the Script. We have Run Errand. There's so much going for James here.
James unlocking the potential of that draw power now since a prize card has finally been taken by Miguel, but only a singular one thanks to Lily's Pearl. Activating Pheasantipity, gaining 3 extra cards, still has the potential for Kangaskhan. A lot can now kick off for James. We just need to see another energy card. We do have now the Wellspring Ogerpon, so his stadium can become live.
We can go wide, certainly go wide here, but we have energy, like you said. Energy in hand, we've got Cypher Maniacs. We can run errand into any 2 cards that we'd like if we wanted to do so. So there's just so many options available to James right now that he could just really overcome whatever Miguel puts in front of him. It's just down to which routes James can take to just guarantee himself on a future turn the victory here.
So which 2 cards is James going to be putting to the top of the deck? That is the question. Which 2 are going to be optimal right now?
Decides to not play it yet. Shuffles up, plays the Dusk Ball first.
Thinning.
Yeah.
Love to
Thinning
see
is
it.
winning, as many of us like to say. Loads of options there. Again, Latias and the Meowth. Options in hand. Meowth always an important card. Just that incredible ability we've seen across many different Pokemon over the history of Pokemon TCG. Here comes the Cypher Maniacs code breaking now, and it's all about setting up your board state so that you can take the victory on a future turn.
Not much is needed to be able to take a knockout on this turn. James already has the cards in hand to make it happen. What James needs to do is solidify this next turn, knowing that Miguel can very likely KO whatever James leaves in the active spot.
We have energy in hand already. I think I saw a Wondrous Patch already. Lily's Clefairy EX, we just need like something like a Boss's Orders if we want an easier knockout. Another Wondrous Patch to power up the second Lily's Clefairy EX. There are a number of different ways for James to be able to do so as we get the run errand for the 2 picks there. Lily's Clefairy and a Wondrous Patch.
Good idea, James. I like your way of thinking. There's an extra energy on that Lily's Clefairy EX on the bench, the fresh Lily's Clefairy EX, and the damaged one is receiving that fighting type energy, and now it's ready to rumble. Wondrous Patch helps with the extra energy on the bench. Lily's Clefairy, James doesn't need anything else now. He's got enough to take those final prize cards, so a big KO! James taking down 1 more Dragapult with 1 prize card remaining. Can Miguel catch up?
Yeah, Now, what is the game plan here for Miguel? It's looking like a real tall order, especially when you've lost your Dragapult EX once again. Was hoping that special red card would stick. But unfortunately, with all the draw power that James has available, there's not much that can be done. Pheasantipity chosen here from the Ultra Ball, maybe trying to turn the tables with that flip the script ability. When the opponent has taken a knockout on their last turn, you may draw free, activate his ability and draw free cards.
Can Miguel worm his way out of a sticky situation? Double Lily's Clefairy in play makes it incredibly difficult at this stage. Regardless of whatever he might do to stifle James's plan, at the end of the day, James has 2 Pokemon ready in the wings. The only thing that could possibly stop him, surely, is a clutch Yveltal at this stage. I don't know if it would be enough to have any longevity in this game, however.
It's just a case of how long would that work for. If you are just joining us, this is the Masters Top 8 of the North American International Championships. James currently 1 game up and 1 prize card away from making it into the top 4 of this tournament. Miguel doing his utmost to try and stop this. Has Judge in hand, has Night Stretcher in hand. And Night Stretcher, I said, was always going to be so pivotal because both Psychic Energies are in the discard pile right now, and the final third is prized. Flip the script. Has that helped in any way?
Secures a Dark Energy if we did want to go down the clutch route, but it's still a very sticky situation for Miguel, and it would matter which way that we go with this. I think it is going to be the Night Stretcher for the Psychic type energy. Miguel choosing to just get this Dragapult online and take the knockout on this Lily's Clefairy. And unfortunately, it won't be lasting too much longer on the field if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, there is not really a way. Every Pokemon has free retreat because of Skyliner. The ability on the Latias EX. Choice of the Meowth to the active spot. This is the last stand, it feels like, from this Dragapult EX. Phantom Dive, knockouts on the Meowth. Lily's Clefairy coming to the active spot.
And Lily's Clefairy takes the game! James moving into top 4. As rare and sparkly as Lily's Pearl, going forth, defeating the Dragon Master himself. Miguel has done fantastic in this event thus far, but taken down by James and the ferocity of Lily's Clefairy EX.
3 feature matches for James across this weekend. 3, well, undefeated on them.
Oh, yes.
Having taken down yet another Dragapult on his way to earn himself a direct invitation for the World Championships, for making it to the top 4. Commiserations and congratulations also to Miguel for making it all the way to top 8. Fantastic prizes also earned for himself as well, but it's James's time. It's James's moment to try and see if he can make it all the way and become our champion.
James has fought so valiantly. Let's take a look at the replay.
This was game 1 where we saw the Moltres come up trumps here and really just take down that Badoo, just stop that from ever really causing any naughty shenanigans. There were massive KOs from the Lily's Clefairy. We didn't have access to anything like the Chien-Pao either, and Miguel was able to sort of keep up at times, but whenever Miguel tried to just stifle what James had in his hand, James always had the right pieces, always found those Crispins, always found those energies where needed, and that was the moment where James was able to take game 1.
It was absolute music to my ears. James just was able to methodically work his way out of every situation, regardless of the limited draw power of his deck. At times, James still managed to piece together and protect himself from being kind of cheated out of any sort of lack of draw power due to stadiums or crushing hammers. And Miguel had some really poor luck playing all those crushing hammers at the beginning and only hitting 1 heads.
Yeah, and then from then onwards, I mean, just the aggression alone was setting the pace, setting the tone of this match, setting up multiple Lily's Clefairy EX attackers just meant that there was no real way back in for Miguel. And look at the joy on his face there. And it's just amazing to see, yet again, James, or as a feature match, be able to take down another Dragapult. I mean, I think he's 8-0-1 now against Dragapult, which is crazy for a weekend.
Absolutely balmy, but I've been really enjoying seeing James' journey throughout this event as a prominent member of the community, and also now having such success through all of his feature matches and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure there's still maybe more to come, right?
Oh, yes.
He's in top 4. There's more matches. We're going to see James again, which is going to be incredible, but we'll work out exactly which side of the bracket again. We'll hopefully be able to flash that back up shortly as well, but there's still more top 8 matches currently ongoing at the same time.
Yes, still plenty to savor. We've got lots more action to come. We're not done yet, so I hope you've got a nice beverage and are sat comfortably, because there is plenty more where that came from, not just from James, but from our other fantastic competitors also.
Yeah, but forget about the other competitors for now. I want to hear from James. I mean, we heard from him right at the very start. Let's hear from him now. He's with Ethan.
Thanks so much. Let's hear it for everybody for our first semifinalist, James Kowalski. Congratulations, James. I know you must have a lot on your mind, a lot of feelings. Try and sum it up for me. How does it feel to be here in top 4?
Honestly, it feels really surreal. Like, I put a lot of effort in this game, and sometimes I don't do as good as I think I'm capable of, or I know I can, but it just feels so good for hard work to finally pay off.
Wow. It's amazing. Lots of love and support from the crowd. Let's take a minute and rewind the clock a little bit. You had an excellent 2025 season, top cut at regional championships, lots of hours grinding on live, and you started out this season with day 2s, but maybe not at the caliber or the level that you were expecting for yourself. What was the turning point for you to get yourself to where you are after your start for the season?
Yeah, I had kind of a weird season. Like, I played some pretty bad decks to start the year, so that kind of explains maybe some not the best finishes, but then like I played Gardevoir when it was pretty good. I just don't think I was good enough at the deck to really deserve a good enough finish. And then kind of towards the end of the year, my local judge told me that she was quitting her job as a teacher and she needed her spectator passes for Worlds this year because she always wanted to go but never could because of her job. So I figured, like, I don't know. It's like I kind of need a reason to do something in a lot of things in life. And I don't know, like, I don't always feel like maybe I deserve it, but when I have someone else to work for, it really pushes me.
Excellent, and something clicked for you. Something really clicked for you with this Lily's Clefairy deck. Can you put it into words? What works with this deck? What connects with you?
I don't know, I just love playing the most consistent deck and format. Pidgeot controls that for a while, then it was Raging Bolt. And I just like that this deck always gets to play the game. I feel like maybe some of the decks like Gardevoir or Dragapult where like you have to play these really complicated prize maps I'm maybe not the best at, but when all I need to do is just like manage the game. I know my prize map from the very beginning. I'm very, very good at doing that. So when I can play decks like Bolt or Clefairy, I feel like I can play them at a very high accuracy.
And you did just that. Domination in this top 8 match. Absolutely well played. You still have a little bit of a road ahead of you. I know you're very happy with this top 4 finish. What would it mean to be on the big stage for Championship Sunday?
I mean, already being here feels surreal. I'm sure it'd be even more insane to do that, have a chance to be an IC champion. Like, it's been a year since I top cut like a regional or anything, and be on the stage for maybe becoming an international champion would be amazing.
And I hear the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. I see the crowd. You've got a huge audience supporting you out here. Plenty of people from around the US, around the globe. Who do you want to thank? Who has helped you get to this moment right now?
Shout out, of course, my parents for bringing me here. Shout out Leap Out Curse, Kids Table, everyone from Boston. All you guys, like all the hours in call, like, I don't know, like I wouldn't be here without my friends.
Friends and family, important indeed. You've got one more match, so let's lock in for that, see how you do. Let's hear it one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for James Kowalski. And we'll throw things back over to Pablo for some analysis.
Thank you so much, Ethan. Lovely interview. Emily, that was really heartwarming. I don't know how you feel. Really great to see, and congrats to James once again.
Tear jerking, really. I mean, it's so hard to put into words how much accomplishment you feel getting to that stage. Not only, of course, locking in that World's invite for real this time. Of course, James having definitely enough championship points from the amount of decks that he plays. But Pablo, speaking of James's deck here, I mean, we did get at least a sneak preview of what this deck did a little bit in Turin, but unfortunately Emma Hagen did fall in top 8. But now James is piloting this to a top 4 finish guaranteed here at NAIC. What exactly is he doing right?
I mean, he said so himself, right? The consistency of the deck, he just gets to play. And when you get to play, when you get to make decisions, and if you get them right with high accuracy, like you mentioned, then that's how you, that's the recipe for success, right? And I think this is a perfect example of what happened in that match in terms of decision making. Miguel chose to attach a Dark Energy to Monkey Dory off of a Crispin early on, which Monkey Dory is a fantastic card. There is a possibility of risky ruins, getting damage on your side of the board that gets you the extra damage counter to get past the threshold of the 210 HP perhaps, but overall that never came into play. Whilst, on the other hand, we got to this end game in this scenario where Dragapult takes a knockout, clears up the board a little, but doesn't have a response to the upcoming Clefairy that takes the knockout, doesn't have the next Dragapult. If that energy from the Monkey Dory goes into that Dracloak instead, or a Drippy at the time, then Miguel might have been able to respond and have a more commanding lead in this game 1.
It definitely looks to be that way, Pablo, especially when you're coming down to last energy attachments. And the story of Dragapult, as it has been going on post-rotation, is how do you get those energies back? So while, yes, Miguel looking into the future there, unable to actually even get the damage counters in play in order to even move them over to James's side, that's a massive, massive loss there.
Yeah, that one energy drop was, I generally think that was the difference between top 4 and top 8 and James advancing. At least that game 1 was very decisive. Game 2, of course, was very one-sided towards James, but we're gonna still see James has a chance to progress further. We do have Chip and Kyle ready to take us to our next match, our first top 4. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a bunch, Pablo and Emily. That's right, Chipper G here in the booth with Kyle Pukasukovic. Very excited to take you through both of our top 4 matches. Yes, that's right, both of these matches, which I think really helps paint a great picture and create a great storyline for either of these 4 players getting into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get to see which 2 players follow both of them on their journey into the finals tomorrow, and eventually one will become champion. Hard-fought battles all around. We're down to 4 players at this point. James, we just saw, and a heartfelt speech afterwards, going up against Justin, who has had such an incredible run over the past year or so. 2nd place at the World Championships, now finds himself in the top 4 of NAIC, and that's going to be a fun one, I'm sure. The one I think we're going to start off with is going to be Neddy versus Ross Cawthon. And Neddy, I think, is someone who's kind of flown under the radar for us during this event. We haven't had him really on stream at all. And now, top 4 at NAIC, I think by far biggest accomplishment on the resume, going up against someone who really needs no introduction, who's been around for decades at this point, Ross Cawthon.
Ross, of course, a player who has qualified for every single World Championships in the history of the game. That remains true for yet one more season here in 2026. Neddy Kosek coming from across the pond all the way in Czechia, heading over to this event. He's had some solid finishes this year, top 16 in Birmingham, top 4 finish at the Prague Regional Championships, and he will be playing Dragapult Dusknoir up against Ross Cawthon's Slowking.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Ross has been playing for a long, long time. You know, he's gotten 2nd place at the World Championships a couple times, has so many accolades, regional winner in the past, but international championships have been a bit of a stumbling block for him. This is his best finish at an IC by far. And I know, you know, we just saw how much James cared about this, how much this making it this far meant to him. Say, one of the competitors over the years who has not cared more about winning is Ross Cawthon. That is what drives him to keep coming back, keep playing in these events all these years later. He has the drive to win. He is one of the strongest, fiercest competitors we've ever seen. I think he's fueled always by wanting to win a world championships, but he always keeps innovating, coming up with new things, and it's really inspiring to see.
He will certainly be seeking some inspiration in this match, thanks to Slow King, his partner now for the weekend. The players have now both taken time to review each other's deck lists. A new opportunity here this season for players in Top Cut. Getting a chance to have that full information to work with, and Neddy will also have the added benefit here, Puka, of getting to choose whether he would like to go first or second, as he is the higher seeded player.
Very true, very recent change. Big advantage for being the higher seed at this point. Just taking a look at kind of the runs for both of these players. Neddy, after losing in round 6, won 9 straight matches to get into the top 4, has defeated a Slow King deck in this event so far, but Ross has played against Dragapult 9 times already and has won 7 of them, tied twice. He has not lost to a Dragapult deck yet. He came very close against Abaan in that asymmetric top cut round, was able to draw out at the very end, but that's pretty impressive to play against that many Dragapult decks and not lose.
And it shows why many players chose to go with this Slow King deck this weekend. It does feel like one of the decks in the format where you have a really solid shot up against Dragapult, of course, depending on the list, depending on their techs. And for this weekend, there was, of course, much talk of Shaman, bench protector in the format. Rabska's made its way into some players' Dragapult lists even. But for Neddy, none of those cards in place here. So Ross will have free reign to target down the bench with the discard of a Kyurem, try frosting, dealing with Dreepies, dealing with Dracloaks, perhaps even setting up damage on Pokemon like Pheasantipede EX, depending on how Neddy's board develops.
Yeah, this Slow King deck is very fascinating. It's one of those that you kind of brew up. You're like, this is kind of a fun thing. I don't know if there's anything to it, but it is entertaining to do this whole thing, put a Pokemon on top of my deck, discard it, use the attack of it. And to see a deck like this make it this far is quite incredible.
I feel like in a different timeline, we may have seen a Slow King on a bad deck Monday, but now it's into excellent deck Saturday as it finds itself in top 4. And now just one match away for these players, a shot at the title, a shot at becoming the NAIC champion. A win here puts them into Championship Sunday and will put them on that big grand finals stage.
Pressure is high here, Chip. Both of these players, they have to feel a bit of relief making it this far. Top 4 is such a big plateau, such a big jump in prizes. If you are on the verge of missing out on your Worlds invite, you got an automatic invitation. So much to be happy for here. So maybe a little bit of that burden off of your shoulders making it this far, but at the same time, you gotta recognize, you just gotta win 2 more matches and you win the whole thing.
It's within reach. Players have the title in their sights, but there is still one opponent in their way at this moment, and perhaps another tomorrow should they overcome the gentleman sitting across from them. And we do see the opening hands now being drawn here. As we mentioned, Neddy does have the opportunity as a higher seed, choosing to go first or second here. A few different things to consider. Of course, the player going first unable to play a supporter card, so if Neddy chooses to go second, he'll have the opportunity to play Lily's Determination. He'll have the opportunity to get into an Itchy Pollen on turn 1. But giving Ross the chance to go first opens yourself up to a turn 2 attack from a Slow King. Little give and take here, Puka. What do you think we'll see?
Yeah, it's a great question. I do think, I don't know. I don't know if there's a good answer here. Things can go wrong either way. I tend to like going second, being able to play Lily's Determination on your first turn. Really a big deal, but at the same time, You know, there's been kind of a golden rule of the Pokemon TCG for many years. You know, if your deck wants to be evolving your Pokemon, you should probably go first. You know, if you go first, you're the first one who gets to evolve your Pokemon. So I could see it go either way. These players, I'm sure, have played this matchup several times, and they will know which one is better. And it could even be a weird situation where one player wants to go first, the other one wants to go second.
So they end up happy with the results either way. We've gotten word, though, Neddy, thinking along the lines of what you mentioned there, secondly, has chosen to go first in this game.
I do think that makes sense. Yep.
Worth noting, he has played against one Slowking on his run thus far, and it was a pretty similar build to what Ross is playing this weekend. Not exactly the same, but similar, and he was able to defeat that one back in round 11. So he's got some experience in this event, but nowhere near the experience Ross has in this matchup with his 9 Dragapults previous to this one.
Yeah, I do think going first makes a good bit of sense. Really puts the pressure on the Slowking deck to get an attack off on the second turn, shortens their window. Yeah, you really just are hoping to dodge that Trifrost from Kyurem on the second turn of the game. But here we go, Chip. See, not too many bad prize cards here. A couple Energy and a Crispin for Neddy, but nothing too impactful for Ross.
I don't see a Crispin. That's a Matt right there.
Very true.
Over for Ross, the one Boomerang Energy, a super unique card that we don't see played too often. Obviously makes a lot of sense alongside Slowking when you're going to be using Trifrost as your attack in early turns. He's got that Zeraora prized as well. Nice way to target down some Phesandipides, namely, and it is at the bottom of his prizes, so I don't think we should see the prize cards play a huge factor in this game, though there is always some impact. And there we go, the fist bump. Here it is, top 4 underway. Let's hear it for our 2 competitors, Neddy Kosek against Ross Cawthon. It will be Neddy kicking it off. Turn 1, going first with the Badoo in the active spot. A bench of a Dreepy attach. For turn to the Pheasantipede EX, he's placed down as well. And this perhaps provides insight into Neddy's game plan in this matchup.
Yeah, unfortunately, Neddy's hand doesn't look very good. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, there are some interesting ways you can approach this matchup as the Dragapult player. Like you mentioned, Neddy does not play Shaman, so there's no Flower Curtain to protect the bench. One thing you can do is limit the number of Pokemon you put into play. Then if your opponent uses Trifrost, they could, oh my, did he just draw his ace?
He just drew Secret Box. Run errant, 2 cards from the top. He said, yep, that is pretty good. You only get to play 1 A-Spec in your Pokemon trading card game deck, and Secret Box, an excellent choice for a deck like this one. You discard 3 cards from your hand. It demands a mighty cost, but the payoff worthwhile as you're rewarded with 1 of each of the 4 different trainer cards, 1 supporter, 1 item card, 1 tool card, and 1 stadium added to your arsenal. And for Ross, that will happen this opening turn. Secret Box played right away.
Oh, that's a beautiful sight. You know, when you're playing Secret Box, you love to have it in your opening hand. It was the key to so many decks in the previous format, Gardevoir and so many others. You just, whenever you drew it, you felt good. You knew things were going to go well. It is interesting in this deck. Obviously, it is very strong on the first turn of the game. It'll pretty much guarantee that Ross is able to pull off an attack on the second turn, barring any sort of hand disruption. But it's also nice to have later in the game, you know, when you get hit by a special red card, something like that, being able to draw into Secret Box can be a nice instant way to find all the cards you need to charge up an attack. But I'm sure Ross will not complain starting off this top 4 match with the Secret Box.
And not bad to find right here, as well as Neddy has Badoo in the active spot, so playing it immediately to ensure that he's able to get access to it before the Itchy Pollen is online. Lucky Helmet, Pokepad, Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking added now to the hand. It looks like a couple of Academy Unite in the hand already and 1 in the prize card, so not going to take another one out of the deck here. Does play the full suite of 4. Actually, 1 was discarded there, so yeah, there's access to all 4, or all 3 available, I should say, on this opening turn. And that opening hand. Pokepad will fetch out the Slowking, again playing around item lock, which he knows is coming from his opponent on the next turn. He does have the lucky helmet in hand. Perhaps could place it on Kangaskhan to deter Neddy from an Itchy Pollen, or at least give himself a solid benefit should Neddy item lock him.
Very true. Ross still has not played a supporter card for the turn. Looks like it might be the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, but as he starts to shuffle his deck, I wonder if he might consider holding on to it. Oh, kind of an interesting spot.
We'll play another Pokepad here before finishing this sequence, and does find out the Kyurem. And this is the huge card in this matchup. Tri-Frost, an attack that costs 5 energy, able to be used by Slowking using its Seek Inspiration attack. The combination works by using Academy at Night to place the Kyurem on top of the deck, and then you discard it with this effect of Seek Inspiration, and you're able to get that full effect, 110 damage to 3 Pokemon.
Chip, I don't think Neddy's doing much on this turn.
Oh boy.
This is not a good hand at all. Now you see he's kind of debating, didn't actually bench the Duskull on the first turn again. Maybe just making it a little more awkward, making it so that Tri-Frost doesn't get the full value of 3 knockouts when Ross goes for it. But Neddy just sitting on nothing here, does have the unfair stamp for when Ross does decide to attack, but not an ideal situation.
Certainly far from it, and is debating the bench of the Duskull. Will choose to go that route, and now for Ross here, there are 3 prizes right for the taking.
Wow.
With the draw for turn, he has a basic Psychic Energy. There is the Cypher Maniac's code breaking being played. He'll search his deck for any 2 cards, place them on top of the deck, and then the combination with Mega Kangaskhan EX's Run Errand ability will give him access to those 2 right away, and immediately finding that telepathic Psychic Energy to help aid his bench. He does need a way, of course, to move this Mega Kangaskhan EX from the active position.
Such an interesting spot. Usually, you know, when you're playing the Slowking deck, you're really trying to piece together all the different things, trying to figure out what's the puzzle here? How do I unlock getting the thing that I need? And Ross just has everything already. It's almost like, okay, I need to Cypher Maniac's code breaking for 1 card, but what is the other one? I already have everything else that I need. So what can I do to prep for something like an unfair stamp that might be coming my way? These situations can actually be pretty complicated when you're drawing too well, trying to figure out the best way to put yourself in an advantageous position.
That's a situation I wouldn't mind finding myself in. Drawing a little too well, he says, and that is what Ross seems to be doing at this point, having access to everything, not even playing a supporter on the first turn of the game, let's remember. Cypher Maniacs pieces everything together.
And I think that was a smart choice. He didn't know what was going to happen on Neddy's turn. Even if there's a Crispin, power up Pheasantipity, knock out your benched Slowpoke, the cards you might want to go for would have been different. So Ross, I think, recognizing that and understanding I don't actually need to play a supporter card, I can just wait.
Extremely heads up indeed. He's going to piece out the full combo. Academy at Night coming into play. He'll be able to place any card from his hand on top of his deck. Of course, Kyurem being the choice. And Seek Inspiration discards the Kyurem. 3 prize cards for Ross Cawthon, discarding both of the energy attached to his active and Boomerang bouncing right back. 3 prizes remaining for Ross. Neddy with his back against the wall. Pheasantipity promoted. Does top deck a Pokepad to get himself another Pokemon in play, and we know Puka. Unfair Stamp is waiting in the hand.
Couldn't have drawn it up any better for Ross to start off this top 4 match. Now, that being said, this is a pretty common occurrence in this matchup. The Slowking deck will lead off with a Tri-Frost, get several knockouts, set the Dragapult player back pretty significantly. But this is where that unfair stamp comes in, and this is where the Slowking deck can be a little bit fragile. You are really reliant on kind of doing a big combo every turn to do an attack. You need the Stadium card in play, you need the Pokemon in your hand to put on top of your deck, you need to keep refueling with energy cards. So when your hand gets disrupted, you can encounter a situation where you don't actually do anything for the next couple turns. You get out to a nice lead, but then you give your opponent time to come back.
There is Unfair Stamp being played by Neddy. Both players sending their hands to the deck. Ross will only draw 2. Neddy still getting 5, and of course can still play a supported card this turn. He's also got access to flip the script. He only needs 1 energy card to start using Cruel Arrow and target down some Pokemon on Ross's bench. And another thing as well here, Ross did bench the Pheasantipede EX on the last turn. I wonder if Neddy will play cautiously around that and not take prize cards, not give Ross access to flip the script.
Yeah, it's got to be a long-term game plan here for Neddy. You need to assume your opponent won't be drawing anything good off of this Unfair Stamp, and do not take knockouts and walk into that flip the script ability. Start piling damage up on those Pokemon EX on the bench to knock them down later with Phantom Dive.
Still not a great draw off the Unfair Stamp. He's got a Buddy Poffin at least, but no supporter cards still. Feels incredible to have seen so many cards and not found a Lily's Determination yet. He does still have Flip the Script to have a little bit of respite and hope to find something and continue forward with his turn. Buddy Poffin only finding 1 Dreepy. Now 3 cards from the top. Let's see if he finds a supporter to play. Lily's Determination added to the hand.
All right, so this is really mostly what Neddy was looking for on this turn. The Unfair Stamp, an energy card, get another Dreepy down. Oh, and
the stadium.
Picture perfect turn for how you want to combat this aggressive start from the Slowking deck.
And this stadium does multiple things here. It gets rid of the Academy at Night, so now Ross needs to find another piece, but it of course also shuts down the Mega Kangaskhan EX and its run errand ability.
I think the last thing Neddy will be looking for here is the Crushing Hammer. This is a card that has really become a big player in the standard format in the last few months. This is where you can really devastate a Slowking deck. If you can draw a Crushing Hammer here, flip heads, discard the Boomerang energy, you can really set him back.
And no, Neddy is unable to find a Crushing Hammer. He does play the full 4 copies of the card and flip through the hand. It's not there. That would have been a massive opening here for Neddy to try to find a path back in. Now, of course, Ross is still only working with 2 cards. And we're actually going to see the handheld fan. Neddy really going heavy on the energy disruption with his list this weekend. Placing that on his Pheasantipede, and now the question becomes, where does the Cruel Arrow rain down? Setting up damage perhaps on one of these EX Pokemon. KOing a Slowpoke. Neddy has a few options. Thinking through all the different lines, all the paths. Which one will he take?
Yeah, as we talked about before, knocking out a Slowpoke I don't think is a very good option here. You just give your opponent access to flip the script immediately, and they can draw out of it and perhaps just attack with Slowking again. You want to make their life as difficult as possible. So start piling up damage on something like Pheasantipede EX, or even go after Mega Kangaskhan EX. Set up these big Pokemon so that Dragapult EX can Phantom Dive and take a big multi-prize turn later.
Here comes the Cruel Arrow, and it will be Pheasantipede targeting down Ross's Pheasantipede EX on the bench. 100 damage laid onto that. Now the draw for turn on Ross's side is the Lily's Clefairy EX, another big player in this matchup. Not going to be useful here with a full bench.
Yeah, just
doesn't have much else. No, passing back over to Neddy, and this is the opening Neddy was hoping for. Driploak evolved into play. Recon Directive able to be used. This is the start of a long road back into this game.
Yeah, you say that, Chip, but it's not that long of a road back. You only really need a couple turns to get a Dragapult EX into play, and once you do, Slowking can start to get into trouble. Ross has taken 3 prize cards. Usually after that, the most you're going to take in a single attack is 2. He's probably going to have to attack with Slowking 2 more times to win this game. And once Dragapult EX starts using Phantom Dive, We're going to see lots of damage counters fly all over the place. And it won't take long for Neddy to actually collect all 6 of his prize cards.
And we do see another piece of the puzzle here for Neddy with the Duskull being brought out. Now there is reason to pause when thinking of using Curse Blast in this exact instance. Of course, placing the damage counters would be nice, but giving Ross a prize card means he would just need to make 1 Lily's Clefairy to KO a Dragapult. So I wonder if we will even see Dusknoir come into play here.
Yeah, it really depends on how much time you think you might have. If you have time to evolve all the way up to Dusknoir, I think it's probably worth it. Obviously, if you bench the Duskull, your opponent top decks something big, they could just Trifrost
for the
and
game.
You lose immediately. So lots of things you need to weigh against, and Neddy deciding it's not worth the risk. Let's just go slow and steady here. Again, make it difficult for your opponent to actually win.
There is a draw for Ross. It's a Lily's Determination. And he also has the replacement stadium. That is massive, Kyle. That is his last Academy at Night. There are 2 in the discard pile, 1 in the prize cards. He had his last stadium, and he found the supporter to bail him out.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Of course, didn't draw anything good off of the unfair stamp. Didn't draw anything off the last draw for the turn. And finally finds a supporter card off of this one. This is a crucial turn for Ross. Needs to try to find something to put together here.
There's some psychic energy, and there is a Poképad.
Oh my.
That is how he could find himself a Pokemon to place on top of the Academy at Night.
Could find a second Kyurem.
Could target down both Dracloak. Does play the 2 copies of Kyurem. As long as it is in there, we know it's not prized. It looks like he has pieced the combo together, and he'll be able to Trifrost and leave Neddy with just this lone Pheasantipity EX.
And now there is kind of an interesting interaction between the Boomerang energy and the handheld fan. There were actually a lot of questions about this earlier in the day.
I'm honestly glad that you're here right now to walk through this. Please, Puka.
Yeah, it's very confusing on how this works. How it is being ruled to work at this event is, you would attack, use Trifrost, the Boomerang energy comes back, and then after that, handheld fan can move the Boomerang energy to a benched Pokemon. So that is how this interaction works right now. You do the attack, comes back, and then the step for checking effects that happen when your Pokemon are damaged by attacks would happen after that. So the handheld fan will get to move the Boomerang energy.
Academy at Night will be used here, placing the Kyurem on top. Seek Inspiration discards that Pokemon. Down go the pair of Dracloak. 110 damage onto the active Pheasantipity. Psychic Energy to the discard, and yes, Neddy now getting to choose where to put this Boomerang energy.
Yeah, and it's funny, I think if Ross got to choose, he would just not damage the Pheasantipity EX here, but you are forced to pick 3 Pokemon with Trifrost, and it will backfire.
Looks like there is just a conversation at the table with our judges about this ruling, perhaps a question from one of our players. And, with these high stakes games, there is a lot on the line. We want to make sure everything gets right. Can't fault anyone for that. So
I'll be honest, I was really hoping this would not come up today.
Well, and here it is in top 4.
Yeah.
So we'll have this little discussion, this back and forth, and figure out exactly how this interaction works. But as you've lined out for us, Puka, Neddy will be able to move this Boomerang energy to something on the bench.
I do think this is one of those things as well that even most players are just like, yeah, I don't know how this works. Can someone just tell me?
Yeah.
I'll believe you either way. I can interpret
Both
this either way.
seem like reasonable rulings, to be honest.
Yeah.
So.
But it is honestly a very big decision. It has a big impact on this game.
I think Ross would love for this
yes.
to still have the Boomerang energy on it.
Absolutely. All right, well, as we get through this, obviously Neddy is in pretty difficult position to try to come back here. Down 5 prize cards, just has the Pheasantipity EX in play. At this point, really needs to hope that Ross finds nothing in the next several turns, long enough to finally get a Dragapult EX into play. That's really got to be your hope. Maybe you can find the special red card, disrupt Ross's hand again.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting just this all verified. Bit of a discussion that came up ahead of this event, as you mentioned, Puka, and there was a lot of discussion online about it. Gonna get word here shortly on what the official ruling will be. Head judge has been consulted. And we'll get word shortly on how this will work out.
Yep. Sure, no matter what, after this weekend, we'll learn the answer on how this is supposed to work out.
Yeah, well, we know how it works this weekend at least, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is confusing because initially it was ruled the other way, and then at one point, after looking through kind of lots of precedent, it was determined it should work the other way, where the energy does get moved. So I think it's very fair that everybody should kind of get together and make sure that we're all on the same page on how this interaction will work. Yeah, it's crazy. Again, didn't think this would really come up. It takes a lot of very specific cards and attacks for this to really matter, but hey, anything can happen here, I suppose.
Yep. Yeah, I know these are the type of things that you've dealt with many times in your career, seen these unique card interactions come up, and even to this day, I know these things come up very, very regularly, and you're often someone who helps make these things happen. Where along the line do you feel like the big confusion comes in with the steps necessary to get to this point in the attack process?
Yeah, I think there's some vagueness of kind of when the boomerang energy comes back. Is it just after you process damage and then effects of attack, and then it just comes back right away? Does it come back maybe at a later step after kind of everything else involving attacks? So I think that's where some of the confusion is. It's yeah, I would say it is a little bit vague about how it's supposed to work. So my interpretation of it, though, is that it does come back, and then you process the effects that happen when a Pokemon is damaged afterwards. So that is probably where it's supposed to end up.
Order of operations.
Yeah, it's very complicated, though.
Important whenever you were, in second grade math, and important nowadays here at the biggest Pokemon TCG stage. We see our judges there giving their reasonings, and we'll get word on exactly what's being said, and it does look like we are getting confirmation that the energy will be moved. And I think that is maybe different than what was told to the players initially. It looks like they were telling Ross maybe that he was able to, and Ross said that he didn't feel like that was how it should work, and so now they're, because handheld fan is a mandatory effect as well. It's not something like experience share, and there we do see the boomerang energy has moved to the bench Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, it will certainly make Ross's life a lot more difficult in this game to try to close things out. That could be the difference in buying an extra turn here.
Because as of now, that Slowking, I mean, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Stuck in the active spot. Pheasantipity able to just snipe around it. Now, Ross does play a copy of Switch.
Yep.
It is a one-of copy. He's got Safer Maniacs to find it in theory, but not a way to draw into it efficiently right now.
Yeah, and maybe Neddy signaling where his mind is here can maybe go after this Pheasantipity EX. I know, in this kind of situation, it feels like you're probably just going to keep damaging things and then set up for a big Phantom Dive to close out the game. That's what I would assume will happen here. But we'll see what he has planned.
Buddy Buddy Poffin being played. Neddy seeing that not many more 70 HP Pokemon left in the deck. They have all been knocked out. Save for this Dreepy that he's now placing down.
Yeah, we're actually getting word that Ross actually challenged the ruling. He said his energy should be moved. So it was actually more like a good sportsmanship move, right? He argued to be in a disadvantaged situation, wanted to win the right way.
Yeah, knew how the interaction should work, it seems, and got that confirmation as the boomerang energy has moved to Pheasantipity. We do see a Monkey Dory being added now to Neddy's hand. Of course, the damage placed on Pheasantipity can be manipulated over to Ross's side, and I actually wonder if Neddy could set up for long enough to where he could take just all 6 prize cards in one turn. That would involve Ross missing out for 4 turns, something like that. It's quite a while, but there's no draw power on his side of the field.
It's going to be an awkward spot, and really your only draw supporter in the deck is the Lily's Determination. You play 4 of those. Beyond that, yikes. Now, the special red card is going to make things even more challenging for Ross, going down to 3 cards in hand.
The most impactful new card from the Chaos Rising expansion. You can only play it when your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining. And Ross is only going to draw the 3 here, and it did not look like there was much help there. I think Ultra Ball, Latias, and a Brave Bengal were offered up. And this is a spot where, you know, there's been a couple ways people have played this Slowking deck. The Boomerang Energy has kind of separated itself as the more popular and perhaps better option, but there was a while there where Power Glass was a consideration, and Power Glass really nice in instances like this one, namely against Crushing Hammers, where your opponent can get rid of all of your energy cards and try to stick a Slowking in the active spot.
Yeah, I think during an interview, maybe on the first day, Ross did mention that he had tried out all the different tools. Power Glass was one of them, and ended up really liking the Lucky Helmet as a way to combat hand disruption. Felt that was the best way to go, and yeah, you could see, you know, he kind of set himself up to, you know, be in a spot where if he got disrupted, his Slowking got hit. A lot of time we'll see like Itchy Pollen be a response, but if that happened, he would have gotten to draw 2 cards from the Lucky Helmet. So he set himself up the best he could, but again, there's so many pieces you need to attack with Slowking.
And here comes the Jamming Tower, which now, you know, why couldn't that have been in play when the handheld fan thing happened? You know, that would have been easy to figure out. But now Jamming Tower also does shut down the Lucky Helmet. So, I mean, maybe a world that he could knock out the Slowking, but I feel like going around it as it is stuck in the active spot. What does that thing have 3 retreat or is it 2 retreat? He's a little thick for sure.
Yeah.
He's not he is not mobile, that is certain. So he, I think Neddy will take this opportunity to continue to spread the damage over to the bench. Set up for a bigger play in the future. Monkey Dory being established as well, perhaps hinting at Adrenabrain plays to line up. And we'll see a Cruel Arrow onto the Mega Kangaskhan EX. And now Ross drawing for turn. It is a Boomerang Energy. He can attach.
Yeah, what else are you going to do? You got to attach to the active.
And he's got to just hold on and clench his fists. Hope that Neddy does not flip heads on Crushing Hammers, because here it comes. Oof. Right away, played down. The secret rare version is going to hit a heads. Takes away that Boomerang.
It's going to set Ross back 1 more turn.
And that is the first hammer played as well, Puka. We were perhaps lamenting Neddy's lack of finding hammers early, but it may pay off for him here, as those are cards he'll be able to continue to find through the end of this game. Every single time Ross attaches an energy to this active Slowking, Neddy will have a shot at getting rid of it.
Yeah, very annoying to deal with. You know, after Ross won his top cut match against Abaan, he even noted, you know, the game was still super close, even though my opponent didn't play any of these really challenging cards to deal with, like the Crushing Hammer. And so now he's running up against it. Maybe his biggest challenge yet.
Pokepad played from Neddy, just perhaps thinning the deck down a bit. And speaking of thinning the deck, there are not that many cards. Less than 15, it seems, available now for Neddy. He's going to get another one out here with this Ultra Ball. Finding out Dragapult EX. Now under 10 cards remaining in the deck, it seems. He's done a really good job at getting through the deck without being able to use very many recon directives this game.
Sure has. What a strange game it's been to kick off our top 4 here. You can see kind of what Neddy's trying to go for. Just clear out 6 prize cards all at once. If you can knock out Mega Kangaskhan EX, Pheasantipity EX, and maybe a Slowpoke all at the same time, that is all 6 of your prize cards. At this point, he's actually setting that up for next turn. If he can Adrenabrain, move 2 damage counters to the Slowpoke, then Boss's Orders onto the Mega Kangaskhan EX. Oh,
he's got
that would still be a little short, actually.
He's lining it up here. 90 damage draw for turn on Ross's side is that Lily's Determination. Yet again, Lily aids Ross in a situation where he has absolutely nothing going for him. He's going to thin those other 2 cards out of his hand. Brave Bengal Latias not going to be useful.
Yeah, and obviously if Neddy moves 3 damage counters to the Slowpoke, then you can put 1 on Pheasantipity, 5 on Slowpoke.
Yes.
Knock out Mega Kangaskhan. That's how you get to the 6 prize cards. But Ross has given himself a chance to win right here, or at the very least put a Slowking. If he can evolve both Slowpoke into Slowking, that could buy himself a turn as well.
It's going to need to be an impressive combination of 6 cards. He could win the game should he draw, Academy at Night, Switch, Wondrous Patch, Energy, and a Pokemon to put on top. That is a very specific combo, but at minimum, perhaps finding a pair of Slowking would be enough to fend Neddy off for 1 additional turn. And yes, we've mentioned it, 1 singular copy of Switch. There's the Energy, there's the Academy at Night, there is the Metagross, and no Switch able to be found. He got kind of surprisingly close.
All right, are there 2 Slowking left to evolve into at this point?
He does have Pokepad in hand. Was it just 1 Pokepad that he drew?
It's Pokepad and an Ultra Ball, yeah.
Okay, so if they're both in the deck, which I do think they should be. I think he drew Night Stretcher actually as well, so that's in the hand. I don't think a Slowking is at the discard pile. There will be the Telepathic Energy attached to the active. And he can play the Ultra Ball, but playing the Ultra Ball would mean that he would lose the Metagross, which may be a card he needs.
All right, so this could be it for Neddy if he can find everything here. But he needs those Night Stretchers. All the Darkness Energy are accounted for at this point.
They are on the bottom of the deck. He's going to play the Meowth. Does fetch out the Boss's Orders. If Neddy can find Dragapult EX, a Darkness Energy, and the Boss, which he has now fetched, he can bring up the Kangaskhan. Phantom Dive KO it, Adrenabrain move 30 over to Slowpoke, and then take all 6 prize cards on this turn. He's having a Judge Shuffle. Something we've seen become very popular amongst players in these high-pressure situations.
I think it's something like 2 of his 6 cards are Night Stretchers. He just needs to find 1.
He's going to Recon Directive in order to see these top 2 cards, and the first one right away, both of them in fact, Night Stretcher. He'll be able to retreat Pheasantipity, Night Stretcher to bring back Darkness Energy, and pull off the complete combo. From 6-1, Neddy finds a way to fight back. What a patient and well-played game. And Boss's Orders is that final piece of the puzzle. Adrenabrain to move the 30 over, and Neddy Kosek will take a 6 prize turn to take a Game 1 win in top 4.
Wow, what a comeback. Really fueled by Pheasantipity EX using Cruel Arrow for several turns. Of course, that handheld fan. Wow, what a comeback. Has to be a little frustrating for Ross in that situation, being so close to a victory. Of course, the crushing hammer hurt as well there at the end. That just shows you how much room there is for coming back in this matchup.
What resolve from Neddy in that game. An excellent game planning as well. Let's not forget what his opening hand looked like. It was 2 Dusknoir pieces, 2 Energy Special Red card, like absolutely nothing going on. Held on just long enough though in order to withstand. Pablo, tell us what you're thinking about that match.
I am
baffled as to how things developed right there. It looked like a sure win for Ross. That boomerang energy interaction was so important for Neddy to be able to delay Ross's attack, and then that Slowking just got stuck there for way too long. So I mean, the one copy of Switch, will that be enough? Because I have a feeling we're gonna see a very similar game 2 with an explosive start with Kyurem and then Pheasantipity putting in the work. So Neddy finds that on first stamp quite early. Generally, I don't know if Ross can do anything other than hope for a good top deck.
I wonder if Ross, in that situation with the Pheasantipity in play, could have targeted the Pheasantipity, perhaps instead of the Badoo, perhaps instead of the Duskull.
Even a Dreepy. Leave a Dreepy. That's fine if there's no rare candy. One Dreepy's okay if you can pull off back-to-back Kyurems. That's not too bad.
And then that way deals with the Pheasantipity, while also again on the next turn dealing with multiple single prize Pokemon. Maybe we can see Ross make that adjustment heading into game 2 should things line up in a similar fashion. Ross here, being the loser of game 1, has the option to choose first or second here. Have to imagine we'll see him going first, based on especially Neddy's choice as well to go first. Usually players wanting to do the same thing in a given matchup, to deny their opponents the opportunity to get what they want effectively, and that game took quite a while. We've got the extended 75 minutes here for Top Cut, and that game 1 ate up almost 50% of our clock.
Yeah, if you're Ross, I mean, obviously he's played in, who knows, hundreds, maybe thousands of tournaments in his life. He's been in these situations plenty. Don't think it will rattle him here. Might be a little bit annoyed at how that played out, but he knows it's not over yet. Just got to win the next 2. You're so close to winning that first one. Just stay focused. Try to execute your game plan as we head into this crucial game 2.
Game 2 is underway, and Ross with the start of the Kyurem. That is not what you want to see. Maybe back at Worlds 2024 when your opponent might have played a Colress's Experiment, you wouldn't minded to see this, but right now in this situation, Kyurem in the active spot, not what Ross wants.
Yeah, I don't see any Colress's tenacity in Neddy's deck list, so I don't think this Kyurem will be attacking anytime soon. Yeah, this is debatably your worst starter with this deck. Meowth EX may be slightly worse, but starting with Kyurem feels especially bad because that's one that you don't have access to put on top of your deck to attack with later in the game. So now you're just going to be limited to the one Kyurem. You're going to have to Night Stretcher it back if you want to attack with it again. This is one of the downsides of this Slowking deck. Sometimes you start with the Kyurem, and it really puts you in an awkward situation.
Pokepad, Ultra Ball, both being played here for Ross in this opening sequence, and has to commit this Ultra Ball to a Meowth EX, using that last-ditch catch to search out a supporter card. He does know that Neddy plays the Team Rocket's Watchtower, and he also knows Neddy has Badoo, so playing around all of the different cards that Neddy could utilize next turn so that he can guarantee himself an opportunity to at least make something happen. But no Kangaskhan on turn 1, I think, is the big miss here for Ross Cawthon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he has an energy attachment either. In that situation, it really limits your options for what you can do on the second turn. You really need to get an energy down, because if your opponent uses Itchy Pollen, you won't be able to use Wondrous Patch to power up Slowking in a single turn and misses an energy.
That is a huge miss as well for Ross, already down a game, and now with the poor start in game number 2. We'll see how he keeps his resolve. We'll see if he finds a way to fight back on Neddy's side. We look at the prize cards, and Unfair Stamp being prized is not ideal on his side of the board. Also, a Jamming Tower is a way that he could maybe get around the Lucky Helmet triggers, but perhaps more importantly, a way to just bump Academy at night, not give Ross continual access to his own stadium.
Yeah, looks like Ross has a Night Stretcher in the prize cards as well, so it will be extra difficult to use Kyurem multiple times in this second game. We'll see what Neddy does this time around. Seems like there's a bit more to play with this time. Can access the Badoo right away. Seems like there's at least an Ultra Ball, which can grab something like a Meowth EX, get a supporter card. So we should see a much stronger start from Neddy in the second game compared to the first.
There is the Badoo being found from that Pokepad, and now energy attached to the active Duskull will mean that Pokemon can retreat and that Itchy Pollen will be utilized. Ultra Ball does discard that ever-powerful Crushing Hammer, but it's what had to happen if Neddy wants to play this game. Meowth EX, last-ditch catch into the Lily's determination.
Yeah, like I just would have flipped tails on that one anyway, so may as well discard it.
You know how many people actually think like that? A lot. Yeah. Lily's determination here in this opening sequence for Neddy, very strong to find, of course. He will get 8 cards, and we saw him really, abuse the use of that supporter in the last game. It's really what kept him in the game, just being able to draw 8 cards throughout the duration all the way to the very end. Really kept him in it, just giving him access to resources to stay alive in that game.
I'm sure Neddy will be looking for a Buddy Poffin off of these 8 cards, or just a way to get Dreepy.
There it is, Buddy Poffin found right away. Also Dracloak already available, so his next turn is lining up pretty nicely as well. And with the Kyurem in the active spot for Ross, Neddy is probably feeling confident that an attack from Ross will be unlikely. I mean, it's impossible next turn after an Itchy Pollen, but even a turn 3 attack with a Trifrost seems unlikely with a Kyurem in the active spot.
Yeah, and that doesn't necessarily mean Ross can't win the game. The Kyurem play is nice. Obviously, you take out a lot of your opponent's Dreepy, set them back quite a bit. It's not really the only way to win. We actually saw Ross play against a Dragapult deck that was playing Shaman, I think, earlier in the tournament, and he was able to work around that and still win the matchup anyway. So there are multiple routes to victory when you're playing this Slowking deck. Remember, at the heart of it, it is a single prize Pokemon that can knock out Pokemon EX, so there is room for coming back.
The draw for turn on Ross's end. Pokepad not able to be played thanks to the Itchy Pollen, and Lily's determination will immediately send the hand into the deck. Now, I do think I noticed a Slowking there in the hand. Chose not to evolve his Slowpoke, Buka.
Yeah, Slowpoke is strangely safe in the beginning turns of the game and has 2 somewhat relevant attacks. You can actually use that Dangle Tail to get back a Pokemon you may have discarded off of an Ultra Ball to set yourself up for the next turn, and even Tackle just knocks out Badoo and keeps energy on the Slowpoke so that you can evolve into Slowking on the following turn. Sometimes it's better to just keep it as a Slowpoke. Ross needs to find energy here and needs that one. Telepathic Psychic Energy. What a strong card, and really one of the reasons why this deck flows so smoothly.
You can attach it to his Slowpoke, and he'll be able to search his deck for 2 Psychic Pokemon and put them directly into play. For a long time in the Pokemon TCG, Capture Energy was one of my favorite cards. It did so much for you, supplied your energy for turn, and found you basic Pokemon. I know, Puka, back in your competitive days as well, Call Energy was a staple for so many years. Telepathic, a bit of a callback to both of those powerful set-up-based energies.
Yeah, and one of the reasons it's so effective is it works even through Itchy Pollen. It's not an item card. Just attaching in energy lets you go search for 2 basic Psychic Pokemon, put them onto your bench. It's such a great consistency tool. One thing I do want to call out here is in the first game, Neddy really didn't push too hard to go for that Dusclops and Dusknoir with those Cursed Blast abilities. Seeing how slow Ross's start has been, he's really shifted gears and might be playing for more of one of those classic Dragapult, Dusknoir board wipe situations where you use a bunch of Cursed Blast abilities, try to knock out all of your opponent's Slowking and Slowpoke in play. So I think Neddy realizing he has time to do that this game.
An impressive adjustment, I would say, from Neddy, making that change on the fly, capitalizing on the situation and immediately placing 2 Dracloak into play, evolving his pair of Dreepy. Ready to use Recon Directive, but not before the flip of a Crushing Hammer, and it is a heads, discarding the Telepathic Psychic Energy.
That one was massive, Chip. That's going to guarantee that Neddy's Dracloak are safe on the next turn. There won't be a Trifrost. This still could have been a bit of a perilous situation if Ross was able to use that Trifrost on the next turn, but no, now it won't be possible.
A massive flip for Neddy, and perhaps one that will propel him forward to Championship Sunday. He's got to keep his head on straight, though. There is still a lot of Pokemon yet to be played. Dusclops found from the Recon Directive introduces the possibility of Cursed Blast options. Crispin will set himself up nicely to attack with a Phantom Dive on the next turn, and I have to imagine Itchy Pollen will continue to be his route here, as he wants to guarantee that Ross cannot piece anything together. Another big miss for Ross, I would say, so far has been the lack of Kangaskhan in the active. There is no good consistent draw in this deck outside of the run errand. And while, yes, Telepathic Psychic is great to get out the Latias, get another Slowpoke, I'm sure Ross wishes he could have found a way to get out a Kangaskhan as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is perfect for Neddy. You're under no pressure. You're using the Itchy Pollen to slow down your opponent. You're going to set up your Dragapult EX for the following turn. Already have a Dusclops out. Can get Dusknoir next turn. Oh, this is looking rough for Ross.
He's prepped up both Dracloak as well. Now either of them able to attack next turn. Itchy Pollen scratches onto the Kyurem for 10 more. And Ross have to see what he can piece together. Does he have any playability out of his hand currently? Looks like something to the front. Cypher Maniac's code breaking, and with no Kangaskhan available, that means this is a very slow play. Ross is setting up for something to draw next turn, Puka.
Yeah, I know it's Slowking, but you can't go this slow, Chip. You got to put on some pressure eventually. If you let Dragapult EX set up without any pressure, things just generally don't end well.
No pressure has been applied from Ross thus far. Neddy able to set up exactly as he wishes, and no pressure will be applied here with the slow-paced Cypher Maniac supporter being his play this turn. So Ross will stack these top two cards on, these two new cards on top of his deck and give himself something powerful to do next turn, but has not been able to be aggressive, has applied no pressure, and Neddy has fully capitalized.
Yeah, we'll see if Ross has an energy attachment for the turn. Oh.
He does have the Boomerang energy.
Okay.
So he's got something, but with the Dusclops on Neddy's bench, with energies already attached to Dracloaks, and with the fire energy we know he has in hand, it is very likely that that Slowking that has now been evolved up will not be hanging around on this next turn. But I will take a pause here, as Neddy's hand does not look the strongest. He'll kick off with a Recon Directive. Looks like he just had Dawn, a couple Dragapults, energy or two.
It's really close. I think if Neddy finds a Night Stretcher, it's going to be a massive turn. Did just discard one Dusclops earlier, which I think is what is saving this from being a complete disaster for Ross. But we do see the Dusknoir come out, and that can just knock out the Slowking straight away.
Yeah, no Phantom Dive necessary for Neddy. If he can just use the Curse Blast and deal with the Slowking on its own, it's not necessary to place damage counters in any other way. We do see Crushing Hammer and the Team Rocket's Watchtower off the draw here. Now, this is a situation where Neddy could perhaps think about, what did Ross put on top of his deck? He's not done much of anything. Maybe Kangaskhan is the Pokemon he laid up.
See the Cursed Blast coming in, putting 13 damage counters on that Slowking, taking a knockout.
Neddy does take a prize card, but it was not the Night Stretcher down at the bottom. So close takes the Lily's Determination right next to it. Ross also, of course, awarded with a prize card there, that Telepathic Psychic Energy. Neddy evolving into his Dragapult EX. Phantom Dive, ready to go.
Yeah, but unfortunately, now Ross is back to having no energy cards in play. Neddy still doesn't have to be aggressive here, can just use Itchy Pollen one more time, maybe try to set up a play for next turn, can maybe just play like a Lily's Determination, try to draw into Boss's Orders for on the following turn. Now there's no reason that you really need to do anything on this turn besides Itchy Pollen once again.
Looks like Neddy is debating an Ultra Ball, perhaps wanting to start working on his next Dracloak. Another Dreepy could hit the field here. We do see a Dragapult and a Dawn both going down. Searching out any Pokemon that he would like. And indeed, Dreepy is the choice.
I think we've seen great patience from Neddy so far. Seems to have a very strong understanding of this matchup. What can he do here to keep his advantage in this situation? Does play the Watchtower.
How has he not played a supporter yet?
Yeah, I know.
He's done so much this turn, and yet somehow a supporter card had not yet been played, as Lily's Determination will close out his sequence here, sending the hand to the deck. I think actually it was the last card in his hand, and now he will draw 6 new cards.
And again, I think this is mostly a setup for the next turn. Trying to draw maybe a Boss's Orders for the next turn. Maybe trying to draw into Night Stretcher so you can get that Dusclops, set up some big plays. I would be surprised if we saw anything besides another Itchy Pollen here, but we'll see. It might depend on what Neddy drew off of this Lily's Determination.
Pokepad finding out a Dracloak. Add that to the hand, and while it may seem safe for Neddy to start attacking with his Dragapult, it is technically possible for Ross to respond and KO the Dragapult, be it with some Slowpoke, Slowking combination, or be it with the Lily's Clefairy EX. So will Neddy play cautiously yet a little bit longer, remain patient, and continue up with the Itchy Pollen? I think this may be the debate he's having right now.
Oh, he is going to pounce. Here comes Dragapult EX. Maybe determining, Ross did put 2 cards on top of the deck, maybe assuming another Itchy Pollen was coming. And maybe Neddy trying to get a read here, being aggressive instead. And let's see, what did Ross put on top of his deck?
That is going to be a huge reveal here in just a moment. And perhaps Neddy feeling safer to do this play, because I do not believe Ross has a basic Psychic Energy in his discard pile. I think it's just been Telepathics and Boomerangs thus far, so it feels very difficult for Ross to piece together a knockout this turn. He would have to find a way to discard a Psychic Energy and find the Lily's Clefairy or Slowking and find a way to get that Pokemon rolling. He's going to send up the Meowth after it gets hit from the Phantom Dive, and it was a Lily's Determination placed on the top of Ross's deck.
Okay, so now the item cards are unlocked for Ross. There are several options he can go for here. Obviously, he's going to need to draw a combination of cards in some way or other. Let's see what he decides is the proper route. You have to think Lily's Clefairy EX has to be part of the equation. But now look at how many kind of low HP Pokemon EX he's had to put onto his board. There's so many targets for Neddy to go after, especially when you factor that Dusclops into the mix that can come in later to drop 5 damage counters onto a Pokemon. That Meowth EX can be in danger later.
Neddy has set himself up to win in 2 attacks regardless of what Ross does. KO a Lily's Clefairy, place 6 on Meowth, and KO or just hit into whatever Ross has in his active spot, and 6 more damage counters on Meowth leads to Neddy's 6 prize card map. Telepathic Psychic Energy was found for Ross. Was able to attach it to Slowpoke, brought out another Slowpoke and a Lily's Clefairy, evolved into Slowking, found off of a Pokepad, and now the Lily's Determination will just be for 6. A benefit as well of Neddy using the Curse Blast does mean Ross only gets 6 here as opposed to the 8 he would like.
I'm trying to think what would be the ideal attack for Ross to use on this turn, and I think it's still Trifrost. If you can knock out the Duskull, the Dracloak, the Dreepy, go down to 2 prize cards, your opponent wouldn't have a way to necessarily win.
If there's a way to do it, it's probably unlocked through the secret box, and there is already a basic Psychic in hand. Academy at Night found as well. That is a way to discard a basic energy. And the Academy at Night available.
Yeah, he can find a Night Stretcher.
To get back the Curum. Now, something to consider as well here, Puka. It is possible for Neddy to win the game on the next turn with the 6 damage counters he placed on Meowth, and with Ross placing Lily's Clefairy EX into play. Should Neddy find Boss's Orders use Dusclops, he would be able to take all of his 4 remaining prize cards.
Yeah, I think that's why you have to go for Trifrost here with the Slowking. Knock out the Duskull and take away that play. You'll go down to 2 prize cards as well. Then you would just need to knock out the Dragapult EX to win.
Hold on a second here, Kyle. In game 1, it was Neddy Kosek finding a way to keep his resolve and fright back and find an improbable path back into the game. And now in game number 2, is that going to be true for Ross Cawthon? Still an uphill battle, but he has played the Secret Box. He's put that Psychic Energy down. He already has the Wondrous Patch in hand to offer up that acceleration. And Brave Bengal, the Poképad, the Academy at Night, all found from Secret Box, will piece together whatever Pokemon Ross wants to use to copy with Seek Inspiration.
Whew, what a draw for Ross off this Lily's Determination. You have to wonder if Neddy, now regretting getting aggressive with the Phantom Dive, could have played it a little safer with the Itchy Pollen. This is what can happen when you take a small risk like this. Opens the door for your opponent. I'll be curious to see which which Pokemon will Ross go after here. Dracloak is the easy one, Duskull the other easy one. There is an argument for Badoo to maybe take away that Itchy Pollen. Or will he go for the Dreepy just to cut off any potential recon directives? Not sure how strong Neddy's hand is here.
Here is the Seek Inspiration, there is the Trifrost, and indeed down goes the Dreepy, trying to cut Neddy off of his draw. Ross finding a way back into the game, jumping ahead in the prize race. I don't think I would have expected this to happen, Puka, based on the opening turns, but somehow these players find a way to impress us, and Ross has been doing it for...
That's not a great hand, Chip. That's not a good hand for this situation at all. There's no special red card. The unfair stamp is still in the prize cards.
No Pheasantipity in order to draw more cards. Neddy not left with much. And Ross is going to be able to keep his hand that he built up last turn through the use of Secret Box. And all Ross needs here to close out the game is a Lily's Clefairy to KO Dragapult EX. Now, what will Neddy do to get around this, perhaps? So now, this is a spot where players could capitalize on list knowledge, right? Neddy knows Ross is 60, had a moment to look over it before the game. Pretty uncommon anyways to see Boss's Orders in a Slowking deck, so maybe he would move his Dragapult to the bench and use Itchy Pollen for a turn, try to reestablish, try to bide time to find that special red card. We'll see what route he goes. He's attached a basic Darkness Energy to Meowth, and he will go for Lily's Determination as his supporter.
Yeah, it's going to be so awkward. We do know Ross does have that Zera Aura, which could be a way to go after the Meowth EX. I wonder if Neddy's trying to set up some sort of play where he gets the Meowth out of play? Is that even realistic at this stage?
I mean, he's now just a Crispin away, and he did bring an energy back with that Night Stretcher, so Crispin more live after the Lily's Determination.
I suppose the other thing you could do is just Jet Headbutt 70. Don't take the knockout. Force your opponent to have a switch. It's a way to kind of set up multiple knockouts for the following turn.
Yeah, the cost of Ross's Trifrost last turn, of course, was to discard all the energy from the Slowking, and he did not have a Boomerang energy attached. So as of now, that Slowking is just kind of stuck waiting in the active, as we saw through the majority of Game 1.
I do believe that switch is still left in the deck for Ross, so that play is available if Neddy does not go for the Itchy Pollen. So many difficult decisions at this stage.
And Neddy's got the Pheasantipity in hand, so he could bench it, but then that's 2 targets for Zeraora, so getting the Meowth out of play doesn't seem worth it ever, if he does want to go that route, but perhaps he wants to dig for something else here this turn.
Yeah, what's he digging for, though? Uses the Academy at night.
And this is really smart. I think he just put an energy on top of the deck. So this will unlock the ability for Crispin in the future. He is going to go with the Phantom Dive here, Puka. He's going to place 6 damage counters onto the Meowth EX, and Ross Cawthon could win the game this turn. He does need to find... Does he need 2 more benched Pokemon here? There's a Slowpoke. There's a Kangaskhan. There is 1 Boomerang energy. I think he may just need a Wondrous Patch, and he'll be able to take down this Dragapult EX and take his final 2 prizes.
I think Ross is really close.
It's going to come down to what he draws from this Lily's Determination. He's got the Pokemon to thin out of his deck. He'll place them into play. He's also got an Ultra Ball to thin even a little bit further. He can get a Slowking out of the deck and evolve it. So thinning as much as possible. And
you can flip the script. He can go for Pheasantipity EX in this situation. There was a knockout taken.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Pheasantipity is on the table here. He does play 3 Wondrous Patch. I do believe just 1 has been utilized this game, so only 1 in the discard pile, 2 still available. And flip the script has been found.
Yeah, and this is one of those really tricky situations. How do you want to sequence this? As it stands right now, Ross is really close to finding a knockout here, but you may want to do the Lily's Determination and then flip the script afterwards. Maybe you just commit to attaching to Lily's Clefairy. Make it so that all you have to draw is the Wondrous Patch to win the game.
Go all in on this play, but no, Ross will use Pheasantipity EX, and right away the first card is that Wondrous Patch. The Psychic Energy is in the discard pile, and he's got it all lined up, bringing that Psychic Energy back, attaching the Boomerang Energy, benching 1 last Pokemon, and Lily's Clefairy's Full Moon Rondo takes down Dragapult. We're going to Game 3.
It's not done yet, Chip. Ross Cawthon ties up the series. 2 just bizarre back and forth games. Both players had massive leads and blew them in both games so far.
Oh my goodness.
What is going to happen in our 3rd game?
Everything's going to go perfectly according to plan. Nobody is going to have to find some massive path back in. That's the only thing that seems fair after the 2 incredible games we just witnessed. What resolve, what patience, what... I am at a loss for words here, Puka. These 2 players just sticking that game out for each of them. Game 1 for Neddy, all but over, found a way back. Game 2 for Ross. His tournament run was over. Yeah. He may have been looking for the prize pickup wall, and he no longer needs to do that. He's headed for Game 3.
You can see a change in body language as well. After that first game, Neddy looked very confident, very poised. And after that second one, shaking his head, realizing that one just slipped away. Both of these players will have to stay focused as we go into this 3rd and deciding game to see who advances to the finals.
And that is right. 1 more game does send one of these players to Championship Sunday. Incredible stories all around. Would love to see either of these players, of course, competing in our Championship Sunday, but it can only be one of them.
And I'm curious, Pablo, what do you think were some of the key moments of this game?
I mean, it feels like the story so far is don't get ahead, right? Like, Neddy had so many free turns of Itchy Pollen, so many turns to establish a board. Maybe he didn't do it enough. I needed to evolve into more Dragapults, just have those set up, protect from a possible Kyurem. Got a little overconfident, and then Ross was able to capitalize on that. So if you're gonna get ahead, whether you're Ross or Neddy, you need a very strong board behind your attacker, because you know as soon as there's item cards or as soon as there's a KO, there's gonna be a strong response from your opponent.
what a set we have experienced thus far. And let's not forget, folks, this is just our first of 2 top 4 matches this evening. And now, Puka, there is one other factor to throw into the mix. 12 minutes left on the clock. That certainly could become a factor here. We have seen 2 extremely grindy games up to this point. I think it is pretty likely that we find ourselves in a +3 turns situation.
We will certainly see, Chip. We're kicking off game number 3. Neddy will be going first. Once again, Ross with a much better starter in this game. Not the Kyurem this time, but the Latias EX. Nice one to start with. Does have that flexibility with the Skyliner ability, so hopefully we see a great third game here.
And a bit of an update to our timer, adjusted for that judge call. 16 minutes now for this game number 3. Neddy with the prize cards, a pair of Lily's Determination. Not ideal, but yes, that Team Rocket's Watchtower may slow Ross Cawthon down. Of course, Kangaskhan's run errand ability extremely important for his deck's draw engine. Though it wasn't a problem in game number 2, didn't use that ability one single time. He also does have 4 Academy at Night to potentially get this Disruption Stadium out of play.
Yeah, I mean, it does stop a potential Meowth EX. If you did have, the Mega Kangaskhan EX, it could stop you from drawing some cards with that. Wow, having it in the opening hand is so big for Neddy. It could potentially slow Ross down.
And I actually think it is a huge deal. It seems like all Ross really had in this opening hand was a Mega Kangaskhan. He also did have Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, so that would have been a really strong combo to piece together whatever he wanted here on this opening turn, but the one piece missing is the replacement stadium. So Neddy finding that one of Team Rocket's Watchtower, very fortuitous, as Ross will use his Telepathic Psychic Energy, bringing out a pair of Psychic Pokemon with Latias EX already in play. And Slowpoke in the prizes, we'll see what he brings down. It looks like Lily's Clefairy is going to join the mix very early here.
Yeah, I have to wonder. It looked like there was a mulligan. I wonder if Ross drew the Mega Kangaskhan EX off of that, because obviously that is your preferred starting Pokemon with this deck, using that run errand ability. Now, it is a little bit annoying that he will not be able to use it this turn, but I do think this Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking will set Ross up for a pretty strong second turn of the game. You can, if your hand is really weak, you can just put like a Lily's Determination on top, or you could just put Academy at Night on top and just retreat into Mega Kangaskhan EX, and then make sure you can use that run errand on the next turn to draw into the other card you put on top. So yeah, I think it's not ideal, but there's options to work with.
It looks like the 2 cards he put on top, and we haven't seen the finalized order just yet, were Lily's Determination and Cura.
Yeah, that's something you can do sometimes. You'll draw that next card next turn, and then you'll have the Kyurem on top of your deck to use Seek Inspiration if you already have Slowking in your hand.
And this plan, of course, could be derailed with the flip of a Crushing Hammer on Neddy's side. Of course, something Ross must be cautious of. He will still retreat into his Kangaskhan and pass it over to Neddy with the Dreepy and the active energy already attached. There is a Dracloak with a Recon Directive, another Dreepy, and a Buddy Poffin, which can get that Dreepy right back, as well as perhaps a Badoo to use Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, so far so good for Neddy. We'll see if there's a supporter card in hand. I think I saw one. I think ideally you'd want to play something like a Lily's Determination, draw 8 cards, just get things into your hand. Looking at an Ultra Ball, but you have to discard 2 Crispin?
It would be very costly to do so. He does play 3 Crispin. We did see the third copy was in the deck, and he is going to do it.
Especially if you're planning to retreat off your only energy this turn. Now, we have seen that these games do kind of slow to a grinding halt at some point. So maybe Neddy recognizing, I don't really need Crispin that much. Maybe I need 1 at one point. It's okay to get rid of these. It's far more important to just set up as many Dreepy as I can.
And this is also one of the potential responses to a Kyurem, is just having all of your Dreepy available. None prized here for Neddy, getting the full 4 into play at this early juncture of the game, and Lily's determination does find him 8 cards, and perhaps most importantly is this Crushing Hammer, as he does roll and does indeed flip aheads. Gets rid of Telepathic Psychic, and now Ross needs yet another piece of the puzzle next turn.
That's another way to slow things down so you don't need Crispin. Just discard energy off your opponent's Pokemon. You see Neddy now taking a second to think about this. You would have assumed it would be a pretty quick retreat into the Badoo. Use Itchy Pollen, looks like that will be the case, but just discarding the Darkness energy, since that won't really be relevant in this matchup.
And again, with the use of Itchy Pollen here, Neddy is guaranteeing that a Trifrost cannot be used by Ross. The only way for him to get 2 energy cards into play would be through the use of a Wondrous Patch. He would also, of course, need to find a way to discard a Psychic Energy. All of those ways are item-based.
Yep, so now Neddy is back in this kind of controlling position, knowing that Ross is unable to put on any pressure again. And he'll have at least another turn to keep setting these Pokemon up and try to pick apart Ross's Pokemon later with that Phantom Dive attack. Also did see Neddy has the Unfair Stamp in hand. Did not have access to that in game number 2. And I'm sure is going to be holding on to that, waiting for the right turn to use that at a later point.
Does not have a very strong hand here. Perhaps why we saw the aggressive find of the second Dracloak. Just looking to try to churn through the deck a little bit more efficiently. Ross, of course, drawing that Lilies that he placed on top last turn, and we see he had things set up. Yeah, what a top deck. There it is, attach of the Psychic for turn, and Lily's determination will still yield him that full 8.
Yeah, if you're Ross, I mean, you've proven that slow and steady can win in this matchup as well. Things probably could not have looked any more grim for him in that previous game, and he just found a way to stay in it as long as possible. Again, Slowking has access to such powerful attacks. If you're able to just chain them together, you can find ways to win even from disadvantageous positions. This Psychic Energy does represent a threat on the following turn. It's going to force Neddy into another challenging position where he may need to find that Crushing Hammer once again.
And a big find for Ross was that Academy at night, not necessarily to utilize the stadium this turn, but simply to start getting through his deck. Run Errand now online, able to be used, drawing him 2 cards from the top, getting him closer to powerful combo pieces. And while there is no attack this turn, Ross is beginning to threaten a lot of what Neddy could do. And this is a big turn here for Neddy. I feel like he may feel the pressure to find a Dragapult EX, but not before the flip of a Crushing Hammer, and this one does fall tails.
Huge for Ross here as the Crushing Hammer does not succeed this time. We'll see if Neddy tries to dig for more of those.
I don't think he has a draw supporter right now, Puka.
Oh, no.
He also does not have a Dragapult to protect his investment of this energy onto Dracloak. And with the flip of the tails and the Crushing Hammer, it's very likely that Ross will piece together the Kyurem attack. He has no replacement stadium. He has no draw power, no Dragapult, no Ultra Balls.
Yeah, Neddy went to take the Buddy Buddy Poffin off this Recon Directive, but has access to Meowth EX. Ross got rid of the Team Rocket's Watchtower, so he could use Meowth to go search for a Lily's Determination here now.
He will keep the Meowth, and indeed, down it comes. Last ditch catch. Nope, just kidding, it was a Pokepad.
Let's do the Recon Directive first. I think Neddy will be looking for a Crushing Hammer, or maybe just even finding a Lily's Determination off of this.
Here is that Recon, and there is a Crushing Hammer offered up. Yet another huge flip. It was heads for the first one, tails for the second, and heads for the third. Down goes this Psychic Energy. A breath of fresh air for Neddy.
You can see both players' different reactions there. Neddy, a sigh of relief. I'm safe for one more turn. Ross, maybe a breath of frustration there, knowing he set back one more turn.
And I wondered if Neddy would feel confident to hold off on the Meowth after flipping that heads, knowing he's safe, but will still fetch out this supporter. I guess, drawing 8 cards doesn't seem too bad. Well, having a think, though, here, Puka.
I do enjoy drawing 8 cards.
He is debating, perhaps, if the Lilies will be his supporter of choice here. What else could he be considering? Dawn guarantees a Dragapult, but the one
true.
Crispin could set his energies up.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to kind of guarantee getting enough energy in play to use Phantom Dive on the following turn. I don't know. It's an interesting spot here. I certainly would have assumed Lily's Determination would be the pick here. One other thing to note, I mean, in this situation, now Neddy has no open bench spaces, so we definitely won't see Dusclops, Dusknoir come into play on this game. There's also currently no space for like a Pheasantipede EX. I wonder if that could potentially open up any interesting lines of play for Ross.
Grabbed out the Crispin and will play this supporter card. Powering up a pair of Dracloak here. Interesting that he felt pressured to get these energies in play after removing Ross's from his side of the field, as we do. We'll now tick up to 8 minutes on the clock. Looks like another adjustment made here. It does look like there has been a warning given to Neddy, a 2-minute extension given to these players, and a warning for pace of play.
Obviously, this is a tense moment here. The winner moves on to Championship Sunday. For Neddy, it will be maybe the first time in the finals of a major event for the Pokemon TCG. For Ross Cawthon, it's an opportunity to maybe capture an international championship victory, add something huge to his resume, to his legacy as one of the greats that we've seen here in the Pokemon TCG. There's so much pressure here. You just want to think through all of your plays. Don't want to have any regrets later.
Lily's Determination played once again. Bit of a stalemate in this opening sequence here. The game has grinded to a halt. Neddy's hand is not great. He does have the 3 recon directives to support himself next turn, but he's going to need to find a way to make something happen here. He does know he is safe at least this turn, right, with the energy now just having been attached, and that is a nice arsenal to work with for Ross. Secret Box, Zeraora, Slow Kings, and he still has access to that run errand ability. Out comes the Lily's Determination and another Pokepad. Ross can do just about whatever he wants next turn as these items are unable to be played right now, and he is going to retreat his Mega Kangaskhan into a Slowpoke here and pass over to Neddy.
Interesting. Maybe wanting to force a boss's orders to get a big attack off. Doesn't mind if a Slowpoke goes down, but if your Mega Kangaskhan EX gets hit for 200 damage, that could present an issue later.
Lots of openings here for Neddy. Dragapult found from his second recon. He also has boss's orders in the hand, so he could go after maybe that Lily's Clefairy EX, maybe the Slow King that Ross has invested a bunch of effort into. See which route he goes. It's kind of tough to decide what to boss here, as Ross could make either of the other 2 Pokemon very reasonable threats.
Ooh, we're going to see 2 Dragapult EX come into play. This is going to make the attacks pretty awkward for Ross at this point. Trifrost can get 3 prize cards still, but you're still going to have to make your way through 2 Dragapult EX eventually. So this may force Ross into more of a traditional 2-2-2 prize map where he has to go through potentially 2 Dragapult EX and then maybe finish off the Meowth EX later.
He can technically 2-hit KO the Dragapult with Lily's Clefairy being in play, right? He could Trifrost for 220 into that Pokemon, but then he would need to attack it once again while it's in the active spot. Of course, it's protected on the bench by Terra.
Yeah, that's very risky because they can just retreat, and then you won't be able to go after it later. Boss onto the Lily's Clefairy. Neddy deciding it's time to take prize cards.
And down goes that Lily's Clefairy, and now the decision where to place these damage counters. And the decision for Ross will be how to respond, and we know he is sitting on a strong grip of cards. There is Secret Box in the hand. There are Pokepads. There are plenty of energy. He will be able to respond however he wishes. Neddy finding fire energy off the prizes. That is excellent, as there were 2 prized.
I think if you're Ross here, you want to attack with the Pokemon that is already damaged. You want to evolve that Slowpoke into Slowking, try to power that one up, and force your opponent to continually have boss's orders in order to take advantage of those damage counters on the bench.
Another way Ross can set up whatever he wants is through the use of Cypher Maniac's code breaking. That one of Rocket's Watchtower going down means that Run Errand online for the remainder of this Game 3. And let's also keep our eye on the clock as we do tick under 3.5 minutes here.
I do wonder what Ross will go for on this turn. It does have the option of the Brave Bangle plus Metagross. That's a way to hit for 330 damage without having to put a Lily's Clefairy EX. A small Pokemon EX that could be knocked out later. Oh, there's so many decisions to be made here still. Neddy is just so fortified at this point with multiple Dragapult EX.
If Ross can just KO this Dragapult, KO the next Dragapult, Neddy actually does not have a way to make a 3rd Dragapult in that singular turn. Yes, he is out of Crispin here. Let's see if Ross can key into that. He is going with a Lily's Clefairy route, it seems.
I think this is reasonable. You're going to have to do this eventually.
It is going to be a retreat into the Slowking. Academy at Night can place a Pokemon on top of the deck. There is the Lucky Helmet being attached, so perhaps Trifrost will be his pick this turn.
I think it's going to be the Metagross. Just knock out the active. Like you said, Chip, just go after the energy attachments at this point. Knock out the active. Force your opponent to keep getting energy onto Dragapult EX. This is putting Neddy in a very awkward position.
And that is the route Ross goes. Brave Bengal not necessary with the bench of the Lily's Clefairy EX, hitting for 600 damage into that Dragapult EX. Neddy promoting the Badoo. Does play an Ultra Ball, gets rid of that Dusknoir just found off the prizes into a second Dracloak, and Fire Energy already laid onto Dragapult EX. But Puka, after this Pokemon attacks, Neddy's going to have a really hard time making another attacker.
Yeah, you got to think the unfair stamp is Neddy's plan at this point. Now, Ross did try to brace for that a little bit with the Lucky Helmet. Also has the Mega Kangaskhan EX on the bench. If Neddy could find something like unfair stamp and boss's orders this turn, that is possible.
Or perhaps unfair stamp and jamming tower, but it will be the boss's orders up on that Lily's Clefairy X, and here comes that unfair stamp, sending both players' hands into the deck. Ross will be left once again with only 2 cards, but different from previous games, Puka. He will be able to promote Mega Kangaskhan after this KO. He will have some draw power available.
Yeah, I think the challenge for Ross is going to be he needs to get another Lily's Clefairy after this.
He's already down 1 Night Stretcher, I believe.
I think Neddy's going to go down to 1 prize card after this. You can knock out the active Lily's Clefairy EX, knock out the Slowpoke on the bench. You can even sprinkle some damage counters elsewhere.
Yeah, and that actually is pretty relevant as well, as sprinkling some damage counters on Slowpoke means you can Jet Headbutt it for your final prize card.
Absolutely. So that would mean Ross would need to find another Slowking, just another thing. And he needs to find all of this off of just unfair stamp.
And maybe even a Dusclops works into the mix here, Puka.
The late Dusclops could be huge.
He's thinking through, will fail the first Buddy Poffin and successfully hit on the second, just thinning out as many of his cards as possible. Pokepad searches out the Dusclops, preparing for the potential of this ghost Pokemon.
Yeah, you can see what the plan is for Neddy at this point. Get your 3 prize cards here, and then try to set up just an easy knockout at the end, a Cursed Blast and a Jet Headbutt. You know, if Ross has to use Slowking, you can just attack the active and get your last prize card. Even if he does it, you could just find 1 more boss's orders, go after another Slowpoke or Slowking on the bench. It might put Ross in a position where he needs to power up Lily's Clefairy EX in this situation. Great planning by Neddy.
And a crushing hammer, his fourth and final one, does find a heads. That is another huge flip here for Neddy.
Also want to call out that Ross's bench is full currently, but if Neddy goes for this Phantom Dive and takes 3 prize cards, it'll potentially free up 2 spots, one for Pheasantipity EX to flip the script, another for Lily's Clefairy EX.
And Puka, we have entered turns. We are currently on turn 0. Neddy will complete this one, and then Ross will have turn 1, Neddy turn 2, and then Ross turn 3. I do believe this game will conclude before those 3 final turns, but perhaps a quick refresher, Puka, on how these top cut time rules work.
Yeah, we're going to get 3 turns. Neddy's currently turn 0. Ross will be turn 1, then it'll go back to Neddy for 2, and then Ross will have the final turn. And then if the game doesn't conclude by then, whoever has fewer prize cards remaining will be the winner. I agree with you, Chip. I do think this is going to end either way. And a big moment here is, can Ross respond?
Draws for turn, finds a Pokepad, second Slowking.
This is not a great hand.
It's not ideal. He does have Kangaskhan to rely on, and rely on it he may need to do. Can thin out a card that he doesn't want to see with this Pokepad perhaps, but no, will be a run errand initially here. Academy at Night and a Psychic. There is no playability here, Kyle. So much to get to this point, and now Ross, there's no way to KO this active Dragapult. He can attack with Slowking, he can discard a Pokemon, but he will not be able to get a one-hit knockout. There's no Lily's Clefairy in play. There's no Brave Bengal on the Slowking. He doesn't play something like the Annihilate we've seen from Slowking players in the past. He has no way to get through this active.
Yep. Annihilate also probably wouldn't be a good idea, knocking yourself out at this stage.
Go down with honor, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
No,
is this the end of the road for Ross Cawthon? This is where the time might not be in his favor. You can leave Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active spot. But now there's the Dusclops, and Neddy will take the knockout on the bench, Slowking, and move into the finals.
What a game. What a set. Incredible play from both of these players. And it is Neddy Kosek punching his ticket to Championship Sunday. He keeps that dream alive of becoming an international champion.
Incredibly played by both sides. Both players had to kind of keep their composure. Things didn't always go their way. Had to figure out new game plans, adapt on the fly, and Neddy was able to pull it out. Got to give some credit to those crushing hammers along the way.
Oh, they certainly helped. They definitely didn't hurt. That is for sure. The one they did hurt, though, Ross Cawthon on the right side of the table, comes up just a little short, but for Ross, he should hold his head high. This is an incredible run for a veteran of the game. He said it himself. He does not play as much as he once did. He does not invest the time he maybe did when he was a teenager. He has other things happening, but always still comes back to the Pokemon trading card game and proves that he still has what it takes to compete at a high level.
Yeah, and I mean, I do want to emphasize that. A round of applause for Ross Cawthon, who is really, truly an inspiration, has been for players for many, many years at this point. Another deep run at a huge tournament was amazing to see. Wow, and also just what crazy games we saw here.
I mean, truly. The incredible resolve of these players, Neddy finding a way back into the game. Yes, he was indeed aided by these crushing hammers, extremely well timed. And then it was Neddy jumping ahead in game number 2 after his game 1 win. It seemed like Ross had no path back in, but this was the key turn. Neddy chose to break that Itchy Pollen lock, and it gave Ross an opening. It was improbable for Ross to pull off this play, but Ross proved it was possible and did just that.
Yeah, the Trifrost on that turn into the Lily's Clefairy EX on the following turn, piecing it all together. And I think Neddy was maybe feeling some regret after that or wondering where it all went wrong, but then in game 3, the big crushing hammers to slow Ross down and the brilliant game plan to go throughout the game. Wow, well played by Neddy.
And speaking of Neddy, I'm excited to hear from him as Emily is standing by on the stage with our first finalist here at NAIC. Emily, how's Neddy feeling?
Well, we are about to find out. New Orleans, one more time. Give it up for your first finalist here, representing Europe, Neddy. Wow, Neddy, what a showdown. How do you feel going up against one of the most decorated players in Pokemon TCG history?
Right, going into the matchup, I was feeling a little scared since we're not running the Shaman in my Poltner deck. So we were kind of hoping just to break them. I know Ross is a really accomplished player, knows he was doing, not making any misplays. So just had to play it perfectly, and it paid off. As we can see, I'm just standing here now waiting for the finals. Just feels amazing.
Well, of course, doing it with Dragapult Dusknoir, and there's many different archetypes of Dragapult going around. Why bring a Dragapult Dusknoir instead of something like a Dragapult Blaziken here to NAIC?
Yeah, we figured that if you run the Dusknoirs, you also have like better matchups to the bad, worse decks that you're already losing to. Like, for example, Crustle. Normal Polt, you're like losing to Crustle. With my deck, with Poltner that I'm running Jamming Tower and Dusknoir, I already beaten 2 Crustles today, and it saved me my run, and I'm here standing with you. So that's one option. The second reason that I chose to run Dusknoir, I just feel it's a little stronger into the other matchups, and it just feels better for me to play it. I already a little experience with the deck, so just picked it up and it paid off.
Well, Neddy, you are a very consistent player. For those who may not know your accomplishments so far just in this season, top 64 in Sevilla, 11th in Birmingham, and top 3 in Prague. What does it mean to you to make it to finals here at NAIC?
I mean, it's everything for me. I've been like playing for this moment for my whole like career. It just feels so amazing to be here and make it to the finals. Yeah, I have no words for this.
Well, I'm sure after that one, you do need a little bit of a break, but you do have some people in the audience cheering you on. So before I throw it back to the casters and to Pablo, do you have anyone you would like to thank?
Of course, I would like to thank everyone who cheered for me now. I would like to shout out Roman Garush for playing the same 60 and also making top cut. And I would also want to shout out all of my friends from Poland, Czech Republic for cheering me from home and making this happen. Thank you very much. I love you all.
Thank you so much, Neddy. Enjoy your moment. Good luck in finals. We will be throwing it to Pablo to break down that last match.
Congratulations, Neddy. What a display against one of the legends of the game. I love the respect between both players, sportsmanship shown by Ross as well with that crazy boomerang energy interaction. What a wholesome match to see. What an intense match to see as well. All 3 games were could have been anyone's game, really. There were definitely key moments that happened throughout each match that really swung things one way or the other. And I want to say this crucial turn in game 1, of course, the 3-prize turn with Kyurem is the dream, right? That's what Slowking players love to do. That's how Ross won a couple matches on stream as well, taking down those 3 Pokemon. But we do have to wonder if perhaps placing 110 damage on that Fezandipity, leaving the Duskull, you still eliminate the threat of the Dusknoir, but by placing that preemptive damage onto a Fezandipity, a Pokemon you're very likely going to have to deal with at some point in the match, maybe that leads to a later Trifrost that is a bit more impactful. And we did see 110 damage left over on Fezandipity at some point, but yeah, I mean, it's a tough decision to make on the spot. Of course, I have the benefit of hindsight 2020 after watching the whole match that 110 damage on the Fezandipiti may be something we can consider. And because that didn't happen, Fezandipiti really wreaked havoc on Cawthon's board, and Neddy was able to piece out the mythical 6 prize turn, found that nice stretcher, found the Dragapult EX, and was able to take down all these Pokemon in a single turn to make an amazing, amazing comeback. And that was game 1, of course. Over onto game 2. It was all about the crushing hammers. Those head flips really favored Neddy. Ross found himself under item lock, had the Kyurem in the active spot as well. I mean, there was Latias to retreat, of course, but there was no Mega Kangaskhan found on the bench to really draw any extra cards or anything like that. So Neddy bought himself all the time in the world. However, he did go for a very aggressive knockout, and I want to pause here because I want us to take a look at how Neddy's bench is structured. There's no protection from a potential future Trifrost. He wasn't patient enough to find a Dusclops to be able to take down this Slowpoke along with the attack in order to eliminate any possible threat of Slowking, and that led to Cawthon being able to accomplish a reverse comeback, right? He was super far ahead in game 1, ended up losing. Neddy felt like he was super far ahead in the second game, and he ended up losing that match. And then in game 3, it generally all came down to the crushing hammer head flips once again. Found that crushing hammer. I think that might have been either the 3rd or the 4th one in the early game, and of course under the item lock those energies get denied, and Wondrous Patch also gets denied, and that means Neddy bought himself enough time, had an amazing bench at that point, and we did see the adaptation eventually to establish multiple Dragapults at one point, protecting himself from Trifrost, enough energy in play to never miss an attack, and ultimately walk away the winner into Championship Sunday. Now, that's gonna be it for our top 4 match. The first one, however, we have Kyle and Chip ready to go to bring us to our next match again with James against Justin.
Thanks a bunch, Pablo. Always appreciate your insight and breakdowns. Yes, again, Chipperchi here in the booth with Kyle Pukasukovic, and we are ready for yet another top 4 match. If you had fun with that all-time